Hello everyone, I know my video is a bit late, but what can I do? I'm not a god, just a normal man who cannot change fate. Nothing is in my hands, but thank you for your support. Please enjoy and watch. American Comics, I turn into a dark superhero and create a dark universe. Author, Dachao. In a parallel universe, Lin Fan traveled through time and became the righteous Superman. Because of his great strength, he was feared by all the heroes. Superman's parents and girlfriend were captured and threatened, the media smeared the video, the entire network voted, he was tried in Congress, he was scolded by the people, and finally he was tortured to death with a kryptonite knife. Before Superman died, he saw that people did not let his family go as agreed. His parents were tried and executed, his girlfriend was insulted to death, and people were partying with the heroes. At this moment, the dying Dachao completely turned evil, bound himself to the dark world destruction system, and was determined to create a dark world full of despair. Punch these damned people to death with your fists? No, no, no. Useless people should be killed directly. The death of useful people is a blessing to them. I want to create the ultimate despair, with black and white reversed, chaos and disorder, and torture these evil people like playing with maggots. Superman targets all the heroes, and a dark universe is born. Homelander, I am just a **ing native of my country, he is the ancestor of the country. Wonder Woman, ask Superman to save you when you need him, and judge him when you don't. Humanity deserves it. Chapter 1. As long as you surrender and accept trial, your family, your wife, and her unborn child will be spared. Superman. Lin Fan agreed without hesitation. Next, Superman's righteous deeds were erased and the media released various videos discrediting Superman. The people's tempers grew stronger and stronger, and a referendum was held to punish Superman. Then in the Supreme Court, Superman was publicly tried. After a series of operations, Superman's reputation plummeted to the lowest point, he was despised by everyone and was called the source of all disasters. At this time, all the superheroes declared that they had no relationship with Superman and demanded that Superman be tried with the most severe punishment. Finally, it was decided to torture Superman to death with a kryptonite knife in front of the goddess statue. Superman. Lin Fan was mentally prepared for all of the above. Although he felt heartbroken, angry, and aggrieved, he was still willing to accept it for the sake of his family and children. But everything that happened next directly broke Superman's bottom line. When Superman was being tortured to death and was dying, he tried his best to use his supervision and saw an incredible scene. People did not let his family go as agreed. Kind parents were tried and executed, beloved girlfriends were insulted to death, and unborn babies were removed from their bodies. People from all over the country and the heroes started the party, raising beer, clinking glasses, singing and partying. This moment, the dying Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot, and his blood was steaming with hatred and unwillingness. This is the hypocrisy of human beings. This is justice for superheroes. Such a dirty world should not exist. I am Superman. Lin Fan, as long as I am still alive. We must create an extremely desperate, chaotic world where black and white are reversed, and torture these evil people like playing with maggots. As if responding to Superman's will, a voice sounded in Superman's mind. Ding, I sense that the host is in a state of extreme anger. Would you like to bind the dark world destruction system? The system will help you create the ultimate dark universe. Create the ultimate dark universe? Of course can. Bind. Congratulations on binding to the dark world destruction system. Now you spread despair in this world, and you can gain corresponding despair points. When your despair value reaches a certain level, you can choose 3 superhuman enhancement templates, and you can freely choose powerful skills. When the despair you spread reaches 10%, you can choose the following skills. Choice 1, Superman Prime's Kryptonite Immunity. Choice 2, Silver Dachao's Speed Enhancement. Choice 3, mind peeping of a superhuman mind. When the despair you spread reaches 100%, you can gain all the strength of the 3 superhuman templates. Supreme Superman, Silver Superman, and Thinking Superman, each of them is a top existence in the multiverse. The 3 types of Supermen excel in different areas. Superman Supreme is more enhanced in the magical aspect, and he is immune to any kryptonite weapons and magical attacks. Silver Superman has enhanced his strength and speed to the extreme. He can destroy the multiverse with just one sneeze. Occasionally, he will have some incredible new abilities, which makes him powerful and unique. Thinking Superman is immortal and the only Superman with divine power. He knows the past and can foresee the future. He can project himself into the multiverse and, after achieving outstanding achievements, give feedback to the original body to strengthen it. It can be understood as one is magic, one is power, and one is thinking. It has been detected that the host is extremely weak and there is kryptonite around. The novice gift package is issued to restore the state and become immune to kryptonite for 5 minutes. Lin Fan was now chained to a huge pillar beneath the goddess statue. The Marvel heroes Falcon and Winter Soldier are responsible for guarding Lin Fan. These 2 people are already officers with special identities, and are also the superheroes who are on duty the most. Although he is not the strongest, he is the most useful and obedient fighter officially. The entire square was filled with 5,000 civilians, who were holding up their beers and cheering enthusiastically. Countless people picked up their phones to film the entire process of Superman Lin Fan being tortured to death. During this period, there were no less than 100 cameras from media outlets large and small. Shoot from every angle without any blind spots. The live broadcast will then be transferred to major platforms. Let the people of the whole country appreciate the details of Superman being tortured to death for the first time. Just now, the Winter Soldier, the superhero responsible for the lingering death of Superman. Suddenly, I felt a strange energy bursting out from Superman's body. Then we saw that Superman's body, which was riddled with holes from being tortured, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Winter Soldier was panicking. What's going on? Can my kryptonite knife not affect Superman? That's impossible. I know Superman's weaknesses. As long as there is kryptonite within a few meters, Superman must be extremely weak. The hero Winter Soldier quickly picked up the kryptonite knife and stabbed it into Superman's heart. Click! The kryptonite knife broke into pieces. It didn't even scratch Superman's skin, it was completely destroyed. Then the hero Winter Soldier saw a horrific scene like a nightmare. Superman Lin Fan was chained to the execution platform. Ben's bent body gradually straightened up. Superman Lin Fan raised his head, his 2 pairs of eyes were extremely bloodshot, and a huge black mist emanated from his whole body. From time to time, the black mist condenses into illusions of various human faces in pain, wailing, despair, and distortion. Everyone be careful, Superman is out of control. The Winter Soldier cried out in agony. When the Winter Soldier wanted to get a stronger kryptonite weapon, it was too late. Superman Lin Fan's scarlet eyes burst into hot vision. With the sound of Zilla, the scorching red light slashed from bottom to top. Cut off the Winter Soldier's left mechanical arm and cut off the Winter Soldier's neck. The Winter Soldier's head fell to the ground. Even in death, his eyes widened, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Superman Lin Fan tore off the huge chains that bound his body, but the extremely hard vibranium chains became as brittle as paper. Superman slowly stood up and straightened his chest. The S mark on his chest turned black at some point. Under the statue of the goddess, Superman's eyes were bloodshot, his cape fluttering behind him, as he looked at the ants who were standing there like dumbfounded chickens. This scene will surely be remembered by history. The premise is that there is history. Chapter 2. At this moment the world seemed to stand still. Everyone will bow down to Dark Superman. Falcon and the soldiers who were closest to Superman all looked desperate and their legs were shaking. The people below the platform looked at the figure who once protected them with great despair. Scenes of that figure's powerful strength replayed in his mind. They see Superman as the greatest threat to humanity. The stronger Superman is, the more humans fear him. And the moment when Superman was pushed to the judgment seat, they chanted thoroughly. The huge rock that was weighing on my heart was finally put down. And now, not only was the boulder not put down, it also developed into even larger peaks and mountains. It has once again loomed over humanity. Ordinary people at the scene felt that even breathing became extremely difficult. Listen to your own heartbeat. My brain was filled with blood and heat, and even my thoughts were completely short-circuited. The reporters nearby even forgot about the live broadcast. Logically speaking, if any live broadcast accident occurs, the quality of a journalist is to cut off the signal at the first opportunity. However, at this moment, all the reporters were stunned. His whole body was extremely stiff, and he was shrouded in great despair and fear. None of the hundreds of cameras paused the live broadcast. People across the country could still see what was happening before their eyes. I don't know which soldier was the first to react. Let out a heart-wrenching wail. Oh no, Superman failed. The sound stopped suddenly. Even the word control is only half mentioned. Dark Superman appeared in front of him in an instant. A punch was thrown. The soldier did not go flying backwards like a broken sandbag. Instead, it exploded on the spot, splashing thousands of blood flowers. Superman smashed his entire body into pieces with one punch. There was a lot of blood raining down and flesh splattered everywhere. Aesthetics of violence. The blood was like splashed ink. A shocking bloody stroke was formed on the huge clean square. The soldiers behind were drenched in blood. The blood vessels in the superhero Falcon's forehead were throbbing, and he screamed loudly. Fire! 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 Then there was a hail of bullets and gunfire. It was like raindrops hitting Superman Lin Fan's iron body. Gunshots. Shouts. Roar. Continuously. Ordinary people in the square were all terrified and desperate. Let out a heart-wrenching cry. Then they fled in all directions. Countless beer bottles were knocked over during the process. It knocked over the camera, as well as various old people, children, and women. This in turn triggered a series of chaotic chain reactions. The air was filled with various cries, curses, and the sounds of bottles and jars breaking. The whole scene turned into a complete hell. Superman Lin Fan became even more violent. A flash appeared in front of the hero Falcon. The hail of bullets all around was like child's play to Lin Fan at this moment. But the Falcon in front of him was holding a kryptonite weapon. It is still ineffective against Lin Fan now. Lin Fan grabbed the kryptonite machine gun from Falcon's hand with both hands. Crumble it in your hands like you would knead dough. Countless parts shattered, and the main body of the gun was rolled into a small iron ball by Lin Fan. Lin Fan stretched out his hand and clapped. Hit the small iron ball directly into the Falcon's head. The red and white melon soil bursts out. Half of the Falcon's body and head were smashed. Not lying limply on the ground yet. Superman Lin Fan still felt unsatisfied. Just grab the mechanical wings on the Falcon's body with both hands. With one kick, the Falcon's body turned into a cloud of flesh and blood. The two mechanical wings were torn off by Superman. This is simply the aesthetics of violence. It was still connected to the Falcon's corpse, and blood was dripping onto the ground. The other 20 or 30 soldiers were terrified. The hero's Winter Soldier and Falcon died at the hands of Superman. In front of Superman's absolute strength, they are like paper. At this moment, the soldiers were filled with all kinds of emotions. Why would those politicians want to offend Superman? Why did you have to escort the enemy yourself? Do we have any chance of winning against such a strong man? Helpless and desperate. Like ants. However, Superman did not let their despair linger for long. Superman flew high. Everyone looked up. Superman slowly hovered, then stomped towards a soldier at an even more brutal speed. The soldier was like being played whack-a-mole. Being trampled into the concrete floor by Superman with great brutality. Bloody. Drenched with blood. A large amount of blood seeped out from the cracks in the earth. There is a soldier's body inside. Superman deadpanned. Fly high again. Slowly hovering in the air again. This moment, the morale of all the soldiers collapsed. There were bursts of heart-wrenching and desperate wails. Run! Run! Staying here is simply waiting to die. Escape from this hell quickly. However, the soldiers had not yet run away. The figure of Superman at extreme speed suddenly flew up. Landed suddenly. Pat! 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 Every landing takes away a life. Every time he landed, he trampled blood and flesh on the ground. Just like poor ants. Trampled to death underfoot. In a flash, 20 or 30 soldiers were killed one after another. Next came the people who fled. Under the statue of the goddess. The blackened great super Lin Fan came like a god. Looking at the thousands of people who were partying just now, they are now calm. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with heat. The length and width are about 1,000 meters. Like a windshield on a rainy day, the wipers sweep left and right. Chapter 3. 1 minute later. There was no one left in the square. The entire area under the statue of the goddess was in a mess. Blood smeared the earth. Blood and flesh gathered into a river. This scene was like hell on earth. And the initiator of this hell is human beings themselves. Superman Lin Fan descended from the sky. Landed in front of a huge camera. The sign above is the largest TV station. Lin Fan didn't know and didn't want to know what the audience in front of the TV were feeling at the moment. Lin Fan wiped the blood off his face. Face the camera. He said calmly. It was you humans who started the war first. But when will it end? It's up to me. Then Lin Fan's thermal vision exploded. Completely smashed the heads of the superheroes Falcon and Winter Soldier. Terrifying heat rays shot up into the sky. He slashed at the gigantic statue of the goddess that stood several hundred meters tall. In front of the camera. The huge statue of the goddess was broken in half. Countless huge pieces of rubble fell to the ground. This is a devastating scene. Live broadcast via webcam. Deliver to all people. Then Lin Fan smashed the camera into pieces with one punch. And Lin Fan heard a prompt tone in his mind. Congratulations to the host for spreading a large amount of despair. The despair you spread reaches 10%. You can make the following choices. Choice 1, Superman Prime's kryptonite immunity. Choice 2, Silver Dachao's speed enhancement. Choice 3, mind peeping of a superhuman mind. Lin Fan chose kryptonite immunity without even thinking about it. Maybe speed enhancement and mind peeping are powerful. But at this stage, Lin Fan needs kryptonite immunity to make up for his weaknesses. As long as Superman doesn't have the weakness of kryptonite. As long as Lin Fan is careful. Your own survival rate can undoubtedly be increased countless times. After selecting, a strange force was washing over Lin Fan's entire body. At this time, the 5-minute immunity kryptonite given in the novice gift package also arrived. Lin Fan came to the kryptonite weapons scattered on the ground. Didn't feel any weakness. Only then did I feel relieved. Proves that kryptonite immunity has been integrated into his body. So what to do next? Of course, it is to put an end to my former self. At least we should bury the bodies of our loved ones. There is no need to let their bodies remain there to suffer the strange looks and humiliation of the world. After burying the bodies of his loved ones, Superman can finally put an end to his former self. Then it's revenge time. Find out the real murderer who framed you and kill him completely. All murderers must pay the price tenfold or 100-fold. Even the superheroes who are behind the scenes fanning the flames. He had to settle accounts with them one by one. Lin Fan felt disgusted by the way these people were taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Then build a dark world, a chaotic world full of despair where black and white are reversed. Lin Fan is very busy and has a lot of things to do. Lin Fan soared into the sky. It turned into a black beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. The other side. As the highest court in this country, a group of high-level judges gathered together. They are celebrating. Talking with great joy. They were beaming with joy and clinking wine glasses. These judges felt extremely proud from the bottom of their hearts. The superhero that everyone in the world fears. What's the use of being strong? It's still because he was judged by this group of people. As an ordinary person. To judge Superman. Such a feat. These people's names will definitely be recorded in history. When everyone thought of this, they felt even more happy. A person who cannot normally drink much. In this moment of laughter and joy, drink a few more glasses spontaneously. Ha ha ha, so what if you have godlike strength? It's not us who are judging it yet. We represent the highest judicial authority. Superman or superhero. When they are tried, they are all criminals. We are supreme. The group of people laughed even more unscrupulously. Suddenly there was a loud bang on the roof. A large piece of the roof fell off. It hit the dining table in the middle. A figure suddenly landed in the center. These judges wanted to curse loudly. But the sleepy eyes suddenly saw that familiar figure. A group of people were instantly awakened from their drunken state. How could it be Superman? How will you be here? How can this be? Shouldn't you be executed by slow slicing right now? Am I drunk? Am I hallucinating? Superman Lin Fan had a blank expression on his face. Looking at this group of judges who are worse than pigs and dogs. It's like looking at a group of giant ants. The heat in the eyes started. In an instant, the brain of a judge exploded. Blood sprays. All the judges immediately screamed, wailed, cried, and ran away. 0. Superman's thermal vision continued to scan. These judges hadn't run a few meters yet. He was affected by Superman's extremely powerful thermal vision. It was cut in half, and all the miscellaneous food in its stomach spilled onto the ground. Some people even died in time after being broken in half. He continued crawling in great pain using his entire upper body and hands. The Supreme Court was like hell at this moment. From time to time, various desperate wails were heard. I was wrong. Let me go please. Please let me go. Ah. If someone passes by outside, they happen to see the window. From time to time, the red glow of heat vision flashed in the room. The sounds suddenly stopped. Someone's blood sprayed on the window. Blood flowed down, red as rotten wine. The entire hall gradually became silent. Superman soared into the sky again and crashed through the roof. Rushing to the execution ground of relatives. Chapter 4. In another corner of the city. Remote suburbs. A huge execution ground. Dozens of soldiers were escorting 4 bodies. 3.5, to be exact. 3 adult bodies. There was also the body of a baby whose embryo had just formed. The baby should be a boy. In his mother's belly. The head and body are already formed. I have to say that this little guy's vitality is unprecedentedly strong. The moment these soldiers dug him out of his mother's womb, he instinctively felt the threat of death. He kicked his limbs and struggled violently. The superhero Green Lantern who was leading the team at the time laughed. I couldn't help but joke with the people around me. Did you see? And you still say you're not a monster. Even the children he gave birth to are freaks. I was wondering why he killed his family. Now it seems how wise the decision was. There's an old proverb on the other side of the world in the East. If you cut the weeds without removing the roots, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. I didn't know what this sentence meant before. Now I understand. Of course, we must prevent harm, so that the little one won't avenge his father when he grows up. With that, Green Lantern drew out his kryptonite weapon. They just fired at the young baby. The baby was instantly beaten to pieces. This caused several soldiers behind him to burst into laughter. Even made some fun of Green Lantern. Ha 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 ha. You have killed a little Superman in disguise. Aren't you afraid of him? I'm going to settle accounts with you. Green Lantern scoffed. I'm afraid his father Superman has already been tortured to death. So what if I come over? Let's not even mention that I have kryptonite weapons. Even if I didn't. With my Green Lantern powers, it's easy to kill a few Supermen. Ha 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 ha. Green Lantern laughed wildly and threw the baby's broken body into the box in the back. It's like throwing away garbage, I'm too lazy to even take a look at it. And in the box behind, the bodies of Superman's other 3 relatives were even more horrible. This is enough to show that these soldiers were before the execution. What kind of brutal cruelty was committed against Superman's 3 relatives? A group of people were whistling, driving a military vehicle. I feel indescribably happy inside. Green Lantern couldn't help but sigh. By the way, remember when Superman first appeared? That's not any relief for all of us superheroes. Instead, it felt like a huge mountain was pressing down on my head. Superheroes might be able to maintain law and order. But if Superman commits a crime, who can stop him? So he really deserves to die. It's good now. With Superman's death, the mountain that weighed on everyone's heads finally disappeared. I must have a few drinks when I get home today. At this time, Green Lantern's expression suddenly changed. Without saying a word, he jumped off the car. He looked extremely miserable and stayed as far away from the vehicle as possible. There was a boom. A figure fell heavily on the front of the car. The heavy truck head weighing several tons was instantly smashed into a discus. Under a huge impact force, the carriage at the rear of the truck was blown away more than 10 meters high. Superman hugged the box containing the body of his loved one and gently put it down. 7 or 8 out of 20 or 30 soldiers were killed by the earthquake. The truck bed hit the ground hard. 3 or 4 more soldiers were killed. There were a dozen or so people left, all of whom suffered varying degrees of injuries. Everyone looked at the culprit in horror. Superman! How is this possible? Shouldn't you be executed by Lingchi? Why are you here? The group of soldiers were extremely terrified, and the cheerfulness just now was gone at all. Instead, the hairs on my back stood up. Even the arm holding the bolt of the gun was shaking. The superhero Green Lantern looked shocked. Although he was also extremely shocked, the kryptonite weapon in his hand gave him the greatest sense of security. Then Green Lantern used his magical powers. 7 layers of huge green shields appeared in front of him. He also pulled the bolt on the huge machine gun that was a kryptonite weapon. After Green Lantern did all this, he mustered up the courage to say, "I said Superman. I'm just a guy on a mission. Everything is an order from above. If you want revenge, there's no need to look for me. I'm not sorry." You haven't uttered a word yet. Superman instantly appeared in front of Green Lantern. Punch out. The 7-layer green light defense shield is like rice paper. It collapsed layer by layer and could not provide any defense at all. Green Lantern is a superhero after all. At the moment the shield is broken, quickly press the trigger of the kryptonite machine gun. Ta 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 ta. Countless kryptonite bullets hit Superman. Witnessed the entire process of Superman being restrained by kryptonite weapons. Green Lantern already felt that victory was in his grasp. But the next moment, Superman punches Green Lantern in the stomach. A fist as big as a sandbag was punched out from behind Green Lantern. Green Lantern looked incredulous. It's hard to close your eyes before you die. How can you be immune to kryptonite? Superman waved his hand. There was a bang. Green Lantern's head had disappeared down his neck. The remaining soldiers were terrified. One of the soldiers had a camera on his shoulder. The scene where Superman slaughters Green Lantern has been posted online. Then a strong red heat flashed across the camera screen. Screams came one after another. The screams were heart-wrenching, like hell. Then the camera image was completely destroyed and the picture turned into large snowflakes. Superman flies away holding the box. What Superman doesn't know is his videos. It has completely caused a huge storm in this country. Even several superheroes have gnashed their teeth and regard Superman as someone who must be killed. Chapter 5. S.H.I.E.L.D. Conference Room. Silence fell. Not only is there a person from S.H.I.E.L.D. sitting there, but there is also an opponent of S.H.I.E.L.D. sitting there. Suicide Squad leader, Amanda the fat black woman. Of course, she came to S.H.I.E.L.D. this time to demand accountability and strive for greater power for her organization. When Superman broke free from his shackles under the statue of the goddess, S.H.I.E.L.D. received the notification immediately. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Amanda, and a group of senior agents sat in the conference room, and everyone was more serious than ever. Everyone watched the entire scene of Superman breaking free from his shackles. Watch the entire death process of the executioner Winter Soldier. Later, the superhero Winter Soldier was killed by Superman. Then it got out of hand. Superman began to attack the soldiers around him. Another superhero, Falcon, was brutally beaten to death by Superman. The lives of the soldiers were lost one by one at the hands of Superman. The following scene is even more unbearable to watch. There were thousands of people in the entire square. Superman with a thermal vision, sweeping left and right through the crowd like a windshield wiper. That scene can be described as a violent aesthetic. Blood is raging. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. This scene is truly like hell on earth. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. picked up the remote control and played the picture in reverse. The executioner Winter Soldier picked up a kryptonite knife and stabbed Superman in the heart. The kryptonite knife fell apart, breaking into pieces. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. paused the screen. The agents on the scene are all elite members of S.H.I.E.L.D. There are quite a few agents at level 8 and 9. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. An indescribable feeling of fear welled up in my heart. But these agents must have undergone professional training and have extreme control over their facial expressions. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the one-eyed Nick Fury, looked more serious than ever. What do you think? The person sitting closest to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was a short, fat, black woman. Although she doesn't look good, her official status is second only to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. She is the direct top leader of the Suicide Squad. Her name is Amanda, and many people like to call her the Fat Black Woman. He is the leader of the official secret agency of Argus and single-handedly organized the Suicide Squad. Amanda the Black Fat Woman said seriously. Superman is originally a Kryptonian, using kryptonite weapons against Superman. This is a very counterintuitive conclusion. Are we humans afraid of the rocks next to the Earth? Superman's fear of kryptonite is most likely just a temporary reaction. And after S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered that Superman's weakness was kryptonite. Too much reliance on kryptonite weapons, and no rehearsal of other emergency plans. This is extremely irresponsible and unprofessional in my opinion. The security of the entire country and even the safety of the people is in the hands of you, S.H.I.E.L.D. You are responsible for this accident. In light of your mistakes, I have already filed a complaint with Congress. For the time being, our Suicide Squad will be responsible for hunting down Superman. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. thought for a moment and asked. Are you saying that you want the supreme executive power now and then hunt down Superman? From what I've heard, your Suicide Squad is full of criminals. These people are extremely vicious and difficult to manage. Can you control them to die? Amanda sneered. As long as there are necessary controls. These superpowered criminals are the most obedient death squads. It's much easier to manage than your superheroes. I want the highest level of law enforcement authority right now. Will SHIELD let me have it? The other agents below were already angry. At this critical juncture, Amanda actually took advantage of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s misfortune. Isn't this a joke of watching SHIELD? The reason why SHIELD is so authoritative. It means having the highest executive power granted by the government. All actions do not even require official approval. You can enforce the law by executing first and reporting later. This right is too shocking. This has also led to the jealousy of other official organizations. If you lose the highest law enforcement power, the prestige and influence of S.H.I.E.L.D. will decline significantly. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick thought about it and said, I can give you the highest law enforcement authority. But if you fail to eliminate Superman, I will unconditionally take back this right. The fat black woman Amanda stood up suddenly. A smile appears on face. What I want is your words. This time, let everyone witness the true strength of the Suicide Squad. After saying that, the fat black woman Amanda left triumphantly with the signed documents. After Amanda left, a level 9 agent assistant next to her asked, are we going to let her take away the highest law enforcement power just like that? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. said frankly, when facing an opponent of Superman's level. Whether or not there is the highest law enforcement power is a symbol, the key point is who can actually kill Superman. Any news from Batman? The agent sighed. When Batman got the news, he immediately decided to strengthen the kryptonite weapon. The enhanced kryptonite weapon will be more than 100 times more powerful and destructive to Superman's immune system. Batman is expected to be developed and completed in 24 hours. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded, when necessary, our S.H.I.E.L.D. can provide technical support. It's the best thing that these superheroes are willing to take on Superman on their own initiative. On the other hand, Amanda returns to her own Suicide Squad. Gather all the elite members of the Suicide Squad as soon as possible. These include Deadshot, Harley Quinn, Shark, Killer Croc, Pyro, Polka Dot, Captain Boomerang, Splinter, Sculler, and Peacemaker. Body bombs were installed on everyone. If you don't obey, you will be blown to death. Amanda just couldn't believe that so many people couldn't kill a Superman. Especially the strength of the Fireman and the Polka Dot Man. Has reached A grade or above. He had even practiced combo attacks with several other criminals. At the very least, Superman could suffer a great loss, or even be killed directly. These are criminals anyway. Amanda didn't feel bad. At the same time, Superman's darkening incident. Various videos of Superman killing official personnel also broke out on major websites and media. The internet was flooded with abuse against Superman. Superman is indeed a beast. The Earth has nurtured you for so many years, but you still reveal your true wolfish ambitions. After all, they are aliens, not of our species, so their hearts must be different. Protest, protest, Superman, go back to Krypton. You ungrateful bastard, go back to Krypton. Fuck Superman, fuck Kryptonian. All kinds of insulting remarks about Superman were overwhelming. Even tens of thousands of people began to organize marches. They held up signs full of insults directed at Superman. These tens of thousands of people all came to the statue square to protest. One by one, media reporters began to become active again. The eloquent reporter gave a speech about Superman's crimes, and the public's outcry became louder and louder. And now, Superman has returned to the farm. After burying the bodies of his relatives, he can take unscrupulous revenge on those noisy people. Chapter 6. Superman. Lin Fan flew directly to his parents' farm with the box. Next to the farm is an ordinary house. Although Superman is very powerful, he does not provide his parents and wife with too much of a superior life. On the contrary, the parents have been working diligently to manage their farm. After his wife became pregnant, she moved back and took care of the family. Superman Lin Fan landed in front of a residential building. What you see is a devastated house. It was covered with various bullet holes. The marks on the floor were also traces of being trampled and dragged by various military boots. Superman walked into the house silently. All the furniture and electrical appliances in the house were smashed. All kinds of debris and broken furniture were scattered all over the floor. There was a pile of food scattered around the kitchen. There were even traces of half-cooked food in the rice cooker. It is conceivable. Superman's parents and wife were preparing lunch inside the house. Suddenly, a group of brutal and unreasonable soldiers broke into the house. Then all kinds of intimidation and threats were carried out. All kinds of furniture and electrical appliances were smashed and destroyed unreasonably. There were traces of scarlet blood on the ground. They kidnapped innocent relatives like robbers. Superman Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot. I took a deep breath and it took a long time for me to calm down. However, the dark evil spirit in him increased instead of decreasing. The black air was surging and venting its fury, and all kinds of distorted, wailing, and crying facial shadows kept rising and falling. The dark hostility forms a huge contrast with Superman's calm appearance. Superman came to the hut. Find a sunny open space. Then a huge hole was dug out with a shovel. Bury the bodies of loved ones. After laying the top layer of soil, transplant a few of my mother and wife's favorite bouquets. In the process of burying, all kinds of memories with loved ones came flooding back. There is warmth and laughter. There are sweet and sour, and bitter. Superman takes his first steps. Superman babbled Dad for the first time. Superman blows out the candles on his birthday cake for the first time. Superman pushes the school bus out of the river for the first time. Superman dressed up for the first time at his mother's instruction and went on a date with his girlfriend. Superman becomes a husband for the first time and takes wedding photos. Superman and his wife went to the hospital for the first time to check the baby's fetal shadow. His voice, appearance, and smile are all before my eyes. And now, all of that is gone. I still remember that after my wife became pregnant, she asked Superman to take a family photo with the whole family. Urging Superman again and again. Superman says he is too busy fighting criminals. All this busyness has led to the current situation, which is all regrets. And the culprit of all this? They were all caused by humans who were helped by Superman. This moment, Superman's heart became more and more resolute, as hard as a rock, and unshakable. The sun shines brightly on Superman. As Superman's mentality changes, Superman keenly felt that his strength had actually grown significantly. Every cell in my body is filled with strength. Whether it is speed or various defensive functions of the body, there have been earth-shaking changes. It is not about growth with the help of the system. This is real personal growth. Could my mind also affect my strength? It seems that I was too tied down by emotions before. The entire Krypton family is assigned different positions from the moment they are born. When doing things, it is pure and single, right down to the source. There is no need for any emotional ties at all. That's why the Kryptonians were able to develop a super strong civilization and super strong strength. Maybe this is one of my evolutionary paths. As Lin Fan's strength increases, Superman's various abilities have also been enhanced. Especially supervision and super hearing. As long as Lin Fan wants to check or listen. Even if there is an entire ocean between us. Lin Fan could also see and hear the information from the other side. Sudden. Lin Fan saw a scene. Below the broken statue of the goddess, there were tens of thousands of people holding up various warning signs, cheering and protesting. There are various logos written on the sign. Fuck Superman. Go back to Krypton. The alien devil must be judged. Superman is the root of all evil. This devil must be judged. Kryptonians get off the planet. There are hundreds of warning signs of various kinds. Tens of thousands of people shouted excitedly. Dirty words coming out of your mouth. They are all insults to Superman and even Superman's family. On the platform, there was a female reporter giving an excited speech, clenching her fists and making strong appeals. Under the speech of this female reporter, describes Superman as the root of all evil. Even the country's economic decline was blamed on Superman. Superman should be held responsible for all the unhappiness in people's lives. The public's mood is growing more and more intense. And getting more and more excited. The situation is even out of control. Some people howled in anger, shouting, "I want to fight Superman." Looking at the lovely people below, the female reporter's face was full of smiles. This speech was a great success. I was worried that Superman had just committed a kill. Will the people be afraid of Superman's strength? I didn't expect it would be so easy to incite people's hatred towards Superman. Thus, female journalists can establish their own image in front of all media. Promotion and salary increase are no problem. Maybe even enter Parliament. Become an important decision maker in Parliament. Thinking of this, the female reporter became even more proud. Superman, who saw this scene from a distance, sneered silently. Take back your supervision and super hearing. The whole person rose into the sky. Break through the clouds. Fly towards the square, towards the goddess. And the goddess will be this side. The female reporter continued to give an extremely generous speech. Superman is the epitome of the inhumanity. We humans used to trust him so much. What did he do to us? I actually refuse to accept the highest judgment of mankind. He relied on his own strength to kill the superheroes Winter Soldier and Falcon. And they killed so many peacekeepers. Last time in this square, 5,000 or 6,000 people who shared the same blood as us were all killed by him. Even if Superman was standing here today, I want to ask him a question, too. What do you think of us humans when you kill them like this? Just as the female reporter was giving a speech excitedly, there was a sudden bang. A figure fell to the ground nearby. Stones flew everywhere on the hard concrete floor. A body of steel. Angular face. A cloak that flutters. A very cold and handsome look. The entire square with tens of thousands of people suddenly became silent. Tens of thousands of people were looking at that figure. An uncontrollable panic arose in my heart. At this acute moment, Superman suddenly arrived. An indescribable heavy pressure emanated from the man's figure. The female reporter, who had just been speaking in indignation, suddenly stopped talking, like a pheasant being grabbed by the neck. Superman Lin Fan strides forward, took the microphone from the female reporter. He glanced at the tens of thousands of people present and said calmly, "Ask me what I regard you humans as. I'm telling you. I treat you humans as arrogant ants." After saying this, a huge black murderous aura rose up from behind Superman, and his eyes turned hot and blood red. Thermal vision brewing. Chapter 7. The people at the scene saw that Superman was about to start another killing spree. Both eyes are scarlet and hot, and vision needs to be activated. I was very panicked inside. When death approaches, all kinds of thoughts come to mind. A variety of thoughts filled my mind. This moment. It seems like we have returned to the time of the trial of Superman. The same statue square. The same people with overflowing self-confidence. And the same Superman. The difference is that last time those people were watching Superman being put on trial. This time it was the inflated ignorant self-confidence of these tens of thousands of people. In their impression, Superman upholds justice. At least it's reasonable. How to deal with those reasonable people? Of course, he should be restrained by rules and regulations. So these people feel that their lives are very important. The lives of tens of thousands of people are more important. The people attempted to protest on their own. To restore the justice that Superman once upheld in his heart. At least we have to return to the negotiating table. Talk to Superman. But when these people saw Superman's scarlet eyes, and the twisted and vicious face behind him that was filled with countless negative energies, only then did they realize how wrong they were. Superman may not be the same Superman as before. The Superman of the past might have been able to reason. There is no reason to talk about Superman nowadays. Countless thoughts surged in the mind of the female reporter beside Superman. At this critical moment of life and death, she squeezed out all her courage and shouted loudly. Superman! You used to protect humans. Have you forgotten? Why has it become like this now? If you admit your guilt and decide to make amends, perhaps humans can forgive you once more. Other people gained confidence. Correct. That's right. As long as you are willing to make amends, we can forgive you once more. You used to be the embodiment of justice. Look at what you look like now. Stop it now. The people shouted loudly. An attempt to awaken Superman's conscience. Superman Lin Fan didn't say a word. A thought emerged in my mind. Let's see. How outrageous is the arrogance of human beings. Superman Lin Fan casually swung his right fist. There was a dull thud. The female reporter who was giving the speech had disappeared from the spot. When he appeared, he had already crashed into a building 500 meters away. The whole person is like a bursting mosquito. He was hit against the wall by a powerful force. Bloody. I can no longer see any human features. Ah! Run, it's a devil. Superman has gone crazy. He's completely crazy. The people below were slightly stunned, and then they realized how ridiculous their thoughts were. They were all filled with fear. Then he started screaming and running wildly. He wishes his parents would give him a few more legs. Leave this place of wrong. One idea after another came to mind in the people's minds. Why should I come here to march? Why do I think Superman won't kill me? Who on earth instigated me? I regret it so much at this moment. Isn't it good to stay at home? Looking at the people fleeing in all directions. The various propaganda slogans they just held up. All were thrown to the ground. And then they were trampled upon by their own people. Some even tripped. There was an extremely brutal stampede. Superman is suspended in mid-air. There was bloodshot in his eyes. The cloak rustled behind him. This moment, Superman's mouth twitched slightly, showing his pale teeth. Beza felt a sense of relief in his heart. A long-lost sense of joy. Not bound by any moral shackles. Just one thought. Revenge for your loved ones. To these hypocritical and arrogant humans. The Shi family was in despair and confusion. Superman blew gently. Icy breath ravages the land. This is another powerful skill of Superman. Able to spit out absolute zero like a storm. Freeze everything in front of you into ice. The ground quickly froze. The spread is extremely fast. Those who were fleeing had not run more than a few dozen meters. All turned into ice sculptures. The icy breath continued to spread. At this moment, Superman is like a dragon. Spewing out icy dragon breath wantonly. Centered around Superman. Spread out in a fan shape. In the blink of an eye, the entire square had turned into extremely cold weather. All nearby water was frozen. There were tens of thousands of people crowded in the square just now. At this time, tens of thousands of ice sculptures appeared. Everyone was completely lifeless. Always maintain a posture of panic, despair, and escape. Is this not over yet? Superman uses heat vision. One cold and one hot. The ice sculptures were completely shattered into thousands of pieces. Any ice sculpture that comes into contact with thermal vision. Instantly shattered. There is no blood. No flesh and blood. All you can see are human tissues among the various pieces of crushed ice. The heat vision is unbridled, plowing deep furrows in the earth. 0. Together. Several dozen meters of gullies. 0. Another one. The buildings they encountered collapsed. 0. Together. Thousands of ice sculptures shattered into pieces. Scum becomes scum. Nothing more than that. Superman is extremely happy. The corners of his mouth turned up. Despair is spreading terribly. I want to spread more despair. These are not enough. Far from enough. Not enough to satisfy even a tiny bit of the hatred in my heart. Superman's figure is flying. Heat vision painted a giant Superman logo across the entire square. S. It's just that this huge S is filled with people's organizations. And Superman's behavior. Once again through the media. On all major television stations. On the forum. On the short video platform. On various friend circles and chat software platforms. They are all videos of Superman going crazy. In a luxurious building in the center of Gotham City. It is marked as the headquarters of No. 5 Pharmaceutical Company. Inside the office, a man dressed like Superman laughed. The only difference is that it doesn't have a red cape behind it, but a flag. This person is from my motherland. Homelander was extremely excited after seeing Superman's actions. Just dancing. The excitement and smile on his face are hard to describe. His companions beside him were so frightened that they were stunned. The female agent didn't know whether to laugh or cry, her expression was extremely funny. The Train Man, Queen Maeve, Black, Starlight, Deep Sea, and Invisible Man all had complicated expressions, and they felt chills in their hearts as they looked at their motherland. The faces of the people of our country were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred to the extreme. Full of joy and admiration. This feeling is indescribable for the people of our motherland. It feels like I have finally met a close friend who understands and appreciates me. So the smile on his face expressed the joy in his heart. Ha 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 ha, Superman is worthy of being Superman. You are a man, I would like to call you Dachao. Then the Homelander's face suddenly changed, and the smile turned into wailing and crying. Like a little boy who has lost his toy, his voice was extremely sad. Woo but you know what, Superman? What you just did is something I have imagined countless times. Wow, you got there first. What should I do? Everyone in the office changed color and their hair stood up on their necks. Chapter 8. The Agent of the Motherland. She can also be said to be the female agent of all the heroes present. At this moment, in the scorching hot summer weather with an average temperature of 30 to 40 degrees. I felt completely cold from head to toe. A blackened Superman is already too much to handle. What kind of scene would it be if we add a completely out of control Homelander? As an agent, watching the hell on earth scene on TV. Feeling it for the first time. Maybe, hell is right beside us. A great fear spread. What Superman does may just be the beginning. However, this kind of invisible influence has slowly begun to manifest itself. The other heroes also looked unhappy. The strength of the people of our motherland crushes everyone else. So what about Superman's strength? This makes these heroes lose confidence in their ability to fight back. At the same time, the Superman video is being shown all over the world. An isolated island prison that specifically holds mutant prisoners. The criminals inside were extremely excited when they saw Superman's video. A riot broke out immediately. But the riot was eventually suppressed. These mutants all have collars around their necks that suppress their abilities. Without these collars, mutant criminals can break through restrictions in a matter of minutes. This caused an unusual frenzy across the island. The other side. A group of crazy people in Arkham Asylum are dancing while watching TV. The clown was laughing inside. The other clown admirers also laughed. The Joker looked at Superman in the picture with burning eyes. Finally, someone decent. Ha 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 ha, Ahahaha. In a luxurious castle. Batman calls Iron Man. Enhanced kryptonite weapons are almost ready for development. Would you like to join me in the battle? You've also seen Superman after he lost his restraints. It's just been a disaster for people. The Iron Man on the other end of the phone laughed. This situation was decided by the Supreme Council above. You also contributed to this. Since you didn't choose to discuss it with us at the beginning, then we won't get involved in this mess. Batman said angrily. Do you think you can stay out of this? Impossible. Although you didn't participate in the parliament at the beginning. But you didn't come out to stop it, instead you just acquiesced. If you, the Avengers, are unwilling to contribute, just wait for the consequences to come. Iron Man asked back. With superhuman fighting power. Even if all of us go into battle now. It didn't work. In this case, why not accumulate strength and make the final decision? Batman is extremely disappointed. You'll see superheroes around you die one after another. And you're stuck in the basement playing with your crappy computer. When the moment comes when you can no longer avoid it, you and your loved ones will be crushed to death by Superman like a fly. Iron Man laughed instead of getting angry. You lived in the same time period as Superman. It's really the tragedy of humanity. After saying that, Iron Man hung up the phone. A mechanical glove is displayed on the computer screen in front of Iron Man. 6 gemstones are simulated on the gloves. In addition to this, Iron Man is also designing a suit of armor. Named Anti-Superman Armor by Iron Man. Iron Man continued his frenetic research. He knew that he was not fit to stand up yet. Let the whole world and all of humanity be patient for a while. Since the problem has arisen, then there is no reason to avoid it. It seems that humans did not make the right choice this time. Ignorance and arrogance are the real original sins of human extinction. At the same time, the entire shield released Superman's image again. A level 9 agent said seriously. According to the criminal's psychology, once the criminal begins to kill, it's very possible that you just can't stop. Because killing 100 or 200 is just a different number. It does not add any psychological burden. And look at what Superman did. It seems like he is venting his hatred. We went too far before. If you spare Superman's family and his children, maybe there's still room for negotiation with the current Superman. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. remained expressionless. You are already a level 9 agent, why do you still make such unrealistic assumptions? There aren't that many what-ifs. Some things are done once they are done. If you do it, you have to bear the consequences. The most practical way now is keep looking for Superman's weakness. Call Amanda. Let the fat woman's suicide squad strike quickly. If no further action is taken, their supreme executive power will be taken back. The agents quickly contacted Amanda. I received the public information before I even made the call. There is no need to make the phone call. Amanda leads the suicide squad. It has been announced in the media. Deadshot, Harley Quinn, Shark, Killer Croc, Pyro, Polka Dot Man, Captain Boomerang, Splinter, Sculler, Peacemaker, and others. To be in the Goddess Square. A scheduled duel with Superman. The release of this news immediately boosted everyone's spirits. The internet is filled with various responses. It's really great. The authorities have finally taken action. The best way to deal with these superpowered people is to use superpowered people to fight against them. Ordinary soldiers can't pose any threat to Superman. These superpowered people are more reliable. Why are all the members of the Suicide Squad criminals? Wow, Miss Harley Quinn's figure is amazing. Let Miss Harley Quinn come back, and let the men do the hard work of fighting Superman. Why is there a shark in Suicide Squad? There are not only sharks but also crocodiles. From the official data, the damage done by Tinder and Polka Dot people is horrific. A team like this is reliable. Finally you seem to be serious. Even 10 supermen would beat up such a powerful team. Let's wait and see. And the other side. Superman sat upright in the goddess square, the sun shining on him, his strength slowly increasing. The Suicide Squad's challenge declaration was already being played on the huge speaker nearby. Soon the Suicide Squad will be laying siege to Superman. Superman didn't care at all about this. Quietly checking his system. The despair that is spreading now has reached 16%. That is, if I just spread some more despair, like massacring the Suicide Squad, I can get to about 20%. When the time comes, among the 3 powerful superhuman templates, which skills should I choose? Chapter 9. When the despair you spread reaches 20%, you can choose the following skills. Choose 1. Superman Supreme's Magic Resistance. Choice 2. Silver Dachao's Strength Enhancement. Choice 3. Mind Control of a Superhuman Mind. I have to say that all 3 skills are very practical. Superman's magic resistance has always been a shortcoming compared to his physical resistance. The enhanced power of Silver Super also makes the current Superman Lin Fan extremely envious. The mind control of the thinking Superman is more adept at digging into the other party's memory, giving suggestions, and manipulating them. Each of the 3 skills has its own advantages. They can produce quite amazing effects in different scenes. Anyway, the despair value is not enough now. Wait until it reaches 20%, and then make the corresponding choice based on your needs. Just as Superman Lin Fan was thinking. 2 jeeps were parked at the edge of the square. All members of the Suicide Squad came down from above. Deadshot, Harley Quinn, Shark, Killer Croc, Pyro, Polka Dot, Captain Boomerang, Splinter, Sculler, and Peacemaker. Each one was fully armed. He is ready to fight a life-and-death battle with Superman. Besides, a dozen more fearless reporters came. They represent the various TV stations. Use a camera to shoot from multiple angles. Apparently humans are feeling confident again. It feels like the Suicide Squad can either threaten or solve Superman's problem. Humanity must record this crucial moment. Live broadcast across the entire network. Deliver confidence and justice to all people. Superman Lin Fan agreed to this. Don't you also want to convey despair? These people are considered to be working for themselves. At the same time, netizens were venting their words through live broadcast. This time there is something to watch. Haha, 10 people against 1. No matter how strong Superman is, he will die on the spot. 2 fists cannot defeat 4 palms. Superman is bound to lose this time. It's time to call on the mutant bastards to fight Superman. This is just dog bites dog and ends in a mouthful of fur. I specifically checked out the video of the Polka Dot Man. Although this guy is a little silly, his attack power is terrifying. I am more optimistic about the Fireman. This guy, transformed into the Fire Chief, is definitely a godlike existence. Yes, yes, yes. The special flames of the Fireman after he transforms into the Fireball leader can melt any steel in an instant. I am more optimistic about Miss Harley Quinn. Don't the officials know how to be gentle with women? Such a pretty girl actually let him go to the battlefield. You probably don't know how many bad things Harley Quinn has done. Countless people have died at her hands. I'm more optimistic about the Split Man. Just hearing this name sounds very perverted. Can it directly tear Superman into pieces? It's really worth looking forward to. As long as we kill Superman, we can still live a good life. This Superman is really the root of all evil. I haven't been able to sleep well recently because of him. I hope he will be destroyed soon. In addition, people all over the world are paying attention to this war against the epidemic. S.H.I.E.L.D., Suicide Squad Headquarters, Compound 5 Headquarters, X-Men Headquarters, Arkham Asylum, Major Mutant Prisons, Avengers Headquarters, Justice League, Monastery of the Sorcerer Supreme, Hydra, Witches Union, and various other heroes are all paying attention. On the one hand, we need to look at the strength of the Suicide Squad. On the other hand, we need to observe the abilities of Superman. If it's suicide, the team fails. Then these people might one day face Superman. If you know your enemy and yourself, you can fight 100 battles without danger. There is a Suicide Squad going to commit suicide attempts. Why don't these people just do it and reap the benefits? There were 10 people in the Suicide Squad. After getting off the car, they began to encircle and attack in a fan-shaped pattern. Deadshot, Harley Quinn, Shark, Killer Croc, Firestarter, Polka Dot Man, Captain Boomerang, Splinter, Sculler, and Peacemaker all took out their weapons to specifically deal with Superman. The official directly equipped these Suicide Squad members with kryptonite weapons. Kryptonite was too hard to find, and I finally got it together after much effort. All the spectators were excited, looking forward to the unfolding of this thrilling battle. However, the first to take action were the split people. The split people are in horse stance. The two arms were separated from the body. Then it floated towards Superman. The floating speed of the two arms is about the same as that of a normal person walking by groping. The other members of the Suicide Squad were originally very much looking forward to the Splitter's abilities. I was extremely angry when I saw this scene. Harley Quinn directly yelled, "Walter, F***ck, that's it. What a bunch of bastards they invited. Isn't it shameful to invite such a person to fight against Superman?" Deadpool and Peacemaker couldn't help but cover their faces. The two men were accustomed to all kinds of fierce and brutal fighting scenes. But I have never seen such two hands so lightly fly over to attack someone. The scholar standing by had a bitter face and was extremely speechless. King Shark and Killer Croc actually watched it with great interest. I saw that the split man was extremely focused. It's like going to the toilet with constipation. He tried hard to control his arms, clenched his fists and punched Superman. When people saw this scene online, the comments exploded. What the hell is this? What kind of cow pretending to have superpowers is this? Even if you tie up a dog, its attack power is stronger than his. How dare you come out and embarrass yourself? Isn't this guy here to make fun of me? This is called the Suicide Squad? It really is everyone seeking death. Superman Lin Fan looked at the two arms dangling in front of him. Heat burst out from his eyes. Shoot directly into the split man's head. There was a snap. The brain is shattered. The red and white melon pulp splattered all over the floor. Harley Quinn next to her was extremely disgusted. This is too dirty. After killing Superman, I must go back and take a good bath. Others had mixed reactions. The scholars were completely confused. I have already had the thought of running away. The captains, Deadshot and Peacemaker, are both skilled marksmen. At the same time, he took out the improved version of the kryptonite firearms. Attacks launched against Superman at the same time. Deathshot is a kryptonite grenade launcher. Blast like Superman. Boom. A huge destructive force exploded on the spot. Creates a small shock wave. The kryptonite howitzer can't help but add the kryptonite element. A variety of biological and biochemical attacks have also been added. It can destroy the opponent's cell tissue to the greatest extent. The smoke dissipated as the dust flew. Superman was completely lost. Then everyone heard a clicking sound in their ears. Superman falls from the sky. It landed directly on Killer Croc's shoulder. The huge killer crocodile was smashed 3 feet into the ground. A deep pit appeared on the spot. Killer Croc, whose body was extremely strong, didn't even have time to scream. Completely trampled to death by Superman. Everyone was terrified. Pull out the kryptonite bomb and kryptonite weapon to attack deep space. Superman is extremely fast. A figure flashed and appeared above everyone's heads. The figure flashed again and flew past everyone. There is one less Shark King in the team. Just a moment ago, he was knocked away by Superman's punch. Suspended in the air dozens of meters above. Superman then appears on top of King Shark. He put his palms together and clenched his fists, then struck down violently from above. The extremely bloated body of King Shark, breaking the sound barrier instantly, disappeared in mid-air. Then it smashed heavily on Captain Boomerang's body. The kryptonite boomerang in Brother Dart's hand has not been launched from beginning to end. He is already dead. He was smashed into a meat patty by the Shark King. The Shark King wasn't having a good time either. His entire body was sunken and he coughed up a lot of internal organs. It is obvious that he is exhaling more than inhaling, and he is dying. All members of the Suicide Squad were terrified. In front of Superman. It's just a toy. Superman Lin Fan was floating above everyone's heads like a god. Everyone looked up in confusion, feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. An unspeakable despair enveloped everyone. Chapter 10. 4 of the 10 members of the Suicide Squad died instantly. The morale of the remaining 6 dropped sharply. No one collapsed on the spot, and they were all determined inside. The bullets fired by Deadpool and Peacemaker were like pouring fire. Superman Lin Fan's body is now immune to kryptonite weapons. Still, the kryptonite weapon didn't touch his body at all. Give outsiders the illusion that you are afraid of them. The Fireman and the Polka Dot Man both launched their attacks at the same time. Hot flames and a large number of dots are coming. Superman Lin Fan disappeared instantly at his maximum speed. When he appeared again, it was on his hands. Each holding one person. None other than Deadshot and Peacemaker. No matter how the two struggled, they could not break free from Lin Fan's power. The two of them were in full view of everyone. The body was completely destroyed by the heating flames and the massive wave attack. The Spark Man and the Polka Dot Man didn't expect that their attacks would actually kill their teammates. I felt quite upset. The Fireman roared and completely transformed into a fire chief more than 3 meters tall. The flame pattern on the chest gradually bloomed. It was as if a raging rage was brewing in the dragon's chest. Then, a beam of fire 10 times more powerful than the previous one burned towards Superman. Superman stood still under the flames. What a joke! In Superman's current state, he could even walk on the sun without any harm. The thing I fear the least is this kind of fire attack. Under the attack that stunned the fire chief, Superman strolled up to the chief. One punch pierced directly through the fire chief's huge chest. Then he took out a beating, hot heart. The flaming heart was still beating in the palm of his hand. The flame chief's eyes were filled with shock. Watching Superman reach out and shake his hand. My whole heart broke in an instant. Throw it on the ground like trash. As the flames on the flame chief's body began to dissipate. Reveal his true face. It has completely lost its vitality. The dead can no longer die. 3 more members of the Suicide Squad were killed. The remaining 3 people, Harley Quinn, Polka Dot Man and Sculler, looked at each other. The dumbfounded Sculler turned around and ran away without saying a word. Then, a warning from his boss, the fat black woman Amanda, came to his mind. Sculler, if you escape at the last minute, just activate the microbomb in your body. Warn once, warn twice, warn 3 times. Amanda simply pressed the red button remotely. The Sculler who was running away suddenly froze. The whole head exploded with a snap. Naturally, he died. The Polka Dot Man trembled. Directly open all the combat uniform windows on your body. A large number of wavepoint attacks flew towards Superman. Superman Lin Fan disappeared in an instant. The wavepoint attack was at the place where Superman was standing just now, causing a large number of buildings to collapse. The lethality is insufficient. Unfortunately, the speed is too slow. While the polka dot people were looking around, The shadow of Superman Lin Fan covers the polka dot man's head. It just blocked the sunlight above his head. The polka dot man looked up blankly. Superman Lin Fan shot with a powerful kick. The polka dot man's head flew out of his neck. Draw a beautiful arc. It was like a rotten tomato smashing onto the stone base of the goddess statue. The head exploded, the flesh and blood were blurred, and there was a pool of mud. This extreme aesthetic of violence made all the viewing parties gasp. Only one of the 9 members of the Suicide Squad remains. Only the incredibly sexy Harley Quinn is left. Harley Quinn had a teasing expression on her face. Licked his tongue. Slowly approaching Superman, he whispered seductively. You left me alone, do you have any bad thoughts about me? Of course can. How could I refuse you? I can definitely make you happy. Superman reached out and slapped him. Harley Quinn's expression of extreme astonishment froze on her face. It's just that her head has rotated 720 degrees. The whole person collapsed to the ground. Harley Quinn completely lost her vitality. So far, 10 members of the Suicide Squad have died completely. It seemed like a long time had passed. In fact, less than 3 minutes had passed. In other words, the Suicide Squad officials finally selected them from the mutant criminals. Pick out 10 elites with powerful combat capabilities. Equipped with excellent equipment. It's simply a joke in front of Superman Lin Fan. It can't even last 3 minutes. He threatened to challenge Superman before. The result was a complete embarrassment in front of the whole human race. Superman Lin Fan took the headset from the corpse. The angry voice of the fat black woman Amanda came from inside. You devil! I will find a way to destroy you. Superman Lin Fan said calmly. I'm going to find you now. After saying that, Lin Fan crushed the headset. The whole person turned into a beam of light and shot up into the sky. Crashed through the clouds and tear through the sound barrier. Disappeared into the horizon in an instant. Above the vast sky. A huge strategic flying ship, hidden among the white clouds. It is the official secret agency base of Argus. Amanda roared in the Supreme Command Hall. Quickly activate stealth mode. Quickly activate anti-detection mode. Quickly deploy all attacking units and stand by for battle. The officials nearby had never seen the fat black girl Amanda so flustered. The impression I have of this leader is that she has experienced countless crises and she has always been able to handle them calmly. Why am I so confused at this moment? At this moment, a red dot appeared on the radar next to it. At first it was 3,000 kilometers away. It stays at 1,000 kilometers for just 1 second. The observer didn't have time to remind him. A loud rumbling sound was heard throughout the huge flying ship. It seemed like it had hit something huge. Then the soldiers sent an urgent report. Report. Superman has boarded the flying ship. Heading to the command room. The fat black woman Amanda sat down on the ground. There is no longer the spirit of the past. Holding the microphone, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Stop him for me. Stop him at any cost. A series of explosions were heard from the communicator. Immediately afterwards, the huge iron door of the command room was violently smashed open. The 5 soldiers behind the door were smashed to death. Superman Lin Fan walked in with a swagger. Dozens of soldiers opened fire in panic. All kinds of bullets splashed on Superman. Ding dang dang, bullets scattered all over the ground. Superman dodged. He rushed into the crowd with great brutality. All the soldiers standing in their way were knocked to death and thrown away. There was an unlucky guy who happened to be blocking Superman's path. It was directly hit into a bloody mist. The remaining dozen or so soldiers attacked desperately. Superman grabbed 2 or 3 in a flash. He crushed the huge windshield with 1 foot. Throw the 3 unlucky guys directly down from a height of 10,000 meters. The shrill screams became farther and farther away, and were finally drowned out by the clouds. The remaining 10 or so soldiers were terrified. The movements were uniform and they threw away their guns. Prostrate on the ground, surrender completely. Superman Lin Fan was too lazy to get into trouble with these soldiers. The fat black girl Amanda's pupils dilated, she was terrified to the extreme. He shouted loudly, "You can't kill me, I know the inside story. I know who framed you. I also know who devised the whole plan to plot against you." Chapter 11. Just now. When Superman killed 10 members of the Suicide Squad, the system has sent a reminder. Congratulations, your spread of despair has reached 20%. You can choose the following skills. Choose 1, Superman Supreme's Magic Resistance. Choice 2, Silver Dachao's Strength Enhancement. Choice 3, Mind Control of a Superhuman Mind. Superman Lin Fan thought about it and directly chose Mind Control. This skill can not only query other people's memories. It can even directly manipulate other people's consciousness at the spiritual level. The prerequisite is that the other party's mental strength is not high. This skill will be hindered if you encounter supreme wizards who are good at mental attacks and magical attacks. So when Superman Lin Fan heard Amanda's threat, just crush her legs and arms. Then throw it in the corner like garbage. After all this, Amanda was mentally broken. He was panting heavily and didn't even have the strength to speak. Lin Fan directly used mind control on the fat black girl. One's consciousness directly penetrates into the other person's mind. Check out all of the other person's past. Filter out useless information. Information that is useful to Lin Fan is directly reflected. Just 3 years ago, an alien lands on Earth. At that time, Superman and the alien started fighting. A major battle took place in the skies above the city. During this period, countless buildings were destroyed. Even a world-famous bridge was collapsed by the impact. In the end, Superman won. But the cost is also extremely high. No less than 1,000 civilians died in this battle. A superhero witnessed the entire process of Superman's fight. At the same time, we are thankful that the entire human race has Superman to protect them. One side believes that Superman milk is a hidden bomb for all of humanity. After the superhero's close deployment, he ultimately used his unparalleled influence and enormous financial resources to achieve success. Submitted a report to Congress on the threat that Superman poses to the entire human race. The senior management who originally trusted Superman very much. Suddenly, a huge disagreement emerged. This arrangement took 3 years. Research Superman's life and past. Studying the psychology of Superman. Study all of Superman's weaknesses. In the midst of intensive conspiracy. Finally, great progress was made. Finally, a kryptonite weapon was created to restrain Superman. At this moment, mankind no longer needs to live in fear under the shadow of Superman. Human power is already strong enough. Enough to face any difficulties and challenge any difficulties. Then the existence of Superman is a sword hanging over everyone's head. Eventually Congress approved it. Begins the plan to strangle Superman. Superman Lin Fan quietly exited Amanda's memory. Although Amanda's official position is not low. But we can only know the names of the outer personnel. The internal staff knew nothing about it. This is also an unwritten rule to protect internal members. And the superhero who came up with the plan. It's Batman. There were other people involved as well. Lin Fan needs to continue to investigate in depth. Lin Fan was filled with anger. Batman. This stinking bat can't be allowed to die easily. Death was only happiness to him. Destroy everything he cares about. Step by step, trample on what he guards. He must be brought to the bottom completely. Amanda was still there, chattering for help. Lin Fan slapped her to death. There was a sense of hostility all over his body. Directly smash the entire huge wall and come out of the flying ship. The heat in the eyes starts. directly blow up the power system completely. The raging flames engulfed the entire flying ship. The huge monster was engulfed by endless flames. Then it fell towards the clouds. Lin Fan turned into a black beam of light and flew towards Gotham City. What Lin Fan didn't know was, after killing 10 members of the Suicide Squad, the shadow of Superman is raging over the entire world. Netizens hurled insults at the Suicide Squad. What the hell? I thought I could pose a slight threat to Superman. I didn't expect them to be a bunch of idiots. Split people is fucking hilarious. This kind of superpower is not even as good as a dog's. Looks like the Big Shark Man and the Crocodile Man are pretty good. The result was just a matter of Superman stomping him to death. What's the difference between this and stepping on 2 ants? The funniest ones are Deadshot and Peacemaker. Neither of them expected that they would be killed by their companions. I originally thought that the fireman transformed into the Flame Chief could compete with Superman. I didn't expect that Superman would be immune to his fire attack. Alas, Superman's defense is too strong. Who can hurt him now? Polka dot people are funnier. The polka dot man's head was actually used as a football. I have to say that Superman's powerful volley was amazing. If Superman were to play soccer, he would definitely win the World Cup every time. Have pity on my little sister Harley Quinn. I thought his honey trap would definitely succeed. I didn't expect Superman to be such a straight guy. Damn it, he didn't even let such a beautiful girl go. Superman is just a straight man of steel. The number of people who have died at Superman's hands is now countless. There are at least 2 or more. What are the authorities doing? What are superheroes doing again? Is there no one who can cure Superman? A large part of the people online were abusive. Many more people are deeply afraid. Such an unscrupulous Superman. It cast a shadow over everyone's heart. I don't know when Superman went crazy. Disaster will befall everyone. At the same time, S.H.I.E.L.D. sounded a high alert, calling on all mankind to fight against Superman together. X-College also decided to do its part. The Chinese people would scream with excitement from time to time when watching Lin Fan's video, and no one knew what was wrong with him. There is no news from within the Avengers. Rumor has it that Iron Man asked Thor whether he can kick a Superman-like powerful shot. Thor responded directly, "You can kick the polka dot man's head off his neck. But the consequence of kicking it away is that the head will definitely explode instantly. It's impossible to be as flexible as Superman. The head can fly out of the neck and fly thousands of meters like a football. It's actually a kind of precise control of power. Superman is at least at the top of the list in terms of controlling and using his strength." Then the entire Avengers Alliance completely lost any news. It seems that something huge is brewing. It's just not well known. Doctor Strange locked himself in the library, asking Ancient One for advice tirelessly, and his strength was improving by leaps and bounds. Various other organizations also repeatedly obtained Superman's videos, watching and analyzing them. I hope to find a way to crack Superman. And right now, Batman's kryptonite weapon is successfully developed, and the iconic bat light is turned on a house in Gotham City. The extremely bright beam of light from the bat lamp shines onto the clouds, forming an extremely huge bat logo. Everyone was completely excited at this moment. Once the bat light is on, everyone knew that Batman was going to challenge that man. And this time Superman arrived outside a private villa. Inside, a charming woman was practicing fighting. Her steps were light and silent, like a cat's. Chapter 12. Lin Fan confirmed it again and again. This woman is Catwoman Selina. He is also the person Batman Wayne admires and truly loves. It's just that Catwoman Selina not only acts like a cat, but is also as careful as a cat when it comes to love. Batman Wayne is not given a chance at all. She is the woman that Batman Wayne can only admire from afar but not touch. Catwoman is both good and evil, a thief who loves adventure. Lin Fan no longer hesitated. He broke through the window and flew in. Catwoman Selina noticed it immediately. He immediately took out the whip from his body for defense. But when he saw it was Superman, he was extremely surprised and put away his weapon and said, "It's actually you. You've become quite famous on TV recently. It is known to everyone." The woman was not panicked when she saw herself. Lin Fan asked, "You're not afraid of me?" Selina went straight to the counter next to her and poured 2 glasses of red wine. "Hand Superman a cup." Then he drank a glass of wine and laughed softly. "Is it useful to be afraid? With your strength, what do you want to do? I don't think there's even room for escape. Rather than this, why should I resist? It's just asking for trouble. Go ahead. What's your purpose in coming to see me?" Superman didn't expect Catwoman to be so open-minded and direct. Lin Fan thought about it and directly stated his request. "I want you to be my lover. I originally thought that Catwoman Selina must be like someone's tail was stepped on. Then fight with yourself." But in fact, Catwoman was extremely calm. Instead, his eyes were filled with an obscure brightness. Catwoman licked her tongue and smiled. "Let me guess. You are almost a public enemy now. And then those superheroes see you as a thorn in their side. Am I understanding this correctly?" Lin Fan nodded and signaled Catwoman to continue. Catwoman laughed. "Then the person who hates you the most in Gotham City must be Batman. And I happen to have a lot of rumors about Batman. Although he never got me, it is a fact that he likes me. Then I can guess. You are Batman's enemy. And you want me to be your lover. To get revenge on Batman." Lin Fan admitted directly, "You are right. What about your choice? If you are waiting for the poison in the wine to take effect, then you might be miscalculating. Just now, there was poison in the glass of red wine that Catwoman handed to Lin Fan. With Lin Fan's senses, how could he not have noticed it? But even if discovered, Lin Fan took the glass of red wine as if nothing had happened. Then taste it." Even saying this, Lin Fan drank all the red wine in the glass and said calmly, "Poisons that work on humans, and even poisons that work on mutants. It's of no use to me. So you can just put away that little thought." Catwoman sighed, sitting on the counter showing off her curvaceous curves. "I have to say, Catwoman's figure is simply amazing." Catwoman complained. "Can I ask you a question?" "Explain." "If I don't agree, can you control my mind? Although I know that Superman has unparalleled advantages in strength and speed. But who knows if you have the ability to control your mind? Just tell me if you have one. I will choose to believe it. And I will agree to all your conditions." Superman Lin Fan said calmly, "I can indeed control your thoughts." Catwoman is annoying. After thinking for a while, he said directly, "In that case, can I get myself some small privileges? I can grant all your requests. And I will let myself fall in love with you from the bottom of my heart. But can you guarantee my independent personality and protect me when necessary?" Lin Fan directly refused. "Don't push yourself too far. I can only promise you to preserve your independent personality. As long as you cooperate with me, I won't exercise some mental control over you. But you want me to protect you in times of danger. That's impossible." Catwoman sighed again. Okay, I won't force you. There's a saying that goes, quit while you're ahead. I promise to be your lover. How are you going to take revenge on that damn bat? I'm looking forward to it." As she spoke, Catwoman approached Lin Fan in a very familiar manner. Lin Fan's iron body is full of masculine brutality. Much stronger than that Batman. This doesn't seem to be a bad thing for Catwoman either. Just serve the Superman in front of you well. Catwoman doesn't necessarily get less. On the contrary, things that you couldn't get before are now within your reach. He is Superman after all. A person who is a headache for the entire human race. All I have to do is keep their relationship a secret. Can't attract the attention of other humans. Otherwise, Catwoman would definitely be put on trial by humans. This dangerous and exciting feeling makes Catwoman feel extremely happy. For an adventurous kitty, I like this feeling the most. More addictive than catnip. After one night, Catwoman is completely subdued. The DNA has been exchanged. Lin Fan was very satisfied with Catwoman's performance. It's just that the waist is too thin and can't withstand the tossing and turning. I wonder how desperate Batman would be after witnessing all this. Catwoman must be the white moonlight in Batman's heart. It is an existence that Batman can only admire but cannot obtain. But Catwoman is just a tool of Lin Fan. As humble as a blade of grass. Even if she is insulted at will, Catwoman will not have any complaints. And Lin Fan discovered that she actually liked this. This villa was even given to Catwoman by that lickspittle bat. I have to say, this is extremely ironic. Lin Fan soared into the sky. Fly away from this villa. Lin Fan was not in a hurry to meet the bat. To torture Batman to the extreme. We need someone else to step in. Lin Fan flew quickly over Gotham. Came to a hospital. This is a famous hospital. Arkham Asylum. Many famous mental patients are imprisoned there. The Joker, the Penguin, the Riddler, Two-Face, Bane, the Scarecrow, Poison Ivy, Mr. Freeze, etc. It can be said that the stars are shining. There is a saying that goes well. Gotham City is a city with simple folk customs. Talent abounds in Arkham. It's Arkham Asylum. There are many criminal bosses hidden in it. It is really full of talented people and many good criminals have graduated. Lin Fan kicked open the door of Arkham Asylum. Chapter 13. Lin Fan's movements were too loud. The dean and guards inside suddenly emerged. There were as many as 40 or 50 people. Everyone is fully armed. The dean is also a complete lunatic. Even many of the insane people in Arkham Asylum were tortured by him. The dean shouted, "Kill Superman for me. This is my territory, no one else is allowed to enter." These guards are the elite of the police force. The purpose is to suppress these criminals and mentally ill people. One by one they pulled the bolts of their guns and attacked Superman. 1 minute later, the director of Arkham Asylum and all the guards were killed. Superman pulls the giant bell of Arkham Asylum. Clank, clank, clank. The shrill assembly whistle sounded. One by one, the mentally ill patients ran quickly and gathered in the indoor hall. Hundreds of mentally ill patients in hospital gowns stared blankly at Superman. It seems like he has to wait for Superman to issue an order. Superman kicked the wall open and shouted. "The exercise begins now. You are free now, all of you can go into Gotham City and party and do whatever you want. You, Joker, stay." Following Superman's order, a group of mentally ill patients who were originally ignorant and stupid. There was a bright light in his eyes. "Ah, the exercise has begun. Today is a holiday. Ha 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 ha, today is Sunday, right? The dean is so nice that he actually gave us a holiday. I want to buy a rubber band and make a slingshot to hit the glass of the dean's house." "Idiot, do you think that is the dean's head? Really? It's so realistic. I'm going to send the dean's head to his home. Are you fucking stupid? Why don't you just put it on him?" "Yes, I found the dean's body. Hurry up and find a screw. Hurry up and find some nails. I guarantee that once its head is put on, it will be very secure. I, the Penguin, have finally come out, and the entire music world is at my feet. Brother, let me give you a riddle. What is a toad blowing up a balloon?" "This is easy. A toad blowing a balloon is quite boastful. I am really the Penguin, the underground Black Emperor of Gotham. You are insulting me. Luckily the dean is not here. If he were here, he would definitely speed up your treatment. The Penguin, the Riddler, Two-Face, Bane, the Scarecrow, the Poison Ivy, Mr. Freeze, etc. These are extremely vicious and unique psychopaths. Arkham was a mess. Smell the fresh air outside. Even the mood is sweet. Gotham, here I come. Ha 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 ha. Write more about Superman, and we will be completely free. All of Gotham is partying. The incident of Superman destroying Arkham is rapidly fermenting. At the same time, inside Arkham Asylum, the Joker looked at Superman calmly. Then he bowed deeply to Superman. I am deeply shocked by your generosity. Ha 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 ha, so happy. I suddenly want to have a competition with you, Your Excellency. It depends on which of us caused the chaos and which one is more deeply rooted. How about it? Are you interested? I feel my blood boiling like never before. Superman Lin Fan really couldn't understand the thought processes of these mentally ill people. But it turns out the Joker isn't that hostile. This brings Superman to his next plan. I felt there wasn't much resistance. As long as the other party is willing to cooperate. Lin Fan didn't even mind retaining their independent personalities. After all, controlling a puppet is not fun. Put the competition aside for now. I'm here to cooperate with you. The clown was very surprised. After thinking for a while, he tilted his head and asked Lin Fan. I have witnessed your strength on TV. Is there anything you can't do? Why do you want to cooperate with me? Do I have special value? It doesn't matter so much. I am very interested in your proposal. Ah ha 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 ha, I promise you. No matter what conditions you put forward, I will agree to it. Because it's so fun. Super God Lin Fan said bluntly. Do you want to be a superhero? The clown laughed heartily after hearing this. The laughter was hearty and hearty. It was as if I heard the craziest and funniest words in the world. My own ideas are crazy enough. I didn't expect Superman's ideas were more open than mine. This chaos and disorder. This is the ultimate that the Joker pursues. I, the clown, represent a concept. What kind of concept? A chaos. A kind of madness. A reversal of order. The cooperation proposed by Superman was exactly what he wanted. Even if it's just a suggestion. The Joker has no reason to refuse. The clown felt his blood boiling, his expression was crazy, and he asked in a low voice. What should I do? I can't help but stand on the dais. I couldn't help but face the reporters' microphones. I couldn't help it in front of the TV media. That I'm a great superhero. It felt great. 10 minutes later. Superman flies away from Arkham Asylum. The clown's eyes were burning with excitement, and he could hardly control himself. And now Gotham City has completely become a paradise for criminals. The Penguin regains his strength and re-establishes his position as the Underground Emperor. The Riddler is actually willing to assist the Penguin. Two-Face unscrupulously launches revenge and destroys Batman's industry. This once Gotham hero has gone further and further away. In order to win over his former subordinates, most of whom were in the big prison, Bane, a genius and intelligent man, bravely broke into the prison and caused a big riot. Scarecrow, Poison Ivy, and Mr. Freeze don't have big dreams. I want to find Batman's relatives or Batman the most. Either kill Batman or be killed by Batman. Batman was so busy that he was exhausted, and he felt extremely frustrated and helpless. He knew that Superman was the culprit behind all this. It's been repeated over and over in the media. Challenge Superman to a duel. This time. Superman agreed. The time was 12 o'clock that evening. The location was set on the tallest signal tower in the music world. Just after 10 o'clock. The police in the music world have completely blocked the signal towers. Don't let anyone in. There were a large number of guards lying in ambush nearby. Each one of them is armed with a kryptonite weapon. Batman arrived as scheduled at 12 o'clock. Wait until 6 a.m. Superman never showed up. This made Batman's emotions completely explode while he was waiting. Make Batman feel his intelligence is insulted. The burning sensation of rubbing my IQ against the ground. I actually believed Superman's lies. Like a fool, I waited for 6 hours. And this scene was broadcast live on TV. Batman roared in anger. Suddenly realized a problem. It was Batman who suggested it before. Threatening Superman with his parents. At that time Superman really agreed. Use your own death to exchange for the safety of your loved ones. Turn out. Superman keeps his promise. But humans did not let Superman's relatives go. Thinking of this, Batman suddenly felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. It was humans who broke their promise first. Sudden. A dead body fell from the sky. It fell in front of Batman with a bang. The whole body was riddled with holes. It is difficult for outsiders to identify the body. But Batman recognized it immediately. The bodies were identified directly from clothing details and body tattoos. Batman's pupils suddenly contracted. An indescribable anger and despair surged in my heart. The corpse is his butler. Alfred the butler. Chapter 14. Bruce comes from the Wayne family, one of the 4 major families in Gotham. When he was a child, Bruce went to the cinema with his parents to watch a movie. On the way home, his parents were shot and killed in an alley. From then on, his butler took care of Bruce like a father to him, guiding Bruce step by step to make the right choice. It can be said. Alfred the butler, to Batman. It's no longer just the identity of a housekeeper. More like Batman's father. It encompasses everything about Batman. Exercise this responsibility as a father. This is also Batman's only relative. And this moment, Alfred's body lay in front of Batman. Judging from the marks on the body, the butler was tortured to death by slicing. Small knife marks. Densely packed. It covered the butler's entire body. Throwing away pieces of his flesh and blood. Pick out each blood vessel in the butler's body. It cost a total of 3,000 knives. Only then did the butler die completely. Batman is in a state of confusion. This is clearly the original trial execution of Superman. How could it fall on one's own relatives? What hatred do you have with Superman and the butler? Is there any hatred that can't control me? Batman was extremely angry and roared to the sky. Superman, come out here. I know you're here. Come out and fight me. What's your reason for torturing and killing my butler? If you have any grudges or complaints, just come to me. My butler is innocent. Superman Lin Fan suddenly appeared. A punch to Batman's face. Completely shatter the mask on Batman's face. Half of his face was covered in blood, revealing those creepy white teeth. Even so, Batman was still extremely angry. The kryptonite blade in his hand suddenly bounced back. Stabbed Superman in the chest. Superman punches Batman and sends him flying. He flew backwards about 10 or 20 meters. Countless steel houses were broken. The sound of bang bang never ceased. Then he slammed heavily on the wall. Slide down. The soldiers below began to outflank Superman. Superman's heat vision activated. Directly blew up several police cars. Thermal vision swept left and right. Kill all the soldiers who came to support. No soldier dared to move forward. Superman knows. The kryptonite superweapon created by Batman is nearby. That was Batman's last trump card. Kryptonite weapons have indeed been enhanced to the extreme. Whether it's from kryptonite destroying Superman's cytokines, or it is the biological poison added to kryptonite weapons. For the former Superman, it was absolutely a devastating blow. But now Superman has the ability of kryptonite immunity. It is totally insignificant to me now. Superman came up to Batman and laughed softly. Batman. In fact, I admire you. Are you interested in joining forces with me? If we two join forces, we can crush anything in this world under our feet. How about this? The biggest threats to me right now are schild and the media's TV stations. I'm going to blow up schild. Go blow up the TV station. How do you feel? Batman spat out a lot of blood. He really didn't understand what Superman meant by saying these words. The two people are fighting to the death. Does Superman really need to unite with himself? Batman knows. A super weapon designed by myself, after a little bit of time. You can completely lock down Superman. No matter how strong Superman is, he will be attacked by his own super weapon. There is absolutely no life but death. However, Batman was surprised. Superman seems to have achieved his goal. He looked at Batman with an extremely mocking look, then soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. This made Batman feel confused. Why did you just leave? His own super weapon hasn't locked onto Superman yet? This made Batman feel extremely sorry. Although the two only had a brief confrontation, Batman was seriously injured. He was still breathing heavily, and he carried the butler's body back to his own residence. Yet only a few hours had passed. Several major news came from television media one after another. Big news first. A mysterious figure completely blew up the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Level 8 agents, Level 9 agents, countless casualties. The second biggest news. The largest television station center in Gotham City was blown up by a mysterious person. Countless reporters and staff members inside were killed or injured. The third biggest news. It's a simple video conversation. Batman sat there. Superman said sincerely. Batman. In fact, I admire you. Are you interested in joining forces with me? If we two join forces, we can crush anything in this world under our feet. How about this? The biggest threats to me right now are schild and the media's TV stations. I'm going to blow up schild. Go blow up the TV station. How do you feel? The video then interrupts. The entire internet was filled with overwhelming curses. Batman the bastard. One thing in public, another in private. They actually teamed up with Superman. Superman tells you to blow up a TV station, so go ahead and do it. You might as well die. Get out of Gotham City now. It is a shame for humanity to have scum like you. And he thinks he's a superhero. Humanity doesn't have such a sanctimonious superhero. What a bastard. In my opinion, Batman's face is the most hateful. Even worse than Superman. Yes, this damn bat will be judged sooner or later. Let's boycott Wayne Enterprises. Let this bastard business go bankrupt immediately. All kinds of insults. All kinds of negative news. All of them are condemning Batman. Veins bulged on Batman's brain. There is no doubt that this video was set up by Superman in advance. Batman also figured out the reason why Superman suddenly said those words. It's not that Superman wants to reconcile with him. But it was to record a video like this. Regardless of whether S.H.I.E.L.D. and the TV station blew up themselves. Regardless of whether he promised Superman or not. None of this is the main point. What matters is that people saw the video. And the TV station was indeed bombed. This makes all the people think of it. Batman has accepted Superman's invitation. Completely transformed into the enemy of the people. Although the trick is very crude. But it has to be said. The blow to Batman's reputation is irreversible. Even Batman spent a lot of money to quell such public opinion at the first opportunity. A large number of online trolls began to appear to whitewash Batman. Another shocking piece of news has been revealed. The fourth news. Large amounts of laughing gas and biological weapons were found in Wayne Enterprises laboratories. Originally, Batman's financial resources all came from Wayne Enterprises. This big melon was exposed. This directly put Wayne Enterprises in the position of facing a complete overhaul. Directly freeze Wayne Enterprises' assets. The internet trolls who tried to whitewash Batman were completely overwhelmed by the angry public. Within just a few hours, Batman's reputation is in tatters. Wayne Enterprises is on the brink of collapse. Batman has completely become a street rat. Chapter 15. It was as if the world had completely changed in one night. Inside a temporary headquarters built by SHIELD, Nick, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., listened to the reports from his subordinates one by one. 8 Level 32 agents dead. 3 Level 9 agents died. 320 other combatants died. The damage level of the flying ships at the main S.H.I.E.L.D. base exceeds 87%. It's completely beyond the point of repair. Because the cost of repairing it is already comparable to rebuilding it. Nick, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., looked extremely heavy. Are you sure it's that person? Yes. Although that person used a long-range attack. And when they attacked, they hid in the nearby clouds. According to the reconnaissance aircraft that was dispatched, the back view of the mysterious man matches Superman by more than 90%. And both the heat vision and ice breath come from that person's abilities. So the probability that the mysterious man is Superman is estimated to be more than 95%. Fortunately, the director predicted it early. If the director was also in SHIELD, maybe something unexpected will happen. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded. How's the situation with Batman? According to the latest media reports, the whole public opinion is quite unfavorable to Batman. Especially after SHIELD and the TV station were bombed by you-know-who one after another. That video of the conversation between Superman and Batman completely caused a stir in public opinion. Whether Batman agreed to it in the video or not, it's useless now. What's important is that the TV station did blow up. The consortium behind Batman also immediately went to refute the rumor. However, just this morning, a mysterious person also revealed shocking news about Wayne Company. Wayne Corporation is suspected of developing laughing gas and biological weapons similar to the T-virus. And found a large number of relevant human experiments. The impact of this piece of news is unprecedented. And they caught him red-handed. The evidence is very unfavorable to Wayne Company. The modern Wayne Company is already overwhelmed. The CIA has begun blocking and investigating Wayne Company. I believe the truth will soon come out. During this period, Wayne's stock price plummeted to its lowest point. More than 90% of the equity assets evaporated directly. That means Batman's assets are now concentrated by more than 90%. And this shrinking trend is still ongoing. Wayne Company's financial resources are terrifying. According to incomplete statistics, Batman is worth $93 billion. But that will be a thing of the past, and it won't be long before Batman is bankrupt. After hearing the report, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. sighed. What kind of devil have we gotten into? When Superman has no restraint, he can be so bad. We've already given the biggest foreshadowing of what will happen if Superman loses control. But we were naive about the series of events that are happening now. It's countless times worse than in the preview. It's already irreversible. If it is not handled properly, it may really cause the greatest disaster in human history. In addition, the online condemnation has reached its peak. Wayne Enterprises is a cancer. Laughing gas and T-virus are biological weapons against humanity. Down with Wayne Enterprises. Companies like this should be closed down. Batman is a hypocritical man, a cancerous bat walking in the dark. Defeat Batman and restore justice to Gotham City. A superhero in disguise is scarier than real evil. Judge Batman and punish the evil. Such public outcry is overwhelming. Some water armies even wrote a good sentence. You will be directly scolded by 10 or 100 angry netizens. Some of the internet water armies even had their addresses directly queried by hackers, leading to horrific exposure. After a series of incidents where the water army was exposed and beaten, there are no more water armies. It's all one-sided condemnation of Batman. There were even demonstrations in Gotham City. Only this time is different. They weren't protesting Superman. All in protest against Batman. It was written on each of the parade signs. Fuck, stinky bat. Go back to your hole, you stinky bat. Batman, the sinner of mankind. Batman could bring disaster to humanity. Batman is going to cause a zombie apocalypse. Batman causes more disasters than Superman ever did. The T-virus is terrible. It's the sin of the stinky bats. Defeat Batman and restore justice to Gotham City. Originally, there were only a few hundred people in the parade. But as the incident escalated, more people joined the parade. There were slogans denouncing Batman posted everywhere in Gotham City. The number of people in the parade gradually grew to over 10,000. This scene stunned the patients who had just escaped from Arkham Asylum. Penguin, what the hell is going on in this world? How come the world outside is even crazier than Arkham Asylum? Riddler, I really can't guess the answer this time. I want to go back to Arkham. Two-Face, ha ha ha, the hypocritical Batman finally fell. He is even more miserable than I was back then. So funny. Bane, Scarecrow, Poison Ivy, and Mr. Freeze, fuck, the Bat fell before we could even get our revenge. Gotham City has really changed. No longer Batman's backyard. Other superheroes issued statements one after another. Aquaman, although Batman wanted to fund our village, we forcefully protested and rejected all his funding. Wonder Woman, Batman's justice is too absolute. It's outrageous that there are no fish in the clear water. The Flash, I originally thought Batman was a man who insisted on absolute justice, but now it seems that concealed justice is more terrifying than evil. One after another, superheroes related to Batman appear. This scene is so similar. And the one who instigated everything was Lin Fan. At this time, the top management of Water Group is at compound number 5. Homelander, Queen Maeve, The Train, Deep Sea, Starlight, Noir, and Invisible Man all looked at the Superman in front of them as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The sense of oppression given by Superman is really enough. The entire Vought Company hero team felt suffocated even when breathing. Homelander looked at Superman, feeling both excited and extremely scared. Although the two people did not fight. But Superman arrived like a king, looking down at everyone as if they were ants. Such pressure, such confidence. The people of our motherland have completely lost their fighting spirit. The Homelander rubbed his face awkwardly, forced out a rather provocative smile, and said sincerely, Superman, I admire you more and more now. What you are doing now is what I have dreamed of countless times and longed for. How's that feeling of unbridledness? Superman Lin Fan glanced at Homelander and all the heroes present. Just ignore the questions from your fellow countrymen. The greatest insult is to be ignored. The motherland was in a state of confusion for a moment, but in the end he forced a smile. Superman Lin Fan said calmly. I'll give you half an hour at Water Company. Help me find the middle-aged fat man who can transform. Chapter 16. Superman Lin Fan's tone was extremely calm. It's more like talking about something that has nothing to do with oneself. But after all the heroes present heard it. Being able to cut into his own feelings, he could tell that beneath Lin Fan's calm surface, there were terrifying waves and raging volcanoes. It was as if facing a prehistoric beast. At first, they will just give it a polite sniff in front of you. As long as you dare to have any dissatisfaction, will definitely face thunderous suppression. There is no room for negotiation. Queen Maeve took a deep breath and looked at the powerful man. Speaking from the bottom of my heart. I know something about what happened to you. I also know that you don't need any regret or reflection from a weak person right now. The fat man who can transform that you are looking for is hard to find, though. But I promise to do my best and use all the methods I can to find him. Lin Fan slowly turned his head and looked directly at Queen Maeve. This woman has beauty, figure, and strength. Queen Maeve nodded and left the building. Just as she said herself. All networks of relationships, all energy, and all intelligence capabilities will be mobilized. Go find the fat man who can transform. Queen Maeve has some information about the fat man who can transform. The motherland lost its mother's love since childhood. The previous female agent took great care of the people of my country. It has given rise to an indescribable bastard sentiment among the people of our country. Even when the previous agent became pregnant and gave birth, the people of our country would actually be jealous of the baby and even compete with the baby for milk. Finally, my motherland lost control of his emotions. Homelander killed the previous agent himself. That's why. The indescribable feelings for the motherland can never be released again. Eventually Homelander found a replacement. That's the fat man who can transform. Because of compound number 5, Fatty awakened the ability to transform. The fat man became the previous agent. Filled the psychological and physical gaps in the motherland. That scene was simply eye-catching. This is almost the ultimate secret of the motherland that is unknown to the public. And Queen Maeve has been a colleague of Homelander for many years. He knows more about his countrymen than anyone else. I also know some information about the fat man who can transform. She truly sympathized with Superman's plight from the bottom of her heart. If one's strength reaches a certain level, will one be feared and hated by humans? This was also the environment in which Queen Maeve grew up. What happened to Superman is just a precedent. In recent years, more and more humans will begin to hate superpowers. Perhaps Superman can lead a change. Everything is pending. Queen Maeve needs to continue observing. After Queen Maeve expressed her stance, other superpowered people also left one after another, expressing their willingness to help Superman. The native showed a stiff smile. I'm also willing to help you. Half an hour is enough. I can definitely help you find it. Then the Chinese man walked out of the office with confidence. The moment I left the office, Homelander showed his true colors and punched a hole through the wall next to him in anger. Suddenly I realized the sound was a bit loud. He quickly caught the huge bricks that had fallen from the wall. I looked at the office where Superman was and there was no movement. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he soared into the sky to find Queen Maeve. After seeing Queen Maeve, he punched her and sent her flying several feet away. Queen Maeve took a defensive stance, in a good mood, and smiled. It's really rare. Just now when you faced Superman, you were like a well-behaved child. There was a red light in the eyes of the motherland. Queen Maeve didn't buy it at all and continued. You said if I run away with all my strength. Can you keep me? Put it another way. If I want to create a lot of noise and attract Superman's attention, can you cover up such a movement? Do you want me to tell Superman? That fat man who can transform is your hidden mistress. What do you think Superman will do? Will Superman take his anger out on you? Homelander was going to strike Queen Maeve in the face with a thunderbolt. Queen Maeve didn't even dodge or blink. At the end, Homelander changed his gestures and reached out to flick the dust off Queen Maeve's shoulder. Changing faces is much faster than turning pages of a book. The native laughed awkwardly. I see your clothes are wrinkled. Ha ha ha, I was just joking with you. Come on, I'll take you to find that man. Queen Maeve also smiled, thank you for your help. Half an hour later, the fat man who could transform was trembling when he was caught by the top management of Water Company. Superman Lin Fan said nothing. He grabbed the man, broke the glass, and disappeared into the sky. After Superman left, all the heroes breathed a sigh of relief. The illusion that a huge mountain was pressing down on my head finally disappeared. On the other hand, Batman suffered a huge setback in his life. All kinds of abusive phone calls were directly bombarded. Batman's castle was also surrounded by countless civilians. These people hold high all kinds of flags. They are all insults and condemnations of Batman. Overnight, Batman became infamous. From a superhero, he has completely become a street rat. If Batman's castle wasn't equipped with powerful self-defense features, I believe his castle had already been demolished by these people. And Batman is hiding underground, hundreds of kilometers below the castle. There is a technological base secretly built by Batman. It is also Batman's real lair. At this time, Batman cowered in a room. The interior decoration. It was built based on Batman's childhood template room. It seems that Batman is still the carefree rich second generation at this moment. Memories echoed in Batman's mind. The kind faces of father and mother. The earnest teachings of the housekeeper Afu. And that charming girl who is like white moonlight. One by one, his relatives left him. Batman fell into endless self-blame and regret. The resentment in my heart cannot be released. He threw the mask on his face directly to the ground. Batman doesn't need a disguise at this moment. Howling. Unstoppable. Am I really wrong? Wrong. The justice I believe in is absolutely correct. Then why did I end up like this? Why? It's not my fault. It's the world that's wrong. It's all the ignorant people in this world who are wrong. I'm obviously helping them. Why are they treating me like this? Why are they so stupid? I'm supposed to be their hero. Ah! Batman screamed. It echoed for a long time in the empty underground. Finally Batman broke down into sobs. And right now, a voice that Batman had been haunting rang in his ears. Little Bat, you seem to be in some trouble. Catwoman appeared gracefully and smiled at Batman. This beautiful smile, like the dawn light in the darkness, blooming in Batman's heart. Chapter 17. Batman struggled to his feet. Selina, is it really you? Catwoman. Selina nodded, her voice soft. You look very tired. Yes. I don't even know now if this is a dream. Everything has changed. Batman looked haggard and his eyes were blurred. A full left. I fell into Superman's trap. He took away my only family. I don't know what to do. Catwoman came and sat down next to Batman, listening carefully to what Batman had to say. Batman felt a little better about his defeat. Telling Catwoman about his tragic experience. Catwoman nodded from time to time, comforting Batman from time to time. I saw in the media that you teamed up with Superman. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe you are that kind of person. Batman's body trembled, and he looked at Catwoman steadily. I felt a huge surge of emotion in my heart. Even emotions started to stir again. Selina, do you know? No one in this world believes in me anymore. Thank you for choosing to believe me at this time. When people are on the verge of despair, it is the one who needs a life-saving straw the most. At this time, Batman's life-saving straw was Catwoman, who appeared in the darkness. Batman looked at Catwoman and told her all his grievances. And Catwoman is also very well behaved. Listen quietly. Interject a few words from time to time. It speaks to Batman's heart just right. Speaking of the back, the two people felt that the atmosphere was heating up a little. Batman looked at that beautiful face. Finally he did what he had not dared to do before. In the past, he felt that Selina was erratic and unapproachable. In Batman's mind, Selina is perfect. It is so perfect that even Batman is too humiliated to dare to destroy this beauty. Afraid of overstepping one's boundaries. It broke the delicate relationship between the two. But now, Batman has nothing. Let go of all baggage, all pretense. Face Selina with your sincere heart. His arm touched Selina's. And Selina didn't refuse. Batman was delighted. I was so excited that I could hardly control myself. Batman is much bolder. At this time, Selina was actually very cooperative. There is a saying that goes well. As soon as Jin Feng Yulu met, they won but countless on earth. Batman has waited too long for this belated encounter. Batman boldly took Selina's hand. The two people came into the bedroom. Batman doesn't care anymore. Use all your tricks. Release all your buried love completely. When the volcano in this body erupts. Batman is obsessed with it. Sudden. The beautiful and well-proportioned Selina in front of him turned into a fat man who picked his toes. Unshaven beard, big belly, and playful smile. It was the man with special abilities trained by Water Corporation. Before Batman could react, the big scissors clicked. Ah! Batman let out a heart-wrenching scream. This pain runs deep. No man can withstand this kind of pain. Batman has completely become a eunuch. The transformed man smiled with a look of triumph, he he he. This smile became Batman's eternal nightmare. It will be forever fixed in his memory. Lingering. Batman's eyes were bloodshot and blood was rushing out of his eyes. The whole person looks like a madman. He struggled to get up and kill the person with the transforming superpower. If you don't kill this fat man, Batman will leave a shadow on his life. The fat man stepped back quickly. He had completed the task that the man had given him. A big red cloak appeared. Kicked Batman in the chest at the critical moment. Batman flew backwards like an old dog. A lot of blood came out of his mouth. He looked at the person who appeared with disbelief in his eyes. It was Superman Lin Fan. Lin Fan said calmly. How can I be missing from this kind of scene? Congratulations Batman on becoming a eunuch. Batman roared angrily and struggled to his feet again to fight Lin Fan. He was kicked away by a pair of thin legs. Catwoman Selina emerged from the darkness. She came to Lin Fan and snuggled up to him like a kitten. Then he asked Lin Fan as if to take credit for it, Dear, how did I do? Lin Fan smiled and said, I'll give you a reward when I get back. Batman was breathing heavily, his eyes wide. From all of Selina's expressions and movements, my intuition told me. She's the real Selina. Why is this happening? Why? This moment. All of Batman's beliefs collapsed. All that righteous shit isn't. All love is worthless. And I feel like a joke. Maybe not even a joke. Batman goes completely crazy. I'm going to kill you all. Batman ordered the AI. Batmobile. Batfighter. Various defensive machine guns. Open fire. They all attacked the couple. However, Lin Fan smiled slightly. Holding Selina, he soared into the sky. Disappeared in the tunnel. Batman goes insane. Angry roar. Where to escape? Even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I will kill you. Batman drives the Batmobile. Commands all controllable machines. Chase into the tunnel. After a while, it drove out from the gate of a warehouse. Batman is like a madman. Press every attack button you can. The machine gun on the Batmobile sprayed fire indiscriminately. There is a huge square outside the entire Bat Castle. A huge garden to be exact. It was filled with people fighting the epidemic. Holding up a sign protesting Batman. The Batmobile comes out from the side. Bullets were pouring down like a bucket. Kill the entire crowd. In an instant, countless people were affected before they had time to react. All kinds of arms, thighs, and body organs were flying everywhere. Blood flows into a river. Like a human meat grinder, he rampaged across the square. All the people finally reacted, started crying, and fled the scene. Crazy. Another crazy one. Batman is crazy. Batman has become the devil. He kills anyone he sees now. How can he be a superhero? That's just who he is. He is indeed a vicious and evil person. Run. Horrible. This is hell on earth. Countless media outlets risked their lives to film Batman. The bloody Batmobile. The Batfighter that keeps harvesting lives. Various high-yield attack weapons. Batman looks crazy and rampant. Batman has gone mad with murderous intent. Chapter 18. The outside of Batman's castle has completely turned into hell on earth. Batman is a long-standing superhero. The accumulated technological firepower is quite fierce. At this time, in order to vent the anger in my heart, turn on all firepower. Buildings around him kept collapsing. The people nearby suffered terribly. People were machine-gunned one after another. Some were hit by shells. Wails. Explosion. Crying. All kinds of sounds are heard. And those journalists who dare to fight and take risks for performance. I was forced to take panoramic photos from a distance. This regional scene is then broadcast to major media outlets. All netizens were completely shocked when they saw this scene. What happened to Batman? Has your true identity been exposed? Has your mind become indifferent? I used to be a Batman fan. How could I have believed this man? It's a shame for me. I felt a long time ago that Batman was too absolute. It is difficult for such people to listen to other people's advice. Living in my own dream, I cannot hear other people's voices at all. People like this are the real scourge. Terrible. It's even more terrifying than those vicious criminals. Netizens gave enthusiastic comments one by one. Don't know when it started. The world has become so bloody and crazy. The various events reported in the media recently are simply refreshing people's three perspectives. Humanity decides to put Superman on trial. Vote on whether to put Superman's family on trial. Superman goes on a killing spree. Superman kills superheroes Winter Soldier and Falcon. Superman alone defeated the Suicide Squad. Superman and Batman team up. The two blew up the S.H.I.E.L.D. base and the largest TV station. Batman went crazy and started killing people. Many netizens asked themselves this question. What's wrong with this world? How could he become so mad? It seems to have started when humans decided to judge Superman. Everything is getting out of people's control. Except netizens. Other major forces also condemned Batman's actions. S.H.I.E.L.D. stated that Batman has completely become Superman's accomplice and must be judged by humanity. The X-Men all said that the consequences of mutants not having good education and restraint are so terrible. The Avengers did not make any comment on this. Several top-level major forces recently held a meeting and seemed to be plotting something big. This major event is led by Iron Man, giving everyone a feeling of the eve of war and a brewing storm. The superheroes under Vought Corporation did not give Batman any face at all and issued extremely harsh condemnations. All of a sudden, the support rate of the superheroes under Vought Corporation suddenly increased. As a powerful domestic pharmaceutical company, Water Corporation began to propose an acquisition of Batman's Wayne Company. We will spare no expense to purchase Wayne's technological research and development results. Wayne Corporation, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, had no choice but to sell the company's technology at a low price. The water company grew rapidly at a speed that no one could imagine. The authorities also sent a large number of soldiers. Start attacking Batman. Thousands of soldiers and armored troops surrounded Batman's castle in 3 layers inside and outside. Then there was an intense exchange of fire between the two sides. The sky above Gotham City was filled with smoke. Everyone could hear the sound of continuous gunfire coming from Batman's castle. Batman, who had completely lost his mind, finally activated his ultimate weapon. The Batman castle building suddenly cracked. A huge rocket-shaped missile appeared in front of everyone. Batman looked crazy as he looked at the soldiers below. Ha ha ha, you humans all deserve to die. Ha 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 ha, if you can't tell the difference between black and white, then there's no need for black and white. Originally, I developed this ultimate kryptonite nuclear bomb to deal with Superman. Since you humans are seeking death, why not destroy yourself together? Batman simply pressed the fire button. Flames instantly rose from under the huge kryptonite nuclear bomb. A pool of cooling water was evaporated in an instant. A kryptonite nuclear bomb soaring into the sky? Follow the set track. As long as it flies tens of thousands of meters, it will turn in the sky. Then it blasted towards Batman's home. That is the entire Gotham City. At the speed of a missile. It only takes no more than 3 minutes to go up and down an altitude of tens of thousands meters. At this moment everyone panicked. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly stood up from his chair. We must use all possible means to intercept the nuclear bomb. Contact all the superheroes you can contact and ask who has a solution. Then you can award them the special medal. However, the announcement released by S.H.I.E.L.D. at this time was too short. It is still difficult to deal with it effectively. As for the superheroes in other places, some are too far away. It's really difficult to come and help. Government Council Hall. X-Men Headquarters. Avengers Headquarters. Justice League Headquarters. Monastery of the Supreme Mage. Hydra Organization. Witch Union. And various other organizations. This moment, all of them turned their attention to Gotham City. Penguin and Riddler hugged each other and cried out in pain. I don't want to die yet. The two-faced man gritted his teeth, looking unwilling. Bane and all his men slumped down in the newly built base. Scarecrow, Poison Ivy, and Mr. Freeze were filled with righteous indignation, but before they could settle accounts with Batman, a nuclear bomb arrived. At the same time, a high alert alarm was sounded throughout Gotham City. All citizens, quickly go to the basement to avoid nuclear bomb attacks. All citizens, quickly go to the basement to avoid nuclear bomb attacks. All citizens, quickly go to the basement to avoid nuclear bomb attacks. The special alert was repeated over and over again. Despair surged in the hearts of all the citizens of Gotham City. Why is this happening? Why Gotham? Can a basement be used to avoid a nuclear bomb attack? Do not make jokes. Who can save us? Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. We really don't want to die. Superheroes, where are you now? Where's Superman? Superman, come and save us. How could Superman possibly come to save us? Ah, how unacceptable, I was attacked by Batman's nuclear bomb. It's such a frustrating death. 3 minutes passed quickly and more than 2 minutes passed. Enter the 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Chapter 19. All the people in Gotham City closed their eyes and waited for death. 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. Gotham City is quiet. The big explosion that was imagined did not happen. All the citizens looked up. How is this going? Is there something wrong with the nuclear bomb? Ha ha ha, I actually saved my life. Did a superhero stop it? The stinky bat's nuclear bomb is useless. We are so lucky. Wrong. Someone changed the flight path of the nuclear bomb. We are not dreaming. In front of Batman's castle, a familiar figure appeared next to Batman. He held a launcher in one hand and an iron hammer in the other. Batman was knocked unconscious by this man with a hammer. This person is none other than the Joker in Arkham Asylum. He doesn't want to die like this. Killed by Batman. After attacking Batman, in a critical moment, pick up the controller. Directly change the trajectory of the nuclear bomb. Nuclear bombs flew over the Pacific Ocean. Suddenly exploded. The violent mushroom cloud was like a second sun. Although it has caused considerable impact on the surrounding islands and waters. Better than exploding in Gotham City. Cameras are locked on to the man who saved Gotham. The clown appeared in front of everyone again. Oh my god! The person who saved us turned out to be a clown. Isn't he a lunatic? I remember that he was defeated by Batman and sent to a mental hospital. Ha 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 ha. This is so ironic. The superhero Batman wants to kill us with a nuclear bomb. And the clown he defeated saved us. Although he is a patient in a mental hospital. But he saved our entire Gotham City after all. Didn't SHIELD say before that whoever saves Gotham City will be awarded a special medal? It's really funny to have a clown get a special medal. What's so funny about this? Although the clowns in the past did a lot of bad things. But his experience is worth pondering. I was forced to do this. It is a fact that he saved the entire music industry. I would rather sing praises to such heroes. Yes, who can avoid making mistakes on the road of life? You can correct your mistakes after you make them. That's the superhero among the people. The citizens of Gotham City are polarized. Some people brought up the Joker's past. Think he is a very vicious person. While others chose to forgive the Joker. If you can admit your mistakes and correct them, and save the entire Gotham City, you are a true hero. The two sides argued endlessly over their different opinions. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who watched the results through video, had a dark face. His previous remarks are still fresh in my mind. Whoever can save the entire Gotham will be awarded a special medal. Special medals are not awarded randomly. Instead, it is awarded to those who have made great contributions to the majority of mankind. Are you really going to award the special medal to the clown? No matter how thick-skinned the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is. I really can't do such a thing. Otherwise, there will be no award ceremony. Just send a courier to send the medal to the clown. Other heroic organizations also breathed a sigh of relief. Not to mention the fact that the Joker saved Gotham City. The people of Gotham City should celebrate for saving their lives. At the same time, specialized forces intervened at the scene. Take Batman away directly. Then a rigorous interrogation was carried out. And freeze and confiscate all of Batman's property. The end result is that Batman has gone completely insane. Judged by the people's vote. A special glass cage was built specifically for Batman. People can even go and visit the cage. This is to warn against the evil within. It's not that it's not reported, it's just not the time. The person who prompted this result was a senior military official. At this time, he came to his office. Superman Lin Fan sat on the chair in the center. The senior official said respectfully and flatteringly, "Lord Superman. Everything you asked me to do has been done. Batman has been traumatized physically and mentally. He has gone insane and will be kept in a cage forever for display. And the information in his office was also collected. We did find some confidential documents, all of which are about the inside story of your trial. It's all here." Lin Fan picked up the thick document. Start fast crossing. It didn't take too much time at all to watch it from beginning to end. But the information obtained from it. Even with Lin Fan's intelligence. I also felt that it would take a long time to calm down. The highest level of the entire human race. A higher level existence than SHIELD. The most hidden existence in the entire country. It turns out that it is composed of 4 mysterious people. Batman's authority is too low. I just know the general characteristics of these 4 people. There are 2 PhD. A captain. A cat. That's all there is to say about those 4 men. Lin Fan took all the information. I read it again 4 or 5 times. Make sure nothing is missing. 2 doctors. A captain. A cat. These 4 are actually above SHIELD. Why is this combination so strange? There's actually a cat in there. Superman Lin Fan really couldn't figure out the key. But one thing is certain. Batman submitted a proposal on the Superman threat theory 3 years ago. It is the decision made by these 4 mysterious beings. 4 beings agree. Superman is indeed a threat. And formulated relevant trial plans. It can be said that these four beings are Superman's real enemies. It caused Superman's family to be broken up. Is the real mastermind behind this? After the four masterminds announced their plan, Congress began to manipulate public opinion and held the first vote in Arvada, Superman's hometown. The content of the vote is also included in the data. Lin Fan watched it over and over again. The heat in his eyes was almost impossible to suppress. Data display. All votes in Arvada, Superman's hometown, are showing 99.9% of people want to see Superman put on trial. And various reasons were given. These are the long accumulated dissatisfaction of the people. Superman is so strong, he could have taken one more punch from the murderer without getting hurt, but he insisted on destroying my car. He is so strong. If he rescues people first and then fights the villain, there will definitely be fewer casualties. We live so close to Superman, but Superman didn't get us any preferential treatment. He is a Superman, he must be living a very wealthy life, can't he help everyone in his hometown to become wealthy as well? This superhero who eats all the food is so selfish, and his family members always pretend to be poor. There are countless comments like this. Lin Fan suddenly raised his head. Arvada. My hometown. My neighborhood. I didn't expect that the ones who complained the most about me were you guys. They all deserve to die. Lin Fan soared into the sky, flew into space, and flew towards a huge meteorite. Chapter 20. After Batman went completely crazy, Lin Fan has already received a reminder from the system. Congratulations to the host for spreading despair value reaching 30%. You can make the following choices. Choice 1, Superman Supreme's Magical Affinity. Choice 2, Silver Dachao's Super Energy Reserve. Choice 3, the Thought Clone of Superman. Each of the three skills has its own advantages. Superman Prime's Magical Affinity. It can increase Superman's understanding of magic. With this ability, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort when learning any magic. And Silver has huge super energy reserves. It is the most important ability of Silver Super. Regardless of any attack, they can all use their extremely powerful steel bodies to absorb and store this energy. It is then transformed into temporary combat power, which can exert a force several times stronger than usual. Even if you throw Superman into the sun, Superman was also able to survive temporarily. Absorb solar energy and use it for your own benefit. Temporarily evolve to a higher combat power. And the thinking clone of Superman. It is also a very powerful existence. The immortality of the thinking Superman means that he can project his own clones into the multiverse. This mental clone is his core. Not only can it be used for fighting, you can also send your clones into the multiverse for improvement. Eventually it becomes one with the entity. Gain all abilities. Lin Fan thought for a while. I don't like the way of splitting. It is more practical to enhance one's own strength. Lin Fan had no interest in magical abilities. Without hesitation, he chose Silver Dachao's ability Energy Reserve. With this ability, it can greatly increase the upper limit of your strength. It also has the highest resistance to any energy attack. Put energy to your own use, thereby achieving a qualitative change in strength. After selecting a skill, Lin Fan continued to fly into outer space, flying towards a huge meteorite. And in outer space, satellites of many countries have stopped there. These satellites also captured images of Lin Fan passing by. Deliver this picture directly to each organization. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. frowned. What the hell is this Superman doing? Isn't there enough going on Earth? What do you want to do in outer space? All departments are paying close attention. 24-hour rotation observation. I want to see what this Superman will do next. At the same time, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. called the X-Men principal's office. It was bald Professor X who answered the phone. The content of the call from the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was simple and clear. You have been following Batman's deeds, right? Batman as submitter of Superman threat theory. Superman's revenge has already begun. Whether it's releasing a joint video or publishing Wayne Enterprises' secrets, there's a Superman behind them. Through various behavioral analyses, Batman was most likely tricked by Superman. You X-Men should pay attention too. Superman has all the information from Batman. As the first knife wielder to judge Superman, he might find out about you X-Men soon. Whether it's a referendum or a trial of Superman's relatives. To achieve absolute unity of votes, it would be absolutely impossible to do this without a large-scale telepathic suggestion ability. So you are in a very dangerous situation now. Be prepared to fight Superman. Professor X nodded. From the moment I make the choice, we've prepared for the worst. For the reproduction and progress of the entire human race. What does personal sacrifice count for? Superman's abilities are too outstanding. If there are no checks and balances, it will sooner or later become a disaster for humanity. We, the X-Men, are ready for anything. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. said frankly. Hopefully we can get through this. After saying that, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. hung up the phone. Then the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s face changed drastically. Only seen in satellite video. Lin Fan picked up a huge meteorite. Then it began to push towards the Earth. This is a jaw-dropping scene. It strikes directly into the heart of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Has this superhuman power reached this level? This meteorite is about the size of a small intercontinental plate in diameter. It seems that we have misjudged Superman's power before. Although I have already estimated its strength to be high. I've finally seen Superman's true strength. What is he going to do? Are they going to use a giant meteorite to attack us? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was sweating profusely. Immediately sound the highest level alarm. Woo! Woo! A shrill alarm sounded. All the staff were cheered up. It was actually the highest level of alarm. What big thing happened? You must know that this kind of alarm can only be sounded when the country is facing a threat. Is the country going to war? Everyone quickly received orders from above. Pass on the image of Superman pulling a giant meteorite. For a moment, everyone was stunned. There was a storm in my heart. It's just because Superman's strength in the picture is too shocking. Such a tiny person. He actually lifted a huge meteorite that was thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of times larger than himself. A meteorite as big as a continental plate. It seems to give people the ultimate visual impact. With Superman's acceleration, the trajectory of the huge meteorite also began to change. Finally it hit Avada. The moment it hits the Earth's atmosphere. Huge air friction. This huge meteorite began to emit a scarlet and burning light. Then it turned into a huge red fireball. A red meteorite whose tonnage is comparable to that of a huge intercontinental plate. With an arrogant attitude. How to go to Avada? A state of land. How many civilians are there? Avada is the home state of Superman. Although the area is vast and rich in resources. But they all make a living by growing food. It is covered with farms of all sizes. Agricultural crops are even more continuous. This is a huge state. Urbanization does not seem that developed. So the people who live there are not that full. That is the case. After all, it's the weak. Tens of millions of people live there. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was sweating profusely. Report this information directly to Congress. It was then conveyed to the governor of Avada. The governor sat down on the ground. Pass on this terrible news. Some people took up their telescopes in despair. I can actually see up into the sky. An extremely large red meteorite fell rapidly. Everyone who saw this scene was completely stunned. This is much more powerful than any nuclear bomb. A meteorite as big as a continent. If this really falls down, maybe it will leave a huge mark on the earth. Hiding in the basement was no help. Countless people cried in despair, waiting for the coming of death. Chapter 21. Countless people began to cry bitterly. Isn't Arvada the home state of Superman? Why is Superman so heartless? They even persecute people from their own hometown. What he did was nothing short of a beast. Even their own homes will be destroyed. To call such a person a demon is already an understatement. We in Arvada are just unlucky, living in the same place as Superman. There is no preferential treatment. Instead, they will suffer a catastrophic disaster. I suddenly regretted it. Back when the vote was being cast on Superman's trial, I just voted yes. Is Superman angry with us because of this? It shouldn't be like that. Shouldn't Superman be very generous? Why do you care about these things? Superman used to be the embodiment of justice. We were just venting the depression in our hearts at that time. Can this be considered a mistake? Such a big meteorite fell down. There's nowhere to hide. All the people were in great anxiety. Some people regret it deeply. Some people are even more angry about Superman. Some people just burst into tears. And the huge meteorite is getting closer and closer. Even everyone could see a huge shadow, gradually covering the entire continent. Meteorites fall at a very fast speed, through friction with the air, emitting extremely hot heat. Like a setting sun. Half the sky was sunburned red. Superman as a huge driving force. The meteorite in his hand was extremely hot. And Superman also took the opportunity of contact. The body absorbs a lot of energy. This is the benefit of the energy reserve skill. Every cell is filled with energy. Superman felt the power and speed he now had. At least 3 times stronger than usual. If you don't do strenuous exercise, this state can last for an hour. If you release a huge amount of energy, can support high-intensity combat for 5 minutes. Have to say, for the Silver Super, energy reserve is simply a magical skill. This is the miracle obtained with 30% despair value. 50%. 80%. How powerful it would be. According to the statement above, the system reached 100%. It is possible to obtain the full strength of 3 powerful superhumans at the same time. What kind of realm would that be? Lin Fan simply couldn't imagine how terrifying that state was. Just realized. The despair value exceeds 30%. It will be very difficult to gain despair value again. We have to do something that has a huge impact. Otherwise, the despair value will not be improved qualitatively. Lin Fan kicked the huge meteorite. The meteorites, which were already falling at an incredibly fast speed, accelerated again. 8 kilometers. 7 kilometers. 6 kilometers. Until it landed below 5 kilometers. At this time, the meteorite was already terrifyingly large. Cover the sky. Covering an entire state. Lin Fan hovered in mid-air. Activate supervision and super hearing. Look at the ants below. Every scene is in sight. Basically, they are waiting to die in despair. Many people also began to kneel there and repent. Lin Fan had no mercy in his heart. You get what you sow. You reap what you sow. From the moment they voted, choosing evil, he is destined to become the mortal enemy of Superman. Even Superman himself. I don't understand how I offended these people. Is it just because I am superhuman? See the words left by those who voted. Superman felt that his former self actually protected such a person. It's such a huge irony. How ridiculous I was before. Encounter various battles, big and small. Encounter various difficult villains. Supermen always lead by example and rush to the front line. Countless sweat and blood were shed. However, what he got in return was backstabbing by these people. and the hatred these people feel for themselves when they vote. Sometimes make Superman feel incredible. Even feeding a dog. He also knows how to wag his tail. Don't bite yourself instead. But humans can do it. It's still possible to do it as it should be. This made Superman's mind more determined. Sudden. A huge missile crashed onto a huge meteorite. Rumble. It turned out to be a nuclear bomb. The shock waves from the massive explosions wreaked havoc. A huge meteorite covering an entire state began to break into pieces. Then there was another explosion from within, which shook the whole sky and earth. That nuclear bomb turned out to be a cluster bomb. The entire meteorite shattered into thousands of pieces. Transformed into countless fireballs. Spread it to the big states below. Although the nuclear bomb exploded the meteorite. But it can't block many meteorite strikes. Instead, one meteorite turned into thousands. Each one is not small in size. Boom boom, it hit everywhere. Smashed onto the lake. It can make the lake water evaporate instantly. Falling on the farm. Can burn all vegetation instantly. Smashed in the city. This directly caused a large number of houses to collapse. Smashed onto the hill. The hills broke off and a large amount of earth and rocks collapsed. It's still a gorgeous doomsday scene. Superman watched everything below with great calmness. This moment. Damage caused by meteorites. It's simply unparalleled. To know the weight of the meteorite chosen by Superman. But it is as big as a state. Even if it breaks into countless pieces. That is also more terrifying than any intercontinental nuclear bomb. Countless people died. Countless people cried for their parents. Countless people died. Purgatory on Earth. World disaster scenes. Countless people felt the pain that Superman suffered at that time. Superman just takes the pain away. Just give it back to these humans. Death of a loved one. His wife and children died. This pain. These humans deserve it. A person who does evil will pay the price. This is a moment that will go down in history. Finally, all the senior officials were killed. Start a high-level meeting as soon as possible. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is just a small part of it. The various official positions inside. The various governors. Important figures in maintaining national security. And the superheroes who have come close to the country. Everyone who can play will play. Begin to discuss the decision on how to deal with Superman. The four behind-the-scenes figures among the human elite. One of them is doing justice on another planet. Neither of the two PhDs attended. There was still a mysterious kitten left, looking at everyone at the conference table. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is facing a formidable enemy. Stay away from this kitten. Superman's behavior has become increasingly outrageous. The extent of the destructive power of this meteorite. It's far more powerful than a nuclear bomb. It's even more powerful than some hydrogen bombs. This also gives us a new understanding of Superman's power. We must quickly devise a method to eliminate Superman. Otherwise the death toll will continue to rise. Professor X had a look of pain on his face, mourning for the dead souls of that state. God is about to do this. The X-Men are willing to persuade Superman to surrender. Chapter 22. Hearing Professor X's words, Iron Man couldn't help but laugh out loud. Persuading Superman to surrender? This is the funniest thing I've heard this century. I didn't approve of you taking action against Superman from the beginning. If every person with extraordinary abilities is treated with respect. Plus, they already have an emotional bond on Earth. This is actually the easiest to control. Besides, now many superheroes have begun to reflect. Superman compromised for his family and the authorities. I accepted the result of putting myself to death. But the authorities did not keep their word. I'll turn around and execute Superman's 3 relatives. No, 3.5 to be exact. This act is simply outrageous. How can other superheroes trust the authorities? General Ryan, the highest official representative, was displeased. Iron Man, please watch your words. This meeting is not a criticism meeting. The problem has already come out, no matter what happened in the past. Today's trendsetters are beginning to threaten the survival of the entire human race. What is the content of today's meeting about how to deal with him? Iron Man, if you have any good suggestions, the authorities will try their best to adopt them actively. But if you come here to complain, there's no point. Iron Man stood up suddenly. In that case, you will have to clean up the consequences of your own actions. Difficulties have never been the cause of human destruction, but arrogance is. I won't waste my time here. I will develop my own plans and deal with problems in my own way. With that, Iron Man left, taking the other Avengers with him. General Ryan's face turned pale. Trying hard to suppress the anger in your heart. If it is not a special period, Iron Man will definitely pay a heavy price. The director of SHIELD said. Iron Man's character is still trustworthy. Although his words are harsh, I believe he will not stand idly by when it comes to the survival of mankind. Just let him work out his own solution. The meeting continues. General Ryan said. The authorities have decided to make a very confidential information public. We have sent a signal for the captain to return to Earth. Before that, please do your best to buy him some time. Everyone present felt relieved. Those 4 elder-level beings are the last hope for all mankind. Each one of them is a multiverse-level powerhouse. As long as the captain is in charge of the Earth, I believe that no matter how big the waves Superman creates, it can also be pressed down completely. But here is the problem. Who can stop Superman before then? Buy time for everyone. General Ryan set his sights on Homelander. He said very earnestly. Homelander, your strength is recognized by everyone. You are the only one who can contend with Superman. Are you willing to fight for your country? The people from my country were originally indifferent to the matter and listened to the conversation very lazily. When he was suddenly called out, he immediately laughed awkwardly. It's not that I don't want to contribute to the country. It's really because of my limited ability. I've been training hard lately to fight Superman. I accidentally twisted my waist yesterday. It will take some time to recover. But I promise. As long as I am healthy again, I will definitely stop Superman. Everyone listened to the reasons given by their fellow countrymen. I was speechless. General Ryan and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., both of their faces turned even darker. Glance at other organizations. Everyone kept silent. Professor X sighed and said. When it comes to life and death, no matter how powerful the enemy is, we still have to try every possible way to unite and fight back. All members of the X-Men are willing to be the first to try. Everyone had their own thoughts when they heard this. The strength of the X-Men is unquestionable. And Professor X's abilities are directly generated on the spiritual level. That Superman is physically strong. But it does not necessarily mean that one can be invincible on the spiritual level. Maybe Professor X really is Superman's Krypton. Except Professor X. The other X-Men members are also quite powerful. Wolverine, Cyclops, Phoenix Jean, Iceman, Storm, Colossus, Deadpool, Phantom Flame, Quicksilver, Rogue, Lucas, Blink, Beast and many more. If Professor X would only have the nerve to call his old friend along. Magneto, Mighty Thunder Hammer, Mystique, Angel, Psylocke, Pyro, and Doppelganger may also join the battle. Regardless of Professor X's strength, it's still Professor X's character and influence. All are commendable. General Ryan stood up and saluted Professor X. Then please. Then General Ryan glanced at the crowd. When the nest is overturned, no place is safe. If everyone still has their own thoughts at this time, then the extinction of mankind may really be not far away. I hope everyone can put aside their own interests and hatreds, work together and defeat Superman." The crowd responded lazily. The meeting was adjourned. After everyone left, only the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ryan were left in the room. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. asked in a low voice. "Have you really contacted the captain you mentioned?" General Ryan sighed and said. "I just sent the Earth's distress signal to the captain. If he didn't receive it, or he was too far away from us, then there will be no recovery." The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had a grim expression on his face, and the result was exactly as he had imagined. Although the captain is very powerful, but it's not just about protecting the Earth. There is intelligent life on other planets that needs to be protected. If he could come back, his chances of defeating Superman would be the greatest. One person is enough. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. asked again. Where are the other two doctors? If only one person took action, Superman wouldn't have been able to run rampant for so long. General Ryan said with a painful expression. Those two people cannot be guessed. There is no human emotion or human thinking anymore. They only promised to take action at the last moment of human extinction. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to have aged a dozen years in an instant. And that cat is the last resort for all of humanity. However, I won't do that unless it's absolutely necessary. Suddenly the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. said, maybe there is another one. I will personally go find that venerable mage and see if I can ask her to help. At the same time, the sky above Arvada after being hit by a huge meteorite. Lin Fan, emitting strong energy fluctuations all over his body, sat cross-legged. Lin Fan closed his eyes. Disperse your mental power into thousands of silk threads. Activate the basic ability of mind control to explore the memories of countless citizens below. Discovered a shocking secret. Chapter 23. Lin Fan probably looked through the memories of hundreds of thousands of people. Surprisingly found a common feature. That's when these people go to the poles. The depths of consciousness were guided by a powerful mental force. This mental force is so powerful, covering the entire state with ease. You must know that Lin Fan's current mental power has been enhanced by his superhuman thinking ability. Covering Arvada is barely possible. But that is not my specialty after all. Lin Fan's mental power is more like surging waves. Going all out can diversify into tens of thousands of shares. Each strand is just a little thicker. But in segmentation, I just feel overwhelmed. This does not mean that Lin Fan's mental strength is weak. On the contrary, it shows that Lin Fan's mental strength is very strong. Mental strength does exist. More like a solid pillar. But it is absolutely impossible to be as detailed as a hair and know every single one of them. Lin Fan also doesn't need that kind of hair-like operation. I prefer a more brutal and reckless fighting style like a tank. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt a pure mental force trying to penetrate into his mind. It is so similar to the nature of the spiritual power that guides the memories of hundreds of thousands of people. I'm not going to look for you. How dare you come to me on your own initiative? Lin Fan sneered. Completely defend your mental power. Then separate a small part of it and test it with this mental power. An old voice came. Hello Superman, I'm Professor X. I am now using my mental power to talk to you. It is within several thousand kilometers around Lin Fan Morning Market. It was discovered that Professor X was not around. That is definitely through some medium. Realized the output of mental power across distance. Lin Fan suppressed his inner impulse and asked. Professor X? It seems that you have a very strong mental power. What do you want from me? Professor X began to persuade calmly. I know a lot of bad things happened to you. Lin Fan was stunned. This kind of conversation was a form of empathy. Get closer to the other person first. To achieve empathy, I understand your illusion. Only then can you express your own opinions, and it would be best if they can provide help from a righteous and moral perspective. In this way, your own point of view can prevail over that of the other party. Make the other party agree and accept your point of view. Professor X continued. From the moment you entered the earth as a child, you are supported by humans. Your parents are also great members of the human race. They teach you knowledge, teach you character, give you a family, and give you everything. And then train you to be a superhero. It is undeniable that you are their pride. Lin Fan said calmly, yes, go on. Professor X was shocked, feeling that his words had been recognized by Lin Fan. But as a superhero, you are the center of attention after all. Every word, action, and even any behavior you have is directly related to the mentality of countless people. When superheroes are catching criminals and upholding justice, they should also always be mindful of their own code of conduct. Then Lin Fan received various images transmitted by Professor X's mental power. It was all Lin Fan doing in the process of upholding justice. Fight a desperate battle with the villains. A series of chain reactions caused by the huge attack collision. Houses collapsed. Tsunami flooding. Chain explosion. Countless people were killed or injured. These people are crying. They were all caused by Superman when he was upholding justice. This is a fact, and Lin Fan knows it. At the same time, Lin Fan sneered in his heart. Professor X's negotiation skills are based on reality, using facts as evidence, and are most able to put his own views above those of the other party. Professor X continued. The people have been tolerant enough of you, Superman. They are all silently enduring and silently tolerating you. It's just that you only see the criminals and justice, and ignore these things. But you have to know that humans are social animals after all. Society is more of a group living form. Anything that is good for the country and the people is right. You deserve recognition when you uphold justice, but your horrific methods have also brought a lot of fear to everyone. Whether it's your sacrifice or your family's sacrifice, it's the right choice in front of the entire human society. I believe that if you were the decision maker, you would make the same choice. For the sake of human society, what's wrong with being wronged a little? Stop it, Superman. As long as you are willing to stop, humans are willing to reconcile with you. Lin Fan listened quietly to every word Professor X said. Then he said without any emotion. I've found your location. Wait for me. After saying this, Lin Fan's mental power suddenly exploded. It was like a magnitude 12 tsunami. Sweeping towards Professor X's mental power. It hit Professor X's mental power hard. The spiritual connection between the two people was suddenly severed. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, the Mutant Academy. Professor X sits in the center of a huge sphere. Suddenly he stumbled. He quickly took off the helmet on his head. Scarlet blood was already flowing out of his eyes, nose, and ears. The other mutant companions hurried over to help. Professor X struggled to get up. He said with a trembling voice. Superman's mental strength is not a weakness. I'm using the brain power enhancer. I still suffered a great loss in the confrontation with his mental power. Wolverine, Cyclops, Phoenix, Jean, Iceman, Storm, Pyro, Colossus, Deadpool, Phantom Flame, Blink, Nightcrawler, Beast, and others all changed their expressions drastically. Professor X's mental power has reached the peak of human beings. When using a brain power enhancer, it can even push Professor X's mental power to a more terrifying level. It is at least 10 times higher than Professor X's mental power. This is also the fundamental reason why Professor X can communicate with all humans through the instrument. However, with the assistance of instruments, Professor X fought against Superman's mental power and suffered a great loss. Then how terrifying would Superman's mental power be? Everyone just felt a chill down their spine. Superman's strength and speed are unquestionable. Its defensive capabilities are so strong that they are exaggerated. If mental strength is no longer his shortcoming, so who else can be Superman's opponent? Do we X-Men really have to become enemies of Superman? At this time, the Beast, a think tank second only to Professor X, looked at the screen and said in a trembling voice, "Superman is flying towards us at an incredible speed. He has found the location of our mutant academy." Chapter 24. Professor X stood up and said in a hoarse voice, "Have the normal mutant students been sent away?" "Beast, they have all been sent away." Professor X summoned all his strength and said loudly, "All X-Men are on alert. Act according to the plan we rehearsed at the time. Even if I die, I must keep Superman here." At the same time, various departments of the country also keep a close eye on everything happening at the Mutant Academy. Sometimes, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. It seems that the national authorities still have too little understanding of Superman's strength. For example, before, they know that Superman's powers are very strong. But it can't be big enough to push a meteorite. Yet Superman did it. Such information gap. In a real war, the price paid would be enormous. And now the X-Men are willing to be the touchstone. If Superman's full strength can be tested, there will be subsequent countermeasures. At this time, General Ryan and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. are watching everything about the mutants through satellite video. At the same time, let various staff members be sure to videotape the fight between the mutants and Superman. This can be used later to analyze Superman's full strength. Ryan looked at the information of each mutant on the display screen and asked, "Commander, you should know more about the strength of these mutants than I do. What do you think of this battle?" The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had a dark face that almost turned into a bitter melon. Mutants below level 3 are just making up the numbers. Only these few mutants may be able to put some obstacles in the way of Superman. General Ryan became interested and asked in a low voice, "Are there any mutants that strong and capable of hindering Superman? Tell me about it, let me get to know you." The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. directly pointed out several people on the screen. Cyclops might be able to clash with Superman's heat vision. Iceman has great potential. According to Professor X's assessment, he can evolve to Omega level. However, the current patient may not be able to display Omega level strength. Secondly, Shan Shan, played by Bing Bing's Spacegate, is most suitable for team battles, and can be used for both offense and defense. And the most powerful person in the entire X-Men should be Jean the Phoenix. There is an ancient magical ability hidden in his body, known as the power of the Phoenix. Its power level is no less than Scarlet Witch Wanda's chaos magic. If we can really unleash the true power of the Phoenix Force, at least it will make Superman suffer. If the entire X-Men cooperates properly, they might actually be able to kill Superman right there. General Ryan was greatly encouraged. "I really didn't expect the X-Men to be so powerful. After so many years of development, the increase in the strength of the X-Men is obvious to all. If it were really possible to kill Superman, that is truly a great contributor to the entire human race." The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. added, "In addition, I have arranged for one person to go to the front line. Even if the X-Men lose the battle, we must also rescue Professor X, Phoenix Jot, and Iceman at any cost." Not only official forces are paying attention to the Mutant Academy. 177A Bleecker Street, one of the 3 tallest magic palaces in the world, the Monastery of the Supreme Mage. In a secret room, Doctor Strange is looking at the crystal ball in front of him. The crystal ball shows the perspective of the Mutant Academy. Next to her, a bald female supreme sorcerer closed her eyes and was fighting against Dormammu, the king of the dark dimension, in the multidimensional space. This person is none other than Master Ancient One. After a while, Master Ancient One returned to normal and used the Time Stone to repair his injuries. She once again repelled Dormammu, the Dark Dimension King who invaded Earth. But the price to pay is not small. Fortunately, there is the Time Stone. Otherwise, no Sorcerer Supreme could withstand Dormammu's long-term invasion. Doctor Strange took the opportunity to ask. The authorities have hinted at this many times. I want you to take action against Superman. Why didn't you agree? Master Ancient One's eyes were calm. In countless multiverses, any probability of occurrence may cause countless fragment universes. I watched Superman's life. It must be said that Superman is a superhero who upholds justice. The probability of Superman turning evil is only 1/10,000. And the moment we officially decided to punish Superman. To be exact, the moment when Superman's relatives were killed. Our world is moving towards another terrifying dimension. This is a brand new dark universe because the timeline of this dark universe is developing and perfecting. Even the time stone cannot see the entire future. It can only see tiny fragments of it. From these fragments I glimpsed. As long as I fight against Superman, I will not be able to kill him. It may also accelerate the progress of the Dark Universe, and the Dark Lord Dormammu will take the opportunity to infiltrate the Earth and join forces with Superman. Then our Dark Universe may affect other multiverses. It will cause a super huge disaster in the entire multiverse. In such a disaster, the entire multiverse will prostrate itself at the feet of Superman, and even the supreme beings who maintain the order of the universe will not be spared. So I would rather let our world develop towards the Dark Universe. We can't let him affect the entire multiverse either. Doctor Strange looked horrified. It was the first time he saw fear in Master Ancient One's eyes. The Ancient One has survived for at least several thousand years. Even Master Ancient One didn't know how many years he had traveled in the multiverse. He has long established his reputation as the Sorcerer Supreme in the multiverse. Even when facing the Dark Lord Dormammu, Master Ancient One can do everything with ease and has everything under control. It can be seen how desperate the situation must be to make Master Ancient One terrified. Doctor Strange thought about it and decided not to let the world he lived in develop in that direction. I thought of a solution and said, "See if this is possible. If you go take action against Superman, I will use the Time Stone to temporarily restrain the Dark Lord Dormammu. What are our chances of winning in this case?" Master Ancient One's face turned pale and he shouted, "Give up this idea as soon as possible. The Supreme Sorcerer's first mission is to maintain the security of the multiverse. Your ideas have deviated from the Supreme Way." Doctor Strange's face turned ugly, and all his accumulated anger came up, and he loudly refuted. "Are you just going to watch Superman do whatever he wants? And as the Sorcerer Supreme, we can't even take action. What's the point of being a supreme wizard who can't even protect his own home? No matter how long I live, no matter how much experience I have, I can never abandon my humanity. But you can? You are awesome. You can watch millions of lives on the entire earth fall into despair. You can stay out of it, but I can't. What's the point of the supreme magic I'm learning?" After saying that, Doctor Strange slammed the door and left. It soon disappeared in the snow and wind. Master Ancient One wanted to call him back, but the words just wouldn't come out of his mouth. Then, as if all his strength had been drained away, he slumped down on the spot, muttering to himself. Is it still impossible to avoid the birth of Doctor Strange? Perhaps he has already been born. How should I choose? On the other side, in a huge zoo in Gotham City, there lived a bat inside. A crazy eunuch bat who has lost his masculine characteristics. A girl with a good figure walked in a cat-like manner and came to the thick bulletproof glass. She looked at the former Gotham hero and smiled playfully. "Stop pretending, little bat, I know you're not crazy. My master asked me to tell you. You'll watch the world spiral into despair. Black and white are reversed, there is no order at all, and the whole world is replaced by despair. And the culprit behind all this is you, the eunuch." Oh, my pronunciation is not standard, this is what the master said, this man is a eunuch so cheap. Yes, human nature is mean. Batman, who was pretending to be crazy, suddenly pounced on the glass with a fierce look in his eyes. A fist smashed on the glass. His hands were covered in blood, but the glass didn't move at all. Batman roars. "You bitch!" Catwoman smiled even more happily. Yes, 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 the master's conclusion is indeed correct. Human nature is mean. This is Catwoman's daily life. Superman's arrangement causes Batman to suffer mental torture from time to time. Catwoman suddenly tilted her head. I suddenly miss my master a little bit. I hope he has a successful battle this time and returns safely. At the same time, Lin Fan is rushing to the Mutant Academy. Hear the system prompt again. Chapter 25. The despair you spread reaches 40%. You can choose the following skills. Choice 1, Superman Supreme's Magic Rebound. Choice 2, Silver Dachao's Ultimate Heat Vision. Choice 3, Ability Deprivation of the Superthinking Man. These three skills also have their own advantages. Magic Rebound is the iconic skill of Superman Supreme. No matter what magic the opponent uses, Superman Supreme can quickly find the opponent's magic core and then bounce the magic back to the opponent. This skill is very terrifying when facing a mage. This is equivalent to directly destroying all the wizard's magical skills. Not only magicians, but also many powerful supreme beings in the multiverse are extremely skilled in magical attacks. Having this skill means having the capital to fight against those supreme beings. The second skill, Silver Dachao's Ultimate Heat Vision, is incredibly powerful. It can even split a planet directly into two. Even if facing someone of equal strength, he might not be able to withstand such an attack. The third skill, Ability Deprivation, is one of the powerful secrets of Superman of Thought. Just fight with those strong ones and beat them until they lose the ability to resist. You can directly use this skill to deprive your opponent of his ability, so as to make use of it for your own benefit. This is also what happened after Mind Man released his mind clone into the multiverse. This is the important basis for these clones to grow rapidly. It can be said that there is no such skill. The growth rate of the thinking Superman clone is countless times slower. Lin Fan thought about it again and again. I still chose the ability deprivation of Superman. With this skill, Lin Fan can rely on it to improve his abilities. Besides, Lin Fan's target at this time is the Mutant Academy. There are several mutants in the Mutant Academy with very powerful abilities. Ability deprivation, this skill is like a timely help. Under the attention of countless powerful organizations in the world, Lin Fan resolutely came to the Mutant Academy like a god. The X-Men in charge of defense immediately entered a state of combat readiness. There is no need for too much words between the two sides. No matter how many words I say, they are all pale and powerless. Just because of one thing. Professor X actually dared to use his mental power to control people to vote. A large number of Avada citizens chose to judge Superman, but to release his relatives. This is the absolute result of a fight to the death. The entire X-Men teaching building, Blink and Cyclops are always on hand. Lin Fan entered the attack range. Cyclops was the first to attack. After taking off the eye mask, his eyes were red. An extremely huge beam of red light burst out from his eyes. The target was Lin Fan's head. And Lin Fan did not hesitate to use his thermal vision. His eyes were bloodshot, and a beam of extremely red, scorching heat shone out. The two collided in mid-air. Zi Peng. The moment of collision. A huge red ball of lightning formed in the air. Then the ball of light continued to grow larger. Finally it exploded. A huge shock wave raged. Superman and Cyclops both stood still. Continue to use your abilities. All I could see was the heat rays in Superman's eyes, although they were not as bright as Cyclops's. But it is more penetrating. It also contains supreme power. Directly suppress the light of Cyclops and attack forward. The person next to him suddenly changed color. Seeing that Superman's heat vision was about to suppress him, Cyclops' life was hanging by a thread. Flash directly activates your skills. A spatial portal appeared behind the two people. Flash pulled Cyclops directly, and the two of them fell into the space door. The space door suddenly disappeared. Superman's heat vision directly attacks the building on the roof. A zilla sound. A large amount of building rubble fell down. Even the hard steel bars turned into red molten iron. Wherever it passes, it leaves shocking traces of red magma. Lin Fan clicked his tongue in surprise. I have to say, Bing Bing, Flashing, space gate is quite useful. If I Superman had this skill, the strength can at least be doubled out of thin air. Superman's understanding of the skill space gate is different from Blink. Blink can only use this skill to coordinate attacks or escape with teammates. But as a Superman, his speed and strength are at the peak of human ability. The only means of attack for medium and long range are heat vision and ice breath. The magic attack ability is almost zero. To put it bluntly, fight the enemy. As long as you can get close, Superman has won half the battle. After having the space door, at that time, Superman will no longer have this worry. He can directly transform into an assassin, instantly come to the enemy and brutally attack them. This skill is like a chemical reaction for Superman. It can bring about absolutely unimaginable powerful changes. Think about this. When Batman was castrated and pushed to the extreme bottom, Lin Fan was able to remain calm. And now, Lin Fan actually felt some desire. A long-lost feeling of blood boiling arose spontaneously. This feels great. Thermal vision activated. The space gate passage opened by Blink and Cyclops. It is in the innermost classroom of the school. Many other X-Men also gathered nearby. After Blink and Cyclops were defeated, Storm, Iceman and Fireman jumped out of the window. They each used their superpowers to attack Lin Fan. The Iceman took the lead and turned into a transparent Iceman. The cold air is sprayed from the feet to fly at high speed. His hands turned azure blue and also emitted icy power, freezing everything they passed and attacking Lin Fan. Lin Fan kicked his feet. Creates a powerful sonic boom in the air. The whole person reached the extreme speed and disappeared. Lin Fan didn't try to hide either. The Iceman who was blocking the road was directly smashed into pieces with half of his body. Without slowing down at all, he passed through the attack range of the three people. Directly kill into the innermost classroom of the school. The wooden door of the room burst open with a bang. Countless pieces of wood flew everywhere. This classroom should be the medical and supply room. A butterfly mutant who is good at healing is treating Cyclops' eyes. During the shooting between Lin Fan and Cyclops just now, Cyclops' eyes turned red and he had entered an overloaded state. Such high-intensity use of Cyclops caused considerable damage to his eyes. Except for this therapist, Flash was standing there in a daze, terrified. Wolverine, Grunt, and Deadpool were guarding nearby. When the three saw Lin Fan coming towards them, they immediately stood up and attacked Lin Fan. The fastest one is Deadpool. The two swords slashed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan slapped Deadpool and sent him flying dozens of feet away. Boom, boom, boom. After smashing 3 walls in succession, its speed slowed down and it was completely covered by brick and tile debris. Wolverine reveals his sharp steel claws. It suddenly struck Lin Fan's iron body. Fiery sparks streaked across Lin Fan's chest. The body of steel stood still. Not even a scratch on the skin. Wolverine's hands were trembling, his knuckles were torn, and his sharp steel claws caused the muscles in his palms to roll up, leaving horrifying wounds. Superman slapped Wolverine in the face with his left hand. Wolverine flew backwards at an incredible speed, crashed through the wall, plowed a deep groove in the ground, and fell into the lake. By the time Wolverine struggled to climb up, half of his head was already sunken. The remaining steel warriors came to Lin Fan. Lin Fan immediately went at full speed and knocked the Iron Man off the roof. Then all kinds of crackling noises were heard. It must have been the Steel Man that fell down and broke a lot of things. Lin Fan stared straight at the flash, not even bothering to look at Cyclops and the healer beside him. Flashing, heart and courage shattered. Activate your space gate again. At the same time, a space doorway appeared in the middle of the playground outside the school. Flash stumbled out of the doorway. Then the space gate dissipated again. This is already the limit of Flash's capabilities. Every time you open a space door, you will consume a lot of physical energy. And when Flash wanted to run away, suddenly she bumped into a solid wall. In her impression, there shouldn't be a wall here. Shantaeng looked up and his pupil shrank. Lin Fan didn't know when he came in front of her. The solid wall he hit was Lin Fan's chest. Flash was so frightened that he was scared to death, before he activated his superpowers. Lin Fan grabbed his neck. Then he slapped her again and she fainted completely. If you find a superpowered person who has lost consciousness, should you use power deprivation on him? Chapter 26. Lin Fan replied, yes. Congratulations to the host for initiating ability deprivation and obtaining the supernatural power space gate. For an instant, a large amount of information about the capabilities of Space Gate flooded into my mind. This skill is extremely demanding on the user's mental strength. But Lin Fan's mental power is much stronger than Shandiao's. It is also countless times stronger than Professor X. Using Space Gate can at least achieve intercontinental teleportation. No matter in any actual combat in the future, they will all be indispensable miracles for Lin Fan. After the ability is taken away, Blink immediately loses all abilities. He has become a useless person. Although she looks very similar to Bing Bing, Lin Fan had no interest in being gentle with women. There is no mentality of taking advantage of the opportunity. Use your palms slightly. There was a click. Flashing neck tilted. They died out. Then throw it away like garbage. With a loud bang, it was thrown far away. Flash! A roar came from the puddle. It was the dying Wolverine. Although this guy's head was hit by Lin Fan, with Wolverine's strong physique and self-healing ability, it has almost recovered at this time. When Wolverine saw that Flash was killed, he roared and rushed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't even wait for Wolverine to pounce. A space door appeared in front of me. He took a step forward and disappeared. When it shows up again, has come to the depths of Wolverine. A sweeping kick. The momentum is strong and sinking. I couldn't even see the shadow of my legs. There was a loud bang. Wolverine was kicked in the lower back. With a wail, he flew out. Hit the big tree next to it. With a crack, the tree fell down. The whole person was coughing violently. Half of his lung was kicked out. Even the rib bones had pierced into the lungs and chest, and the wounds looked horrifying. Lin Fan said calmly, "Get up." Wolverine tilted his head. Completely fainted. Lin Fan was a little annoyed, "You are so weak. I also want to try out the effects of the space gate in actual combat." Lin Fan flew to Wolverine's side. Press your palm on Wolverine's head. If you find a superpowered person who has lost consciousness, should you use power deprivation on him? Yes. Congratulations to the host for initiating ability deprivation and gaining the ability healing factor. Although Lin Fan's iron body is very strong, the self-healing ability is also extremely strong. But with the healing factor, every cell in the Iron Man became more active, full of endless energy. Lin Fan clenched his hands, very satisfied. The abilities of the Man of Steel have been greatly enhanced. Lin Fan stepped on Wolverine's head. There was a click. It's like stepping on a watermelon. The red and white melon pulp splattered all over the floor. Wolverine is dead. Just now, 2 flying knives were thrown towards Lin Fan's eyes. It was Deadpool throwing the sneak attack. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and concentrated his mind. Suddenly, a small space gate appeared in front of me. the two flying knives flew into the gate of space and disappeared. At the same time, a space gate appeared behind Deadpool. Two flying knives flew out from the space gate, suddenly inserted into Deadpool's back. Ah! What's going on? Deadpool screamed and vomited a lot of blood. It turned out that it happened at the critical moment just now. Lin Fan directly used the ability of the space gate to switch the space in front of him and the space behind Deadpool. Deadpool's flying knife stabbed into his back. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. How wise it was for me to choose ability plunder in the first place. Even if you encounter a wizard casting various attack magic at you, you can also use the captured space gate to counterattack. Wouldn't it be possible to throw the enemy's magic directly back at the enemy? What's the difference between this and magic rebound? And the space gate is an instant ability. It is really hard to guard against when used in actual combat. This is just Lin Fan's rough development. It can achieve such a terrifying effect. If it is studied in detail in the future, it really has unlimited potential. Deadpool struggled to stand up, pulled out the two long swords that were stuck in his body, and rushed towards Lin Fan fearlessly. Lin Fan stood in place and threw a punch. A space door the size of a bowl appeared in front of the fist. The other end of the space gate is connected to Deadpool's forehead. Deadpool, who was running forward madly, was suddenly hit by a train. His body flew backwards, and he rolled on the ground like a Hot Wheels, leaving a deep ditch. Then it hit a huge wall, and a lot of rubble fell off before it stopped moving. I saw that Deadpool had completely fainted. There was also a huge fist mark of Lin Fan imprinted on the head. At the moment when Lin Fan threw that punch just now, use Space Gate to transfer the space in front of the fist to launch an attack. I didn't expect the effect to be so surprisingly good. Lin Fan once again came in front of Yun's assassins. If you find a superpowered person who has lost consciousness, should you use power deprivation on him? Yes. Congratulations to the host for initiating ability deprivation and gaining the ability healing enhancement. After absorbing Deadpool's abilities, Lin Fan kicked again. Stomped Deadpool's chest completely flat. After the ability was absorbed, it happened just like an ordinary person. After suffering such a severe blow, he was instantly dead. The steel warrior in the distance was sweating profusely. Whoosh! Lin Fan suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he appeared again, he was already next to Colossus. Lin Fan shot with great force while suspended in the air. Plop! Steel Warrior's head was kicked off immediately. Lin Fan touched the body of Steel Warrior again. There was no question type that could activate ability deprivation. It seems that one cannot plunder the abilities of the dead. Lin Fan wanted to slap himself. It seems like you should be gentler. It would be a shame to kill him with a kick. Nothing. Lin Fan was not overly upset because he did not have the ability to plunder Steel Warrior. All the muscles in the body turned into a piece of steel. Wouldn't that mean we lose a lot of fun in life? This may not be a good thing for Lin Fan's iron body. After Lin Fan killed 4 people in succession, the entire mutant academy was shrouded in despair. The remaining mutants all felt a chill in their hearts. What happened? Why did Superman suddenly become so much stronger? Why can Superman also activate the superpower of Flash? How come he also knows the Space Gate? With superhuman speed and strength, it's too scary to learn the Space Gate. What is happening? Why is it that all the information we get about Superman's strength is false? The mutants were in a panic. Although they are determined to die bravely. But what if you are facing a monster that you don't understand well? Everyone feels a chill in their heart. Lin Fan activated his supervision. He glanced at the entire mutant academy and nervously called out the troops and generals. There are also Professor X, Cyclops, Phoenix Jean, Iceman, Storm, Pyro, Phantom Flame, Nightcrawler, and Beast. It's okay, barely enough for a full meal. Chapter 27. Seeing their companions die one after another, the remaining X-Men couldn't help but feel sad. Especially Wolverine. He is a core figure among the X-Men. Although Wolverine has a hot temper. But it has to be admitted. In normal daily life. Still in various battles. Many people have benefited from Wolverine. Deadpool is also shameless. He usually can't close his mouth and talks a lot of dirty talk. He is simply the most annoying character among all the X-Men. But when seeing Deadpool die so miserably, I couldn't help but feel sad. There are also Flash and Colossus. All the things in the past came to mind. Turned into grief and anger. I really want to eat Superman alive. Lin Fan smiled playfully. A punch hit the big pillar of the Mutant Academy. Boom! The entire pillar collapsed instantly. In a chain reaction, the entire Mutant Academy began to collapse. Lin Fan's eyes were filled with heat as his gaze swept across. Simply cut the remaining buildings into several large pieces in all directions. Accelerate the speed of violent collapse. Even the sign above the Mutant Academy. It was also completely destroyed. Professor X, Cyclops, Phoenix Jean, Iceman, Storm, Pyro, Phantom Flame, Rogue, Nightcrawler, and Beast watched their former home being destroyed. I feel both despair and helplessness inside. Professor X said in a trembling voice. Everyone, run away. The gap between the intelligence we received and Superman's strength is too great. It's impossible for him to be a match for Superman now. If you can run, run. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Submit comprehensive data of this battle to the authorities. The rest will be handled by the authorities. Phoenix Lyric's eyes were filled with tears. Professor, you don't have to say anything. We swear to stand by the Academy until death. Cyclops, Iceman, Storm, Pyro, Phantom Flame, Rogue, Nightcrawler, Beast and others also stood up one by one. His eyes were also full of determination. Said in unison. We are also willing to advance and retreat with the students. Professor X was slightly moved. I wanted to persuade him, but no words came out of my mouth. Clap clap clap. What a heartwarming scene. Lin Fan floated in from outside the window. I couldn't help but applaud everyone. He said in a joking tone. If this were in an anti-Japanese war drama. Just based on how you just advanced and retreated together. Enough for the director to shoot an episode. It can also make the audience cry. Professor X said angrily. You are really hopelessly cold-blooded. Like a beast. A personality like yours. If you become a superhero, something bad will happen sooner or later. Lin Fan suddenly disappeared from where he was. When it appears again. The arm had been stabbed hard into Professor X's heart. Professor X looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. I kept coughing and couldn't utter a word. Lin Fan squeezed Professor X's heart slightly. Professor X couldn't catch his breath and fainted instantly. If you find a superpowered person who has lost consciousness, should you use power deprivation on him? Yes. Congratulations to the host for initiating ability deprivation and gaining the abilities telepathy and mind control. Good guy. Gain 2 abilities. Lin Fan felt that his mental strength had undergone a series of enhancements. The mind control I learned before. With these 2 abilities from Professor X, things become much easier. Some kind of wonderful chemical change took place before and after. Makes telepathy and mind control more powerful. Lin Fan exerted slight force with his right hand. Pull a beating heart out of Professor X's chest. The huge heart kept beating in Lin Fan's hand. A large amount of blood and water gushed out through the blood vessels above the heart like a fountain nozzle. No. You, Chaos, actually killed Professor X. This guy is a devil. He is a murderer. Don't be afraid, everyone. Let's work together to get rid of this scourge. Phoenix Lady Jean directly used her Phoenix power. Cyclops, Iceman, Storm, Pyro, Phantom Flame, Rogue, Nightcrawler, and Beast each display their abilities to attack Superman. Lin Fan was too lazy to continue wasting time with these people. A punch knocked Cyclops' head crooked. Plunder its Cyclops ability. Kick the Iceman to pieces. Plunder the Iceman's absolute zero. A slap knocked Storm Girl unconscious. Plunder her power of storm. A slap made the fireman kneel down. Plunder his fire control. One of them hit the Phantom Cat's head. Plunder her physical evanescence. He chopped the little naughty boy's neck with a knife. Plunder her memory absorption. A knee knocked the courage out of Nightwalker. Plunder his blink ability. The Beast is the worst. Lin Fan looked down upon its abilities. Tear it apart with both hands. Dismember the Beast directly. The intestines were messy and the calf's stomach was broken and scattered all over the floor. Then Lin Fan looked down with a warm gaze. Chop off all these people's heads. Neatly. A family should be together. Only the last phoenix, Yu Qin, was left, and she completely collapsed and turned evil. Two huge phoenix wings gradually condensed behind him. All of it is condensed by the red energy of the phoenix force. Qin's whole body was full of vigor and vitality. Any objects around the surrounding buildings. All of them were affected by the power of the phoenix and automatically floated up. This anti-gravity scene. It was Phoenix Lady Qin who broke through the shackles of her body. Signs of evolution towards a 5th-level extreme mutant. Phoenix Girl Qin's eyes were red with anger as she looked at Lin Fan and spoke word by word. I want you to pay with blood. The power of the phoenix surged out. It transformed into a huge hand and moved towards Lin Fan. Chapter 28. The power of the phoenix comes from the primordial universe and is born at the beginning of all things. It is a chaotic yet immortal, eternal yet impermanent existence. It is the embodiment of life and spiritual power in the original universe, symbolizing life and emotion. It is also the connecting point for all spiritual minds of all things that exist or will exist in the infinite multiverse. It is the creator and source of spiritual power. It is the storage container and controller of the life and emotional energy of future generations of the entire infinite multiverse. To put it in simple terms, the power of the phoenix is the origin of the spiritual power of the universe. It is also the most basic rule force for constructing the multiverse. Lin Fan was not surprised but happy when he saw this scene. Suddenly disappeared from the spot. Phoenix Lady Qin slammed her condensed hand onto the ground. Boom! A 30-foot wide hole was created on the ground. The whole earth collapsed. Countless ruins nearby were leaning towards the pit. The power of the phoenix is very destructive. But Lin Fan was faster. Phoenix Lady Qin was extremely angry. Spread your arms. The rich power of the phoenix condensed into a longbow in her hand. He bent the bow and drew the arrow, gathering strength with the phoenix wings behind him. The wings of the phoenixes burst out with brilliant red light. Transfer energy to the arrow. Whoosh! The air cracked. The space around began to tremble. An arrow condensed from pure phoenix power. Shoot towards Lin Fan in the air. Lin Fan stretched out his hand. He wanted to block the arrow out of thin air. Seeing this scene, Phoenix Girl Qin showed surprise on her face. No one knew the power of this arrow better than her. Almost all of her phoenix power was condensed. The destructive power is unprecedented. Even a planet. They can all be shot and exploded. No matter how strong Superman is. It is also impossible to resist the power of this arrow with physical strength. The moment the arrow pierced Lin Fan's palm, a palm-sized spatial doorway is generated. Poof! A red energy arrow pierced through Phoenix Girl's chest. Lin Fan was at the critical moment. The direction of the arrow was diverted using the space portal. It will directly pierce its owner's heart. Lin Fan flashed to the side of the Phoenix Girl. If you find a superpowered person who has lost consciousness, should you use power deprivation on him? Yes. Congratulations to the host for initiating ability deprivation and gaining the ability Phoenix Power. In an instant, Lin Fan was enveloped by the rich power of the Phoenix. This powerful primordial force of the universe, transforming every cell of Lin Fan. Then push Lin Fan's mental power to an ultimate supreme realm. Lin Fan felt the changes coming and going. He showed an expression of great amazement. Fortunately, I acquired the ability of Space Gate in advance. Otherwise, deal with the Phoenix girl whose power has awakened. It really takes some effort. At this time, Lin Fan perfectly possessed the power of the Phoenix. This ability is worthy of being the core of the universe's spiritual power. As a result, Lin Fan's mental power has now reached an almost infinite strength. It's caused by the mind and the spirit. Originally, compared to the strength of his physical body, mental strength is a shortcoming. The moment you possess the power of the Phoenix, this shortcoming has been completely filled. It has even evolved into an advantage. With Lin Fan's basic abilities, the energy of the Phoenix force that he can mobilize is like the ocean, rather than the trickle of Phoenix lyrics. An extremely strong self-confidence filled Lin Fan's heart. Lin Fan slowly flew into the air. The palm covers the entire Mutant Academy within a radius of 1 kilometer. The palm of my hand was slightly confused. The rich power of the Phoenix gushed out. Like a source, like the sea, as big as Wang Yang. I saw a fighter with the condensed power of the Phoenix, lifting up the entire foundation of 1,000 meters in radius. Tons of earth buildings are suspended in the air. Under Lin Fan's control, he suddenly clenched his fist. The entire Mutant Academy was completely transformed into a huge ball of earth ruins. Oh my god, that's horrible! A figure escaped from the ruins at an incredible speed. Lin Fan took a closer look. It turned out to be Quicksilver. This guy has been hiding in the college. Witnessed the entire process of Lin Fan slaughtering the entire X-Men. And the task given to him by Professor X is: gather as much information as possible about Lin Fan's strength. You can't come out no matter what. After Lin Fan leaves, submit all this information to the authorities. This will be the best thing to defeat Lin Fan. Who knew that Lin Fan's strength would improve by leaps and bounds? He dug 3 feet into the ground and grabbed the entire Mutant Academy along with the land within a radius of 1 kilometer. This resulted in Quicksilver having nowhere to hide in the Academy. Had to run away from it. Quicksilver's speed is extremely fast. Run as fast as you can. The surrounding objects almost came to a standstill. Quicksilver is not good at other things, but he is very confident in his speed. And under the threat of life, it even broke through the limit. The speed reached its limit. It only takes 0.1 seconds. Quicksilver has already run several thousand meters. Lin Fan looked at it steadily, without any panic. Lin Fan, who possessed the power of the Phoenix, felt that he had made a lot of money on this trip. The harvest is unimaginable. A little bug runs away, and there's another little bug watching. I'll pick them up one by one. Lin Fan teleported across a distance of 10,000 meters. Came directly in front of Quicksilver. He kicked Quicksilver in the chest. Quicksilver's eyes popped. All the bones in the chest cavity were shattered. All the vertebrae of the spine are deformed. If you find a superpowered person who has lost consciousness, should you use power deprivation on him? Yes. Congratulations to the host for initiating ability deprivation and gaining the ability extreme speed movement. Lin Fan twisted off Quicksilver's head without hesitation. Shift your gaze and look in another direction. There's also a bug hiding there. He should be a spy sent by SHIELD. A red figure started running wildly, with a series of red lightning bolts on his body. It was countless times faster than Quicksilver. In the blink of an eye, they had already run out of half the city. Fuck, I was discovered. My god, how can Superman be so strong? Why didn't I notice it before? We must not let him catch up with us. We must not let him catch up with us. If I can escape this time, I will definitely resign. Go to S.H.I.E.L.D., what bad luck, to spy on Superman. It's too dangerous, it's really too dangerous. The Flash was terrified. He came here this time because he was sent by the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Originally, according to the instructions of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. If in a critical moment, try your best to keep Professor X, Phoenix, and Iceman safe. If these three people can survive. This also preserved most of the X-Men's combat power. In the future, the potential of Phoenix Girl and Iceman will be fully developed. It may not be possible to threaten Superman. Who would have thought that the Flash was watching from the side? I was trembling from beginning to end. Don't even think about daring to go out and save people. He didn't even dare to run away. He wanted to wait for Lin Fan to leave before escaping. Who would have thought that Lin Fan had already discovered him? The Flash regretted it to the extreme. Use the Speed Force to its fullest potential. At this point, the Flash's speed is just below the speed of light. It crossed half of the city in an instant. I hope they don't catch up with me. I hope they don't catch up with me. Give me a way out, hallelujah, give me a way out. The Flash kept muttering to himself and running as fast as he could, still not daring to slack off. In a flash, we arrived at the beach and ran quickly towards the Pacific Ocean. The Flash's heart was pounding. The messenger turned his head and looked back. I saw Lin Fan lying leisurely beside me, with a playful and emotionless look in his eyes. Ah! The Flash screamed, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. This is scarier than seeing a ghost. Chapter 29. Originally at Lin Fan's speed. It is absolutely impossible to completely suppress the Flash. Unless one reaches the three ultimate superhuman states. But now Lin Fan. I can already do it easily. Even if you don't use cheating methods such as Space Gate. With speed alone, he can easily overwhelm the Flash. Lin Fan has the skill of energy reserve. As long as the energy reserves are full, Lin Fan will be able to exert several times his strength. In addition, Lin Fan had just absorbed Quicksilver's ultimate speed. This superpower can actually give Lin Fan some bonus in terms of speed. Don't underestimate these as just some bonuses. For the speed competition between the top, it can definitely play a key role. Both abilities are combined. Lin Fan's speed reached an incredible level. The Flash, who was traveling at nearly the speed of light, seemed insignificant in front of Lin Fan. The Flash ran half the distance across the Pacific Ocean. Finally, he felt that he couldn't break free from Lin Fan. Instead, you will tire yourself out. You have to know that the Flash needs a lot of energy when running at high speed. After running for a while, I felt half-starved. The Flash kept speeding while pleading with Lin Fan. Can you let me go? I will quit my job immediately and follow you. Lin Fan said expressionlessly, no. Then there's nothing to talk about. Yes. Fuck you, I'm going to fight you. The Flash was halfway through saying I'll do my best. Lin Fan kicked the Flash. The Flash staggered and completely lost his balance, like a stone skipping on the water. Rolling violently on the surface of the Pacific Ocean. It spun in circles and swirled, creating hundreds of beautiful water splashes on the sea surface. There happened to be a huge island not far away. The Flash crashed onto the island with a bang, causing half of the mountain to collapse. Completely bury the Flash inside. Lin Fan stood by and waited for a while. I found out that the Flash just didn't appear anymore. Lin Fan smiled and said, with your ability to heal yourself, don't play dead. What? You still want to stay in there and not come out? No matter how long you act like a coward, you will die at my hands today. A voice came from the pile of stones. Why? Why do you have to kill me? We used to be teammates. I had no part in Batman reporting you. I used to admire you the most. You can't just let me go. Good thing Deadpool is dead. Otherwise, add this chatterbox. I'm so annoyed by these two bitches. Lin Fan opened the door of space with his right hand. He pulled the stunned Flash out. The Flash was trembling, and no matter how he struggled it was of no avail. Although he is fast. But compared with Superman in terms of strength, there is such a huge gap between them that it is difficult to cross. The Flash suddenly thought of a possibility and asked tentatively. This space gate ability is not what you had before. Could it be that you plundered this ability today? Yes, I remembered. Before you fight Twinkle. You don't even know how to use the space gate. But after you kill Blink, I suddenly gained the ability of the space gate. And then you're facing Wolverine, Deadpool, and the others. I started to experiment with the various capabilities of the space gate. First, we will conduct a body teleportation experiment. Then conduct the attack-counter experiment. In the end, you can even use your fists and various parts of your body to strike from a long distance. Am I right? The more the Flash spoke, the more shocked he became. Because he witnessed the entire process of Superman's battle. Every detail is known to the naked eye. It's not just about figuring out the shocking secret that Lin Fan has the ability to plunder abilities. He was even more shocked by Lin Fan's fighting talent. Spacegate had only been in Lin Fan's hands for a few minutes. Lin Fan developed several powerful applications in various ways. This is much more powerful than in the hands of Flash. It has been developed into a bug-like ability. This made the Flash feel deeply terrified. If Superman was just a fighting idiot, relying on his own abilities, he rushed forward recklessly. It's just about having extreme speed and power. There are strong people in the world who can find Lin Fan's weakness. One day I will be able to defeat Lin Fan. However, the combat IQ displayed by Superman Lin Fan is so strong that it is shocking. The Flash has fought against countless powerful villains over the years. In terms of combat IQ, no one can reach even 1/10 of Lin Fan's ability. This made the Flash feel terrified and helpless. I also felt convinced. At the same time, I feel that there is no hope for humanity as a whole. A superhuman with predatory powers. And also has unparalleled combat IQ. Why do we need to find such an enemy for mankind? Isn't this an attempt to exterminate the entire human race? The Flash sighed helplessly. Finally, he looked at Superman steadily. The excited mood gradually calmed down. Now that he knew it, Lin Fan had the ability to plunder. Then there is absolutely no way Lin Fan would let me go. After killing himself, he can also gain his own speed force. How fast would Lin Fan be? Let's do it. The Flash closed his eyes and waited for death, then spoke slowly. If it were any other villain, he would definitely say arrogantly, I won't listen to you. They even give a chance to the Flash who is ready to die bravely, and admire his courage. Okay, as you wish. Lin Fan said with absolute certainty. He suddenly grabbed the Flash's neck. The Flash's face instantly turned red. I can't pretend anymore. He tried hard to pry Lin Fan's big hands like steel pliers apart, but was unable to budge them at all. Lin Fan exerted a little force, and the Flash's face turned purple and he fainted completely. If you find a superpowered person who has lost consciousness, should you use power deprivation on him? Yes. Congratulations to the host for initiating ability deprivation and gaining the ability Speed Force. The moment Lin Fan gained super speed, a large amount of red lightning emerged from Lin Fan's body. The secret of speed. The law of speed. Speed application. All kinds of insights appeared in Lin Fan's mind. Become one with Lin Fan. Even every cell in Lin Fan's body. They all contain the power of lightning speed. Lin Fan's speed is enough to suppress the Flash. After obtaining the speed force, Lin Fan waved his arms casually. The entire arm disappeared into the air at an extremely fast frequency. The power of God flows through the arms at a rapid speed. It can not only be condensed on the fist. You can also distribute this power throughout your body. This resulted in a qualitative improvement in Lin Fan's speed. In terms of force strike, the deployment has also been strengthened. The ultimate reason is that the Flash's body is too weak in comparison. Lin Fan's body of steel, combined with the Flash's super speed. Another extreme chemical reaction was achieved. At this moment, Lin Fan had an epiphany. Just run as hard as you can. The speed can definitely exceed the speed of light. After breaking the speed of light, time will be relatively still. That mysterious and subtle feeling is a moment enjoyed by every speedster. After losing his powers, the Flash became a complete cripple. A shark happened to pass by. Lin Fan pried open the shark's bloody mouth. He stuffed the Flash into its mouth. This shark is extremely aggressive. The Flash was crushed into pieces in 2 bites. Swallow thoroughly. Then it felt that it could not afford to offend Lin Fan, and swam towards the deep sea in great rage. Lin Fan took a deep breath. I have never felt so happy physically and mentally before. As your power expands, the whole world is at your feet. Just now. A voice rang in Lin Fan's ears. It is a kind of magical power and a means of transmitting sound. The top of the snow-capped Himalayas. I, Doctor Strange, await your arrival, and will fight to the death. Chapter 30. Declaration of War on Doctor Strange. Lin Fan just laughed it off. It's not that Lin Fan underestimates Doctor Strange's abilities. On the contrary, Lin Fan is very optimistic about this person. Doctor Strange's attainments in supreme magic are unprecedented and unmatched. This person has a strong learning ability. The mind is extremely strong. Such an opponent. No wonder he was praised by the Ancient One as the most outstanding supreme sorcerer. Being praised like this by Ancient One. This shows how powerful Doctor Strange's talent is. But now Lin Fan. He is no longer that ordinary Superman. After absorbing a series of mutant abilities. In the past, I was most afraid of ranged mages. Until now, it has almost become the nemesis of ranged mages. Gate of space combined with one's own ultimate power and speed. That is the most powerful assassin. If Lin Fan added another indestructible blade, that would be every mage's nightmare. But it is just an ordinary magic weapon. It is no longer worthy of Lin Fan's attention. Rather than making do with just enough, it's better to fight hard and get real. Doctor Strange is also a very powerful sorcerer supreme. It's a good opportunity to hone some ideas on how to deal with mages. But with his current strength, he may not be a qualified sparring partner. I have to think of something. Lin Fan thought about it, then soared into the sky and flew towards one of the largest hospitals in New York. At the same time, the official organization that monitors the entire Mutant Academy has also thoroughly collected first-hand information about Lin Fan. Some of them are taken from satellite cloud images. Some were shot by cameras set up on site. There are a lot of videos about Lin Fan's strength, as well as analysis and annotations from various analysts. General Ryan and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. were looking through various videos. Suddenly, a female assistant walked in a panic, staggered and almost fell. General Ryan looked displeased. Why are you panicking? Report what's going on. The female assistant said tremblingly. Just now, the Flash's hero mark suddenly disappeared completely on an island in the Pacific Ocean. What? What? General Ryan and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. both stood up at the same time. The Flash is the most important scout in their hands. At the extreme speed of the Flash's speed force, shuttle through various large battlefields as if in no man's land. Not only does it have impressive capabilities, it can also collect important information that cannot be collected by other technologies. The so-called hero mark is a positioning system left on the Flash by S.H.I.E.L.D. Wherever the Flash goes, they can all receive attention and contact from S.H.I.E.L.D. However, once the hero mark disappears. This means that something unexpected might happen to the Flash. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to remain calm and said, "What happened? The Flash is not only a superhero, but also our top agent." The female assistant took out an audio clip and said, "The Flash only sent back one audio clip before he disappeared." My assistant and I quickly played the Flash audio. The audio sent back by the Flash was not long, just a few short sentences. But the more General Ryan and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. listened, the colder they felt. After listening, the two men felt goosebumps and unspeakable shock, as if their hearts were being weighed down by a huge mountain. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. took a deep breath and said, "This message that the Flash sent back before his death is so important. It's an explanation of Lin Fan's abilities. Quick, quick, bring me all the footage of Superman fighting in the Mutant Academy." Then the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. watched the battle videos carefully while comparing them with the audio of the Flash, pausing the audio of the Flash from time to time. "Before you fight Twinkle, you don't even know how to use the space gate. But after you kill Blink, I suddenly gained the ability of the space gate." The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. pressed pause. He called up all the videos of Lin Fan killing Flash and watched them 3 times. The Flash's deduction is correct. Superman did not use any of his abilities related to the space gate before fighting with Blink. But after killing Flash, he suddenly gained the ability of the space gate. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. then called up the footage of Superman fighting with Wolverine, Deadpool, and others, and continued to play the audio of the Flash. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. once again concentrated on comparing the audio and video several times. His eyes were replaced by fear. This video confirms all of the Flash's theories. He is using his life to convey an important message to us. That is, Lin Fan not only has the ability to plunder superpowers. Lin Fan's combat IQ is unmatched. After he obtained the flashing space gate, he immediately integrated the space gate into the battle. First, we will conduct a body teleportation experiment. This is Superman's mastery of the basic application of the space gate, allowing his body to teleport over a long distance. Then conduct the attack counter experiment. This is Lin Fan using the space gate to counter the opponent's attack. Based on this alone, Lin Fan's development in just a few seconds has far surpassed Shandang's development experience of 10 to 20 years. In the end, you can even use your fists and other parts of your body to attack from a distance. This is the scariest sentence. Lin Fan can now stand still and use his fists to strike from a long distance. Lin Fan used to focus on close combat, but now he has completely made up for it with medium and long-range combat. In this case, who can be his opponent? Chapter 31. General Ryan listened to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s detailed analysis of every word. His eyes were replaced by endless fear, and he finally sighed. Superman's power has seriously gotten out of control. If this continues, all of humanity will be finished. What kind of monster have we provoked? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. stood up suddenly. "No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. I can't wait for the captain to come back. I must ask Ancient One for help. Superman must be removed as soon as possible." The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. drives his own exclusive car. Fly towards the hall of the Supreme Mage. After entering the hall, I saw practicing monks coming and going in a hurry. There was a strong sense of unwillingness on their faces. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. only found out after asking. Just a short while ago, Master Ancient One gave orders to all the mages. "Get out of here quickly." The monastery was declared dissolved. Master Ancient One's whereabouts are unknown. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was stunned as if struck by lightning. He also asked about Dr. Strange's whereabouts. After much hesitation, these wizards finally informed Director Dr. Strange of their decision. Dr. Strange challenged Superman not too long ago. The snowy peaks of the Himalayas will never die. Watching the mages leaving one by one, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. just felt dizzy. Has the situation become so serious? Even Master Ancient One avoided me. With Master Ancient One's ability, he would 100% be able to know in advance that I would come to look for her. Then her not wanting to see me is enough to show the seriousness of the problem. That means even Master Ancient One is unwilling to take action. The Hall of the Supreme Mage has been established for so many years. No matter how big the matter is, Master Ancient One can handle them all. And now the entire Supreme Mage Hall has been disbanded on the spot. Has she foreseen something? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was helpless. I can only leave quietly. At the same time, a feeling of despair arose in my heart, with no one to turn to and no one to help. He is unwilling to take action if he can threaten Superman. Those who cannot threaten Superman can only die. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to have aged by a dozen years in an instant. We can only hope that Captain, please come back soon. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. thought and thought. Or decided to give the information obtained by Flash. And the tragic battle that took place at the Mutant Academy. All sent to Iron Man. And left a message to Iron Man. Whatever you're planning, Iron Man, we don't have much time. Iron Man has been working overtime for 3 days without sleep. Suddenly received a message from Jarvis. When I opened the message, it turned out to be a message from the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. As well as the intelligence and various battle videos that the Flash obtained in exchange for his death. Various battle videos don't help the Flash at all. Because the Flash has long used his own technology, his own methods, and even his own satellites. Always pay attention to Superman's actions. He himself also captured a lot of footage of the battle between Superman and the Mutant Academy. Just a message from the Flash. Forcing Iron Man to take it seriously. Jarvis, update Superman Lin Fan's ability database. Simulate the winning rate of the battle between the anti-Superman armor and Lin Fan. After some calculations, Jarvis replied. The simulation win rate results are out. The chance of winning against Superman armor is less than 0.1%. Iron Man seemed to have known the result already and continued to ask. If every elite member of the Avengers was equipped with a matching Infinity Stone. So what's our odds? Jarvis's calculation took a longer time this time. After calculating for a long time, he replied. If you can collect all 6 Infinity Stones, the Avengers have a 33% chance of winning. And half of the Avengers will be killed. Hearing Jarvis' voice, Iron Man nodded and continued to devote himself to his fanatical experiments. There's a 30% chance of winning. That's pretty good. Even if the chance is only 10%, we must do everything we can to increase our chances of winning infinitely. I hope I can do it in time. Not to mention that Iron Man is planning a shocking plan. Superman Lin Fan has arrived at the largest hospital in New York. This hospital was once where Doctor Strange worked as a surgeon. Among them are Doctor Strange's colleagues. There is also Doctor Strange's beloved person, Dr. Christina. She was the female doctor who used a defibrillator to help Doctor Strange when he was on the verge of death. Lin Fan arrived above the hospital. It immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by. Countless people even stopped and pointed at Lin Fan in the air. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with heat. After absorbing Cyclops laser, the power of Lin Fan's thermal vision has reached an unprecedented level. Not only is its destructive power stronger, but its penetrating power has also reached an astonishing level. Even the thickness of thermal vision can be adjusted freely to achieve different destructive power. With the sound of Zilla, the terrifying hot rays of light swept across the entire hospital. Half of the huge hospital collapsed. This is a towering building with more than 80 floors. After the collapse below, it immediately caused a series of chain reactions. Rumble. Huge smoke and dust filled the air. The entire building tilted completely. Countless people were crushed to death inside. It's like the end of the world. Countless people began to cry and shout. It's Superman! Everyone, run quickly! Evacuate, evacuate quickly! Superman is going on a killing spree again. Why did you attack us? What about the superheroes? What do officials do for a living? Taking taxpayers' money and not doing anything for the people. Why did Superman become like this? Ah, the Superman before was the embodiment of justice. Someone come and save us. All of a sudden. Inside the entire building. A large number of people died. A large number of people were injured. Everyone cried bitterly. Some of these people reminded me of the Superman of the past. How righteous Superman was at that time. Why has it become what it is today? Many people began to regret judging Superman. He also regretted executing Superman's relatives. But it was too late. Various media outlets also continued to film the scene of Superman destroying the hospital. Then it was reposted on all major TV stations. Countless people have commented on the attack. The voices condemning Superman continued. Lin Fan doesn't care about these. Heat vision in the eyes activated. I saw a woman curled up in the corner of the room. It is the female doctor that Doctor Strange likes, Dr. Christina. I have to say this woman is really lucky. The entire building collapsed but she wasn't killed. Lin Fan decided to give her a ride. Hit the wall directly. He flew out carrying Dr. Christina. Dr. Christina thought Superman had returned and suddenly turned back into the righteous Superman and saved herself. Dr. Christina kept thanking me. Lin Fan replied politely, "You're welcome, you're welcome." Lin Fan suddenly saw a camera mounted on a floor not far away. Lin Fan waved to the camera. Then he threw Dr. Christina directly from a height of 1,000 meters. Chapter 32. Ah! Dr. Christina let out a scream that shook the earth. Falling from a high altitude. With a bang, he fell heavily onto the concrete floor below. The scream stopped abruptly. Large amounts of bright red blood oozed out of Dr. Christina's body. The whole head was in tatters. Even if someone pieced it together, they might not be able to put together the complete skull tissue. The photographer on the rooftop of the opposite building sat down on the ground. He was afraid that Lin Fan would throw him down as well. But Lin Fan waved at this person. The heat in the eyes started. A deep S symbol is engraved on the earth. It symbolizes that Superman has visited here. Countless people were terrified when they saw this sign, and fear and despair surged in their hearts. This S symbol was destined to become the symbol of death. Lin Fan turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds and disappearing. At the same time, Doctor Strange holding a phone. My hands were shaking. Not that long ago. Friends sent him videos and photos. Dr. Christina's death was extremely tragic. Doctor Strange's face was almost distorted, with traces of tears still on it. He roared to the sky. No. Superman. Why did you kill her? Beast, ah! Doctor Strange could only rage helplessly. The Mage King, the library administrator of the Supreme Mage Hall next to him, sighed and said. How are you going to fight Superman in your current state? Isn't this looking for death? Doctor Strange looked at his companion with great resentment. Why can't Master Ancient One take action? I just can't understand it. Isn't the original intention of learning supreme magic to protect humanity? Isn't this the time when we are needed? Do you want me to be a coward with her? The king sighed. Our Supreme Mage Hall has been disbanded. Master Ancient One is missing. Many mages are reluctant to leave. They believe that Master Ancient One will return. After all, everyone has already regarded the Supreme Mage Hall as their home. Doctor Strange couldn't hear anything anymore. Holding an ancient magic book in his hand. Constantly drawing power from Doctor Strange in other multiverses. There are countless Doctor Stranges throughout the multiverse. Doctor Strange saw a spell in an ancient book. Can borrow the powers of other Doctor Stranges through the medium of the supreme magic spell. 1. I can't beat Superman. There are 10 me, 100 me, 1,000 me, and 10,000 me. no matter how great the cost. Doctor Strange decided to kill that Superman Lin Fan. Wong looked at Doctor Strange's condition and realized that he couldn't listen to anything he said. I can only leave in disappointment. On the other hand, Lin Fan has arrived at the Hall of the Supreme Mage. Without hesitation, he broke through the door and flew straight in. The Hall of the Supreme Mage seemed even more deserted than usual. There were only a dozen ordinary monks meditating and practicing. When these people saw Lin Fan, their expressions changed drastically. They all took up their positions and used the magic they had learned to fight Lin Fan desperately. And Lin Fan's eyes burst into heat, sweeping freely among the crowd. No matter how these mages defend, they were all defeated by the evolved thermal vision. Everyone who came into contact with the heat vision was dismembered. If it touches you, you will suffer huge damage. 3 times 5 divided by 2. 7 or 8 of the dozen monks had been killed. Only 3 or 4 of them had their wills broken. One by one, they reveal their true selves when facing death. Why is this happening? Why would Superman attack us? It must be Doctor Strange's doing. Ah, it's all his fault. If he doesn't mess with Superman, how could Superman attack us? From the day Doctor Strange entered our palace, I knew he was not a law-abiding person. That's good, it finally caused a catastrophic disaster. We were implicated. He's fine, I don't know where he escaped to. Even our Ancient One is missing. This Doctor Strange deserves to die. Lin Fan listened to the painful cries of the 3 or 4 mages. I just find humans incredible. Themselves as the ones who threaten their lives. They dare not scold themselves. Instead, blame Doctor Strange. They felt that it was Doctor Strange who implicated them. Lin Fan just felt more and more disgusted with human nature. This filthy creature doesn't deserve to live in this world. Lin Fan's eyes were hot as he glanced at her. Kill all 4 of them completely. Although Lin Fan was ready to fight with Gu Yi. But for some reason, Ancient One never appeared from beginning to end. Lin Fan came to the library of the Supreme Mage Hall alone. The collection of books here is extremely vast. Countless magic and forbidden spells are recorded on it. It even records many secrets about the multiverse. Since Lin Fan obtained the power of the Phoenix, I really want to learn more about these magical knowledge. If you come here now, it won't be in vain. Open the door to space and create an independent space. All the books in the library of the Supreme Mages Hall were cleared out. Then fly towards the sun. Come to the outer layer of the sun. I just felt endless solar energy filling my body. Sure enough, the sun is the source of Superman's power. Lin Fan can be sure of it. Soak up the sun's rays regularly. Or directly enter the interior of the sun to absorb energy. It is of great benefit to improving your own strength. Lin Fan approached the sun directly. The powerful and vast power of the Phoenix unfolds. Just like cutting a cake. Cut out a piece of solar energy with a diameter of 1 kilometer. Then hold this ball of energy, flying towards the Earth. Don't underestimate this solar energy cluster, which is only 1 kilometer in diameter. The power contained within it is extremely terrifying. Various solar rays and ultraviolet rays also burst out. Even the temperature of the surrounding area was distorted by the burning. Such a solar energy cluster, if it is thrown directly into the Pacific Ocean, it will definitely trigger a century-long disaster for the entire Earth. Pacific Ocean water evaporates to dryness. The global climate is warming. Glacial rivers are overflowing everywhere. The plains are dry and the land is barren for thousands of miles. The Earth is in a very constant state. Even if there is any interference from the movement of the sun, all of these could cause drastic changes in the Earth's climate. Lin Fan was holding a ball of solar energy. Throw it directly into satellite orbit. Because of various gravitational reasons, it actually orbits the Earth like the Moon. This mass of solar energy is closest to the Earth. It is the American continent. Chapter 33. This is the boiling frog effect. The solar energy cluster that Lin Fan chose was not very large in diameter. It's only about a kilometer in diameter. However, the various disasters and micro-changes caused are extremely terrifying. Humans are like frogs in warm water, until they discover the ecological climate. It is time for humanity to perish. Since then, humanity will suffer in fear and despair. Such levels of pain and despair. It is definitely not comparable to dropping a huge meteorite. As the saying goes, despair in agony and gradual death in fear. After doing all this, Lin Fan was very satisfied. Fly directly to the top of the Himalayas. After killing Dr. Strange, we will go and find out the 4 top human masterminds. Lin Fan didn't know their identities. All I know is that there are 2 doctors, a captain, and a cat. It's a really weird combination. Lin Fan couldn't understand why there was a cat in this group. I've never heard of a cat that's so powerful. Does this cat have a secret? Lin Fan couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. Who cares who is behind this? Just crush them with thundering means. At the same time, on top of the Himalayas, Librarian Wang burst into tears. After he left the mountainside, returned to the hall of the Supreme Mage. Then I saw the bodies of the mages who were unwilling to leave. The death was horrific. All of them were burned to death by the heat vision. It can be inferred. These people were all killed by Lin Fan. Dr. Strange was furious. No wonder Master Ancient One asked them to leave early. No wonder Master Ancient One disbanded the Supreme Mage Hall on the spot. He must have predicted Superman returns. But you're still unwilling to take action even after all this. Although Master Ancient One is a teacher that Dr. Strange respects very much. Even gave Dr. Strange guidance to survive. But at this moment, Dr. Strange was surrounded by endless rage. It is also a heartfelt resistance to the supreme way that Master Ancient One insists on. Dr. Strange nearly broke his teeth. Even though I saw my own students being killed by Superman. You will never take action. What use do I have for this supreme way? Dr. Strange just felt that he was having trouble breathing. The faith I held in my heart almost collapsed. I felt even more deeply sad. If it were Master Ancient One's skills, maybe he can really defeat Superman. But all speculations are just ifs. Dr. Strange could only sigh. Continue to borrow infinite power from the multiverse. A black mark gradually condensed between the eyebrows. At this time, suddenly, I saw a shining star in the sky. This kind of broad daylight. Suddenly, a dazzling star appeared. And it emits a scorching temperature. How is this going? Dr. Strange and Wang looked at each other deeply. A very bad thought came to my mind. After turning on the phone, see the overwhelming reports above. And pictures taken by various satellites. Among them, the report that was ranked at the top provided very complete information. I saw a figure wearing a red cloak, holding a huge ball of solar energy. Tirelessly pushing the solar energy group closer to the Earth. A diligent look. Thanks to the efforts of this man in a red cloak. Finally, this huge ball of solar energy was pushed into the Earth's satellite orbit. The energy ball glows and emits heat like a star. Strong ultraviolet rays. Strong sun rays. And various strong cosmic rays. Passing through the atmosphere. The roster of the whole Earth. The Earth's ozone layer is simply unable to withstand the close exposure of this little star. Gradually, some changes took place in the atmosphere. Various rainy climates below the atmosphere are also undergoing a major migration. First, the Pacific Ocean evaporates. Next comes the rise in the temperature of the Earth. The ice and snow on the hillsides began to melt. The ice on both levels also melted. Places with little rainfall are directly evaporated. The lake dried up. The stream has dried up. The vegetation dries up. Fish and shrimp died. Even volcanic eruptions began in some places. In some places, ocean currents are surging, forming huge storms. A short time. Various natural disasters struck. And the temperature of the Earth is still gradually rising. The American continent, which is closest to this solar energy group, is like fat meat on a chopping board. It was sizzling and smoking from the grill. Countless people began to panic. The temperature in some cities directly rose to 45 or 46 degrees Celsius. And the temperature is still rising at a slow rate. When Dr. Strange and Wong saw this scene, they were filled with turmoil. Wong cursed directly. Lin Fan wants to destroy the world directly. Oh my god! Directly create a small Sunday. Who the hell can stand this? If this continues, in a few days, the Earth will experience drastic climate changes. Humans have now adapted to this climate. Even if the temperature of the Earth rises by 1 or 2 degrees Celsius, it can cause the death of tens of thousands of people. No, it is the death of billions of humans. Superman Lin Fan's big move this time is simply to bring down the entire human race. Ah! If God could give me another chance. I have to stop that damn bat. Why did he have to push Superman to the edge of his wits when he could just mess with anyone else? Isn't this just for the whole human race to play with? The king chattered on the side. Doctor Strange is distraught. I really feel extremely desperate. And this is the pinned video below. Countless people are venting their grievances. Hundreds of hectares of crops on my farmland have all dried up today. The water in the river has already decreased by 30%. It won't take a few days for the river to dry up. We live under a snowy mountain. Today, the mountain collapsed and a village was directly buried. Superman really won't leave us alive this time. Can't the authorities talk to Superman? Tell him to stop it. Whatever the cost. Ah, a large number of people here have already suffered from heat stroke, and their internal organs have developed functional disorders. Some people here have already started to build a statue of Superman, and they keep kneeling and praying, trying to get Superman's forgiveness. I really regret voting to judge Superman. In fact, the last thing we should do is to kill all of Superman after judging him, vent our own selfish anger, and even execute Superman's family. There have been a lot of demonstrations and riots in Statue Square. People are fed up with official inaction. Looking at the complaints of these people, Dr. Strange felt grief-stricken and speechless. His girlfriend was killed. The monk who practiced Buddhism together was killed. Billions of people are in danger and are suffering from disasters. Superman's sins are too numerous to list. This moment, Dr. Strange's determination to do everything he can to kill Superman has grown stronger than ever. This mentality has reached its extreme. Even at the cost of borrowing the power of darkness. Even at the cost of using dark forbidden spells. Kill Superman too. Just now. A red light came rapidly from the distant sky. Dr. Strange narrowed his eyes. The person who came was Lin Fan. Chapter 34. When Superman was about to reach the edge of the Himalayas. SHIELD satellite. Iron Man's personal satellite. Watt Corporation headquarters. And Wakanda headquarters. Several forces are paying attention to everything on the mountain at the same time. Lin Fan arrived in a flash. Floating in the air on the top of the mountain. Looking down at Dr. Strange. Lin Fan asked. Is it enough? Dr. Strange was puzzled. What is enough? Lin Fan smiled and said. Of course it's whether the hatred towards me is enough. If it's not enough, I can give you some more. After hearing this, Dr. Strange almost fainted from anger. Is this the reason why you did those things that were so outrageous to both humans and gods? It destroyed the hospital building and killed countless people. It also threw my girlfriend to death. Go to the temple of the Supreme Mage and start a massacre. And then move a huge energy ball from the sun to bring disaster to mankind. Lin Fan said calmly. You think too highly of yourself. Like right now, what can you do? Lin Fan said as he stretched out his hand. An ice spear took shape in his hand. This is Iceman's powerful ability. But in Lin Fan's hands, it exerts a power even more terrifying than that of the Iceman. The ice spear flew out quickly. Shoot towards Librarian King. Doctor Strange and Wong are facing a formidable enemy. They both activated their shields. At the same time the ice and snow spear hit the two people's shields. Lin Fan suddenly disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already behind the king. Lin Fan did not make any movement. The burning power of the phoenix erupted from behind. The two phoenix wings covered the sky. It is dozens of times stronger than the phoenix power of the phoenix girl. The phoenix wings are more lifelike. Every feather on it is clearly visible, almost solid. A feather fell from the phoenix's wings. Each feather is a sharp sword condensed from the power of the phoenix. Before the king could turn around, it has completely penetrated the king's body. No! Doctor Strange screamed. But to no avail. He could only watch as blood spurted out of Wong's body. Vitality is quickly lost. Completely extinct. This series of changes. It's too fast. So fast that even Doctor Strange didn't have time to react. At the same time, I felt extremely scared. If just now, Lin Fan did not attack Wong, but attack yourself, he might even be seriously injured. And so, when fighting against Lin Fan, be sure to be fully prepared. Even when necessary, just use your strongest method. This is Doctor Strange's realization. Lin Fan smiled and said, another friend has left you. And what can you do about it? The wrath of waste, grabbing the land with their heads. Doctor Strange's face was grim. Make a seal with your hands. Suddenly, endless illusions appeared. It's like there's a Doctor Strange. Suddenly they turned into millions of Doctor Strange. Flying out of Doctor Strange's body. Layers upon layers, densely packed. It has occupied the heavens in an instant. No fewer than tens of thousands of Doctor Stranges were flying over the Himalayas. Lin Fan was surrounded tightly. Lin Fan saw this scene. It was really a surprise and a delight. Finally something interesting. I have to admit that your magic is quite interesting. Lin Fan carefully observed the aura of each Doctor Strange. It turns out that every energy fluctuation of Doctor Strange is not simple. This explains the tens of thousands of clones of Doctor Strange. It's not an illusion. But it is a being that truly has the ability to attack. Doctor Strange gave an order. A hot magic whip appeared in everyone's hands. All of them were taken from Lin Fan. Control Lin Fan's arm. Control Lin Fan's thigh. It also controlled Lin Fan's entire body. At this moment, Lin Fan was like a giant cocoon in the silk thread. Tightly bound by these thousands of magic whips. Then each magic whip suddenly tightened. Lin Fan was immediately frozen in place. Strong pressure came towards Lin Fan. Maybe there's a limit to how much one Doctor Strange can pull. But these tens of thousands of Doctor Stranges are pulling together. The power here really is the accumulation of little by little. Even with Lin Fan's current strength, it was difficult for him to break free for a while. And tens of thousands of Doctor Strange are pulling long stories of magic in one hand. The other hand transformed into a magic spear. The power of these tens of thousands of magic spears actually made Lin Fan feel a little threatened. This was truly the first time Lin Fan had felt this since he became the enemy of the world. Feel threatened? Doctor Strange shouted. Thousands of magic spears shot towards Lin Fan at the same time. The power of magic shines brightly and illuminates the heavens. Even the heavy snow falling over the Himalayas was dyed a scorching yellow. Lin Fan's eyes were cold. Start from the battle just now. No physical strength was used. He just decided to use magic to defeat magic. Even in times of crisis. I don't want to break this decision. The two phoenix wings behind him suddenly wrapped Lin Fan. Then it spins rapidly like a top. All the thousands of magic whips tied to Lin Fan were instantly cut and disintegrated. There are only tens of thousands of magic spears left. All of them were knocked away by the gyroscopes formed by the infinite power of the phoenix. All the illusions in the sky are gathered together. After the magic was broken, tens of thousands of Doctor Strange's clones returned to their original form. All of a sudden, hundreds of birds are paying homage to the phoenix, which is actually a very beautiful sight. After the illusion returned to his body, Doctor Strange staggered and almost lost his balance. The price of this powerful magic is can borrow the power of thousands of Doctor Strange in the multiverse. Correspondingly, you have to bear all the damage. Although Lin Fan was only using the power of the phoenix to defend himself just now, but the backlash force of cutting off tens of thousands of magic whips and destroying tens of thousands of magic spears, it all fell on Doctor Strange. Little by little, it adds up to a lot. As a result, Doctor Strange suffered serious damage. Blood spurted out of Doctor Strange's mouth. A black mark quietly appeared between the eyebrows. A thick black aura of death enveloped Doctor Strange. A huge monster appeared behind him. A huge monster black planet. It actually looks like a human head, with a nose and eyes. Open your bloody mouth. Exhaling a thick breath of deathly light. Shoot towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes were fierce. Know that this is not Doctor Strange's own power. It seemed more like a precious thing was sacrificed to some powerful being in the universe. Only then can such a powerful monster be summoned. At least it's a planetary monster. Even a cosmic master. The dead air that spewed out of his mouth possesses supreme death rules. Once contaminated, no matter how strong your defense is, it will be useless. It can directly cause regular annihilation to the opponent. Lin Fan took a deep breath. It really feels extremely difficult. Stretch out your arms and form a circle to defend. Doctor Strange was overjoyed. As long as this annihilation beam of light hits Lin Fan, he will surely die. And the next second, a space hole appeared above Doctor Strange's head. The beam of annihilation light smashed down on his head. Doctor Strange completely lost his will. Chapter 35. Doctor Strange is enveloped by a pillar of death. Completely fainted. And the color on his body gradually disappeared. Eroded by a mysterious force of rules. This image is indescribably weird. In Lin Fan's eyes, Doctor Strange's entire body turned into black and white. It's like a black and white movie from the 40s or 50s. It doesn't match the colors of the ground, the sky, and even the entire world. Being rejected by this world, Lin Fan flew forward. Get system reminder. If you find a superpowered person who has lost consciousness, should you use power deprivation on him? Yes. Congratulations to the host for initiating ability deprivation and gaining the ability magic affinity. Doctor Strange's situation is extremely unique. He's not a mutant though. But he has a talent that others don't have. That is magical affinity. Someone with this ability, you can get twice the result with half the effort when learning magic. In just a few days, you can achieve what others would take years to achieve. Even in terms of magical comprehension, there are also advantages that others cannot catch up with. After depriving Doctor Strange of his powers, Doctor Strange is even weaker. The grey energy on his body was destroying his vitality at an even more exaggerated speed. And the planet behind Doctor Strange is a lifelike existence. Lost energy supply. Cut off contact with Doctor Strange. Prepare to return to your own world. Lin Fan took a look at this great being. The moment it disconnects from this world, Lin Fan was in a bad mood and rushed over. Fuck you, you want to leave after attacking me? Late. To the other side of the space. Looking around, I saw the vast and empty universe. There was dead silence all around. There is only a huge planet standing in front of us. This planet just existed. It has a nose, eyes, and a mouth. The entire planet looks like a huge head. The volume of the planet is countless times larger than the sun on Earth. This is no longer a road planet. It's a completely different life form. Or a conscious being. The incomparably powerful rules of death on his body are like smoke and sea. The existence that was projected to Doctor Strange just now was actually just a clone of the consciousness of the giant in front of him. At this time, Lin Fan faced his true form. That huge and infinite feeling of oppression hit me in the face. It can allow Lin Fan to feel the will of the great existence more intuitively. Death. Destroyed. Empty silence. Devour. Confusion. Various laws mixed together to form the will of the planet before us. The planetary life form opened its dark eyes. As Lin Fan saw it, Lin Fan felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. The brilliant power of the phoenix burst out from his body. Resist this powerful pressure. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt a huge force pulling him from behind. It turned out to be the magic whip that Doctor Strange had just used. It's just that the power of the magic whip is thousands of times stronger than Doctor Strange's. And 1,000 times more resilient. Tighten suddenly. He pulled Lin Fan back. It was also at this time. The space channel established by the Great Being and the Earth suddenly closed. Lin Fan before the space channel was closed. Back to Earth again. A bald man stood on the top of the snowy peak. Slowly put away the magic whip around Lin Fan's waist. It was this person who pulled Lin Fan back at the critical moment. Lin Fan looked at this person steadily. She is none other than the Ancient One. Master Ancient One did not show any hostility towards Lin Fan. Just asked lightly. How about it? Lin Fan said bluntly. Very powerful. If you fight to the death. It's 50-50. Master Ancient One nodded. To be exact, you take 6 and he takes 4. But that's his home turf after all. He can also summon other powerful beings. Only when you build a universe that belongs to you alone, you are the master of the only universe. I would rather give this universe to Dormammu or those weird beings. It would be better to give this universe to you and let you create the dark universe. Build your own territory. In that case, you will be unique in the multiverse. Master Ancient One pointed at Doctor Strange and said with a smile. Instead of existing in every multiverse like these people. Only by being the only one can you pursue the highest. Lin Fan seemed to understand what Master Guyi said. It seems like I understand half of it. But it can be confirmed with certainty. The Supreme Sorcerer, Master Ancient One, exists. There was no hostility towards me at all. This was something Lin Fan really couldn't understand. According to reason. The things I did. People like Master Ancient One. When you see me, won't you take the opportunity to destroy me? Why would you help yourself? Let this universe be used by yourself to create the dark universe. What does it mean again? Maybe Lin Fan doesn't understand now. But Lin Fan could feel that every word Master Guyi said was sincere. It's not a lie. Master Ancient One suddenly said something even more shocking. You don't have to wonder. You are too slow in spreading despair and darkness in the human world. At your speed. Don't even talk about creating a dark universe. It takes you so long to even create a tiny planet. Lin Fan was almost stunned. Because what Master Ancient One said was too contradictory to her identity. She seemed to be teaching Lin Fan how to do evil. Master Ancient One simply said it bluntly. You are transporting meteorites to smash the Earth. Use solar energy clusters to cause disasters on Earth. These are just children's games. Since you have chosen this path, you must continue on this path unwaveringly. Since you choose to create a dark universe, then the fear and despair of all living beings in the entire dark universe is your godhood. Earth humans don't have these feelings of despair. Your power will be weakened. How will you face other great beings then? Lin Fan understood. Master Guyi smiled and said. Got it. I would rather give this place to Dormammu and let him create a desolate and dark universe, or even destroy all living things. I might as well give it to you. Sometimes there's nothing wrong with teaching humans to feel fear and awe. Earthlings have been arrogant for too long. Sooner or later, you're going to fall flat on your face. And in the universe, with Dormammu and Death Eater, any setback is enough to cause the extinction of mankind. So compared to them, your methods are just like a child's play. This sentence made Lin Fan laugh out of anger. The layout opens up at once. That's a good feeling. Next time, all human beings on Earth will face the most extreme pain and despair. Chapter 36. Lin Fan asked Master Guyi many more details about the future before leaving. The Ancient One then looked at the dead Doctor Strange. At this time, Doctor Strange has lost all vitality. His entire body was a strange mixture of black and white. Suddenly, a supreme magic channel opened next to it. Another Doctor Strange arrives. The only difference is that this Doctor Strange's hair is all grey. Every move he made was followed by countless phantoms. It's like this Doctor Strange overlaps with all the multiverses. Every move drives the mysterious rules of the multiverse. Master Guyi smiled and said. You do exist. I guess you are Doctor, one of the 4 official human masterminds. Doctor Strange nodded. I still don't exist right now. I only exist temporarily with the help of the power of rules. After the 6 of them had the final battle with Lin Fan. That's why he chose my path. That's how I was born. Before that, please give him the correct guidance, teacher. Master Guyi nodded. Doctor Strange, who came behind, did not hesitate and formed seals with his hands. Collect the black and white death rules from Doctor Strange on the ground. The lying Doctor Strange gradually gained color. The future Doctor Strange broke through space and disappeared. Master Ancient One waited for him to leave and then took out the time stone. Use the time reversal function to revive Doctor Strange. After Doctor Strange woke up, he shook his head. Instead of seeing Superman, I saw the kind-looking Ancient One. Doctor Strange suddenly asked angrily. Are you finally willing to show up? Why did you disband the Temple of the Supreme Mage? You knew Superman would go after those wizards, why didn't you help him? I was obviously killed by Superman. Why did you save me? If you have the ability, why don't you kill that Superman? What supreme way are you adhering to? I'm asking you a question, answer it. Master Ancient One frowned. Suddenly he felt that Lin Fan had hit him too lightly. Master Ancient One was too lazy to explain. He used magic to open the door, stepped in and disappeared. Only the extremely angry Doctor Strange was left standing disheveled in the wind. At the same time, under the steaming and baking of the solar energy group, temperatures continue to rise across the American continent. It increased by 2 degrees Celsius again. It has reached a terrifying 48 degrees Celsius. A series of chain reactions were born. The river began to dry up. The ground began to crack. The snow on the mountains began to melt. A large amount of vegetation and animals died one after another. Even the lava in the center of the earth is stirring. Volcanoes began to erupt in many places. All of a sudden, various natural disasters are rampant throughout the American continent. People simply didn't dare to appear outside during the day. It won't be long before you get heat stroke. The only way to survive is to hide in an air-conditioned room. But this is just the beginning. A large-scale food crisis began to erupt. Then various energy crises broke out one after another. After disputes, there is war. People's emotions also became particularly irritable. Various demonstrations and terrorist activities continue. The people bombarded the official phone lines with calls. People are in an uproar and complaining, and they are eager to revolt and fight against the government. Sudden. The ground in the square below the statue of the goddess is raised. The thick concrete floor was completely cracked. The people around were terrified and quickly left this dangerous place. Such strange landforms immediately attracted various media to come and take pictures. Even some geologists came to survey. However, when many staff members gathered around the square, suddenly the ground began to tremble. Earthquake alarms began to sound throughout the city. I saw that the originally raised area quickly rose higher. In the blink of an eye, it rose to 400 or 500 meters. The nearby buildings, bridges, and roads were all destroyed by the rising mountains. People were terrified. What exactly is going on? Why did such a sudden and drastic change in terrain occur? Didn't those geologists say that our city's geological structure is very stable? How come a big mountain suddenly grew out of here? Just when everyone was talking about it, the whole mountain began to shake. Just heard a loud roar. The mountains exploded. Superman Lin Fan flew out from it. However, the shaking of the entire mountain and the earth did not stop. There was a loud bang. Hot and thick magma erupted from the mountain pass. Remember, this is in a big city. The population and density of residents around here are so high that you can imagine how dense it is. Everyone was stunned, looking at the mighty power of heaven and earth. The thick magma is so hot. The weight of the eruption is so great. Dye the entire sky red. A large amount of magma sprayed everywhere. All residents and floors contaminated by magma. Everything turned into a sea of fire. And the amount of magma sprayed by this volcano is so terrifying. Just like Wang Yang, occupying every city street. It spread in all directions like a flood. People were wailing. Finally, I understand what's going on. Superman. Superman again. This guy dug a volcano right in the middle of the city. My goodness. Why is this guy so weird? Are you planning to use a volcanic eruption to destroy this city? This is the central city. How dare he do this? How many people are going to die? Ah, it's too hot. The average temperature now has reached 48 degrees Celsius. You might as well bring an iceberg over here. How did you create another volcano? This Superman is a pervert. It's simply the Doomsday Torture King. People were wailing. The faces of the entire official department and all the staff of S.H.I.E.L.D. were dark. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he slammed his fist on the table. At this time, all official personnel only wore vests. Still sweating profusely. Even various machines and equipment are constantly sounding alarms. At this juncture, Superman actually gave them a big stove. How can people live like this? The city's average temperature originally reached 48 degrees Celsius. After the volcanic eruption, thick volcanic ash and hot air mixed in the air. The local temperature has once again reached a qualitative change. 49 degrees Celsius. 50 degrees Celsius. 51 degrees Celsius. Still continuing to rise. In addition, volcanic ash is extremely toxic. If you overbreathe, it is very likely to cause direct suffocation of personnel. The sky above the entire city was blocked out and there were no clouds in sight. All filled with various volcanic dust. People are in this doomsday environment. One can imagine how desperate they are. And Lin Fan got what he wanted again and heard the system prompt sound. The despair you spread reaches 50%. You can choose the following skills. Chapter 37. The despair you spread reaches 50%. You can choose the following skills. Choice 1, Supreme Superman's Magic Analysis. Choice 2, Silver Dachao's Energy into Micron. Choice 3, Mind Blast of a Superhuman Mind. The effect of the ability Magic Analysis is still very powerful. No matter what type of magic Superman Prime encounters, they can analyze all the operating rules of magic in detail. Since then, whether it is used to break the opponent's magic, or it can be used to learn the opponent's magic. Both can greatly increase efficiency and get twice the result with half the effort. The former Supreme Superman relied on this magical skill. Step onto the pinnacle of the magic throne. The energy of silver is very subtle. It can enable Dachao to control and absorb the energy of others in the microscopic world. And in terms of the use of energy, he has reached a level that no one can match. For example, someone uses energy attacks to attack Silver Dachao. Silver Super can quickly reverse control and deprive this energy, and then use it according to his own arrangement. The most intuitive effect is, after acquiring the skill of energy microscopic, it can help Silver Dachao save a lot of energy during the battle. It can also increase the power of various energy attacks exponentially. To put it simply, steel is used on the blade, no energy leaks out, and no energy is not fully utilized. It is even possible to use designed energy-intensive methods to simulate energy into the desired interstellar weapon attack method. The energy cannon that Silver Super used with both hands in the later period was comparable to an interstellar star destroyer. It is to use the ability of subtle energy to simulate the energy emission rules of the arranged star destroyer cannon. The Mind Blast of Psychic Superman is an extremely deterrent attack method that ignores defense. As long as your mental strength exceeds that of the other party, you can instantly crush the opponent's thinking with a Mind Blast. The number of troops and horses is no longer of any significance to the Superman of thinking. Even if you encounter a powerful single enemy, as long as your mental strength is stronger than the opponent's, you can directly blow up the opponent's head. This ability is to bring the strengths of superhuman thinking to the extreme. The attainment of the thinking Superman in mental power is at the pinnacle of the universe. In this case, who can compete with Superman in terms of mental strength? This is also the unique skill that Superman of thinking uses to intimidate countless overlords of the universe. Lin Fan thought about it and decided to learn Dachao's microscopic energy. With the skill of energy reserve, plus the skill of energy penetration, once again pushing Lin Fan's combat power to a new peak level. The efficiency of energy utilization has also reached a level that others cannot reach. Don't say anything else. Directly use energy to simulate the attack method of an interstellar star destroyer. This made Lin Fan extremely envious. I believe that no man can resist the joy of burning the glass of a planet with an interstellar star destroyer. Master Ancient One said it all. Lin Fan's methods were not deterrent enough. Then the energy is extremely subtle, and this skill just makes up for the lack of Lin Fan's powerful attack. It directly allowed Lin Fan's attack method to reach the planetary level. A single thought can destroy the stars. The skill of energy is too profound and powerful. Lin Fan needs some time to develop it thoroughly. With Lin Fan's combat thinking, he would soon be able to develop a grand attack method comparable to a star destroyer. Lin Fan flew directly to Gotham City. Come to the zoo where Batman is imprisoned. Batman is in there in a daze. After seeing Lin Fan, his eyes instantly became bloodshot. That was hatred that came from deep within his soul, and he really wanted to devour Lin Fan alive with his eyes. Lin Fan's previous series of calculations turned Batman into a eunuch completely. Whether in terms of physical injury or mental level, they all suppressed Batman to the extreme. Let Batman rise from the top as a superhero. He completely became a madman watched by the citizens. But Lin Fan didn't kill him. This kind of situation, which is for people to watch, drives Batman crazy all the time. After all, he was once the richest and most prestigious man in Gotham. A playboy. A superhero. If Batman's parents were alive and saw this miserable scene of Batman, I will definitely be pissed off again. And not so long ago, the Joker, the Gotham hero who received the special medal, also made a special trip to visit Batman to express his condolences. The two used to be mortal enemies representing justice and evil. And now, the situation has changed. Batman in a zoo cage. The clown was outside laughing wildly and throwing some food to tease people. It is conceivable how ironic the scene between the two is. This scene was even photographed by unscrupulous local reporters. It was called an epic meeting. It was widely publicized. The criminals in Gotham worship the Joker and regard him as a spiritual belief. The number of fans of the Joker on Twitter has completely surpassed that of Homelander. Homelander threatens to seek revenge on the Joker. I don't know what the clown said to me. The motherland completely stopped its activities. He brushed the dust off the clown, forced a smile and didn't dare to do anything rash. According to insider reports, the Joker said, "I am where I am today thanks to the guidance of Superman Lin Fan. What I mean is, I just follow Superman." This is also the fundamental reason why the Chinese people returned home in defeat. Lin Fan's skill in taunting people is average. But the Joker's taunt skill is maxed out. He stood outside and yelled at Batman. It is said that hitting someone is not a slap in the face. Expose people but don't expose shortcomings. The Joker does the opposite, specializing in exposing Batman's scars. Since Batman was a kid, no matter the details. What was Batman's childhood like? How did Batman's parents get killed? Why does Batman adore Catwoman and act like a bootlicker? How did Batman get turned into a eunuch by the transformed man? The clown was talking with spit flying everywhere and was extremely excited. The children who came to visit Batman were all stunned and kept handing him hot water so that the Joker could continue talking. The Batman inside was so angry that he vomited blood and fainted several times. The scene was quite tragic. After Lin Fan arrived at the zoo, Catwoman was pleasantly surprised. I don't know if it was her true feelings. Still, his acting is off the charts. He held Lin Fan in a very intimate manner. I have to say that Catwoman's figure and appearance are simply a beauty on earth. Even those first-line female stars are envious. Catwoman's figure in particular is perfectly proportioned. Her favorite thing is riding a motorcycle. It's really beautiful and cool, it's the dream of all men. Catwoman started to act coquettishly as soon as she saw Lin Fan. The temperature has risen a lot recently. It's because Lin Fan moved a small sun and created another volcano that looks like a furnace. The temperature in Gotham City was of course also affected. Lin Fan just stretched out his hand and waved. Directly utilize the ability of micro-energy. Place a micro-defense circle around Catwoman's body. The special ability arrangement can greatly absorb the surrounding ultraviolet sunlight and scorching heat. Catwoman was both surprised and happy, and said that she would reward Lin Fan well and serve him. The official side has been looking forward to it for a long time, and finally the captain returns to Earth and brings back a magical sword. Chapter 38. Ever since Captain Jinky entered the binary state, the strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Even in the entire single universe, he has made a great name for himself. Not that long ago, Captain Marvel went through a lot of hardships and killed a god hiding in a black hole in the universe. This divine ability is mainly based on forging. If we say that in the entire universe, the strongest race in forging artifacts is the cosmic dwarves, then this god in the black hole is exactly opposed to the cosmic dwarves. He is best at creating terrifying and evil blades. Unfortunately, although the evil blade forged by this god is powerful, its growth cycle is too long. Captain Marvel found the flaw. Kill the god and then snatch back the divine blade. At this time, Captain Marvel returned to the official headquarters of mankind. General Ryan, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and other officials, big and small, came to greet them. Standing at the top of humanity, the four behind-the-scenes masters represent humanity's highest combat power. Known as the ultimate combination of two doctors, a captain, and a cat. Captain Marvel corresponds to the title of captain. Captain Marvel has just returned to Earth. They discovered that the Earth was unusual. How come a huge ball of solar energy appeared in the Earth's orbit? Such a horrific act is too shocking. Although the volume of the solar energy cluster is not too large, Grilling at such a close distance, don't humans on Earth feel hot? Or is it because of the time I was away? The Earth's climate is changing and the weather is getting colder. Does it need solar energy groups to provide heat? Captain Marvel couldn't figure out what was going on, so she landed directly at the human headquarters. Captain Ryan sighed. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. reported a lot of information, telling everything that happened recently. What? You're trying to judge Superman? After understanding the situation, Captain Marvel's face changed and said. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. looked bitter. That can't be helped. Just 3 years ago, Batman submitted the Superman threat theory. You also know that it's different from other superheroes. Humans can rest assured that other superheroes are powerful because their bloodline is human after all. Superman is different. Superman is a Kryptonian after all. There are even countless experts who speculate that Superman is actually a spy sent to Earth by the Kryptonians. If the Earth's climate is suitable, it will be suitable for Kryptonians to transform. Perhaps the Kryptonians will immediately send down troops to forcibly occupy the place. Generals, it is the best proof of this. It was after this incident that everyone began to change their attitude towards Superman. Captain Marvel looked helpless. But Superman has already settled down on Earth. Over the years, Superman has saved humanity time and again. This is enough to prove that Superman's justice is not an act. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. smiled bitterly. This is about the survival of the entire human race. To rashly trust an individual is to be irresponsible to the entire human race. So we put it up for a vote. Let the 4 of you make the decision. Captain Marvel said angrily. I didn't vote at all, I was already dead by then. How do you vote? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. sighed and said. There's nothing I can do. Your leaving can only be considered an abstention vote. That cat didn't bother to vote. So the final decision will be made by those 2 doctors. And the 2 of them unanimously agreed on the superhuman threat theory. Faced with such a result, we can only put Superman on trial. Captain Marvel's face turned blue with anger. Even if Superman is put on trial, why kill his relatives? Aren't his relatives our compatriots? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. could only tell the truth helplessly. Superman's wife was already pregnant at that time. If you let go of Superman's 3 relatives, you will definitely let go of Superman's child as well. Who can guarantee that this child won't seek revenge when he grows up? So the higher UPS decided to let Professor X use the brain-enhancing device to control the people of the entire state of Arvada to vote. The voting went unusually smoothly, so Superman's relatives were murdered. Here is what the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. has to say. The cause and effect of Superman has been thoroughly explained. Not to mention that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. has no power to influence the outcome. Even if it were any ordinary human being. For the reproduction and survival of all mankind. There is a high probability that such a conclusion will be reached. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. advised. Things have come to this point. There is no room for negotiation with Superman anymore. You can also take a look at what great things Superman has done recently. Then the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. brought out all the bloody events that Superman had done recently. Captain Marvel took it and watched. When I first saw it, I frowned. After watching for a while, he was shaking with anger. After seeing the end, I couldn't help but curse. This Superman is going too far. Not to mention the mass slaughter in human cities. They actually threw meteorites onto the Earth to destroy the world. That's still not enough. They were so crazy as to move such a large solar energy ball from the Sunday. Is this an attempt to roast the entire human race to death? That's not all. It actually went to the center of the Earth, stirred up the magma in the Earth veins, and created a huge volcano directly in the center of the city. This is really about trying to warm people up. Is he making teppanyaki? The double temperature heating above and below the ground is simply insane. I used to think that Superman Lin Fan was righteous and gentle. I didn't expect that there was such a terrifying demon hidden in my heart. Since I'm back this time, we can't just leave him alone," Captain Marvel said as she pulled out a long black blade from her back. There is no visible metal on this long black blade. But just seeing the body of this long black blade, this gave the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. an inexplicable feeling of palpitations and danger. What's even more terrifying is this long black blade. It is complete and absolute black. The light in the room shone upon the long black blade. It can't cause any diffuse reflection of light. It was still pitch black, dark, and deep, with the dark outline of an absolutely black long handle. Captain Marvel stroked the long black blade. He said with great admiration, "With this weapon, Superman's Man of Steel will no longer be invulnerable. We have a very good chance of winning this time." Chapter 39. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was extremely surprised. To be able to make Captain Marvel say such compliments proves that this pitch-black sword is very powerful. It's more powerful than I imagined. Captain Marvel's fighting style does not involve the use of weapons. However, at this moment, Captain Marvel stroked the long sword with both hands, and his satisfaction was beyond words. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. asked, "What's so special about this long sword?" Captain Marvel explained. In the vast universe, although many powerful artifacts have been born, but there are three strongest divine weapons ranked by sharp blades. Ranked third is General Corvus Glaive's Peerless Blade. The ultimate blade can easily cut through the atom. Even the hardest vibranium on Earth cannot withstand the cutting of the ultimate blade. Avengers 3 pierces Vision's vibranium body. In addition, the Peerless Blade also has a powerful function, which is to host souls. The soul of General Corvus Glaive resides in it. In other words, as long as the blade is not broken, General Corvus Glaive can be resurrected infinitely. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was extremely shocked. Doesn't that mean that General Corvus Glaive, who possesses the Peerless Blade, can be resurrected infinitely? Captain Marvel nodded and said, "Yes." Ranked first is the Black Death Sword of the symbiote god Null. The Black Death Sword is also known as the Black Decaying Blade. It was forged by the god of symbiotes, Null, using the divine fire from the head of a celestial being he killed. It is considered the first symbiote in the universe. The Black Death Sword can gain power through the blood of God and can create all kinds of clones. The four generals of Thor appeared, but did not show their power. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was shocked. He knew something about symbiotes. Don't say anything else. Venom and Carnage are symbiotes. In this sense, Venom and Carnage are merely the countless descendants of the Black Death Sword. You mentioned the first and the third, but you didn't mention the second. Could it be that the sharp blade in your hand is the second one among them? Captain Marvel smiled and said, "Yes, given the current state of the artifact, it can only be ranked second. But as long as he evolves to perfection, the number one Black Death Sword won't even be worthy of carrying his shoes." The name of this sharp blade is Dark Knight Blade. It has two characteristics. One is that it is indestructible, and the other has the ability to continuously tear apart objects. Second, it can devour other divine weapons to strengthen itself. He's only a half-finished product right now. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was filled with turbulent waves. Indestructible, with the ability to continuously tear apart rules. Doesn't this mean that once you stab an enemy, the wound will never heal? Such a powerful divine weapon can continuously devour other divine weapons to strengthen itself. This is simply outrageous. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. took a spare Captain America shield as an experiment. Captain Marvel slashed the shield with his sword. There was a violent spark between the two. Captain America's shield still couldn't withstand the Dark Knight blade. With a zilla sound, the entire shield was split in half. The cut was neat and tidy, corroded by a strange black force. It is probably this powerful black force that gives this artifact the ability to tear apart the rules. Captain Marvel explained. Wherever the Dark Knight blade passes, a permanent space crack will be left behind. It's like a black hole swallowing everything. No matter how you treat it, it won't help. Because of the existence of the space crack, it will continue to damage and tear the wound. So once someone is stabbed by the Dark Knight blade, the wound will never heal. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was overjoyed upon hearing this. Superman Lin Fan's iron body has a very strong defensive power. The most important thing is that his wound healing ability is also very outstanding. With this Dark Knight blade, wouldn't it be Lin Fan's nemesis? This really increases our chances of defeating Lin Fan. This is truly a great thing that should be celebrated by everyone. General Ryan next to him, and the other staff members were all smiling. Lin Fan's deterrent power has always been there. After a series of strength enhancement, everyone felt breathless. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on my head, blocking out the sky. There is no sunshine every day and I feel extremely depressed. The good news brought by Captain Marvel undoubtedly gave everyone a shot of stimulant. Finally, there is some light at the end of the tunnel. Captain Marvel made a request. I just got the Dark Knight blade as well. First, I need time to get used to it. Second, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I have a favor to ask of you. Try to find me some powerful weapons. Whether they are damaged or intact, feed them all to the Dark Knight blade. Before I fight Superman, I must feed the Dark Knight blade. Also, bring me all the information about Superman. I want to conduct an analysis of his strength. Know thyself and the enemy, and you will be able to fight 100 battles without danger. Both the Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ryan made the promise with confidence. Leave it to us to find the magic weapon. Perhaps there are not many complete divine weapons. But don't underestimate the country's capabilities. After so many years of accumulation, we have stored quite a few damaged weapons. Just right to feed this Dark Knight blade. And at this time, the solar energy cluster above the Earth's satellite orbit continues to emit light and heat. Temperatures across the American continent have risen by more than 10 degrees Celsius. What is this concept? This directly led to the temperature on the continent being even more terrible than that at the equator in Africa. Vegetation dried up and animals died of thirst. Large-scale sandstorms swept across the city. At the beginning, people can still try their best to adapt. But now, even walking on the street can melt the soles of your shoes. Plus the lack of water. Damage to power supply equipment. The entire human race is shrouded in the shadow of death. A dull knife cuts flesh. Boil the frog in warm water. The death toll keeps rising. The survivors are even more desperate and fearful. This way of dying is more horrible than being shot or stabbed. Without hope, there is real despair. The city where the statue of the goddess is located is like hell on earth. The huge volcano created by Superman Lin Fan is still spewing out magma. More than half of the citizens were killed or injured. The rest of the people have begun to migrate to other places one after another. In this intense heat, large numbers of people died during the migration. At this time, Water Company, which had acquired Wayne Company, issued a statement. Superheroes like Homelander cheered and promoted. We have developed a human gene enhancer that, once injected, can greatly increase people's ability to withstand heat. With this medicine, even if the temperature rises to 60 degrees Celsius, it can still survive tenaciously. After Superman Lin Fan learned the news, he soared into the sky and flew towards the production base of Water Company. Chapter 40. Lin Fan flew to Water Company's huge storage center. Because Water Corporation is a pharmaceutical company. Among them, compound number 5 is the main one. The superheroes under his name have even greater influence. Homelander, Queen Maeve, Starlight, Black, the Deep, the Train, etc. In people's hearts, these superheroes all have good reputations. With a good reputation, it is very easy to make money. This also led to the fact that Water Company had strong financial resources. The entire water company's huge storage center is more than 10 kilometers long. Various chemical products. Various pharmaceutical products. Various scarce minerals. The reserves are fairly evenly distributed. When Lin Fan bankrupted Batman's Wayne Company, it just happened to be acquired by Water Company. Among them, laughing gas and the immature zombie virus fell into the interior of Water Corporation. And Water Corporation happens to be good at genetic modification. The research and development of the zombie virus at Water Corporation quickly reached a rapid level. Lin Fan knew all of this, even secretly adding fuel to the fire. Want to create fear and create doomsday. The zombie virus is definitely a very interesting thing. But Lin Fan felt that the zombie virus was not strong enough. In Lin Fan's impression, the most powerful zombie virus, it is none other than the zombie dimension virus in the zombie universe. This powerful zombie dimension virus directly transforms the zombie universe into an independent horror universe. In that universe, all the superheroes were infected and turned into zombies. Not even the gods and observers are immune. That is the real despair, even conquering other multiverses. Lin Fan just wants to promote the evolution of the ordinary zombie virus. It's still very interesting to use it to create a new doomsday. And the current temperature is rising. Lin Fan felt a huge amount of despair. Water Company actually developed a heat-resistant agent. This is equivalent to making an enemy of yourself. Lin Fan's eyes started to burn. Directly destroyed all the countless buildings in front of it. A large number of chemical products. Large amounts of chemicals. A large amount of toxic gas began a chain reaction. Rumble. A huge explosion occurred. A huge cloud of smoke and dust filled the air. The smell is pungent. The taste is pungent. Water Company sounded the alarm immediately. Not good. It's a big bad thing. Superman is attacking. It destroyed a lot of our storage centers. All chemical products related to heat-resistant agents were destroyed. Level 1 alert, Level 1 alert. Hurry up and send a superhero to stop it. The assignment information has been sent to the heroes such as Homelander. Homelander, Queen Maeve, and other heroes are enjoying the air conditioning and drinking fine wine on the upper floors. After receiving the notification, the Motherland's face suddenly changed. We were assigned to fight Superman. The top management is sick. I'm calling in sick. I just drank some cold beer and my stomach got frozen. After saying that, he broke the glass and flew away irresponsibly. The other superheroes looked at each other. Each of them found a reason to leave. The top executives of Water Company roared and yelled, but to no avail. Superman can only be left to destroy. Superman directly threw all the chemical products into the air. Puff up your cheeks and blow gently. Large amounts of strong-smelling chemical products were flying across the city. Soon it spread to every corner of the city. New York is now a living hell. There is a solar energy group griller above. There are huge volcano eruptors below. Then came a cloud of pungent smoke that covered the sky. The scene was truly horrific. The people who held on vomited directly. Wow, fuck, what is that smell? Wow, it's so pungent. Whose smell is this? Rotten eggs. Why is there so much yellow smoke outside? Ah, I vomited. Ugh. Ah, this is really eye-catching. My eyes are blind. Oh my god, why are you bleeding from all 7 orifices? This pungent smell must be poisonous. Fuck, Water Corporation declared bankruptcy on its heat-resistant agent project. Superman directly raised the chemical products stored by their company. Could it be Superman who caused this pungent, eye-irritating smoke? Who else could it be but him? He's simply a piece of shit. Fuck, I really admire this old man. I can't live in this city anymore. It's so disgusting that it's killing me. The high temperature plus this pungent smell is absolutely amazing. Are the officials eating shit? Ugh. Lin Fan never expected this action of his. Gained a lot of despair value. People can tolerate high temperatures. You can also go into the room and not come out. But faced with this pungent gas that penetrates everywhere, I really can't bear it. Especially the pungent smell and high temperature complement each other. The combination is perfect. Even if you close your mouth and plug your nostrils, everyone can feel the sour, pungent, and eye-irritating smell, which can seamlessly penetrate into the human senses. Half of the people in the city fell down again. But Superman didn't care about any of this at this time. Go directly to the headquarters of Water Company. Go to the deepest level of pharmaceutical research. Finally, I got the zombie virus reagent as I wished. And they actually found a bunch of locked up zombies in the laboratory. Lin Fan exclaimed, "Wow, Water Company is indeed a regular pharmaceutical company. Even such a genuine zombie potion has been tested. It would be a shame not to create a zombie apocalypse for the living." Lin Fan directly took all the research and development information and the reserves of medicine, breaking through the wall and flying directly back to his residence. And at this time, Captain Marvel is out. The Dark Knight blade devoured all the divine weapons and sharp blades sent by the authorities. Whether complete or incomplete, the government has stockpiled dozens of powerful weapons over the years. All were devoured cleanly by the greedy Dark Knight blade. This also led to the Dark Knight blade's advancement again. Whether it is the sharpness or the tearing effect, all are terribly enhanced here. The most important thing is that a new power has been awakened. The Dark Knight blade can actually change its form freely. It can be long or short, and can be transformed into different shapes according to the owner's wishes. In this way, in the attack battle, it is really unpredictable and hard to guard against. After being silent for who knows how long, the official finally issued an announcement in their official name. Official hero Captain Marvel returns to Earth to fight on behalf of the people. We will definitely kill Superman, the source of all evil. Please trust the government and wait and see. Captain Marvel flew out of the base and flew in one direction at high speed. Chapter 41. After the official announcement, everything was going well for a while. The people were very excited. Oh my God, the authorities finally stood up. The authorities have been cowardly for so long, and finally they are tough again. It seems that if he doesn't take action, it's fine. But once he does, it will be a thunderous force. Captain Marvel is very powerful. Not only does he possess a physical quality comparable to that of a Superman, as good as Superman in both strength and speed. And it is said that Captain Marvel has a second, most powerful binary state. Even without the artifact, it is enough to crush Superman. There are also some people who think that Superman is not so easy to deal with. The Superman you are talking about is the Superman state from many years ago. Haven't you noticed that Superman is much stronger now than before? He defeated so many mutants. And I've acquired so many new abilities. If you underestimate Superman, you will definitely suffer a great loss. However, such remarks were drowned out by the vast number of Captain Marvel fans. People still believe in Captain Marvel, and she has a better chance of winning. And the Avengers headquarters. Assemble the most powerful lineup Iron Man can summon. From the day when Superman Lin Fan completely lost control, Iron Man is always trying every possible way to kill Lin Fan. Even do anything. Tens of thousands of different plans were drawn up. But these plans are unlikely to pan out. Recently, the research on Iron Man has finally achieved a new breakthrough. Until this moment, all the forbearance is worth it. Iron Man called in all his brothers who had fought alongside him. Eventually, Iron Man reveals his complete plan to the other superheroes. The final planned attempt was led by 6 people. Thor, Doctor Strange, Hulk, Vision, Scarlet Witch, plus Iron Man himself. These 6 people are crucial. Captain, Spider-Man, Hawkeye, Widow, Patriot, Ant-Man, etc., are only fit to play supporting roles. After Iron Man told his plan, immediately, everyone present was filled with blood boiling. Before, the probability of the Avengers defeating Superman was 0. Then there is Iron Man's ultimate plan, once it is implemented successfully. Even if he encounters a Superman who is 10 times stronger than the current one, there is a great probability of winning. It's easy to imagine how shocking the final plan Iron Man came up with was. The basis for implementing the final plan is to obtain the 6 Infinity Stones first. Iron Man immediately ordered each member to find and collect the Infinity Stones at any cost. Each team member has his or her own task. Space Gem, Thor. Time Stone, Doctor Strange. Reality Gem, Iron Man. Power Stone, Hulk. Mind Gem, Vision. Soul Gem, Scarlet Witch. Iron Man took a deep breath, his eyes firm and blazing. I have built 6 powerful anti-Superman armors for you all. And it is perfectly designed based on your own characteristics. I will do whatever it takes to improve your combat power. And the implementation of the final plan is premised on the 6 Infinity Stones. I'll leave it to you all here. No matter what the cost, we must gather them all. Otherwise, we won't be able to proceed with the next plan. Not to mention implementing that ultimate killer move. The future of mankind is in our hands. Iron Man gave the order. Everyone leaves the Avengers headquarters. All of a sudden, all members of the Avengers were carrying out their own secret operations in full swing. On the other hand, the various heroic organizations finally stopped keeping silent. Homelander directly spoke out against Superman. With such a powerful Captain Marvel leading the charge, Superman has little chance of winning. People in my country started to talk nonsense and had no scruples. He even openly mocked Lin Fan on Twitter, where his followers exceeded tens of millions. Fans are even more excited and are looking forward to the day when Homelander fights Superman. The calls to overthrow Superman are getting louder and louder. People's confidence has never been higher. Humanity is determined to win this battle. Captain Marvel flew out of the base holding the Dark Knight blade. In her other hand she held a strange ball. I saw nebulae and bright stars moving inside this strange sphere. You can even see a whole parallel universe inside. Captain Marvel held it tightly in her hand. This thing is the most powerful killer move given by another doctor behind the scenes. The doctor paid for it with his lifelong collection and all his hard work. Can only be used once. And the function only lasts for 10 minutes. The cost of the sequelae of use is also terrifyingly high. Never use it unless absolutely necessary. Captain Marvel was full of confidence and turned into a stream of light and flew towards the Earth's satellite orbit. Arriving next to the Earth's satellite orbit. A ball of solar energy, emitting terrifying heat. If it were any other hero, I guess it must have been dried up by this powerful heat. But Captain Marvel acted as if nothing had happened. Without any exaggeration. Captain Marvel in the use of energy. It has reached a level that no one can match. Captain Marvel's most basic ability is to absorb energy and release energy. A huge amount of energy gradually emanated from Captain Marvel's body. The whole person also entered normal combat state. Directly pushed the huge solar energy ball. Pushed it off track. Come before the huge sun. His hands burst into an unprecedented light. The entire solar energy ball of over 1,000 meters was directly blown away by Captain Marvel. Finally, it crashed into the sun's body, merged into it, and disappeared. This scourge that has been burning the entire Earth for so many days was finally solved by Captain Marvel. Then Captain Marvel went to the volcano where the statue of the goddess was without hesitation. This volcano is still erupting magma with all its might. Captain Marvel dives headfirst into the depths of the volcano. Not for a while. The erupting volcano began to calm down. And all the magma inside seemed to be stripped of its heat in an instant. Cools down at an incredibly fast speed. Then it turned into solid rock. Even the volcanoes that were hundreds of meters high began to sink. Eventually it will be parallel to the ground. If there weren't a lot of traces of magma left nearby. Others thought the volcano was an illusion. The harm caused by volcanoes. Once again dealt with by Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel broke through the soil and flew out. There is no dust on his body, but he still bursts out with powerful energy. Captain Marvel's pupils suddenly shrank. In the air, a man in a bright red cape was sitting cross-legged. This person is none other than Lin Fan. If we don't know about this big commotion, then something strange must be going on. Lin Fan looked at Captain Marvel expressionlessly and said in a calm tone. Without my permission. You're destroying my masterpiece. You are so rude. Captain Marvel slowly drew out the dark night blade, and with a flick of her finger, the night blade turned into a jet-black western sword. The two sides are at war with each other. Chapter 42. Lin Fan looked calm. He took out a pile of information from a tiny space door. Looking at Captain Marvel, he said calmly. Captain Marvel, formerly known as Carol Danvers. Born in Massa, with two brothers. Before you became a superhero, you were an excellent pilot and promoted to Air Force Intelligence. Later, because of contact with the previous Captain Marvel and being hit by energy, you gained amazing superpowers. Replace that boyfriend of yours and become the new Captain Marvel. Lin Fan slowly threw all the information away. He looked at Captain Marvel and said calmly. So, among the 4 people behind the highest level of humanity, there are 2 doctors, a captain, and a cat. You are the so-called captain. Captain Marvel smiled and said, it looks like you've been gathering a lot of intelligence on the 4 of us. Lin Fan said undeniably. I can't sleep all night. When I close my eyes, I can see the smiling faces of my loved ones. If I hadn't trusted you humans so much, how could I have lost them? After all, you 4 are the culprits who killed my relatives. How could I not investigate secretly? Do you think I've been playing with humans all this time? Captain Marvel said with cold eyes. It seems that many high-ranking officials have already surrendered to you. We have to do a big cleanup when we get back this time. Lin Fan suddenly laughed. It's a little unfair for the 2 of us to fight. Oh? What's unfair? My hatred for you has accumulated to the extreme. And yet your hatred for me is limited to my duty to protect humanity. Lin Fan suppressed the madness in his heart and said with all his might. I have a suggestion for you. Or rather, I'll give you a reason to hate me even more and kill me. It will be more interesting to fight you, humiliate you, and kill you this way. If you lose, I will raze your family's hometown, Massa State, to the ground with burning glass. Lin Fan's words were indeed very powerful. Maybe people on Earth don't understand. But Captain Marvel, who often maintains justice throughout the universe, understands the meaning of these 3 words very well. The main component of the planet is silicon, and silicon dioxide is a necessary component of glass. Destroying a planet is like burning glass, leaving behind a glass planet. That's the jargon. The most efficient way to burn glass is the interstellar star destroyer. It just so happened that Lin Fan had already mastered the skill of energy into subtlety. It is no problem to use energy into micron to simulate the attack patterns of interstellar star destroyer cannons. One shot hits the soul, burns the planet, and turns it into glass. Captain Marvel's eyes were cold and he was already angry. The reason you gave me is indeed sufficient. The premise is whether you have the ability. Captain Marvel is brimming with energy. The momentum is so strong that it is terrifying. All terrain within a radius of 30 meters collapsed directly. Captain Marvel stepped on the ground. He rushed towards Lin Fan at a speed close to the speed of light. The western longsword transformed from the dark night blade in his hand was extremely black. A jet-black sword light slashed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's fighting spirit was stronger than ever before. Face the culprit who killed his relatives. And I can still have a casual conversation with her. This is already an effort to restrain his crazy murderous intent. An extremely violent and dark flame ignited behind Lin Fan. The countless twisted skeleton illusions above were crying, roaring, wailing, and despairing. It almost condenses all the negative emotions in the world. God knows what Lin Fan does with these extremely negative emotions in the world? Captain Marvel just took a look at the dark flame. I just felt restless all over, with all kinds of negative emotions bursting out, and I couldn't help but be affected by them. Captain Marvel quickly gathered his thoughts, swung his sword, and slashed towards Lin Fan's neck. Veins bulged on Lin Fan's face and his eyes turned bloodshot. His aura rose again, as if he was an extremely terrifying prehistoric beast that usually tried its best to suppress its nature, but now it could finally burst out. Lin Fan punched into the air. The void collapsed. A small black hole suddenly appeared above the fist. This is after Lin Fan comprehended the door of space. After realizing the power of the Phoenix. Compress the two terrifying energies to the extreme. The terrifying power formed. Black hole. The most mysterious and terrifying force in the entire universe. Devour everything. Tear everything apart. Its mass is billions of times greater than that of all matter. Don't underestimate the small size of the black hole summoned by Lin Fan's punch. The infinite tearing force suddenly centered on the black hole, extending wildly in all directions. Captain Marvel's sword light had not yet reached Lin Fan's neck. It was directly swallowed up by this small black hole. Captain Marvel's face changed drastically. I want to take advantage of the small black hole before it finishes growing. Just destroy its center. Captain Marvel stabbed the small black hole with the sword in her hand. The Dark Knight blade itself carries the power of space rifts. Small black holes are also a manifestation of space cracks. Two attacks with the same origin but opposite forms suddenly collided with each other. There was no earth-shattering sound of collision. There is no energy with ripples that spread far and wide. This moment, the world is silent. Time and space froze again. Two extremely terrifying powers. Some kind of chemical reaction actually occurred. Suddenly stuck together. The tremendous power that each of them brought dissolves each other. Then gradually offset. The Dark Knight blade in Captain Marvel's hand was crying. It was as if he had suffered a considerable blow. The entire sword body rumbled and trembled continuously. If it weren't for the Dark Knight blade that swallowed countless artifacts not long ago, I'm afraid that Lin Fan's terrifying attack could directly damage the origin of its magic weapon. In contrast to it, the miniature black hole summoned by Lin Fan. It was also dissolved. Disappeared. The terrifying pulling force all around finally disappeared. The two men collided with each other. They all used more than 90% of their strength without any prior agreement. It can be seen how strong the determination to kill the other party is. However, Lin Fan's attack failed to achieve any success. His eyes became even redder. Finally, two huge phoenix wings suddenly appeared. After such a long period of practice, the quality and quantity of the Phoenix power have been improved to a new level. The Phoenix force is the origin of spiritual power in the multiverse. It is also one of the two basic forces for constructing the multiverse. At this moment, the power of the Phoenix felt Lin Fan's extremely clear desire for revenge. It also quietly transformed, becoming more violent, hotter, and scarlet. It actually gradually merged with the endless black flames behind Lin Fan. Lin Fan used his arm as a knife and slashed horizontally. The void collapses and energy spreads everywhere. All the Phoenix power behind Lin Fan condensed into a black and red energy blade, tearing through space and slashing towards Captain Marvel. Chapter 43. Black and Red Energy Blade. When it was just 1 meter away from Lin Fan, it was only the size of an arm. Every meter it flies forward, it gets bigger. Fly another meter and it becomes 1 point bigger. Waiting in front of Captain Marvel. The black and red energy blade displayed by Lin Fan has absorbed endless energy from the space. It has become as big as a mountain. Like the collapse of a huge mountain, it carried unstoppable force and pressed down towards Captain Marvel. The Dark Knight blade in Captain Marvel's hand roared. It seems to be trying its best to protect its users. No matter how terrible the attack is, it has to contend with it. It will compete with it. This is the self-esteem of a powerful artifact. It cannot be questioned in any way. No insults will be tolerated. And Captain Marvel faced such an invincible attack from Lin Fan. I just felt my mind swaying and I was in a trance for a moment. When Captain Marvel woke up in shock. The best time to resist has been missed. Fortunately, Captain Marvel is fast enough. He dodged the damage from this magnificent slash by leaning sideways. The black and red energy blade displayed by Lin Fan split the earth. The remaining momentum continued as it flew towards the Pacific Ocean. Wherever it passed, tens of thousands of tons of seawater were separated and divided. Even the deep sea bed was not spared and was directly cut in half. The earth was torn apart, and the sea was turned upside down. This is the power I'm talking about. In the distant void, a Doctor Strange who carries countless phantoms with every move he makes. He has grey hair, which is completely opposite to the temperament of the young Doctor Strange. Seeing Captain Marvel avoiding this scene, I sighed. It's a long way off. This Captain Marvel is so useless. Fortunately, I have a backup plan. After saying that, he tore the space apart. Come to another parallel universe. In the void, there are more than a dozen towering and mysterious figures standing tall in the universe. Each one of them is full of momentum and power. One of the mysterious beings has the largest body, and his eyes are as big as planets. The huge figure hovered in the universe, and the stars avoided it. He blew out a storm of air, and said in a buzzing voice. 10 minutes. Your reward is only enough for us to attack at full strength for 10 minutes. Doctor Strange nodded calmly. He didn't know how many treasures from parallel universes he had collected. He also persuaded these great beings to take action for 10 minutes. But it's 10 minutes. It will definitely be worth the money. Doctor Strange hid in the long river of time and gradually disappeared, as if he had never been there. Another universe. Captain Marvel is still fighting with Lin Fan. Captain Marvel avoided Lin Fan's attack. It's not as huge a difference in strength as Doctor Strange said. Instead, he used the Dark Knight blade to cause Lin Fan a lot of trouble. At this time, Lin Fan had completely fallen into a state of madness. Attack fearlessly. He is fearless and brave. There is no defense at all. A fighting style that rewards injury with every move. Even when facing the artifact Dark Knight blade that has the power to tear apart rules, his momentum actually increased rather than diminished. Lin Fan punched Captain Marvel on the shoulder. Smash half of Captain Marvel's bones. Captain Marvel slashed with his sword. Blood spurted out, leaving a huge wound on Lin Fan's chest. Relying on the self-healing ability of Lin Fan's iron body, I saw countless tiny cells and granulation tissue on the wound beginning to divide. Trying hard to heal the wound. However, the wound was dominated by an extremely strange tearing law. Every time a wound heals a little, this law of tearing continues to cause more damage. So repeatedly. Not only did Lin Fan's wounds not heal. Instead, it consumes a lot of chi, blood, and energy. However, Captain Marvel's bones were broken. Such injuries are nothing at all. By absorbing a large amount of cosmic energy, the bones are rebuilt and the wounds are healed. However, faced with such a situation, Lin Fan's attacks became even more crazy. This is exactly what Captain Marvel wants to see. After exchanging injuries with Lin Fan several times, Lin Fan's body was covered with bruises. Both the speed and strength have begun to decline slightly. Captain Marvel, feeling confident of victory, jokingly said. It is said that you have a unique fighting wisdom. Today, he looks like a wild beast, not worth mentioning at all. Do you know the power of my artifact, the Dark Knight Blade? Once you are injured by him, the wound will never heal. This is his greatest strength. Now your death is only a matter of time. Lin Fan laughed loudly, although there was still a mad red glow in his eyes. But it's not irrational. Captain Marvel asked in surprise, your madness just now is not irrational. Then why do you choose to fight with injuries in return? Can't you see the power of the Dark Knight Blade? It shouldn't be. Even if you can't see it, you should understand its harm after you get hit for the first time. Why do you continue to choose this style of play? Lin Fan laughed crazily, and felt a kind of refreshing joy. Just said a simple sentence. Because you are the one who caused the pain of my loved ones. And I feel all this pain you've caused me. I'm with them. Captain Marvel was shocked and shouted angrily, madman. Just crazy. Your behavior is simply courting death. Since you miss them so much, I'll just take you straight to them. The Dark Knight blade in Captain Marvel's hand chopped off Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan showed his pale teeth and advanced instead of retreating. He reached out and grabbed the blade of the Dark Knight blade. There was no scene of blood splattering, and the arm was directly cut off by the Dark Knight blade. How can this be? The Dark Knight blade is a divine weapon, extremely sharp. Even your body of steel can't resist it. How so? No matter how hard the startled captain tried, the terrifying and indestructible power of the Dark Knight blade seemed to be lost. This change made Captain Marvel stand still. The black grip on the Dark Knight blade's handle suddenly changed. Like a sea urchin, it splits into countless long spines. Captain Marvel, holding a sword, was caught off guard. He was immediately wounded by this extremely powerful Dark Knight blade. Ah! Captain Marvel screamed and threw his sword away. The Dark Knight blade returned to normal, flew in front of Lin Fan, and roared slightly with a flattering look on its face. Divine soldiers are intelligent and have their own dignity. If they don't use the right method, they will naturally abandon their master and choose another good master. Chapter 44. Lin Fan is in a swordless state against Captain Marvel, who is in a sword state. Lin Fan is still able to remain fearless and move forward courageously. However, Captain Marvel suppressed Lin Fan's aura and avoided him everywhere. How could this be favored by the magical weapon Dark Knight Blade? If you don't feel aggrieved, you are just enduring it. As a result, Captain Marvel still did not repent and was still suppressed by Lin Fan's momentum. Naturally, Dark Knight Blade could no longer tolerate this, so he chose to turn against his own Captain Marvel and then defect to Lin Fan, a tough guy whom he liked more. This is also the dimension where Doctor Strange can see the root cause of Captain Marvel's defeat at a glance. The moment Captain Marvel avoided Lin Fan's black and red energy blade, she was doomed to fail. How can you win when your momentum is suppressed? The Dark Knight blade kept moving around Lin Fan's body. Then, he extremely flatteringly took back all the tearing laws that were destroying the wounds on Lin Fan's body. Without the destruction of the tearing law, Lin Fan's iron body was instantly restored. Roll! Lin Fan cursed at Dark Knight Blade and rushed towards Captain Marvel with his fists. The Dark Knight Blade roared like weeping. It was as if she was crying, "It was not my intention to hurt you just now." He looked aggrieved and followed Lin Fan like a dog. Lin Fan became more energetic after recovering from his injuries. After Captain Marvel lost the artifact, she became even more panicked. The energy in the body directly surged, entering the binary state. This is known as the binary star formation. In this state, Captain Marvel can control every form of energy in the electromagnetic spectrum and gravitational field on a cosmic level. Possesses greatly enhanced power and can fly at superluminal speeds. After connecting to a white hole, one has almost unlimited access to all forms of power. This is also Captain Marvel's strongest form. Captain Marvel tries her best to absorb the ubiquitous electromagnetic spectrum and gravitational magnetic field. The whole person also becomes more energized. gradually losing the constraints of the flesh. Energy gathers in the chest. This energy is so vast and boundless. It was so shocking that even Lin Fan felt shocked. But Lin Fan's speed did not slow down at all. He broke through the speed of light and punched Captain Marvel. Ah! Captain Marvel roared. The energy column between his chest that could tear apart a planet suddenly blasted towards Lin Fan. If it was bombed, even a planet can be destroyed on the spot. Lin Fan opened his hands. Directly use the ability of energy into microcosm. There is no magnetic field in front of yourself. And at this time, Captain Marvel's terrifying beam of light has already hit the top of his head. But it did not hit Lin Fan. Because of the subtle energy, Lin Fan can control the energy arrangement of everything around him. The beam of energy hit Lin Fan 3 feet above his head. Then they suddenly separated. Just like river water, it flows gently through the stubborn stone Lin Fan. It actually brushed past Lin Fan's body. Lin Fan went upstream. Come directly to Captain Marvel. Punched Captain Marvel in the face. Captain Marvel screamed and flew backwards. It suddenly stopped after hitting a mountain range 1,000 meters away. He stood up shakily, his nose already collapsed. Captain Marvel's eyes are full of stars. Sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy soup with all 5 flavors. Lin Fan didn't give him that much breathing time. Suddenly disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already above Captain Marvel's head. A powerful volley kicked Captain Marvel several thousand meters away. Not stopped yet. Lin Fan flashed again. He used both feet to kick Captain Marvel thousands of feet high into the air. The figure flashed again, coming to the top of Captain Marvel's head. Clench your fists. Make the gesture of beating a drum. Carrying the power to break apart heaven and earth. A strike from above. Captain Marvel vomits blood. No matter how strong her body is. He also couldn't withstand Lin Fan's violent torture. Boom! The earth shook. Captain Marvel fell from high altitude at a speed exceeding the speed of light. It smashed hard into the ground, creating a bottomless hole. The dark night blade hovered beside Lin Fan. Constant roar, eager to try. The black light on the sword blade exudes the terrifying rules of tearing apart space. Lin Fan didn't appreciate it at all. Without even looking at it, he pursed his lips tightly. Roll. Then Lin Fan fell down, holding the energy ball high in both hands. It hit directly on the pit where Captain Marvel was. Boom! A huge mushroom cloud rose. The clouds directly covered tens of thousands of miles. The nearby mountains, vegetation, and sea water were all swept away. It rose into the sky and became part of the mushroom cloud. There were even countless red lightning raging above the mushroom cloud. It can be seen how powerful the destructive power of the energy ball just now is. The scene where Lin Fan and Captain Marvel fight. Major media outlets have already found ways to broadcast it live. When the world saw Lin Fan's extremely powerful energy attack, comparable to a nuclear bomb. Only then did I realize how much I had underestimated Superman Lin Fan's full strength. It is obvious that he can easily launch an energy attack comparable to a nuclear bomb. But they chose to use methods such as sun exposure, volcanic eruptions, and poisonous gas to destroy people. This is clearly not aimed at killing people. But it's real. I want to make the world feel pain and despair. Countless people expressed their feelings. I didn't expect Lin Fan to be so strong. Not only is his strength strong, his combat intelligence is overwhelming. From the beginning to the end. Even if Lin Fan doesn't have a magic weapon, his momentum is enough to overwhelm Captain Marvel. This is no longer a gap that can be made up by superpowers. The gap in mental ability is like an abyss, which is simply insurmountable. What's even more terrifying is that when Lin Fan attacks Captain Marvel, he prefers to punch him in the flesh. It seemed like he was enjoying the fight, returning his hatred bit by bit with his fists. Did you see that? The Dark Knight blade devoured dozens of our country's magic weapons. His attitude towards Captain Marvel and Lin Fan is completely different. When facing Captain Marvel's use, I wanted to kill the captain with a knife. And when facing Lin Fan, no matter how Lin Fan beat and scolded him, he never left him, just like a dog licking his boots. This is simply outrageous. I don't know what he likes about Lin Fan. A divine weapon chooses its master. Of course, he is attracted by Lin Fan's fighting style. Or maybe it could be said that Lin Fan's fighting style can maximize his power. It is also possible that he feels that he can have soup and meat if he follows Lin Fan. Ah, I thought Captain Marvel could defeat Lin Fan, but I didn't expect it to be in vain in the end. Humanity is hopeless. No, Captain Marvel is not defeated yet. Just see the picture. Lin Fan dived into the mushroom cloud at an incredibly fast speed. Lock Captain Marvel's position and launch the next round of attack. Captain Marvel was covered in wounds and the injuries she suffered were horrific. He used all his strength to take out a strange ball from his arms and threw it at Lin Fan. Lin Fan suddenly felt a huge threat, but it was too late to dodge. The strange sphere exploded. Suddenly, a huge parallel universe tunnel opened, sucking Lin Fan and Dark Knight blade into it. Inside, there are more than a dozen mysterious figures that are taller than planets, ready to go. Each of them has a vast aura, wearing divine armor and holding divine weapons, and the weakest one is at the god level. The sound shook the universe. Coming. We only have 10 minutes. All-out attack. Chapter 45. Lin Fan's body was wrapped in a strange energy. This energy is like a law, but it is different from the law. When Lin Fan wanted to return to his main universe through the parallel universe channel, this strange energy was stopping Lin Fan. When Lin Fan didn't want to leave, this strange energy stayed quiet. It does not contradict any of Lin Fan's actions. Lin Fan had a sudden realization. That is to say, the energy ball thrown by Captain Marvel. I have to stay in this weird parallel universe for now. This kind of escape from the constraints of the laws of the universe must have cost a huge price. At this time, Lin Fan was in the void of the universe. There are also countless stars and planets around. What Lin Fan was very concerned about was, at this time, Lin Fan was surrounded by a dozen huge giants. The bodies of these giants are so majestic and huge. The smallest ones are countless times larger than the Earth. And the ones with the largest bodies have each eyeball larger than the Earth. Every move carries with it infinite cosmic storms. With every move he made, his power was so powerful that it made the stars tremble. And the aura of each giant is as deep as the ocean, unfathomable. At least they all have the power of gods. The largest giant among them took the lead. He slapped Lin Fan with his palm. The space is confined under the palm. Lin Fan only felt that he was stuck in a quagmire and couldn't extricate himself. The speed is 30% slower than usual. Lin Fan was extremely angry. I was actually tricked. Being taken to someone else's parallel universe. Fight against others on their home turf. It is really tiring and laborious. I just felt very depressed. But I want me to admit defeat. That is of course impossible. Not only that. Lin Fan's hatred even extended to this universe. Behind him, a black flame was surging. The two phoenix wings suddenly spread out. Protect Lin Fan inside. The power of the phoenix is indeed the core of the spiritual power of the multiverse. No matter which parallel universe. They are all manifestations of the highest ability. Protected by the power of the phoenix. Lin Fan only felt his body lighten. The physical state, which was like being trapped in a swamp, also completely disappeared. Die. Facing the suppression of the giant hand. Lin Fan raised his head towards the sky and reached out to grab. The Dark Knight blade fell into his hand. Lin Fan's mind moved. The Dark Knight blade is indeed an extremely powerful artifact. Suddenly it kept growing bigger and became as big as stars. It is 3 times larger than that huge palm. Lin Fan swung his sword angrily. The pitch-black blade slashed through the huge palm. Ah! The huge god screamed in agony. The huge palm was split in half. The divine blood was scattered, as big as stars. The dark night blade made a loud bang, revealing emotions of immense joy and desire. The sword stretched out like a giant snake, swallowing up all the dripping divine blood and sweeping it away. Dark Night Blade was even more delighted. It turns out that this divine blood is also good for you. Lin Fan said calmly, looking at the gods with cold eyes. After this giant god's hand was cut off, he tried his best to heal the wound. Who would have thought that the entire cross-section of the huge palm was occupied by the strange tearing law? Every time his wound healed, it would be destroyed again by this strange tearing law. So repeatedly. Instead, it consumed a huge amount of divine power. The entire palm was still extremely miserable and could not heal. Roar! Let's kill him together! The huge god was enraged and took out a divine chisel as big as a mountain and smashed it at Lin Fan. A dozen other gods also took action. Hold each artifact in your hand. Or tentacles. Or mountains. Or an axe. Or a head. Variety. In the parallel world, even the shapes of weapons are so unconventional. Various divine artifacts exude boundless divine power. All gathered towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand casually. The space door in front of me opened. Take a step inside. Wait until it appears again. Already arrived next to the head of one of the gods. Dark Night Blade was so excited that he went crazy. Cut it off with one knife. Just cut off the god's great head. God's blood is sprayed. Once again, it was devoured by the Dark Night Blade. The Dark Night Blade, which had gained a huge benefit, shone brightly. I can't hold it in anymore. It penetrates heaven and earth and spans the universe. He was even trembling slightly, wishing he could rush out and kill the other giants immediately. After the giant's head was cut off, suddenly, the whole body began to turn into specks of light and dissipated. The other gods were stunned. These gods have survived in this parallel world for who knows how many billions of years. I have even forgotten the meaning of the word fall. Until then, watch your companions fall and disappear. Only then did I realize something was wrong. Is it really worth fighting this villain in front of me for the treasures given by the Supreme Sorcerer? An emotion they had never experienced before took possession of their hearts. This kind of emotion makes them want to run away directly. The biggest god's eyes were bloodshot, and he suddenly roared. Kill! The other gods then came to their senses and took out their magical weapons to continue attacking. Lin Fan, after gaining experience in killing, suddenly disappeared again. When he appeared, he had already arrived behind one of the gods. The huge sword light slashed vertically. Directly split the god in half. A god's tentacle weapon came rolling in like a cosmic serpent. The Dark Night Blade gained a lot of benefits, without dodging or evading, and fought head-on. Chopped directly at the tentacles. The tentacles let out a shrill scream, and the spirit of the artifact inside dissipated. The entire gigantic tentacle artifact, all its essence was plundered by the Dark Night Blade. The Dark Night Blade wished he could break free from his hand and fly out to fight. Lin Fan slapped him directly, and he finally behaved himself. The phoenix wings spread out behind Lin Fan. Cooperate with the mysterious space gate. Coupled with the indestructible nature of the Dark Night Blade. Facing a battle against a dozen giant gods. It was a one-sided result. 10 minutes later. In the entire vast cosmic void. There were more than a dozen tattered and broken artifacts lying there. The spirits of these artifacts were killed and their essences were all plundered. And those dozen or so huge gods have turned into stars and disappeared. They have survived for billions of years. For this parallel universe, it may just be a drop in the ocean. And Lin Fan was once again enveloped by that strange energy. It seems that I am about to be pulled back to my own parallel world. Lin Fan was very resistant to traveling in parallel universes at first. Now I am reluctant to leave. Lin Fan is very curious about parallel universes. Powerful use of supervision. I suddenly saw a familiar planet among the stars in this vast universe. Earth. It turned out to be the Earth from another parallel world. There is actually an Earth in this parallel world. And human beings also appeared in the civilization on this Earth. And human civilization has been developing for thousands of years. There are cities too. There are superheroes too. Lin Fan felt itchy. It's like discovering a new continent. I can't wait to travel around this Earth. However, Lin Fan was enveloped by that strange energy. Pull directly back to your own parallel universe. When the passage between parallel universes is about to close. Lin Fan snapped his fingers. A coordinate mark condensed by the power of the phoenix floated into the parallel universe on the opposite side. Then it floated towards the Earth. The dark knight blade in his hand is already full. It absorbed a large amount of the blood and essence of the gods, and a large amount of the essence of the divine artifacts. The dark knight blade falls into a dormant state to evolve again. After waking up, it will awaken new abilities and become even more powerful. Captain Marvel is recovering from her injuries. When they saw Lin Fan returning, they looked incredulous, as if they had seen a ghost. How could you possibly survive their siege and return? Lin Fan suddenly disappeared from where he was. When he appeared again, he had already grabbed Captain Marvel's neck. The Dark Knight blade in his hand stabbed into Captain Marvel's heart. The Dark Knight blade, who had just fallen asleep for a few seconds, suddenly woke up and swallowed Captain Marvel's blood with great excitement. Finally I got what I wanted and stabbed this guy. Captain Marvel's throat gurgled, but no more sound came out. The life energy quickly left the body and was gradually taken over by endless coldness. Lin Fan's calm voice floated into her ears. I'll kill you first. Then take your native state of Massachusetts and burn glass, and you and your family will soon be reunited. You don't have to thank me for that. Does Doctor Strange think I can't detect his existence? He's a coward and dares to plot against me, but he doesn't dare to face me. That's good. He will be the one who dies the worst, and then you four will be all together. After seeing Captain Marvel lose her will, Lin Fan activated ability Plunder. If you find a superpowered person who has lost consciousness, should you use power deprivation on him? Yes. Chapter 46. If you find a superpowered person who has lost consciousness, should you use power deprivation on him? Yes. Congratulations to the host for initiating ability deprivation and gaining the ability Dual Star State. Your Iron Body's abilities are enhanced. Captain Marvel's basic attributes are also very powerful. In terms of speed or strength, there is not much difference between him and Superman. And after Lin Fan deprived Captain Marvel of her abilities, this basic attribute has enhanced Lin Fan's iron body in a series of ways. Lin Fan's body was strengthened tremendously again. At this time, Lin Fan's iron body was not much different from the silver super state. It just lacks a few of Dachao's abilities. It is worth mentioning that Lin Fan obtained Captain Marvel's dual star state. This state is still very powerful. Dual star state can not only increase Lin Fan's strength and speed again. It is also capable of controlling every form of electromagnetic spectrum and gravitational field energy at the cosmic level. Possesses greatly enhanced power and can fly at superluminal speeds. After connecting to a white hole, one has almost unlimited access to all forms of power. In other words, as long as Lin Fan activates the dual star state, the strength can be increased by more than 3 times, and the energy can reach unlimited. This is quite scary. After obtaining a series of enhancements, Captain Marvel has completely become a useless person. Lin Fan drew out the Dark Knight blade. All the blood and essence in Captain Marvel were also devoured by the Dark Knight blade. Captain Marvel, a powerful warrior of his time, is dead. Contented, Dark Knight Blade fell into a deep sleep. As long as it completes its evolution, it will surely become a peerless blade that surpasses the Black Death Sword. At this time, Lin Fan still had things to do. A person should be honest and trustworthy. For example, if you say burn glass, just burn glass. You can't lie to a dead person, this is true. Lin Fan flew directly over Mass Estate. Under the bright sunshine, Lin Fan sat at a height of 10,000 feet in the sky. The skill energy microengineering has been activated. Countless energy particles in the universe converged towards Lin Fan. For a moment, the surroundings of Lin Fan were very beautiful. Covered by mottled spots of light. These spots of light are very obedient. According to Lin Fan's wishes. It actually gradually condensed into the outline of an interstellar star destroyer cannon in the sky. Tsitsizi. The huge energy pool began to charge. The black barrel of the Star Destroyer cannon was aimed at the entire state of Massa. Solar energy, electromagnetic energy, gravitational energy, and all energy within a radius of dozens of kilometers began to converge towards the energy pool. The huge pool of energy began to fill. Like the birth of a dazzling sun. This remarkable spectacle immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. In addition, the news of Captain Marvel's death has spread to every corner of the world, making people even more panicked. SHIELD headquarters. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was slumped on the sofa. He and Captain Marvel have worked together for many years. When he was just a top agent, he already knew Captain Marvel. He was not blind at that time. Been through many disasters with Captain Marvel. Recognize the various powerful beings in the universe. It was also from that time that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had the original intention of establishing S.H.I.E.L.D. in order to protect the survival of mankind on Earth and resist the invasion of other alien civilizations. If humans don't prepare in advance, they will only be beaten in the future. However, through satellite cloud images, the national satellite has captured it. Lin Fan completely killed Captain Marvel. General Ryan next to him also knew that he and Captain Marvel had a relationship of both teacher and friend. Don't be too sad, Captain Marvel has done his best. It's just that Lin Fan's strength has far exceeded our expectations. Don't say Captain Marvel. Plus the amazing arrangement made by that doctor. Lin Fan was able to return safely from being besieged by gods from other parallel universes. This is enough to prove that Lin Fan has hidden unfathomable strength. This kind of variable is not something Captain Marvel can smooth out. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. calmed down and seemed to have aged several decades in an instant. Captain Marvel and I have worked together for decades. We have encountered all kinds of strange cosmic threats, and we were able to overcome them all. I have also imagined my own end and the end of mankind. Probably died at the hands of some cosmic god. It is also possible that they were defeated by other multidimensional civilizations. The only thing they didn't think about was that the future of mankind would be ruined by their own people. Superman is obviously a very good superhero. Because he's a Kryptonian. My family, its heart must be different. Is this the tolerance of us humans? It was us humans who were unjust first and found ourselves an unbeatable opponent. It would be ridiculous if this led to the extinction of humanity. General Ryan didn't know what to say. That's how humans are. When you're nice to him, you take it for granted. Even constantly testing the other party's bottom line. When the other party is completely angered and turns around to deal with humans, humans are so vulnerable that they will use so-called morality to restrain the other party. But at that time, will constraints still be useful? Perhaps arrogance is the ultimate vice of human beings. Suddenly, an observer nearby widened his eyes and hurried over to report the situation. Oh no! After Lin Fan killed Captain Marvel. Fly directly over Massachusetts, the hometown of Captain Marvel. I don't know what ability he used. There is an energy fluctuation of more than level 10 condensed around him, and it seems that he is implementing some possible attack plan. General Ryan and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. stood up suddenly. What? Energy fluctuations above level 10. What is he going to do? Are you going to destroy the whole world? In the assessment of human energy, an atomic bomb with a yield of tens of thousands of tons. The power generated by the explosion. It's just an energy fluctuation above level 5. With each additional level, the power increases exponentially. How terrifying would a level 10 energy fluctuation be? If energy fluctuations above level 10 are completely transformed into destructive blows. That is the level of interstellar weapons that can directly destroy a planet. Even if this weapon suppresses energy and reduces attack power. A single blow could destroy an entire state. Crazy. Has Lin Fan gone completely crazy? Is he going to completely destroy the world? What a beast! What good will this do him? Has he no compassion for the earth at all? Each official member was excited. The fear in my heart reached its peak. Level 10 energy attack. Who can bear this? Such a terrifying blow. It is possible that all the seawater on the earth will evaporate, and the ground will be completely crystallized, completely turning into a glass planet. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. picked up the phone with trembling hands and contacted all the agents he could. Tell those superheroes quickly. We must work together to stop Superman's world-destroying action. It has now come to a critical moment for the survival of the entire human race. All of a sudden, all superheroes received the order. Faced with Superman's world-destroying tactic, there is no escape and we can only fight. Chapter 47. Then a funny scene occurred. Countless superheroes have come forward to make their statements. I must fight Lin Fan to the death. Even the villains in Gotham City collectively denounced Lin Fan. The shouts were so loud that they shook the sky. The officials and S.H.I.E.L.D. were overjoyed. I don't know how many masters are hidden among humans. As long as these people are willing to take action. Even if it causes some impact on Lin Fan. The authorities will find a way to crack Lin Fan's plan. However, satellite images show. Waited for a long time. No superhero came to stop it. It's all thunder but little rain. So many statements have been issued. Not for motivation. It was to inspire others to die. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ryan were so angry that they started cursing. They could only send dozens of fighter planes to bomb Lin Fan. The result is predictable. Dozens of fighter jets and overwhelming missiles. He couldn't even get within 100 meters of Lin Fan. Lin Fan sat cross-legged in the air. Heat burst out from his eyes. Zilla, Zilla. The missiles and fighter planes in the sky were like toys and were destroyed in an instant. Lin Fan's interstellar star destroyer cannon finally filled up its energy pool. Originally, the power of this shot was enough to penetrate a planet. In that case, where would Lin Fan get his despair value? The power can only be adjusted to the minimum. The interstellar star destroyer cannon suddenly burst into an even brighter light. The energy launch orbit has completely locked onto mass state. Boom! A beam of light as thick as a mountain. Tilting down from a height of 10,000 meters. This moment, all human beings on the entire Earth are trembling. Countless satellites in space. Monitoring such a horrifying scene. The whole state of Massachusetts was as bright as day. There is nowhere for those above to hide. I can only look up and watch the day of punishment coming. That beam of light from the interstellar star destroyer was so vast. And so precise. No more, no less. The feeling just covered the entire map of Massachusetts. Not more than 1 meter. Not 1 meter less. Accurate to the extreme. A blinding white light poured down. Falling on the entire state of Massachusetts. The energy attack covered by the interstellar star destroyer is so pure. No radiation. There was no explosion. There is only the blazing energy. The energy and temperature are so high that they can melt planets. For an instant, all living beings in this area of mass state All animals. All humans. No pain at all. Enshrouded in a beam of scorching light. Turn into powder. Into even smaller atomic particles. First, the living beings evaporated. Then all water sources disappeared. Then all kinds of huge buildings melted like ice. Turned into pools of lava. The entire surface was completely turned into molten lava. Stone turns to gravel. The various gravels began to melt again. The main component of the Earth's surface is silicon. The scorching star-destroying energy column completely dissolved the silicon elements. Then it reacts chemically with oxygen in the atmosphere. Silicon dioxide was born. Pieces and clumps. High-purity fluid glass was born. Crystal clear, fiery, and transparent. Covering the entire ground of mass's state. This moment, Lin Fan finally understood why those perverted interstellar destroyers like to burn glass so much. And it's simply addictive, passionate about it, and tireless. When Lin Fan looked at his interstellar star destroyer cannon, when the huge beam of energy began to tilt, the planet beneath our feet came alive at this moment. It becomes so enchanting. It became so beautiful. Every piece of its land is like its skin. Under the energy attack of his own star destroyer, changes began to occur. All living things dissipated and turned into dust. They don't have to feel any pain. What a great gift this is. They will definitely praise me when they go to the death. Then the entire surface began to change. The sand gradually melted. Gradually turns into silicon dioxide. Gradually turning into beautiful and hot glass fluid. Chemistry is really great. There are fixed substances, which then fuse into new substances. Is this not the prerogative of the creator? It made Lin Fan feel like he was a great creator. Such a beautiful and breathtaking new substance was created. This moment, it can make the destroyer feel that his soul has been sublimated. Sublimated to the point of being on par with the creator. This feeling of satisfaction. This joy of creating new matter. Those who have not experienced it can never imagine how beautiful it is. This is art. The art of creation. Perhaps every star destroyer has a heart that wants to be an artist. Lin Fan has begun to like this feeling. However, people all over the planet witnessed this horrific moment. Even if fortunately, fear again. Fortunately, Lin Fan only attacked Dachao. What's scary is that Lin Fan's attack method is simply outrageous. A state of land. Completely evaporated. It was completely smashed into scorching glass by the Star Destroyer. No grass grows. A desolation. All living beings, no one survived. Massachusetts is not Arvada. This is a state with great economic development. Rather than a large agricultural state like Arvada. How many humans live inside? How many animals live there? And Lin Fan shot it. Dissipate completely. Gone. This makes people feel extremely scared and desperate. Under the same earth, there is a family living next door. Sudden. Gone. Evaporated. Turned into glass. Then, will I be his next target? This kind of world-destroying attack. Where to escape to? All human beings on Earth feel that there is an lingering haze hanging over their heads. Humans who previously felt that it was none of their business and kept aloof. At this moment, my mentality completely changed. It's a nightmare whether I open my eyes or close them. All of a sudden, all kinds of calls reached their highest point. In just one moment, a large state disappeared completely. That's a big state, with so many compatriots gathered there. Just gone like that? Just evaporated like that. When I saw this news today, I thought I was still having a nightmare. This is a nightmare from which you won't wake up. Has Lin Fan's strength become so strong? Will none of our superheroes show up? Even the powerful Captain Marvel was completely defeated and killed by Lin Fan. How many other superheroes can be Lin Fan's opponent? Wouldn't it be suicide to challenge him? It might anger Lin Fan, so he will destroy a section for you next time. At this point, are the authorities still targeting Lin Fan? If it weren't for that damn Batman, we wouldn't have faced such a disaster. I suggest executing Batman to appease Lin Fan's anger. That stinky bat is already useless. What's the point of executing him? Can Lin Fan's anger be appeased? Can Lin Fan's family be resurrected? This is an irreversible situation. You still want to negotiate? Are you crazy? There is only one way for mankind, and that is to fight. Fuck you. A superhero is usually the most popular, but when the time comes, no one can be trusted. This is simply outrageous. We have already built a statue of Lin Fan locally, and we have established the Superman Church. Who is willing to join us? As a member of the Superman Church, if you believe in Lin Fan, you will gain eternal life. Fuck it, I'm in. I'm in. I'll sign up too. Is this true? I'm signing up too. The Human High Council. General Ryan resigned. This general has made countless contributions. The achievements on the wall can even be used to open an exhibition hall. He was loved by countless soldiers. A general who is supported by countless people. Such a strong man. He burst into tears at this time. He cried heartbreakingly, without any composure like a general. The president walked around the room. How can I approve your resignation at this time? Now is the moment of human survival. Are you just going to leave it alone like this? How can you be worthy of those hundreds of millions of people? How can you be worthy of the soldiers who support you? You just patted your butt and left. What should they do? Are we going to let Lin Fan do whatever he wants? You don't educate those soldiers very often. Even if there is only one breath left, we must fight to the end. Is everything you said before bullshit? General Ryan continued to wipe away his tears. She just covered her face with her palms and didn't make any crying sound. Still in tears. He really has no face to face the people who believe in him. In one state, tens of millions of compatriots were completely reduced to ashes. All he could do was send dozens of pilots to die bravely. He has no face to mourn for his fellow countrymen in this state. They are even more ashamed to award sacrifice medals to the dozens of pilots who died bravely. He really has no face to meet these people. The president's eyes were also moist. He patted the iron-blooded general on the shoulder and whispered, "Don't quit yet, keep on persisting. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. has accurate information. The Avengers never had any friction with Lin Fan from beginning to end. This is really not the Avengers' style. Iron Man and his men are plotting a shocking plan. I believe Iron Man will not let us down. Iron Man has saved the world countless times despite the odds. We have never been disappointed. We'll stand behind the Avengers this time. Why not be a cheerleader for once? If the two of us fall, the people of the entire country will no longer have a backbone." General Ryan then stopped crying, and a last glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. At the same time, Lin Fan sat thousands of feet in the sky and continued to admire the glass art. At this time, the hot liquid glass on the ground has solidified. Under the sunshine, the whole continent reflects the brilliance of glass. What Lin Fan didn't know was, the impact of his burning glass this time was unprecedented. The despair you spread reaches 60%. You can choose the following skills. Chapter 48. The despair you spread reaches 60%. You can choose the following skills. Choose 1, the magic crown of Supreme Superman. Choice 2, Silver Dachao's ultimate resistance. Choice 3, reverse death of a superhuman mind. Lin Fan carefully read the descriptions of these 3 skills. After discovering that the despair value has reached more than 60%, the skills given by the system are simply becoming more and more outrageous. The magic crown of Supreme Superman is a qualitative change for all magicians. when the Supreme Superman's magical attainments reach a certain level. Finally, I can condense my own magic throne and ignite my own godhood. Even create your own magic system. As long as someone uses the magic system you created, they will give you a certain amount of mental and magical power. Don't underestimate these. Just like the magic web, as time goes by, the mental and magical powers of Superman Supreme will reach a terrifying qualitative change. And with the magic throne comes the Supreme Superman. As long as the magic throne is not shattered, Supreme Superman can be reborn at a certain cost, with his own throne and his own godhead. This is what is called God. And Silver Dachao's ultimate resistance is extremely practical. Whenever Silver Super is attacked, the body's cells will produce corresponding resistance. Even if it suffers a fatal injury, the body can quickly evolve cells to fight it. This completely renders the attack ineffective. Moreover, ultimate resistance can fight against the goddess of death. As long as there is enough energy, it can be reborn with the help of remaining cells. And there is a rule in ultimate resistance that you will not be killed by the same attack twice. You can kill Silver Super once, but Silver Super will immediately evolve resistance to such attacks. Your next similar attack will become completely useless, thus achieving the result that you will not be killed by the same attack twice. The reversal of death of Superman is also a powerful survival ability. It's just that the rebirth method of ultimate resistance of Silver Super is different. If Silver Chow's ultimate resistance belongs to physical rebirth, then the reversal of death of Superman of thought belongs to the rebirth of rules. A powerful thinking Superman with an extremely strong sixth sense of the universe. He can see into any crisis and can also see the past and the future. When the thinking Superman faces a situation where he is sure to die, he will directly use all his power to interfere with cause and effect. Either you go back to the time before the fatal situation occurred and forcibly change your fate, but the cost of this is relatively high. Or go back to the time when the fatal situation occurred. Use your own blood clone and the method of stealing the sky to offset your own death. In general, Silver's ultimate resistance greatly increases the ability to withstand attacks. But there is still a certain minimal risk of falling, such as being wiped out by the rules. Or maybe it's in the process of regeneration, and the cells still need time to divide the body. At this time, the opponent uses other different tricks to kill it, and then it has no power to resist. But the reversal of death of Superman of thinking is different. When death occurs, one can gain insight into the past and the future and avoid it to a certain extent. This is the real life-saving skill. Lin Fan thought about it and directly chose the superhuman thinking skill Reverse Death. After Lin Fan acquired this skill, I just felt that my thinking was clearer, and my whole mental strength became sharper and faster. I also have a small premonition about how anything will develop. Confronting anything that threatens life breeds a powerful sense of foreboding. Lin Fan now feels a sense of uneasiness as if a storm is about to come. But before death comes, Lin Fan just had a strong hunch. It is impossible to glimpse the real events. After all, predicting the future is not Lin Fan's strong point. But this was enough to change Lin Fan's expression. What does it feel like? Why do I have palpitations and uneasiness? Will I face death threats in the near future? This is so unreasonable. With my current physical fitness and defensive capabilities, is there anything else on Earth that can threaten my life? Lin Fan really couldn't figure it out. I always feel like I'm missing something. But this thing is so important. But I really can't remember. Lin Fan decided not to think about it anymore if he couldn't figure it out. Just be careful about everything. Plus, he had just acquired the ability to reverse death. I just don't believe that anything can pose a threat to me. Lin Fan took out a ball of grey flame and began to study it. This ball of grey flame was what Lin Fan obtained after killing a dozen giant gods from the parallel space. Lin Fan could feel it clearly. This ball of flame is a very advanced and special energy body. It even contains a kind of divine power of rules. Even the Dark Knight blade can't absorb this thing. It cannot be cut through or destroyed. It is more like rules and laws that people can understand. Lin Fan tentatively used a trace of mental power to probe into it. Suddenly a lot of memories came flooding back. It turned out to be the biggest giant god, who had survived for billions of years and accumulated experience in rules. And the rules that this god comprehended are huge. In the entire parallel universe, each single universe will only give birth to one perfect rule. Once someone integrates this perfect rule into his own soul, divinity will be born, and thus the Godhead and the divine fire will be produced. It just so happens that the parallel universe where those huge gods exist is dominated by the rule of hugeness. Their ability to comprehend rules is also related to huge. But this does not mean that there are no other rules in this parallel universe. It's just that it's extremely difficult to practice. In every parallel universe, only one master of the universe will be born. This Lord of the universe is the one. There are infinite parallel universes in the universe. And every parallel universe has a self. For example, like Doctor Strange, he can communicate with his own self in other parallel universes and even borrow magical powers. But once you become the only master of the universe in this parallel universe, this will completely break the rule. At this time, your life form will completely evolve into the only one. There can't be a second you in other parallel universes. You will have all the power of the multiverse in your possession. At this time, your life form will change completely. It was not until now that Lin Fan finally understood what Guyi had said to him before. Instead of existing in every multiverse like these people, only by being the only one can you pursue the highest. Lin Fan understood. The parallel universe that I want to create is the dark universe. The dark rules are the strongest top rules in the entire universe. Even ranked in the top 3. Everything originates from darkness. Everything was born in darkness. Everything will end in darkness. If Lin Fan could really create his own dark universe, become the master of this dark universe, completely evolved into the only one, then your own strength, even in the vast multiverse. He is definitely a supremely powerful being. It was not until now that Lin Fan finally figured it out. Creating the ultimate despair and building an ultimate dark universe is the ultimate path I want to take. It is also the only way for me to become the supreme. But to become the master of the dark universe, you must burn other powerful laws, or burn artifacts with the power of rules. The higher the level of the burning rules, the stronger the master of the universe created will be. These huge rules in my hands are not enough. How can I get powerful rules, or artifacts with powerful rules? The road is long, and Lin Fan has a clear view of the path he wants to take. But the difficulties encountered were embarrassing. And at this time, inside the Avengers headquarters, all members assembled. Iron Man asked excitedly. Everyone, have you gathered all 6 Infinity Stones? Chapter 49. Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, Spider-Man, Hulk, Hawkeye, Ant-Man, Black Panther, Doctor Strange, Vision, and Scarlet Witch have assembled. Thor laughed and said. Although the process was tortuous, I still got the Space Stone. The Space Gem contains the most mysterious space laws in the universe. Whether this gem is used by a warrior or an assassin, it will be a powerful aid. Doctor Strange also smiled and said. Each Infinity Stone contains a powerful cosmic rule. It is the most powerful treasure in the entire universe. The Space Stone is indeed suitable for warriors or assassins like you. Doctor Strange is wearing the Eye of Agamotto around his neck at this time, and the Time Stone is placed inside. This was borrowed by Doctor Strange from the Ancient One. It was originally thought that Master Ancient One was the guardian of the Time Stone. It must be difficult to persuade him. But what surprised Doctor Strange was, Master Ancient One directly handed the Time Stone that he was guarding to Doctor Strange. This made Doctor Strange feel very abnormal. Suddenly Iron Man noticed that Hawkeye's eyes were dim and his face was pale. Only then did he notice that Black Widow, who had been searching for the Soul Stone with Hawkeye, was missing. Iron Man was shocked and asked in a low voice. "Hawkeye, where's Black Widow?" Hawkeye couldn't hold it in any longer, and sobbed in a low voice with great self-blame. "Black Widow chose to sacrifice herself so that I could obtain the Soul Stone." "What? Sacrificed? In the end what happened? Can't you, a beast, even protect her? What kind of man are you?" All the Avengers members were suddenly excited. Black Widow is like a nanny to the entire Avengers. Even when the entire team faces various conflicts, there is also Black Widow to mediate among the team. It plays a vital role as a lubricant in the team. Among the Avengers, each superhero has a rebellious temper. No one obeys anyone. I don't know unity. Don't know how to fight in a team. Don't know how to cooperate with each other. If there is no one to adjust it, it has completely collapsed long ago. This is also the reason. This leads to Black Widow's huge importance in the team. Although Black Widow's strength is not top-notch, but he has a good relationship with all the members. Always working silently for the team behind the scenes. Even when other members get into trouble, Black Widow will use her own way to protect other members, clean up the messes made by other members, and care for other members. When everyone heard that Black Widow had sacrificed herself, I couldn't accept it for a moment. After a long while, Captain America spoke up. Black Widow sacrificed herself to defeat Lin Fan. This may just be the first death. But if we fear death, how can we fight against that devil? During the recent period when everyone was away, Superman Lin Fan has done something insane again. He used the interstellar Star Destroyer cannon to completely kill tens of millions of people in the entire state of Massa in one strike. The state of Massa has now been razed to the ground, leaving only a pool of crystallized glass after the attack. No personnel escaped, no mission animals survived, and no vegetation remained. When everyone heard this, they were filled with shock and fear. Quickly find the relevant video on the central computer. Sure enough, everything Captain America said was true. Everyone gnashed their teeth in anger when they saw this. This Lin Fan is such a beast. Tens of millions of lives. Why is he so crazy? He's just a lunatic. People like this shouldn't be alive in this world. Hatred. Unprecedented hatred. It inspires all members of the Avengers to fight. Iron Man took a deep breath and said loudly, "Jarvis, let them all come out." Everyone looked behind them in surprise. I saw the door of the warehouse opened. A total of 9 steel armors of different shapes were all activated. Each one is cool and stylish, and is built based on the 9 people on the scene. Only Captain America was very surprised. The other 9 people all had armor given by Iron Man. But I am the only one who doesn't have it. Iron Man said, "This is the anti-Superman armor I built specifically for you. And it is specially designed according to everyone's various characteristics. I'm sure it will be very useful in your battle. Don't be polite, and quickly familiarize yourself with the various functions of the anti-Superman armor. It would be useful to add a little more combat power." Everyone else was pleasantly surprised. Especially Spider-Man and Thor. I have long wanted to own a set of cool armor. At this moment, I finally got what I wanted. Everyone put on their own armor and familiarized themselves with its various powerful functions. Then Iron Man said to Captain America, "I have something to discuss with you alone." Iron Man and Captain America came to another single room. The Man of Steel reveals his battle plan against Superman. There are 3 steps in total. Captain America is just the first step. But it is the one with the highest success rate. If the US team succeeds, then the remaining 2 steps are not necessary. If the US team fails, there are 2 follow-up plans. Captain America suddenly felt a little uneasy, but he gritted his teeth and said, If you need me to do anything, just tell me. I'm ready. Iron Man looked Captain America in the eye and said. I need you to use the glove I made, borrow the power of the 6 Infinity Stones, and snap your fingers to make Lin Fan disappear. That's the consequence of doing this. You will 100% die immediately. In return, there is a 60% chance that Superman Lin Fan will disappear directly. Of course, this is just my speculation. Because Superman Lin Fan's strength is growing at such a terrifying speed. Even if I borrow the power of the 6 Infinity Stones, I can't guarantee that I can kill him 6%. If you succeed, we won't need a follow-up. If you don't succeed. Next, 6 of the strongest Avengers will die bravely. They are the Space Stone Thor, the Time Stone Doctor Strange, the Reality Stone I, the Power Stone Hulk, the Mind Stone Vision, and the Soul Stone Scarlet Witch. This is the best way to use the gems I allocated based on the characteristics of the 6 Infinity Gems and the attack specialties of the 6 people. Coupled with my specially designed anti-Superman armor, it will maximize the effects of the respective Infinity Stones. If this still doesn't work to kill Lin Fan, I still have a last resort. Iron Man smiled bitterly and said, I hope we don't have to use the final measure, because by then all of us Avengers members may be dead. Captain America was filled with emotion. He patted Iron Man on the shoulder and said with sincere admiration. We have been competing for so many years. I really admire you. Only you can arrange 3 perfect plans like this. Iron Man asked in surprise, so you agree to carry out the first step of the plan. You must understand its cost. Captain America smiled and said, of course I support you. What reason do I have to reject you? It is my honor to be the first to implement the first step plan. For a moment, the two were silent. Then the two of them clasped their hands tightly, all the unhappiness, all the conflicts, what could they not let go of at this moment? This is probably what heroes' mutual respect and admiration is like. He didn't even say goodbye to his other companions. Captain America slowly put on the mechanical gloves and inlaid the 6 Infinity Stones on them. Suddenly, a large amount of electric current spread throughout Captain America's arms. Captain America gritted his teeth, refused to groan, and said firmly, I'm Captain. Snapped. Captain America snapped his fingers. At the same time, tens of thousands of kilometers away, Lin Fan, who was sitting cross-legged in the air thousands of feet high, felt his hair stand on end instantly. Chapter 50. A great fear between life and death arose in Lin Fan's heart. This feeling is very strange. Bone-chilling cold. Gradually losing all the temperature and touch. It is even difficult to perceive every cell in the body. Like falling into the abyss. Keep sinking. Eventually it turned into pitch black. There is no more light. After Lin Fan acquired the ability to reverse death, his perception grew significantly. At this moment, Lin Fan's perception automatically reached its strongest level. It is even a posture of a bystander, observing one's own body in reality. Lin Fan's body looked like broken porcelain. At first, it fell off in large chunks. Then the shedding process is accelerated countless times. The whole body turned into dust and drifted away in the wind. Lin Fan's consciousness watched his body dissipate and disappear before his eyes. This feeling of watching from a third party is really strange. Is this death? Is this what it means to be shattered to pieces? Lin Fan knew. I must have been plotted against by some existence. The other party directly used abilities that went beyond the rules. Turn your entire body into powder. You don't even have to confront yourself head-on. He just dissipated his body in an extremely brutal manner. What a terrifying power! Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. Lin Fan's current state is that of a soul caught in a time rift. Mental strength and perception reach unprecedented levels. Following the rule energy that killed him, Lin Fan followed the clues to find it. Gradually a blurry picture becomes clear. In the Avengers' highest level meeting room, Captain America kneeled on the ground. Wear a mechanical glove on your hand. All 6 infinity gems glowed with astonishing light. Captain America crushed his teeth and snapped his fingers. Followed by the powers of the 6 infinity stones mixed together. Fusion into a powerful power that directly changes cause and effect. And this powerful force was the culprit that turned Lin Fan's body into powder. Lin Fan understood. It turns out that I was killed by the power of these 6 infinity stones. Ha 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 ha. I see. That's not surprising. And it's so good. Lin Fan did not feel sad about his death at all. Because when Lin Fan mastered the ability of reversing death, I know that my current condition is most suitable for being cured by reversal of death. As long as you want to reverse death, you can be resurrected at any time. And Lin Fan was happy. I was dozing off. Someone sent me a pillow. Lin Fan wants to become the master of the dark universe. It is necessary to burn other rules, or burn powerful artifacts containing other rules. The more powerful the rules of burning, then Lin Fan will become more powerful after becoming the Lord of the Dark Universe. By that time, Lin Fan will be directly above the multiverse. Become the only existence in the multiverse. Never again like anyone else. In every parallel universe there is an existence of one's own. To know the energy and rules of all the multiverses that one occupies are constant. There are more selves in existence. Then the energy and rules distributed will naturally be less, which is equivalent to many people sharing a cake. However, as long as he can become the master of the dark universe and become the only one in the multiverse, then one person can monopolize all the energy and rules enjoyed by the multiverse. What a terrifying existence such only is. By that time, Lin Fan will have complete multiverse level strength. And the Dark Law is one of the most powerful laws in the universe. By then, Lin Fan's strength will have a huge advantage among his peers. Thinking of this, how could Lin Fan not be happy? These 6 infinity stones in front of you. It's like timely help. Don't miss it no matter what. Lin Fan can now reverse death and choose to resurrect at any time. But Lin Fan decided to wait. Sometimes, only when you die yourself can you truly see the truth. Who knows if a few big fish will jump out after Lin Fan's death? Or other talented people behind the scenes. If these people jump out, wouldn't that be better? When Lin Fan is resurrected, he can start a killing spree with thundering means. Just as Lin Fan was leisurely observing the world. The Avengers' highest command post. Satellite video of Captain America before his death. Seeing Lin Fan turning into dust and gradually disappearing. This moment. Success. Captain America smiled and closed his eyes forever. Completely lifeless. And the other Avengers members outside. He was originally experiencing the power of the anti-Superman armor. Suddenly everyone sensed something. Everyone looked towards the room at the same time. Lei Shen was shocked and said, "Was that terrifying fluctuation just now my illusion? It can't be wrong." Everyone's faces tensed, proving that Thor wasn't the only one feeling that way. Suddenly, everyone thought of a possibility. Everyone ran into the room. When they saw Captain America with his eyes closed, they stood there in shock, with waves of fear in their hearts. Captain America closed his eyes peacefully. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Half of the body has completely turned to charcoal. He also wore mechanical gloves on his hands, which were inlaid with 6 infinity gems. No matter how dumb everyone was, they instantly understood what Captain America had done. Black Panther took a deep breath and said, "Did Captain America just snap his fingers with the 6 infinity stones?" Iron Man nodded and said bluntly, "This is the plan I came up with." Captain America agreed to it himself. No one blames Iron Man. Thor asked the key question. "What's the result?" Iron Man called up the giant screen in the center. Satellite video. The superhero Lin Fan wearing a bright red cape. He looked at his palm in disbelief. Then the whole person turned into dust and disappeared. This moment, everyone felt their heart pounding. Thor slammed the table, extremely excited. We succeeded. Oh my god, Captain America actually succeeded. Ha 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 ha, great, we won. Ah, we actually won. Others also reacted and shouted. Superman Lin Fan died just like that. Oh my god. Ha ha ha, Iron Man, you are so awesome. No, Captain America is just too awesome. Without his sacrifice, Lin Fan would not have died. We humans have finally won, yo-ho. This devil has finally been killed. It's a great relief. It really is a great relief. This is really a good thing that everyone can celebrate. Except the Avengers' top brass were cheering. Satellites from various countries that were keeping a close eye on Lin Fan's condition simultaneously sent out good news. Official Parliament Hall. General Ryan and the President looked at the video in disbelief. I'm not dreaming. Iron Man, they really did it. This is incredible. Superman is dead. Superman is gone forever. Ha 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 ha, we humans finally don't have to go extinct. We humans have won. Good will prevail over evil, and the devil will eventually fail. SHIELD headquarters. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D., who hasn't slept for several days and nights. After seeing this video footage of Universal Celebration. Relax your mind. Suddenly he fell straight down. After rescue by various staff, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. finally recovered. The first thing to do when you wake up is to make sure whether you were dreaming. After the agent next to him told him the good news, the usually reserved director of S.H.I.E.L.D. howled with joy. We humans have won. Ha ha ha, great! This is not a dream. Iron Man and his men are indeed trustworthy. The Avengers are so reliable. All the staff in S.H.I.E.L.D. cheered. Vought was also cheering. It's Homelander and all the superheroes posted on Twitter as soon as possible. Celebrate the birth of this historic moment. Wonder Woman is undergoing special training on a deserted island in the Amazon. Staring blankly at the message on the phone. From the moment Lin Fan started to destroy the world, Wonder Woman returned to the deserted island. Continuous special training. Continuously improve. However, training till now. Suddenly I found out that Lin Fan had been killed. Wonder Woman suddenly felt a sense of loss. In a zoo in Gotham City, Batman no longer tries to hide his madness. Watching the TV news in the hall and laughing. The Catwoman next to her was struck by lightning. 2 lines of tears flowed from his eyes. Catwoman muttered. Impossible. He will not die. Why am I crying? Have I fallen in love with him without realizing it? Batman next to him laughed. Lin Fan will also have this day. So what if I'm stronger? Becoming the world's public enemy means death. As Lin Fan's mistress, you will definitely not die a good death. Catwoman suddenly became furious and stood on the platform. Pull out your thorn whip. A whip hits Batman. Batman was beaten so hard that his skin was torn and he screamed in pain. Batman looked at Catwoman with great anger. Catwoman whipped him a few times with an expressionless face. Batman finally couldn't take it anymore. Finally, I can only shrink into a corner. Cursing viciously. Catwoman, you won't be arrogant for long. Your backer is dead. It won't be long before the tide turns. Who knows, this might be where you'll be locked up. I will be forgiven by humans soon, ha ha ha. Catwoman sneered. Do not worry. I'll be dead before then. I'll kill you first. Batman lost all his arrogance after hearing this. Besides, the entire internet was celebrating. People came forward and expressed their opinions. In memory of all our fallen fellow Arvadas. In memory of the tens of millions of people who died in Massachusetts. Lin Fan, that devil, is finally dead. Rest in peace. Ha 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 ha, that's great, let's celebrate together. It is said that it was Captain America from the Avengers who killed him. The Avengers are indeed trustworthy. We humans have finally won. This is simply a nightmare. Someone even built a giant statue of Superman Lin Fan before. There are even people who set up transhumanist sections. And there are literally countless people joining in. This is just outrageous. We must find all the members of the transhumanist sect. All the statues of Superman Lin Fan must be destroyed. This image is too evil. Nip all related sects in the bud. Those who join a sect must also be judged. Ha 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 ha, these people were so arrogant before. Spreading the theory of Superman destroying the world. Salvation can only be achieved by entering the transhumanist section. Now even Superman has been destroyed. Aren't they just slapping themselves in the face? The whole people were laughing and talking. The whole world celebrates and celebrates with great fanfare. The satellite videos taken by various countries are extremely clear. Superman Lin Fan had indeed been turned into dust by the powerful force. Avengers headquarters also issued a clear announcement. Captain America paid with his life. Finally, I died together with Lin Fan. This information is true. Lin Fan, who was paying attention to the world's developments, waited quietly. After waiting for a long time, I didn't see any other big fish being caught. Originally, I wanted to fish out Doctor Strange from that dimension. It looks like I'm going to be disappointed. This guy is really a coward. But this is fine. There is no other person behind the scenes involved. It seems this is Iron Man's plan. Lin Fan was not waiting. Walk out directly from the cracks in time. Directly utilize the ability of reverse death. Rewind time and go back to the 3 seconds before Lin Fan's body disappeared. Lin Fan returned to his own body. Look at the palm of your hand. 3 seconds later, Lin Fan will turn into dust. Then disappear from the world. 3 seconds. Enough for Lin Fan to do many things. The ability to reverse death. The most powerful part. It is possible to create a bloodline clone of yourself. Then let this bloodline clone bear the fate of his own death. Thus, it will not affect all subsequent events. All future events will not change. People will also see a Lin Fan turning into specks of dust. Disappear from this world. People will still celebrate. Everyone's reaction was consistent with the previous line of events. No other changes will occur. But no one will know. The disappeared Lin Fan was just a clone. The real Lin Fan can hide in some corner of the world. Lin Fan did what he said. Directly squeeze out a drop of your own blood. Then leave your soul breath on it. Just for a moment. A person who looks exactly like Lin Fan is automatically generated. And lifelike. Exactly the same as Lin Fan's soul aura. This clone had a jet black head. This means that Lin Fan's death calamity has accumulated to the extreme. After doing all this, the real Lin Fan disappeared. Time to pause. A world in pause. Everything is back to normal. Satellite images of various countries. Lin Fan looked at his palm in disbelief. Then it turned into tiny specks of dust and disappeared. Then this scene was photographed by satellites from various countries. Delivered to every corner of the world. The Avengers celebrated enthusiastically. The top officials celebrated enthusiastically. S.H.I.E.L.D. celebrates enthusiastically. The superheroes in Vought Corporation celebrated enthusiastically. In the zoo, Catwoman continued to whip Batman with a whip. People from all over the world celebrated and sent out congratulations. Prepare to completely eradicate all believers of the Superman sect. Just like the events in the original world, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. The only difference is, at this moment, Lin Fan was no longer in the state of a soul hiding in the cracks of time. But it is a real entity. After reverse war death, he stole the truth and concealed the truth. And just then, the Dark Knight blade has finally evolved. Wake up completely. It has transformed into an even more ferocious and powerful peerless magical weapon. At this time, its power had already thrown the Black Death Sword tens of thousands of miles away. Lin Fan checked the characteristics of the Dark Knight blade. First, it is indestructible and has the law of continuous tearing. Second, you can absorb the essence of artifacts or gods to evolve yourself. Third, you can change the form it will and simulate any weapon form. Fourth, it cannot be destroyed. After killing the enemy, you can enslave the soul to serve you. The Dark Knight blade trembled and roared, conveying a message to Lin Fan. My blade is thirsty. Chapter 51. Lin Fan was overjoyed. After this evolution of Dark Knight blade, not only the basic capabilities have been greatly enhanced, and another powerful attribute was added. It cannot be destroyed. After killing the enemy, you can enslave the soul for your own use. This property seems simple, but it is an attribute that all artifacts envy. Cannot be destroyed. Even the powerful Black Death Sword. There is no such attribute. The Black Death Sword can directly bind the soul of a strong person. As long as the Black Death Sword is not damaged, that strong man can be resurrected infinitely. If the Black Death Sword had this attribute, that would basically make its user completely immortal. This is enough to show how rare this indestructible attribute is. The most feared thing about a weapon is damage. With this attribute, plus its indestructibility, it is truly a perfect match. Besides, after killing the enemy, you can enslave their soul to serve you. This reminded Lin Fan of Frostmourne in a game. In other words, Lin Fan can completely rely on a Dark Knight blade. You can create a powerful army that belongs to you alone. Just kill the enemy. The enemy's soul can be completely locked in the Dark Knight blade. When needed, you can summon it at any time to use it. In many special cases, it can make up for the disadvantage of Lin Fan's insufficient number of people. Even during the battle. After killing the enemy, you can summon him directly and let him turn against you in battle and fight with his former companions. It is conceivable how badly his companions' morale would be damaged when they faced the attack of their dead comrades. The Dark Knight blade has now developed a simple intelligence. Can communicate with Lin Fan easily. My blade is thirsty. Lin Fan's lips curled up. Sure enough, his temperament is similar to mine. Not only was the Dark Knight blade hungry and thirsty, witnessed the whole world's enthusiastic celebration of his death. Lin Fan also felt very unhappy. I could no longer suppress the murderous intent in my heart. Open the door of space directly. Already reached the top floor of the Avengers. Downstairs are various members of the Avengers. Under Lin Fan's powerful mental power. Be fully aware of the following situation. A group of people were drinking beer and eating pizza, celebrating the joy of killing Lin Fan. Lin Fan spotted Doctor Strange's location. The Dark Knight blade suddenly extended. Cut it off with one knife. The whole house, along with the huge ground. A deep ravine of nearly 1,000 meters is also on display. Half of the house collapsed. Doctor Strange holds a cup of coffee. He stared at his waist in disbelief with his eyes widened. I saw a lot of blood on my waist, staining my clothes red. The entire upper body fell to the ground with a thud. The lower body still maintains a sitting posture. Lin Fan struck with his sword. Directly cut Doctor Strange in half. Ah, someone is attacking, everyone be careful. Spider-Man has the fastest reaction time. His face changed drastically and he shouted at the top of his lungs. The other Avengers members jumped up and entered combat mode. The house was cut in half by a sword and was in the process of collapsing. Thor held the warhammer in his left hand and the battle axe in his right hand. An axe was swung upwards. The huge roof of the entire Avengers Center was shattered into thousands of pieces and blown thousands of meters away. Everyone finally saw the face of the person who attacked them from above. Lin Fan was suspended in the air, holding a black long sword. He looked down at everyone with amusement. Everyone present was shocked, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Everyone's hair stood on end and they were filled with great fear. This is the oppressive power of Superman Lin Fan. Lin Fan. How is this possible? How are you still alive? Haven't you been completely turned into ashes by the power of the 6 Infinity Stones? Can you, after turning into ashes, be reborn on the spot? Scarlet Witch said directly, impossible. The power created by the 6 Infinity Stones. The damage is at the atomic level and has a regular hierarchy. Even if the cells can regenerate, they cannot withstand this kind of damage. Iron Man's face was cold. How on earth did you escape harm? Captain America has already sacrificed himself, but he can still make a wish by snapping his fingers. There's no chance of an accident. What Lin Fan hates most is nagging with these people. Besides, the Dark Knight blade in his hand was already thirsty. Lin Fan disappeared into the air. When it appears again, already flashed behind the Black Panther. A horizontal slash. Large sword lights were flashing everywhere. Black Panther is in a life or death situation. Just take out Captain America's shield to block. Captain America's shield was originally made of vibranium. After Captain America's death, Black Panther took it back. I didn't expect to use it before it even got warm. With the sound of Zilla, there was no loud noise of metal colliding. The entire vibranium shield was split into 2 halves by Lin Fan's sword. The sword light flickered. The vibranium protective suit worn by Black Panther was also completely cut in half. The Black Panther's head flew away. A lot of blood spurted out. The Dark Knight blade was too lazy to even absorb this low-level menstrual blood. Let the Black Panther's head roll off. Lin Fan took a step forward. Step directly on the Black Panther's head. The terrifying thing is, although the Black Panther's head and body were separated, the head still has a few seconds to think. His eyes widened as he stared at his fellow Avengers. Lin Fan put more force on his feet. A nice big watermelon, with bursting red and white flesh. Everyone looked ugly, shocked by Lin Fan's extremely brutal attack method. Iron Man shouted loudly, "Hurry up and put on the anti-Superman armor." Only then did everyone react. They all used the armor binding function, and various cool armors flew towards everyone. Lin Fan was about to attack Iron Man. A thick yellow beam of light hit Lin Fan. It was Vision who retrieved the Mind Stone and launched the most powerful attack. Lin Fan raised his arms and swam upstream, attacking in an extremely brutal manner. Directly knock Vision away. Vision smashed through the building behind him and flew backwards hundreds of meters. The terrifying force plowed deep furrows on the earth. Vision struggled to his feet. He was extremely shocked to find that his shocked body had suffered severe damage. Even if Lin Fan doesn't use the Dark Knight blade, under the terrifying strange power, directly smashed all the vibranium parts on Vision's stomach into pieces. Lin Fan was just about to step forward to finish off the enemy. Scarlet Witch's long hair is flying. Raise your hands slightly. The terrifying chaos magic condensed into a red ball of light, smashed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan finally seemed a little serious this time. The power of the phoenix behind him is surging. A wing made of the power of the phoenix slapped the red ball of light away. And right now, thousands of supreme magic whips bound Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked up. It turned out to be Doctor Strange, summoning thousands of clones. Used the magic whip skill again. I just killed you. And the Dark Knight blade was used. It's great that you were able to recover. I can enjoy killing you once more. Lin Fan looked at Doctor Strange from the beginning of the battle to now. Lin Fan, who was very frugal with words, rarely said these few words. Lin Fan glanced at the bright green light on Doctor Strange's chest. I probably guessed the fundamental reason why Doctor Strange recovered. It turns out that he used the time stone to reverse his injuries. Very good. This mistake was made once. Lin Fan will never make the same mistake a second time. And this time, anyone who should be wearing the anti-Superman armor has basically already put it on. Iron Man, Thor, Spider-Man, Hulk, Hawkeye, Ant-Man, Doctor Strange, Vision, and Scarlet Witch approached together. Lin Fan was surrounded tightly inside. However, even in the face of this situation, no one dared to be careless at all. After all, the person he is facing is Lin Fan. Thousands of Doctor Strange worked together. Countless magic whips suddenly tightened. Doctor Strange shouted, "I'll control him, everyone attack quickly." If it were last time, Lin Fan used the power of the Phoenix to break this move. And now Lin Fan's hands trembled. Dark Knight blade automatically changes form. Transformed into a wandering long sword. Cut off all the magic whips. All of a sudden, the light and shadows in the sky dissipated. Doctor Strange paled. He really slapped himself in the face. Before anyone could attack, the control had been lifted. Doctor Strange slammed his hands on the ground. Everyone just felt dizzy. It was Doctor Strange who forcibly pulled everyone into his space battlefield. In this battlefield, Doctor Strange can freely adjust up, down, left, right and in all directions. Even gravity changes depending on the scene. And keep switching ground. Doctor Strange's eyes were sharp. When we get to my home turf, I will at least weaken your strength by 30%. What Lin Fan hates most is those flashy mages. Directly activate Captain Marvel's binary star form. Suddenly, Lin Fan's aura became even more fierce. Energy fluctuations in the form of binary stars gradually appeared on the body. The double star form can directly increase Lin Fan's overall strength by 3 times. It can better control the electromagnetic spectrum, gravity, and the force at the cosmic level. It can also communicate with the white hole and infinitely extract various forms of energy from the white hole. Infinite energy is injected into the Dark Knight blade. The Dark Knight blade continued to ring. Lin Fan slashed at the universe summoned by Doctor Strange. The entire mirror world suddenly came to an end. Poor Doctor Strange spent a lot of magic power to summon the world of illusion, but before any help could be provided, it was destroyed by Lin Fan. Wow! Doctor Strange could no longer suppress the backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. Lin Fan in the binary star state turned into a stream of light. Come to Ant-Man. Ant-Man activated the anti-Superman armor and his 2 arms turned into energy shields to block. An indestructible energy drill appeared from the 2 arms and stabbed towards Lin Fan's chest. The remaining 2 arms gathered energy in their palms, emitting brilliant energy light. Lin Fan slashed down with his sword. All 6 of Ant-Man's arms were cut off. The energy shield summoned by the anti-Superman armor does not provide any defensive effect. Including the Ant-Man inside, he was killed on the spot. Blood was splattered and the scene was horrifying. Spider-Man next to him was so scared that he was at a loss. Quickly jumped to the side. Lin Fan shook the Dark Knight blade in his hand. The tip of the sword actually pierced into a space door as big as a bowl. A pitch-black sword tip stabbed out from behind Spider-Man. Directly stabbed Spider-Man to death. Cough cough cough. No matter how hard Spider-Man tried to breathe. To no avail. The law of tearing carried by the Dark Knight blade. Directly tearing Spider-Man's heart into a huge wound. A lot of blood was lost. Spider-Man is dead. It was the first time that everyone saw such a strange method of attack. The space gate can actually be used in this way. It really taught everyone a lesson. The space gate cooperates with the attack, which is unpredictable and hard to guard against. No. See Spider-Man die. Iron Man was filled with pain. But there is nothing to do. Hawkeye raised his bow and shot. An arrow made of kryptonite pierced Lin Fan's back. It fell to the ground with a thud. Kryptonite attacks are still useless against Lin Fan. The power of the phoenix behind Lin Fan transformed into a huge palm and slapped towards Hawkeye. Just as Hawkeye was about to fly away in the armor, he was firmly grabbed by a huge hand. Lin Fan exerted a little force. The huge palm transformed by the power of the phoenix suddenly shrank. Directly crush Hawkeye and the anti-Superman armor into an iron lump. Hawkeye was a bloody mess, he was dead beyond deadness. A little while. Superman Lin Fan is like a fish in water. Under everyone's siege. He has killed 4 people in a row, Black Panther, Ant-Man, Spider-Man, and Hawkeye. Of the 10 Avengers, only 6 are left. Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, Doctor Strange, Vision, Scarlet Witch. Iron Man roared. Everyone, hurry up and use the combo skills we agreed on. Vision pressed directly towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan slashed horizontally with his sword. Who knew that the Dark Knight blade would directly penetrate Vision's body? Vision's speed did not slow down at all as he came behind Lin Fan. He slapped Lin Fan on the back. For an instant. The power of the Mind Gem is immediately activated to its maximum. The Mind Gem allows all dreams, thoughts, etc. to enter the user's brain. It can also allow the user to create a different year and forcibly change the other person's mind. Under the attack of the Mind Gem, Lin Fan's sea of consciousness was suddenly attacked. But Lin Fan's mental strength was too strong. It is backed by the power of the Phoenix, the most powerful spiritual power core in the universe. So Vision's Mind Gem invades. It only took Lin Fan a second to return to normal. Even when consciousness strikes back, it also caused severe damage to Vision's mind. He let out a wail and flew backwards. Vision banged his head against the wall. However, the 1 second that Vision bought was enough for everyone to launch their attack. The soul gem in Scarlet Witch's hand shines brightly. It directly enveloped Lin Fan. He actually tried to control Lin Fan's soul. It is said that Superman Lin Fan's physical defense is invincible. Magical defense is the shortcoming. Soul defense is like a thin layer of paper. Who knows? When Scarlet Witch used the Soul Stone to control Lin Fan, suddenly, he felt that Lin Fan's soul power was so strong that it was jaw-dropping. The soul gem was actually blown away with a bang. Even Scarlet Witch was sent flying backwards. The Hulk wears a power gem belt around his waist. His entire body was covered with a layer of dazzling purple light. It is to fully unlock your own strength and the amplification of the power gem. At this time, Hulk's strength increased by at least 10 times. I just felt a rush all over my body. He spread out his strong arms and was about to lock Lin Fan. Lin Fan was about to chop with his sword. Thor used the space gem to imprison Lin Fan in the void. Iron Man directly uses the reality stone to modify the surrounding rules, making the surrounding space more impregnable. It also slows down the flow of time around you by hundreds of times. Doctor Strange struggled to get up, and the time stone once again enveloped Lin Fan. Slow down the flow of time that was slowed down 100 times to 10,000 times. At this moment, Lin Fan felt like he had entered a swamp and it was really difficult for him to take a single step. Iron Man wiped the sweat from his face. With lingering fear, he said. It used the power of 6 Infinity Stones. We were able to control Lin Fan. His body of steel is so strong that it can resist the rules. It's so scary. This is the second step of the plan agreed upon by Iron Man. Composed of the 6 most powerful men among the Avengers. Each person controls an Infinity Stone. Unleash the ultimate properties of the Infinity Stones. Apply combined suppression to Lin Fan. As long as Lin Fan is restrained by Vision's Mind Gem, the subsequent combination suppression has a high probability of success. In a time that is slowed down 10,000 times. It was enough to temporarily control Lin Fan. In this state, wouldn't Lin Fan be slaughtered by everyone? Chapter 52. In order to avoid long nights and many dreams, Scarlet Witch used chaos magic to destroy Lin Fan's body. Scarlet Witch's chaos magic has incredible destructive power. Even the extremely hard infinity gems can be destroyed. Destroying Lin Fan's iron body is no problem. The moment when groups of terrifying chaos magic entered Lin Fan's body. This is the moment Lin Fan was waiting for. No matter how much you plan, you don't hesitate to be charged for acting. All for the purpose of obtaining Scarlet Witch's chaos magic power. Scarlet Witch suddenly felt her chaos magic getting out of control. It crashed towards Lin Fan's heart at an incredibly fast speed. At the same time, the power of the Phoenix lingers in Lin Fan's sea of consciousness. It also crashed towards Lin Fan's heart at an incredibly fast speed. This is the result Lin Fan wants. What kind of powerful power can be generated when two completely different cosmic forces collide with each other? The power of the Phoenix can penetrate into matter, affect changes in properties, and is the core of the spiritual power of the multiverse. Chaos magic modifies the law of causality, affects the nature of matter, and is the cornerstone of the birth of multiverse energy. Two completely different cosmic powers. They collided in Lin Fan's heart. Boom explosion. An extremely powerful collision of top cosmic energies. This extremely violent energy flowed through Lin Fan's entire body. Lin Fan's veins were stretched to their limits, and a completely different kind of cosmic force erupted in his body. Even with Lin Fan's iron body, he can only control this cosmic force for 3 seconds. At this time, Lin Fan was still in a terrifying state where time was slowing down 10,000 times. Countless tiny red lightning bolts suddenly appeared in Lin Fan's body. These tiny lightning bolts gradually increased in number. Every extra point offsets the state of time being slowed down 10,000 times. Speed Force activated. The Flash's signature ability. The Flash has faced many formidable enemies in the past, including various controls for exotic elements, including those that also have extreme speed. But what is most difficult for the Flash is, I once met a person with extremely strange abilities. His name was Slow Walker. He can slow down the flow of time within a certain space around him by thousands or even millions of times. Lin Fan was facing the time slows down 10,000 times 08 state at this time, and the two had the same effect. At that time, the Flash used his super speed to break the man's ability. Since you've slowed down my state 10,000 times, then I will use my speed force to speed myself up 10,000 times. The same is true for Lin Fan. From the very beginning, Lin Fan was certain of the plan of Iron Man and others. Just like the game of chess, you can see the opponent's ultimate killer move at a glance. Then there is no need to do anything else. I just need to target your ultimate killer move and then plan my way to crack it. Lin Fan even took advantage of the opponent's combination loopholes and snatched the coveted chaos magic power. Lin Fan's speed force was activated. The red lightning representing the speed force covered his entire body. Every additional point of red lightning speed force, it will increase Lin Fan's speed by 1 point. Lin Fan's speed at this moment was almost as fast as a snail. After the speed force is multiplied 10,000 times, I have almost recovered my original speed. Not good. He's about to break free. Everyone exclaimed. Hulk has activated the power gem to the extreme, and locked Lin Fan tightly with his arms. Iron Man and Doctor Strange are using their Reality Stone and Time Stone to suppress Lin Fan. The three of them changed their expressions at the same time. Lin Fan used his super speed to offset the 10,000 times deceleration. The cosmic force generated by the collision of the Phoenix Force and chaos magic in the body erupted violently. Only 3 seconds. First second. The terrifying cosmic force in Lin Fan's body exploded, directly breaking Hulk's arms. Kicks Hulk. Half of Hulk's body was destroyed. Second. Lin Fan appeared next to Vision. Before Vision's body faded away, he grabbed Vision's neck with one hand, trying to lock him up tightly. However, due to the great force, Vision's head was directly blown off. The third second, Lin Fan came before the thunder god. Thor smashed Lin Fan's shoulder with his hammer. Lin Fan reached out and grabbed Thor's hammer. In the stunned eyes of Thor, the cosmic force exploded within Lin Fan's body, directly crushed Thor's hammer completely. It turned into pieces of scrap metal scattered all over the ground. 3 seconds. The scene changed drastically in an instant. Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, and Thor were completely stunned. Lin Fan didn't know what method he used. Not only did it break free from the time flow that was 10,000 times slower, it only takes 3 seconds. With the force of thunder, kill 3 allies who have Infinity Stones. After the Hulk obtained the Power Stone, his power has reached an incredible level. Yet even so, Lin Fan was able to break free in an instant and kick him to death. Vision, whose body was made of vibranium, had his head blown off by Lin Fan's extraordinary strength. The most outrageous thing is Thor's hammer, which is a divine weapon forged by the Dwarf King and blessed with divine power by Odin, the god of the 9 realms. It was actually crushed in Lin Fan's hands. The 4 people who survived the scene only felt a chill on their backs. Who can defeat Lin Fan like this? What the hell happened? Why is it that Lin Fan can suddenly break free from the constraints of time flowing 10,000 times slower? The most important thing is that Hulk, who possessed the Power Stone, was directly crushed to death by Lin Fan's power. Vision, a vibranium-clad man, will die if he is touched. Thor's hammer was crushed by Lin Fan with his bare hands. Why did Lin Fan's strength suddenly increase so much? It's outrageous. Everyone felt a chill on their backs and all the hairs on their backs stood up when facing this kind of Lin Fan. A feeling of powerlessness arises spontaneously. Scarlet Witch was holding Vision's head the moment he was killed. Every time a loved one dies, the chaos magic in Scarlet Witch's heart becomes stronger. Quicksilver was killed by Lin Fan before. Now Vision, his only true love, was killed by Lin Fan again. Scarlet Witch was trembling all over, and a chaos magic crown gradually appeared above her head. Scarlet Witch's eyes were red, and she tried her best to retain the last bit of her sanity. He said to the rest of his companions, "The terrifying power that Lin Fan used just now is not a power that he can control. If my guess is correct, he still has the power of the Phoenix in him. Just now, he used the power of the Phoenix in his body to collide with my chaos magic. This gave rise to a powerful suicidal force. If it were someone else, and they dared to let these 2 powerful cosmic powers collide in the heart, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Not to mention using it for your own benefit, it will directly cause your heart to burst, and you will die from the impact of the force. And Lin Fan not only has a body of steel with terrifying defensive power, but this is just a premise. If my guess is correct, Lin Fan also has a method of controlling energy in a subtle way. It is with this method that we can control and calm the tremendous cosmic force generated by the collision of Phoenix Force and Chaos Magic. Otherwise, he will definitely not be able to withstand this terrifying force that can crush the Power Gem Hulk. He will die if he uses it." Lin Fan showed a playful smile. "Rather, it is a sincere appreciation. You're right. Just as Scarlet Witch said. He just used the power of the universe for 3 seconds, and it was thanks to the control of microscopic energy that he was able to protect himself. Otherwise, let this power fill your entire body, and even flow from your heart to every part of your body. That is undoubtedly courting death. From the moment Lin Fan obtained the power of the Phoenix, I am extremely concerned about Scarlet Witch's chaos magic. The existence of the Phoenix Force is so powerful. Scarlet Witch's chaos magic is another cosmic power that is comparable to the Phoenix Force. The two even conflict and complement each other to a certain extent. If Lin Fan could obtain such terrifying power all by himself, and blend them, it will definitely produce a wonderful chemical reaction. So the bold idea just now came into being. Lin Fan also used his own body for experiments. I didn't expect the effect of the experiment to be so horrible. The tremendous cosmic force generated by the collision of two energies. Use your own physical strength and the coordinated control of energy microscopic. Lin Fan only had 3 seconds to use it. But these 3 seconds of wonderful experience have made Lin Fan unforgettable. Unfortunately, the chaos magic in the body has been completely consumed. If you want to continue using it, the only way is to take away Wanda's chaos magic. At this time, Scarlet Witch completely unleashed all her power after Vision's death. Even the soul gem is no longer used. He directly used the power of chaos magic to challenge Lin Fan. The magic crown on Scarlet Witch's head shines brightly. The extremely violent chaos magic imprisoned the space around Lin Fan. Lin Fan's eyes were cold. The binary star state is turned on again. The speed force once again permeated his entire body. The dark night blade rang with joy. Lin Fan cut open the space shackles with one sword. The speed directly exceeds the speed of light. Before Scarlet Witch had time to react, rushed directly to Scarlet Witch. Holding Scarlet Witch's head with one hand, press hard to the ground. Lin Fan's running speed did not slow down at all. Scarlet Witch's head was pressed to the ground and rubbed horribly. In an instant, Lin Fan had run tens of thousands of laps around the surrounding base at the speed of light. Scarlet Witch rubbed her head on the ground thousands of times. No matter how powerful Scarlet Witch's chaos magic is, physical defense is also the weakness of every magician. Wait until Lin Fan stops. Half of the skin, flesh, and bones on Scarlet Witch's head had been rubbed off. Half of the head and half of the body had been rubbed away and disappeared. Half of the brain and half of the eyeball were still hanging on Scarlet Witch's face. The powerful power of chaos magic is still trying to restore Scarlet Witch's body. At this time, Scarlet Witch had completely lost consciousness. Lin Fan received a system prompt. If you find a superpowered person who has lost consciousness, should you use power deprivation on him? Yes. Congratulations to the host for activating ability deprivation and gaining the ability chaos magic. A lot of hard work. Finally got chaos magic. For an instant, the incomparably powerful power of chaos magic was born from Lin Fan's body. That's what it feels like. Lin Fan looked at his hands and laughed wildly. A 12-level chaos magic storm automatically rolled up around the body. Lin Fan was suspended in the center of the storm. The power of chaotic magic flowed into Lin Fan's body like 1,000 rivers flowing into the sea. So far, get all the power of the Phoenix and chaos magic. Lin Fan could finally use the 3-second cosmic force he had just used without restraint. Lin Fan named this 3-second state self-destruction. Just like the name, the power of self-destruction is really too great. It is so big that even a body of steel would have difficulty withstanding it. To a level where even energy is microscopic is difficult to control. But there is also a huge benefit. Although self-detonation caused great damage to Lin Fan's body, but after the damage is recovered, Lin Fan's iron body will become even stronger. Someday, Lin Fan's body of steel can easily withstand the power of self-destruction. Everything that happened just now was just a moment. Scarlet Witch was killed by Lin Fan again. Iron Man, Thor, and Doctor Strange were all terrified. Iron Man sent a message directly to both of them. We can only implement the third plan. Give me all the Infinity Stones. You two give me 10 seconds. Thor and Doctor Strange looked at each other. I still chose to believe in Iron Man. Thor held the storm axe in his hand, and with the help of the anti-Superman armor, he swung the axe at Lin Fan. Doctor Strange once again borrowed his own power from other dimensions and fought alongside Thor. Iron Man directly took out a pocket cannon. Use Ant-Man's device to restore the pocket cannon. Suddenly, I got a magnificent cannon more than 2 meters high. Whether it is the design appearance or the technology contained in it, it represents the ultimate memory of Iron Man. If we say, the Iron Man armor is Tony's proudest work. Then this cannon is the most powerful work Tony has ever made. Even the recoil alone can displace the entire Earth's orbit. Iron Man's eyes were fanatical. It has reached a very rare state of madness. There are 6 grooves on the tail of the magnificent cannon. Iron Man puts in all 6 Infinity Stones. Space Stone, Time Stone, Reality Stone, Power Stone, Mind Stone, Soul Stone. The moment when the 6 gems were inlaid, the whole cannon suddenly came alive. And the power of the 6 gems is actually closely connected at this moment. Gradually they connected into one, constantly reinforcing each other, filling the cannon barrel with power. And the 6 hardest Infinity Stones in the universe. Due to overdrawing the power of the gem's origin, small cracks gradually appeared. This tiny crack continues to charge the cannon. The crack gradually widened. Even all over the gem body. Iron Man's eyes are burning. This is the ultimate killer move designed by Iron Man. If Captain America uses the power of the 6 Infinity Stones to snap his fingers, he cannot destroy Lin Fan. Then let's have the 6 strongest members of the Avengers. Use infinite gems with similar attributes to your own to form a combination skill, control Lin Fan and then kill him. If this second plan still fails to kill Lin Fan, then Iron Man can only extract all the power of rules from the Infinity Stones. Directly destroy 6 Infinity Stones, creating a powerful blow. This shot went down. Not to mention a planet. It's just a sun. A galaxy. It can be blown through with one shot. Iron Man is an arms magnate after all. Firepower is faith. Iron Man also wanted to witness it. A single bombardment that destroyed 6 Infinity Stones. How powerful it must be. If you say Lin Fan is a lunatic, I admit it. I, Iron Man, am also an arms maniac. To buy time for Iron Man, Thor and Doctor Strange are truly fearless and courageous. The powerful Thunder God only lasted for 1 second in front of Lin Fan. Whether it was speed, strength, or skills, they were all suppressed by Lin Fan. The only thing worth mentioning is the Storm Axe. Lin Fan's Dark Knight blade slashed twice, leaving 2 huge gaps. The third sword directly destroyed the Storm Axe. The Dark Knight blade successfully absorbed all the essence of Storm Axe. Lin Fan was too lazy to absorb the power of Thunder God. The Dark Knight blade pierced through Thor's head. Pierced the core of Thor's brain. Through the mouth of Thor. Stab into Thor's neck. Through the heart of Thor. Just wear it from below to feel cool. This cruel and brutal killing method shocked Doctor Strange so much that his legs trembled. Thor lasted only 2 seconds before being killed. Doctor Strange managed to hold on for 8 seconds. Lin Fan killed Doctor Strange in just 1 second. In the remaining 7 seconds, Lin Fan cut Doctor Strange's body into pieces and chopped it into dumpling stuffing. When Lin Fan finished venting and looked up, Iron Man's cannon has been fully charged. All 6 Infinity Stones were destroyed. The laws of space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul were all extracted. It turned into a cannon that shocked the world and completely locked onto Lin Fan. Chapter 53. Lin Fan once again experienced the crazy mental warning before his death. In other words, what if I was hit directly by Iron Man's cannon? You will die immediately. Lin Fan looked at Iron Man. Iron Man also looked at Lin Fan. Although the 2 people belonged to different camps, but what they saw in each other's eyes was more awe. Iron Man was in awe of Lin Fan's strength. At this moment, Lin Fan also has a higher opinion of Iron Man. With a mortal body, I stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. I'm talking about a man like Iron Man. Lin Fan asked himself. If you don't have various powerful and invincible abilities. 3 plans laid out by Iron Man. Lin Fan can be killed at least twice. Even 3 times. That's the horror of Iron Man. Such a person. Such an opponent. Enough to win everyone's respect. Lin Fan at the moment of cannon bombardment. Suddenly he smiled and said, "Iron Man, work for me." Iron Man was stunned. "I don't understand what Lin Fan means." Still pressed the fire button without hesitation. A bombardment in exchange for destroying 6 Infinity Stones. It has already been designed perfectly by Iron Man. The energy cannon stored inside completely locked onto Lin Fan's aura. No matter where Lin Fan escapes to, above the ends of the earth, they will all be locked by this energy cannon. It is inevitable. It will definitely hit. This moment, Lin Fan stepped on the ground. The extremely violent power of the phoenix hits the heart. The vast and boundless chaos magic also hits the heart. When the two collided in Lin Fan's heart, a huge force was born that was enough to destroy the universe. Lin Fan entered the self-destruction state again. And at the same time, the binary star state is also activated. The speed force was also bestowed upon him. This was also the first time in history that Lin Fan had truly gone all out. Use all the strength you can. Bless all available states. The whole person instantly surpassed the speed of light. He even wanted to reverse time and go back to the moment before Iron Man pressed the bombardment button. But it was all in vain. The giant cannon created by Iron Man. At this time, all 6 cosmic laws have been used to the extreme. These include the laws of time and the laws of reality. The law of time can protect all attacks of the cannon from being irreversible. The laws of reality modify reality, and this cannon will definitely hit Lin Fan after it is fired. In other words, Iron Man presses the bombard button. It is inevitable that this shot will hit Lin Fan in the future. When Lin Fan uses his speed force to move faster than the speed of light. Still can't argue with this fact. Even Lin Fan, who had already dodged, pulled directly to the muzzle track. An energy cannon condensed from 6 infinity gems. It hit Lin Fan's chest directly. This moment, the space where Lin Fan's body is located is confined. Time pauses. Reality is constant. Power stripping. Mind explosion. The soul melts. It's still freezing cold. The darkness is still falling deeper and deeper. Still gradually losing the 6 limbs and 5 senses. Lin Fan died helplessly again. Fortunately, Lin Fan has gotten used to it. And quite experienced. Then activate the reverse death ability. Stay in the cracks of time as a soul. Watching his body being torn apart by the 6 extremely powerful energies of the laws in front of him. Then the body turned into particles and dissipated again. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. The power of this shot is too fierce. If I go to other parallel universes in the future, I must steal their 6 infinity stones and have a gorgeous sex with them. Lin Fan reversed death and returned to the moment when the energy cannon hit Lin Fan's chest. Follow the same method and use your own blood and essence to create an avatar that carries the fate of death. After the substitution, Lin Fan returned to his original body. Turn on the self-destruct state again, turn on the dual star state again, and empower the speed force state again. Lin Fan hid in the void nearby. Unparalleled power of space condensed in his hands. He used all his strength to compress the space force in his hand into a straight space box. Only after doing all this can you let time pass by breathlessly. Followed by. It was still Iron Man's energy cannon that hit Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan's body was completely pulled by these 6 energy laws. Then the body turned into particles and dissipated again. It's exactly the same line of events as before. The result of killing Lin Fan has not changed. Iron Man is delighted. Successful, ha 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 ha. Finally killed Lin Fan. Ness. The energy cannon that destroyed 6 infinity stones is indeed extremely powerful. Even if a god stood before me, I can take it out, too. Iron Man was extremely excited. Looking at the place where Lin Fan disappeared. The energy cannon formed by the 6 infinity stones is too powerful. Even after killing Lin Fan, it still floated in the same place and became a ball of regular energy. It seems that the energy rules inside have not consumed much. There are still huge remaining rules left. But at this time, the infinite stone that carried the 6 rules had been shattered. There is no longer any carrier capable of carrying them. Eventually they will completely disappear in this universe. Just now, a space box appeared from the void. Directly put this ball of regular energy into it. Then the space box was completely locked. Although the 6 kinds of rule energies still want to break through the limitations of the box. A figure took a step out from the void. The power of the phoenix in the left hand, chaos magic in the right. Constantly bless the space box. At least prevent the space box from being broken by the 6 kinds of regular energies. After a while, the space box gradually stabilized. The 6 wireless gem rules inside calmed down in the box. Lin Fan slowly took back the space box. The rules here are good things. It is the essence of the rules of the 6 infinity gems. The energy cannon formed by the laws of the 6 infinity gems did not consume many rules at all after killing its own clone. After all, the clone that carries his own death is just a paper shell. This way, I will have the fuel to occupy the dark universe and ignite the dark divine fire in the future. And they are the 6 most powerful laws of power in the universe. With these 6 laws as firewood, the dark godhead that burns out for me will be so powerful. Even among the top powers in the multiverse, there must be a place for me. Lin Fan gained a lot this time. Not only did he gain the power of chaos magic, he also realized the extremely powerful self-destruction state. At this time, he also harvested the power of rules from the 6 infinity gems. Really made a lot of money. This trip with the Avengers was truly worthwhile. Lin Fan then looked at the stunned Iron Man. Iron Man looked at Lin Fan with a look in his eyes that could only be described as what fuck. A strong sense of powerlessness emerged in my heart. It's not that I, Iron Man, didn't try my best. I, Iron Man, tried my best, but still couldn't kill my opponent. I calculated everything, but in the end, I still couldn't get what I wanted. Use every possible means and fight until you are powerless. Iron Man relaxed and sat down on the ground. After firing that shot condensed from 6 infinity gems. It's not that it has no effect on him. Instead, Iron Man sacrificed his soul. Only then can the rules within the 6 infinity gems be activated. Just like when Captain America wanted to make a wish by snapping his fingers, the price he paid was the same, his life. It's just that the 2 attack methods are different. Iron Man's body was like broken porcelain at this moment. There are also various cracks all over the body. It may be blown away by the wind and turned into tiny particles at any time. This is the high price Iron Man paid for that shot. Iron Man looked at Lin Fan, who was slowly approaching, and suddenly smiled. Can you tell me how you managed to escape death? Lin Fan said very honestly, no. Iron Man was so angry that a piece of porcelain on his face became unstable, fell off, and turned into particles and dissipated. The rest of the body will collapse as well. Lin Fan holds the Dark Knight blade. Stab Iron Man in the heart. Iron Man looked at Lin Fan and refused to accept it until the moment of his death. Under the rules of Dark Knight blade, Lin Fan directly enslaved Iron Man's soul. Don't forget the new abilities of Dark Knight blade after it evolves. Anyone killed by the Dark Knight blade will heed the Dark Knight blade's call and become a loyal slave servant. Lin Fan's battle. The entire Avengers team. Almost all of them were stabbed to death by the Dark Knight blade. But Lin Fan was not interested in the fighting ability of others. What Lin Fan admires is scientific and technological talents like Iron Man. Lin Fan has the zombie virus in his hands. But how to upgrade the zombie virus into the dimensional zombie virus in the zombie universe is a century-old problem. Although Lin Fan has a high combat IQ. But this does not mean that Lin Fan has a high technological IQ. The Dark Knight blade in Lin Fan's hand shook. An Iron Man in a black soul state appeared in front of Lin Fan with a confused look on his face. Didn't I sacrifice my soul to the 6 infinity stones? Iron Man looked puzzled. How can it exist in this way? Lin Fan said calmly, haven't you heard of interception? What do you mean by interception? Before you died, I stabbed you. It just so happens that my blade has the ability to enslave souls. You mean to say that I am just your soul slave now? You are right to understand that. I now have a great human genetic project that I need you to research and develop. This great and glorious task is now entrusted to you. Iron Man's soul is enslaved by the Dark Knight blade. And he couldn't refuse any of Lin Fan's requests. But when he heard about human genetic engineering, Iron Man immediately showed disdain. Could it be that Lin Fan wanted to conduct human genetic modification experiments? Such a simple subject is a piece of cake for Iron Man. But when Iron Man saw the research and development information Lin Fan gave him, suddenly the soul state became unstable. He looked at Lin Fan with horror. Because of what Lin Fan gave him, it is likely to cause catastrophe to the entire multiverse. Ordinary zombie viruses are not scary. What's scary is the dimensional zombie virus. If the zombie virus of this dimension is successfully developed, a zombie universe will be created immediately. No superhero can resist. Even the gods in the universe will be infected by the latitude zombie virus. One by one, superheroes turned into zombies. The great beings in the universe also turned into zombies. The entire universe will become dim and become a carnival place for zombie heroes. Lin Fan asked directly. Is it possible to develop it successfully? Due to the restrictions of slavery rules, Iron Man could only honestly reply, yes. What kind of help do you need from me in the early stages? Iron Man looked at the information and said, if it is convenient, try to find me the body of a superhero with a dark heart. This way, my research will progress quickly, and it would be best if this superhero has strong physical resistance. Lin Fan immediately had a candidate in mind. When Captain Marvel declared war on himself some time ago, there is a signature superhero of Vought Corporation who keeps talking nonsense to himself. After Captain Marvel was killed by himself, this guy just stayed in his room, shivering, and didn't dare to come out. Some time ago, the news that Captain America killed himself was exposed again. The signature superhero of Vought Corporation was radiant once again, and he began to boast about himself again. This person is from my country, and he is very addicted to talking nonsense. What Superman Lin Fan is? He's just trash. One of my countrymen can beat 10 of them. Fortunately, Superman Lin Fan is dead. He is lucky. Otherwise, I will beat him into a meat patty as soon as I make a move. As long as the country has my countrymen, people can rest assured. If my countryman met Superman, I would beat him up, tie him up with a rope, and let him follow me wherever I went. I have to say these irresponsible remarks made by my fellow countrymen. It greatly boosted people's morale. So much so that the number of fans of Homelander once again surpassed that of the Joker. This made the Joker very unhappy, but he could do nothing about it. Not to mention that Lin Fan enslaved Iron Man's soul. Deep in the multiverse. Except for the Divine Court where the 5 creation gods are located, there are various other powerful gods. The goddess of death, one of the 5 creation gods, is arguing with the goddess of knowledge. The reason for the quarrel was actually the destination of a human soul. Iron Man sacrificed his soul and died, so his soul belongs to me, the goddess of death. The goddess of knowledge was relentless. I have already cursed Iron Man with knowledge and left my mark on his soul. Once Iron Man dies, he will return to the embrace of me, the goddess, so Iron Man's soul is mine. The goddess of death was relentless, and the goddess of knowledge refused to give in. At the last moment, the goddess of death became angry. After all, the goddess of death is one of the 5 creation gods. The divinity of the goddess of knowledge is second only to the 5 great gods of creation. This made the goddess of death want to fight, but the goddess of knowledge was not afraid at all, and the two of them were on the verge of a fight. The other 5 great gods of creation, eternity, infinity, annihilation, and devourer of worlds, hurried over to try to stop the fight. Why not let the soul of that Iron Man choose his destination? For such a soul, would you do that? The war between gods is extremely terrifying, and if it is not handled properly it will cause a series of cosmic instabilities. Both the goddess of death and the goddess of knowledge agreed. Each of them summons out their own gate of guidance. Once Iron Man falls into death, he can choose his destination as a soul. Who knew that the two people waited for a long time and still did not see the soul of Iron Man appear? The two of them simultaneously turned on the scene of Iron Man's death. Lin Fan took the Dark Knight blade and stabbed it into Iron Man's chest. Dark Knight blade enslaves the soul. Iron Man's soul was instantly rendered dark. This means that the ownership of Iron Man's soul has completely belonged to Lin Fan. The goddess of death became furious. This guy first killed the Deadpool I had my eye on. Now you've stolen my Iron Man. He is simply ungrateful. Can someone teach him a lesson for me and enslave his soul as well? A purple-skinned titan who had always liked the goddess of death said quickly. I am willing to go to war for you. Talk about the other side. The carnival after the death of Superman Lin Fan is still going on. All countries and regions are working hard to restore the economy and order. Homelander, Vought Corporation's top superhero, gave a passionate speech. It's nothing more than the same rhetoric that my countrymen used to beat Superman single-handedly. But people just like to listen to this tune. And the place where the motherland gave his speech was chosen to be the statue square. Thousands of people gathered below, including reporters from major national media outlets, frantically taking photos and live-streaming the scene. Thousands of feet in the sky, Lin Fan looked at his fellow countrymen who were talking non-stop and spitting everywhere. It turned into a stream of light falling from the sky. Chapter 54. Statue Square. It symbolizes the freedom and will of the entire country. However, the statue of the goddess was destroyed repeatedly by the devil Lin Fan. Several heinous massacres took place in this square. At that time, the ground was smeared with blood, and the entire square was covered with blood and flesh. Moving corpses requires large equipment such as excavators and bulldozers. In order to clean up the bloodstains left on the statue square, I kept washing it with clean water for 7 days and 7 days. Until now. Standing in the statue square, passers-by could also smell the odor of blood. One can imagine what a tragic scene the statue square was in at that time. But all this is over. In the end, Superman Lin Fan was killed by Captain America. Evil can never defeat justice. And today, to celebrate the killing of Superman Lin Fan, to commemorate the personal deeds of the hero Captain America, and to pray for our fellow countrymen who have passed away, all the heroes under Vought Corporation hold a special event here. Homelander, Queen Maeve, Black, Trainman, Deep Sea, Starlight, and others appeared at the event. All of a sudden, all the fans of these superheroes went completely crazy. They rushed to the event site one by one. Warmly welcome the superheroes of Vought Corporation. There were also some other compatriots who spontaneously paid tribute to those who had died in the statue square. There were so many people, as many as tens of thousands. The statue of the goddess was destroyed by Lin Fan. After rapid reconstruction, it has now regained its former glory. The statue holds the torch of liberty, bringing the light of freedom to people. Reporters from newspapers large and small raised their cameras and kept taking pictures. Even start live broadcast directly, conveying the joy of victory and fearless confidence to audiences across the country. And below the statue of the goddess is a high platform. It is filled with microphones and various video equipment. A beautiful host with a good figure and enthusiasm handed the microphone to the people of the motherland. The motherland looked at the square with tens of thousands of people below. He waved enthusiastically. This immediately caused the fans below to shout and scream. The applause was overwhelming. Some even shouted, The countryman is so handsome. Homelander, our ultimate idol. Thanks to the presence of our countrymen, we were able to survive. The people of our motherland are our eternal gods. If it was the motherland who took action, even if they killed Lin Fan, they would not be injured. Fatherland, we love you, we will always love you. Among the passionate audience below, there are indeed real fans. Of course, there are also atmospheric actors secretly inserted by water company. When most entertainment companies operate their own stars at 680, they often invite atmosphere actors to lead the atmosphere. Even if the scene is very cold, as long as we find dozens of such actors to create atmosphere, the atmosphere can be very lively. There are countless people following the trend, and the atmosphere will become more and more perfect. The motherland was full of smiles and waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. But the atmosphere-creating actors below gave warm applause, leading the atmosphere to a new climax. The smile on the motherland's face became even more intense, with an expression that he couldn't do anything about his fans, and he waved his hand again for everyone to be quiet. This time, the actors who were there to create the atmosphere saw that the atmosphere was just right and did not cause any craze. The Homelander pushed the microphone to his lips. Everyone is so enthusiastic. Seeing you all again is a great moment worth celebrating. Ha ha ha, I'm your favorite superhero, my countrymen. The atmosphere group screamed wildly. The atmosphere at the scene was explosive, and everyone raised their arms and shouted Motherlander, Motherlander. After the shouting stopped, the Homelander's acting skills exploded, and his expression turned into sadness. Some time ago, we suffered the greatest humiliation of our country. That means we have encountered the public enemy, Superman Lin Fan. He trampled on our land wantonly and persecuted our compatriots wantonly. They are wantonly threatening our property and safety. The expression on the motherland's face gradually became excited. But, in the end, good prevails over evil. With the help of Captain America and our group of superheroes. Finally, Superman Lin Fan was shot dead. Our Vought company has made great contributions. The people of our country held their heads high, clenched their fists, and looked solemn. Here we pay tribute to our fallen heroes. We also mourn for our compatriots who died. The people of the motherland sighed. Unfortunately, I wasn't there at the time. The expression of the motherland turned into determination. If my countrymen were not on a secret emergency mission at the time, I will definitely use my life and my body to protect every inch of our land and every one of our compatriots. If I had been there at the time, I will use my fists to beat Superman Lin Fan to pieces. I will use my heat vision to shoot Superman Lin Fan's eyes out. I will kick Superman Lin Fan's ass hard with my leather shoes. I will use my justice to completely destroy Superman Lin Fan. My countrymen promise you that no matter what disaster you encounter in the future, my countrymen will be your most trustworthy and strong shield. The atmosphere at the scene completely exploded. There is no need for guidance from the atmosphere group anymore. These enthusiastic fans shouted for justice, shouted for their motherland, and cheered crazily. Some people were even so emotional that they shouted heart-wrenchingly. He shouted until his voice became hoarse. Some people were so excited that they shouted themselves unconscious. The scene was comparable to Michael's classic concert. The motherland was very satisfied with his speech. I even feel that I am really a genius in public speaking. And his number of followers on Twitter once again left the Joker far behind. Become the superhero with the most fans. Suddenly, Homelander's heart twitched, and a terrifying sixth sense of palpitations surged into his heart. The motherland's eyes widened as he looked at the sky above the venue. With his extraordinary eyesight, he finally saw the figure clearly. An extremely strong physique. There is a black S logo on the chest. The big red cloak fluttered in the wind as it sped along. The pupils of the motherland shrank sharply. The brain was filled with blood in an instant. I just felt the world spinning, and even the vision in front of me gradually became darker. Tens of thousands of people below shouted loudly. It has turned into a buzzing tinnitus. At this moment, no sound can be heard from the people of our motherland. The only sound he could hear was the violent beating of his heart inside his chest. Thump. 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 The heart beats wildly. Almost jumped out of his mouth. The Homelander kept his mouth shut. Try your best to suppress the urge to vomit. I instinctively wanted to leave here quickly. But at this moment, the two seemed to be completely connected to the earth. It was deeply welded in place. That powerful figure was moving too fast. In the 0.01 second that the Chinese people were stunned, Superman Lin Fan arrived above the goddess line square like a god. The extremely powerful speed brings with it extremely powerful wind pressure. Although Lin Fan was hovering in the air, but the powerful wind that came with it pressed tens of thousands of people on the scene to the ground. Some people even knelt on their knees and crawled on the ground, not knowing what was going on. Everyone looked at the figure in the sky. The voices that were cheering enthusiastically just now. It's like muting at this moment. The square with tens of thousands of people suddenly became silent. Everyone was stunned for a few seconds, and some people exclaimed one after another. Super, 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 Superman. I'm not having a nightmare, right? Superman Lin Fan is not dead. Ah, it hurts, I pinched myself until I bled, this is not a dream. What's going on? Can anyone tell me what's going on? Didn't the authorities say that Lin Fan was completely dead? Didn't he completely turn into ashes and disappear? What happened? Wow, I want to go home. Ah, I really want to go home too. Everyone just felt difficulty breathing. It seemed as if all the oxygen had been sucked out of the entire scene. No matter how hard everyone tried to breathe, they felt the oxygen was thin and breathing was unbearable. Even my heart is sinking. I just felt the world spinning. There seemed to be a gigantic mountain weighing billions of tons suspended above my head. Once the mountain falls, everyone will be crushed to death like ants. The fellow countrymen at the meeting swallowed their saliva. Give an awkward smile. His eyes were dull, unfocused, and trembling as he looked at his companions. Queen Maeve, Black, Train Man, Deep Sea, and Starlight all had pale faces and pale lips. He looked at Lin Fan in the sky with a look of despair. Lin Fan was suspended in the air, looking down from above, carefully observing the tens of thousands of people below. Countless propaganda slogans. Countless warning signs. Countless insults and bad words were used against me. Lin Fan smiled slightly, his eyes fixed on his motherland. The Homelander almost knelt down instantly. The heroic image accumulated over countless years and cultivated in front of fans has prompted the motherland to not kneel down. But my legs were trembling slightly. Under the stage, a tramp who was closest to his countrymen suddenly summoned up the courage to shout. Homelander, we believe in you. My countrymen, you can do it. Homelander, you are our most trustworthy superhero. My countrymen, defeat Lin Fan. My countrymen, beat Lin Fan to death. The eyes of the motherland are red. I wish I could eat this homeless guy alive. It's really a case of killing yourself. The people of the motherland cursed the homeless man's ancestors for 18 generations in their hearts. I'm just talking nonsense. Do you really think I'm a match for that Superman? Let my countrymen fight against that Lin Fan one-on-one. Wouldn't that mean letting our countrymen die? However, things often develop in the most outrageous direction. As the homeless man raised his arms and shouted, people who were initially afraid of Lin Fan's arrival gradually muster up your courage. Also joined the team shouting at the battlefield. The sound gradually increased. One wave after another. Those actors who were invited by water company to create the atmosphere. I was a little confused at this time. I don't know what rhythm to take. Suddenly, he followed the others and shouted as if he was possessed by a ghost. It's like I've slowly integrated into the identity of a fan. also join the cheering team. Louder than any other fans. After all, they are a professional atmosphere group and have received special training. The masses are becoming more vocal. It seemed to bring infinite power to others. This power is transmitted through sound. It also inspires people through the atmosphere. Tens of thousands of fans are looking at their motherland one by one. That eager look. Full of expectation. It seems to be encouraging the people of the motherland. Use your fist to flatten that Superman Lin Fan. Use thermal vision to shoot out the eyes of Superman Lin Fan. Use your arrogant little leather shoes to kick Superman Lin Fan's butt hard. Everyone's eyes were filled with encouragement. Are you all waiting for our motherland to take action? At this moment, the people of my motherland wished they could turn into an ant. Drill into the ground, into the core of the earth. His face was filled with an awkward smile for a moment. He became expressionless for a moment. The people of our motherland are worried. Simulated various scenarios after taking action. But it seems that all the results obtained are not satisfactory. Finally, the Chinese man became anxious, his mouth pouted, and he squeezed out 2 tears like an angry child. Amid the confused gazes of the crowd, Homelander used up all his strength and fell to his knees with a plop. Looking at Superman Lin Fan, he slapped himself in the face again and again. I told you to be a good talker and a slut. Team Walter Fake America. Water Fake Official. What fake? Brother Lin Fan, please get out of my way. I won't talk nonsense again. The 5 superheroes, Queen Maeve, Black, Train, Deep Sea, and Starlight, never expected Homelander to be so decisive. They were completely stunned. In the square, tens of thousands of fans all felt as if they were struck by lightning. The actions of my fellow countrymen left me feeling burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Everyone present had the word written all over their faces. The atmosphere in the entire venue was very awkward. The sound of slaps from the motherland still continues to be heard. Crisp, bright, and snapping to the ears. Lin Fan was suspended in the air, watching everything happening below in silence. I feel a little sad when I see what the people of my motherland do. This guy is really ruthless. He slapped himself and didn't even hold back. He really has the guts to do it. I've slapped my old face into a pig's head. These tens of thousands of people saw that their motherland was so unsupportive. It's simply outrageous. Some of the angry young people could no longer suppress their anger and pointed at Lin Fan and cursed him. Lin Fan had no expression on his face. Fly directly to the goddess statue. From this perspective, the entire square has a panoramic view of tens of thousands of people. The position where Lin Fan was standing was the best visual angle. All the people stepped back one after another. It seemed as if he felt an extremely terrifying threat. A great fear came over me. My heart is filled with fear and anxiety. Lin Fan's eyes gradually turned red. This horrific scene is so familiar in the square of the statue of the goddess. It's definitely not the first time. It's definitely not the second time. Others only do it once or twice at most, but never again or again. And Lin Fan really gave everyone face again and again. The heat in his eyes broke out again. The terrifying thermal vision is enhanced by the laser eyes. After such a long time, Lin Fan's strength has improved. The power of thermal vision has long reached a level that the people of our homeland cannot even understand and will never be able to reach. 0. Lin Fan's thermal vision is over 1,000 meters long. Enough to cover the entire statue square. Sweep in a fan shape from left to right. Then it retraces in a fan shape from the right to the left. I'm afraid that I can't sweep it clean enough. Like a windshield wiper, it diligently cleans the dirt on the car windows. Brush and brush. The entire square turned completely red. Occasionally there are a few remnants that slip through the net. Lin Fan's thermal vision will be given special attention. What we want is neatness and tidiness. For people with obsessive-compulsive disorder. If he lets any of them go, Lin Fan won't be able to sleep, and will even think about them in his dreams. Reporters and cameramen taking photos in the square surrounding the statue. They were all shivering and drenched in cold sweat. After Lin Fan cleared out tens of thousands of people in the square, Lin Fan flew directly to the podium. The 5 superheroes' bodies stiffened, and Homelander whipped himself even harder, making crisp sounds. The beautiful host with a nice figure next to her was shaking all over as if she was electrocuted. Even the arm holding the microphone was shaking violently, and the microphone fell when his hand trembled. Lin Fan held the microphone firmly. Pointing to the cameras of hundreds of TV stations for live broadcast, his smile was warm and gentle. Lin Fan politely waved to the audience in front of the TV station. "Hello. Did you miss me? I, Lin Fan, am back." Chapter 55. At this time, hundreds of media outlets are broadcasting live. A TV platform. There are personal live broadcast platforms. There are hundreds of platforms, big and small. On this day worth celebrating, there is another superhero on the scene. No media company wants to miss such an opportunity to attract traffic. At this time, all the people were completely confused. Looking at Lin Fan falling from the sky. In the statue square, a thermal vision cleanup was being performed. Wherever the hot site passed, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Sweep away a large area. Blood flew everywhere. There are countless broken limbs and arms. Human flesh is like mud. Cheap as grass. No matter how they huddled together to flee or how they shouted, it was of no avail. Most of the TV viewers who saw this scene closed their eyes in despair. It's only been a few days. When Lin Fan destroyed the world before, it brought a huge psychological trauma to everyone. Superman Lin Fan was finally defeated by Captain America. Just celebrated for 2 days. Why did this Superman Lin Fan appear again? And he appeared in such a heinous way as soon as he came out. Use extreme means to destroy people's confidence that they have worked so hard to build up. This confidence was completely wiped out under Lin Fan's hot gaze. Lin Fan's hot eyes were seen sweeping left and right like windshield wipers. The square was originally full of noise and bustle. It has become silent. Blood smeared the earth. Blood and flesh piled up like a mountain. Scars and broken arms were everywhere. The entire square of the statue was in chaos again. And the degree of destruction inflicted by Superman this time was more intense than the previous 2 times. It also further destroys people's confidence, which is not easy to build up. Everyone's confidence collapsed, and even a deeper psychological trauma was left behind. Superman now faces the camera like an old friend. "Hello. Did you miss me? I, Lin Fan, am back." Originally, these 3 sentences were the warm greetings from a very good friend from afar when meeting me. It's so warm. Conveying pure friendship and trust. But when such warm words came out of Lin Fan's mouth, all the viewers in front of the TV felt a chill all over their bodies. All the hairs stood up. It was like a hot summer day, with a big bucket of cold water with ice chips poured from head to toe. It makes people feel bone-chilling cold. Lin Fan's gentle and warm expression cast an indelible shadow on everyone. Everyone felt like there was a sword hanging over their heads. It seemed as if this sharp sword might fall at any time and chop off people's heads. This feeling of being on your mind all the time, of feeling that a threat is approaching all the time, is really unpleasant. Although I was worried, I felt suffocated and irritated. There is nothing else that can be used to alleviate this uneasiness. In the square with the huge statue of the goddess, Lin Fan greeted everyone and came to the motherland. The motherland's face was full of despair, and he was still slapping himself in the face. Lin Fan said calmly. "If it were normal times. If you are willing to compromise like this, maybe I will really let you go. But now you have a certain experimental value to me. So, there's no way I can let you go." After hearing Lin Fan's words, the motherland's body stiffened and trembled all over. Lin Fan looked at Queen Maeve, Black, Trainman, Deep Sea, Starlight, and others. The same goes for you guys. Just at the moment when Lin Fan turned his back, the people of the motherland were excited and took action. A punch hit Lin Fan's back. There was a sound. Lin Fan was not knocked out by the punch. Instead, it was the painful feeling from the motherland's fists, as if they had knocked down the hardest object in the world. The people of the motherland are terrified. Is Superman's Man of Steel so strong? If you don't confront it, you won't know. I claim that my body is comparable to Superman's. It was only at this moment that I realized what a joke of an arrogant person I was. The motherland expected Lin Fan to be very powerful. It's a sixth sense. But I didn't expect the gap to be so big. It's like an abyss. It's simply impossible to cross. The Homelander's face changed drastically, and he wanted to fly back, but it was already too late. Lin Fan turned his head instantly and grabbed his motherland's legs. He fell to the ground with great force, falling back and forth to the left and right sides. The hard cement on the ground was smashed into dust, and two huge deep pits appeared. The people of the motherland were hit hard by this. His eyes were red. Directly fire out your own heat vision. Lin Fan had a blank expression on his face, and placed one hand on his motherland's face. Thermal vision exploded in Lin Fan's hands. The faces of the people in the wild were painful. Lin Fan hooked his palm and exerted slight force. The people of our country immediately screamed like pigs being slaughtered. There were 5 finger-sized dents on his face, and blood was dripping, which was very scary. The black color next to him was totally unbearable. Although Homelander is the leader of the entire team. But we can't just let our fellow countrymen be killed. Besides, Lin Fan has already made it clear that he wants to kill all the superheroes under the entire water company. The remaining few people are also in the same boat. If even their fellow countrymen died, they would be even more vulnerable. It is better to take advantage of the fact that our countrymen are still able to fight. Attack Lin Fan together. Maybe there is still a little hope of survival. Suins drew out his long sword. A knife chopped Lin Fan on the back. There is still the sound of clanging swords and iron weapons. Lin Fan was too lazy to even turn his head. The body is blessed with super speed. He slowly pulled out a pitch-black long sword. This pitch-black sword is like a black hole, and it is difficult for any light to reflect from it. The entire long sword roared slightly. It exudes a weird, bloodthirsty, dark, and terrifying aura. Lin Fan slashed twice. Directly cut off the arms and legs of the Homelander. The people of our country screamed one after another. The whole person has been cut into a sausage. The cut surfaces of the limbs left a large amount of blood. The Homelander was struggling on the ground, using his neck to struggle, trying to escape from here, driven by the will to survive. The scene was quite tragic, with a trail of blood winding across it. The other teammates turned pale and attacked Lin Fan one after another. Lin Fan holds the Dark Knight blade. With one blow, he cut off the black long sword. With another blow, Suins was immediately cut in half. Suins lost his legs and only had the upper half of his body left. He came to his countrymen and crawled together. One thing that is better about Suins than the people in our country is he can use both hands and move faster than Homelander can by using his human stick to move around by his neck. The only scary thing is, where Suins crawled, it was dragging its own internal organs behind it. Intestines, belly bags, lungs, stomachs, and various body tissues were scattered all over the ground. The people of his country looked at Suins crawling over, and his miserable appearance was even worse than his own. People in his homeland didn't know how to comfort him. Suins struggled for a long time, staring blankly at his organs, and then tried desperately to stuff them back into his stomach. The body's movements became slower and slower, and eventually a miserable death occurred. Starlight's eyes changed color, and a powerful light gathered in his hands. Starlight's abilities are very special. It is a physical flash bomb that can temporarily blind people through strong light. Her strength and defense exceed most mutants. Her light energy and strong physical defense. Even people from her homeland have praised her. A bright light burst out from Xingguang's hands. Anyone who sees the bright light will be temporarily blinded in all eyes. It's just a pity that Xingguang is facing Lin Fan. Lin Fan dodged. The dark night blade in his hand pierced directly through Xingguang's chest. Nail the starlight hard to the wall behind you. Wait until everyone's eyesight recovers. The starlight has died. The remaining trainmen, Deep Sea, and Queen Maeve fled in 3 directions. Lin Fan stretched out his hand. A space gate appeared in front of me. The other end of the space gate appeared right on the track where the train man was running. That's it. The train man passed through the space gate and came in front of Lin Fan again. Waiting for the train people are. The dark night blade struck at the head. With one sword, he split the train man's head open. Including the neck and upper body, it was all cut in 2. Shenhai was shaking with fear. With a perfect jump, he immediately dived into the river beside him. This river is accompanied by the sea water. As long as you can swim 500 meters in the deep sea. If he could get to the bottom of the sea, maybe he would be completely safe. Who knows that you have just swam 50 meters into the deep sea? Lin Fan threw a ball of energy next to him. It exploded completely in the water. Boom! The splash was not big. This is because Lin Fan changed the setting of this energy ball to focus on sound vibration. Although the power is not great, it produces an extremely terrifying sound shock. Just like frying fish. Directly and completely shocked the deep sea to death. The deep sea is bleeding from all 7 orifices. The body floated on the water. The last one left is Queen Maeve. Looking at the female armor worn by Queen Maeve, Lin Fan suddenly had a very interesting idea. Not only can it increase the viewing experience, it can also quickly spread despair. That is to find someone who is as powerful as Queen Maeve to fight. The stakes are the lives of everyone in the 2 cities. One person represents 1 city. Let the 2 of them fight in the Colosseum. If you win, you can protect the city you represent. If it fails, Lin Fan could then destroy everyone in that city without restraint. You can even experiment with Iron Man's latitude zombie virus directly in that city. Think of this. Lin Fan was rarely happy. The body spans space. Teleport directly in front of Queen Maeve. A powerful volley. Extremely fast. Queen Maeve could only watch helplessly, her body's reaction simply couldn't keep up with Lin Fan's speed. He was kicked hundreds of meters away. Directly break the legs of the goddess statue. This goddess statue is also pitiful. After being destroyed and broken repeatedly by Lin Fan, it had just been rebuilt less than 2 days ago. It collapsed again and fell down completely. The freedom and justice represented by the statue have all collapsed. Queen Maeve completely fainted. Lin Fan grabbed the stick with one hand and the other. With one hand he held the unconscious ambush queen. The whole person broke through the sky and disappeared into the vast sky. The entire statue square was bustling with tens of thousands of people. At this time, there was only one host and 100 or so reporters responsible for filming. Everyone fell to the ground. More than 60 to 70% of the people were so frightened by Lin Fan's killing just now that they wet their pants. Looking at the mess of corpses all over the square. The sea breeze blows. All I smell is blood and despair. The reason why Lin Fan did not destroy these media cameras. I just want to convey the cruel scenes here. First of all, to announce his return to the whole world. Secondly, this method can more easily spread despair. But after Lin Fan spread the despair value to more than 60%, it is extremely difficult to obtain despair value. However, Lin Fan has done several big things recently. Each of them is a horrifying horror story. One person destroyed the entire Avengers Alliance. One person destroyed all the superheroes under Watt Company. Coupled with this bloody massacre, I believe it won't be long before the despair level reaches over 70%. Lin Fan is very much looking forward to the next 3 skills. Because when the despair value exceeds 60%, the skills selected in each subsequent stage are simply magical skills. For example, Lin Fan had previously chosen Reverse Death. This is simply Lin Fan's real magical skill that makes him invincible. Lin Fan grabbed Queen Maeve and Homelander and came to a huge underground base. This base is a private secret base of Iron Man. It is also the place where Iron Man works as a slave of darkness, researching dimensional viruses. When Lin Fan arrived at the base, he immediately saw Iron Man operating various instruments there. The computer monitor displays data on various zombie viruses. There were more than a dozen hideous zombies imprisoned in several glass cases nearby. But these zombies are just ordinary zombies. Instead of the kind that Lin Fan wanted, the dimensional zombie virus that originated from the dimensional soul level. The difference between the two is that one is on Earth and the other is in heaven. There is no comparison at all. If you really use ordinary zombie viruses to create chaos in this world, Lin Fan believes in the existence of so many superheroes and mutants. Ordinary zombies can't go far. There is only the kind of zombie virus that can continuously devour and evolve. Only then will an irreversible zombie universe be created. Lin Fan directly locked Queen Maeve in a separate room. The Phoenix Force invaded Queen Maeve's body and mind directly. It's like putting a heavy shackle on Queen Maeve. If the shackles were not opened, Queen Maeve would be just an ordinary person. It won't cause any waves, nor will it pose any potential threat to Iron Man. The people of our country looked at the various products in the laboratory. He was so scared that his face turned pale and he struggled violently. But at this time he was just a human stick and had no effect. Iron Man nodded after seeing Homelander. Iron Man, who is enslaved by his soul, cannot resist Lin Fan's will. This is loyalty at the soul level, and there is no need to worry about any crisis of betrayal. Iron Man said, recently, the progress of the experiment has made a great breakthrough. If you are infected with this dimensional zombie virus, you won't lose all your thoughts like you would with a normal zombie virus. That means those infected retain their thinking and intelligence. Then I'll be overwhelmed by a hunger that can never be satisfied. In order to satisfy this hunger, those infected with the Latitude zombie virus will do anything they can. They will use their wisdom, mobilize their abilities, and even unite all the forces they can borrow. It's to devour more flesh and blood, to satisfy their insatiable hunger. This effect is extremely horrific. It can even directly pollute a person's soul, making it impossible to recover. Lin Fan nodded. Lin Fan had some understanding of the horror of the dimensional zombie virus. Directly created an extremely terrifying zombie universe. In that zombie universe, even the 5 great gods of creation were infected. Even the observers were not spared. Eventually, it even broke through the limitations of that zombie universe. Begins to pollute other parallel universes. That situation really made everyone despair, causing a catastrophe in the entire universe. Iron Man then said, I have developed the origin strain of the zombie virus that controls the dimension. As long as you have this origin strain in your hands, you can command all zombies. They will be unable to disobey your orders. Once you crush the origin strain, you can end the cholera of zombie viruses in all dimensions. All zombies originating from here will be killed without any escape. Iron Man handed the origin poison pearl to Lin Fan. No matter what Lin Fan wants to do, Iron Man can only help loyally. Lin Fan couldn't wait to say, what are you waiting for? Let's experiment on our countrymen. Iron Man extracted some liquid from the strain, and slowly injected it into the human stick Homelander's body towel in front of the human stick Homelander's wide-open eyes. Chapter 56. No matter how the Homelanders struggled, it was of no avail. After a large syringe of virus liquid entered the body of the native, the Homelanders have completely mutated. Ho! The people of our motherland let out a roar of such pain that it shook the mountains and rivers. The limbs that were originally cut flat became scarred due to their strong recovery ability. At this time, countless granulations grow on the scar. These granulations grow rapidly. Gradually become the limbs of the motherland. The motherland's eyes turned white and veins bulged all over his body. The entire skin gradually loses its blood-red color. It appears to be a sickly pale color. Homelander gasped loudly. The hot breath is visible to the naked eye like a steam engine. The momentum of his body was also rising steadily. It seems that the dimensional zombie virus can have an all-around enhancement on the Homelanders. Hungry. Meat, I want more meat. What's wrong with me? I am hungry and I need more meat. The zombie Homelander showed a bloodthirsty expression. He pounced towards Lin Fan madly. The power of the Phoenix gathered behind Lin Fan. It turned into a big hand and firmly grasped the people from our motherland who were rushing towards us. No matter how hard he struggled, it was to no avail. This is the absolute difference. Even if the Homelander is strengthened again, in front of the powerful Lin Fan, they are like ants. Lin Fan slowly took out the origin strain. The entire origin strain suddenly flashed a strange light. The roaring Homelander was instantly calmed down. It has been completely controlled by the origin strain. Lin Fan ordered. Squat down for me. Then Lin Fan completely freed himself from the constraints of the Phoenix power. The zombie Homelander fell from the sky to the ground. Looking at the strain in Lin Fan's hand, his eyes were filled with infinite fear. Then he quickly squatted on the ground according to Lin Fan's order. Although he looked ferocious, he was still very obedient. Lin Fan nodded. Directly place the origin strain into your own private space. Then he looked at the various data analyses brought by Iron Man. We made it. The people of Homeland who were infected with the dimensional zombie virus have undergone earth-shaking changes in strength, speed, recovery ability, and various other abilities. The overall strength of the zombie countrymen has at least doubled. It has been taken over by a hunger that can never be satisfied. At this time, you can devour the flesh and blood of other people with special abilities to gain corresponding new abilities. I have to say that the zombie virus in this dimension is very scary. If you give it time to ferment, a zombie Homelander might be able to directly destroy a parallel universe. Lin Fan did not feel that Iron Man's analysis was exaggerated. On the contrary, the evaluation given by Iron Man is very pertinent. The dimensional zombie virus is by no means comparable to the ordinary zombie virus. If, given enough time, Homelander can easily infect those weak superheroes. While the infection spreads. While improving your superpowers. Wait until your strength reaches a certain level. Then continue to move towards higher levels. Such a chain reaction is extremely terrifying. Lin Fan needs to spare value. But the universe I want to create is a dark universe. It's not about creating a zombie universe. Become the master of the dark universe. It will definitely suit your needs better than a zombie universe master. Lin Fan directly took out an iron chain. There was also a collar attached to it. With the zombie Homelander being extremely reluctant. Just put this dog chain on him. No matter where Lin Fan goes from now on. You can bring a zombie native as your running dog. If you see someone you hate, let the zombie Homelander bite them. Just thinking about this kind of scene is so cool and exciting. At the same time, news that Lin Fan single-handedly took out the entire Avengers. And the story of Lin Fan killing the entire Homelander team in the Goddess Statue Square and carrying out a bloody massacre. It broke out completely all over the world. The lobby of SHIELD. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ryan were speechless. Quietly watching the various videos sent to me. These videos are top state secrets. It is not something that ordinary people can obtain. Specially marked are all the information and details about the battle between Superman and the Avengers. In the video screen, the most shocking are two clips. The first one was that Lin Fan mastered his own skill self-destruction for the first time. Lin Fan used Scarlet Witch's chaos magic and his own phoenix power to achieve a 3-second self-destruct time. The Hulk who possessed the Power Stone was killed in just 3 seconds. Killed Vision who possessed the Mind Stone. He crushed Thor's hammer with his bare hands. See this picture. General Ryan and the President were silent for a long time. It was so shocking. The second clip is that Iron Man directly absorbs the laws from the 6 Infinity Stones. Fired a shot at Lin Fan that shook the universe. However, even such a terrifying shot was unable to kill Lin Fan. Lin Fan used the same method as before to evade the enemy by using his clone to conceal his identity. These 2 clips are just too despairing. The director of SHIELD said. Kicked the Hulk who possessed the Power Stone to death with 1 kick. I'm turfuck. This is simply outrageous. That's the Hulk who possesses the Power Stone. Even without the Power Stone, Hulk's strength is enough to rank among the top 3 superheroes in the world. With the Power Stone, Hulk can exert countless times his own strength. The Hulk who is hiding behind it can't even kick it to death. Even if it is touched by the Hulk, the vibranium shield can be shattered. How on earth did Lin Fan do it? Why do I feel that after his resurrection this time, his strength has reached an incomprehensible level? It's simply too terrifying. Faced with the director of S.H.I.E.L.'s doubtful life and analysis, General Ryan didn't want to speak for a long time, and finally sighed. The strength of Thor's hammer is a divine weapon. Before, when Thor's hammer fell to earth, we have conducted an analysis. The strength of such a divine weapon is almost a fixed singularity in the universe. In your words, if you don't reach the level of Heavenly Father, your strength will be too low to even lift it. And according to what Thor himself said, this Thor's hammer has been blessed by the power of his father, Odin. Such a powerful artifact. It was actually crushed by Lin Fan's bare hands. General Ryan emphasized, crush it with your hands. That's a divine weapon. I've fought a lot of big battles in my life. To be honest, this battle is simply impossible to fight. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. said sternly. We have to fight even if we can't. If we can't defeat humanity, we will become extinct. You also saw what happened to the 6 superheroes of Vought Corporation, right? The powerful motherland is like a child's play in front of Lin Fan. This does not mean that the people of our motherland are not strong enough. On the contrary, according to the information obtained by our level 10 agents lurking in Vought Company, the strength of the people of the motherland is not much inferior to that of the previous Superman. It's just because Superman Lin Fan's strength is growing too fast. It just makes the strength of our countrymen look stupid. I feel that our countrymen are weak. It's definitely because Lin Fan is too strong and we created this illusion. General Ryan gritted his teeth and said. This Superman Lin Fan is really not a low-key person. Even if he wasn't killed by Captain America. Aren't you afraid of causing panic and targeting around the world by making such a high-profile appearance again? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and said in a cold voice. The fear is that Superman's strength has reached the point where he can ignore the entire world. If you are afraid that we will target you, then don't do bad things. There is one thing I don't understand the most right now. General Ryan became interested and asked, what's the matter? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. looked melancholy and whispered. Why would the decisive and ruthless Superman Lin Fan cut his countrymen into human sticks alone? This is clearly an attempt to save the lives of our countrymen. And they also took away Queen Maeve who had lost her fighting ability. Is there any benefit for Superman Lin Fan to keep these 2 people? Or I could put it another way. Will keeping these 2 people be of great help to Superman Lin Fan's subsequent plans? So what exactly is Superman Lin Fan planning? When the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. said this, the eyelids of the remaining one-eyed man twitched. This anomaly only occurred once. That was when the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was not yet Cyclops. How could I not dare to provoke a cat? As a result, his eyelids twitched wildly at that time. Then the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was blinded by the cat. So what is the reason for eyelid twitching now? Is this related to Lin Fan's plan? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't dare to think about it. I just can't figure it out. You can only mobilize all the combat forces that can be mobilized. Maintaining the status quo. Meanwhile in Gotham City, Catwoman has been crying all day for the past 2 days. Totally radiant. Different from the crying in the past 2 days. Catwoman dressed herself up carefully today. She saw it on video. The person she cared about was not dead. I told you, he's so powerful. How could he be killed by Captain America? Even if it means just standing there and letting Captain America do the fighting. He can't even do it even if Captain America tires himself out. Ha 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 ha, I'm so happy. I wonder when he will come. I can't wait to meet him. Catwoman looked carefully in front of the mirror. She was very satisfied with her makeup today. If the evaluators give 80 points for the figure and appearance of those first-line female stars. So my dress today can definitely be called 110 points. Catwoman does qualify. And inside the thick glass of the zoo, Batman has gone completely crazy this time. Not to mention his entire body was covered in wounds. Of course, they are all Catwoman's masterpieces. Batman's eyes were dull at this time. Jump onto the rockery in the zoo. He fell down with a thud. During the falling process, it also simulates the flying of a bat. This symptom has lasted for 2 days. When he saw the news that Lin Fan had returned again, and its strength has greatly increased. Kill all members of the Avengers team. Then he killed all the superheroes under Vought Corporation. Batman had a complete mental breakdown. Batman fell to the ground like a dead bat. This immediately caused Catwoman's dissatisfaction. Catwoman opened the platform above, pulled out a thorn whip, and hit Batman in the face with 2 lashes. Batman was beaten so hard that he wailed and rolled on the ground. Catwoman said viciously, "All the consequences are caused by you, Batman. Stop acting crazy in front of me. You've been jealous of Superman since the beginning. What a bullshit superhuman threat theory. There are so many superheroes who threaten humanity. It's just that Superman is more likely to be bullied. That's exactly what Superman is all about. The degree to which he loves his family is something that a dead bat like you can't understand. But such a righteous hero was ruined by your jealousy, Batman. You are the ultimate cause of the extinction of the entire human race. So even if I whip you 100 times or 1,000 times, I won't show any mercy. This punishment is too low for you. You Batman are not worthy of being a human being." After saying that, Catwoman picked up the thorn whip and whipped Batman twice. And these 2 whips went down. Although Batman was still beaten to pieces. But Batman just held on and said nothing. No more screams of pain. Catwoman was a little confused, is he really crazy? Besides, a huge riot is taking place in 2 southern coastal cities. There is a city called Maeve City. The superhero Queen Maeve was born in this city. The city is proud of Queen Maeve and specially named it after her. Another city is called Amazon City, which is actually an island, but it is very close to the mainland. This island faced an invasion by the Sea Tribe a long time ago and was saved by a team of Amazons who descended from the sky. In order to commemorate the help of the Amazons, this name was taken. Both cities have a population of at least 1.000 million each. Although the economy is not very developed, the people are simple and honest, and people living in these 2 places feel very happy. And just recently, several transman cult incidents broke out in 2 cities at the same time. Under the pressure of Lin Fan's destruction, some organizations began to spontaneously establish Superman sects, believing that as long as one believed in Superman, one could gain eternal life and survive Superman's world-destroying plan. In addition, Lin Fan's every move recently was really terrifying. 2 large states disappeared directly, one was hit by a meteorite, and the other was directly burned into glass by Lin Fan. All of a sudden, the number of people joining the Superman sect mushroomed like mushrooms after a rain, to the point of being outrageous. But things change. Superman was killed by Captain America a while ago, and in this environment, the Superman cult was quickly targeted by nearby people. Even on April 4.7, many believers turned against him. Some of Superman's believers were put on trial, and even the statue of Superman that they had built was torn down. But within 2 days, there was another drastic reversal. Superman Lin Fan returns and first destroys the Avengers, and then destroys the 6 superheroes of Vought Corporation. In an instant, the followers of the Superman sect went completely crazy and completely turned the tables. Dad just wanted to send all those stubborn people of theirs to the gallows, and those who organized the overthrow of the Superman statue were once again sent to the furnace. The power of the Superman sect is expanding rapidly like a balloon. As the saying goes, extreme joy brings sorrow. Just when the Superman sect was frantically strangling their enemies, a very beautiful Amazon warrior fell from the sky. Directly destroy the local Superman sect forces and kill any believers you see. At this time, the leader of a Superman sect had a burning expression on his face. Although he was covered in blood and seriously injured, he still gritted his teeth and prayed. He knelt before the huge statue of Superman and prayed with his hands folded, "Great Superman, I am your fanatical believer, please listen to the prayers of your people. Your children are experiencing the greatest persecution. There is an evil Amazon warrior Wonder Woman who is madly trampling on our lives. If you can hear me, please save your fanatics. We are willing to serve you with our whole souls." After saying this, the leader clasped his hands together and knelt down devoutly. Other Superman sect fanatics also knelt down. The extremely pure spiritual power and the strong wishes of the fanatics formed a special energy that condensed on the Superman statue. The murderous Wonder Woman climbed up the stairs, her sword dripping with the red blood of her believers. Wonder Woman looked at these hopeless fanatics with a cold face and approached them with a sword in hand. Thousands of kilometers away, Superman Lin Fan was feeding meat to the zombie countrymen, when suddenly he had an idea. Lin Fan looked towards the coast in great surprise, hesitated for a moment, and then flew towards that direction through the clouds. Chapter 57. The feeling just now was very strange. It is more like a collection of spiritual powers of countless individuals. Logically speaking, the spiritual power generated by countless people must be very complex. But Lin Fan felt that this mental power was exactly the opposite. Not only is there no feeling of confusion. On the contrary, mental power is extremely pure and is a very advanced energy. And Lin Fan is still the leader. Lin Fan could actually use this extremely pure mental power at will. Then be able to turn it into part of your own strength. To put it bluntly, this kind of thing is only beneficial to Lin Fan and has no side effects. When Lin Fan sensed this spiritual power, he heard a voice of prayer at the same time. This made Lin Fan very surprised. "I am a great villain who has destroyed the world several times. There are actually people who pray to me. This is simply ridiculous." At the same time, it also made Lin Fan very curious. What kind of people are those who pray to me? And what on earth is this incredibly strange mental power? Thinking of this, Lin Fan immediately increased his speed. "Fly to the coastal city." Lin Fan is extremely fast. Soon we approached the location. Floating thousands of feet in the sky, he saw the situation on the scene and immediately understood everything. How can this be called spiritual power? It turned out to be the pure power of faith of the believers. The power of faith is actually a kind of spiritual power. It just exists in different forms. Lin Fan wanted to spread despair and condense the dark Godhead. This is exactly the pure power of faith that is needed. This is also the reason why many powerful people in the universe start wars. For example, Odin conquered the 9 realms and completely unified all the people in the 9 realms. Then you can establish your own kingdom of God in your own country. Concentrate your own divinity. Become a god of his generation. This is just one of the ways that gods are born. There is another way. Directly spread the power of your own laws in the universe. For example, Dormammu. The more people use the power of their own laws, then his divine power will be further enhanced. This is also an important reason why Dormammu wants to continue to conquer other dimensions. To put it bluntly, the 18 gods must constantly fight for resources and lives. When the number of one's believers reaches a certain peak, there is an even higher realm. Perhaps only when one reaches that level will one truly no longer need support from believers. Rely on your own strength to do whatever you want. For Lin Fan now, he wanted to spread more despair, and then ignite his own dark godhood with great effort. These believers in front of me. It undoubtedly pointed Lin Fan to another path. Because the power of faith of these believers is purer. It is also more suitable for igniting one's own dark godhood. Lin Fan never thought that he could gain such a group of people who believed in him. This is truly a pleasant surprise. He also built a huge statue of himself. With this thing, it is easier to gather the power of one's faith. The speed of collecting the power of faith will also be greatly increased. However, Lin Fan saw a woman. Amazon warrior woman. She looks very sexy and beautiful. Wearing exquisite golden female armor, it further highlights her sexy figure and beautiful face. This person is none other than his former teammate, Wonder Woman. When Lin Fan was judged by the world, this former teammate did not stand up immediately. But it was because of Batman's face. Chose to return to the Amazon Paradise Island. Turn a blind eye to the whole thing. That's Wonder Woman's attitude. It's hard to describe Superman Lin Fan's feelings towards Wonder Woman as hatred. But I definitely won't have a favorable impression of him. At this time, Wonder Woman was doing something that Lin Fan hated very much. Wonder Woman holds a magical sword. With one sword each, he slaughtered Lin Fan's fanatics one by one. I only have a few fanatics like this. Although it's useless, it's still interesting to watch them develop. You want to kill them all. Isn't that a fun thing for me? Just as Wonder Woman was about to slash at the fanatical leader with a sword, suddenly I felt a dangerous palpitation. Wonder Woman quickly put away her sword and slashed behind her without hesitation. There was a crisp sound. Lin Fan gently held Wonder Woman's sword between his index and middle fingers. The sword of Vulcan in Wonder Woman's hand is a sharp sword made by the god of fire Hephaestus that can cut at the subatomic level. Even though Steppenwolf was wearing the magic thorn armor, his head was cut off by Wonder Woman's sword. Now, Lin Fan is actually controlling it with just 2 fingers. It couldn't even cut Lin Fan's skin. Wonder Woman immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Sure enough, those rumors are true. The current Superman Lin Fan is no longer the same Superman Lin Fan as before. His current strength is far beyond my understanding. Thinking of this, Wonder Woman could only put away her sword and said proudly, "Lin Fan, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Others say that you have a dark heart and are extremely threatening to humanity. It seems that what others said about you is correct. What you are doing now, isn't that the biggest threat to humanity? In the past, I would have thought that you were the embodiment of justice, and I would have spoken up for you and argued for you. Now I see that you are that kind of person. You must have been right." Lin Fan was too lazy to say another word to Marvel Woman. To say any more words would mean that Lin Fan wasn't disgusted enough. Lin Fan now feels very disgusted when he sees Marvel Woman. This is all you can say about a bitch among humans. Lin Fan originally wanted to activate the self-destruct state. After thinking about it, this situation is too shocking. Then Lin Fan only turned on the Speed Force state. Disappeared from the spot in an instant. A slap hit Marvel Woman hard in the face. Marvel Woman didn't even have time to react. I just felt a flash in front of my face. He was blown away by an overwhelming force. The entire right half of the beautiful face was completely swollen. Even half of the teeth were smashed. Marvel Woman flew backwards thousands of meters. It crashed into several mountains one after another. It eventually crashed into a reef. Only then did it slowly decline. The whole person was unconscious. Completely fainted. Lin Fan looked at his palm. I can't even handle this. Lin Fan simply turned on the speed force state. If the dual star state is turned on, so could the slap just now have directly blown Marvel Woman's head off? If you open the self-destruct state, that slap, can it directly turn Marvel Woman into particles? Fortunately, Lin Fan had a good temper and eventually held back. The whole person soared into the sky and landed next to Marvel Woman. Just use Marvel Woman's lasso of truth to tie her up. Then it soared into the sky and disappeared. Only a group of fanatical followers of the Superman sect who had managed to survive were left with a look of surprise on their faces. He happily knelt down and kowtowed in the direction where Lin Fan left. The power of faith of these believers is even purer. My belief in Superman has also become stronger. When Lin Fan flew over his statue, a little bit of stuff was left on the statue. It can be regarded as a kind of reward for the fanatics. Lin Fan projected a little bit of the power of the phoenix onto the statue. This kind of power projection will not have any effect on Lin Fan's strength. But it is just a very basic method of cultivating other abilities derived from the power of the phoenix. As long as the faith of these fanatics is fanatical enough. When kneeling down to worship your own idol, you will be able to get a little reward from the statue. Then these fanatics will be able to gain some special superpowers. After all, these are other abilities derived from the power of the phoenix. Their strength is also much stronger than those miscellaneous mutants. Except for a little bit of strength left. Also gave these fanatics some information. Tell other believers to leave Mave City and Amazon City quickly. I will destroy these two places soon. Take the idol and the devotees and choose a better place for development. The believers were ecstatic when they received this information and regarded Lin Fan's words as the highest order. All commands are executed quickly. After leaving this information, Lin Fan went straight back to the secret base where Iron Man was researching. Put Wonder Woman in his own prison as well. At this point, there were 3 more outsiders in the prison. One is a native of the country who has turned into a zombie. Tied with a chain by Lin Fan. He wants to pounce on and take a bite of anyone he sees. No amount of flesh and blood could satisfy his deep hunger. The other 2 are Queen Maeve and Wonder Woman. Lin Fan directly used the power of the Phoenix to put shackles on the 2 men. Make them temporarily like ordinary people, without any special abilities. Queen Maeve cursed. What on earth do you want to do to me? Why did you lock me up? You raise so many zombies, don't you feel crazy? You beast, let me go quickly. Lin Fan smiled playfully. With a slap, Queen Maeve was slapped away. Her pretty face banged against the wall, scarlet blood oozed from the corners of her mouth, and she finally became quiet. Wonder Woman also woke up at this time. Find yourself trapped in a cage. Tie yourself up with the lasso of truth. After seeing the environment I was in, I felt uneasy. The Homelander was tied with a large chain. Like a loyal old dog, it followed Lin Fan. He bared his teeth from time to time, with a lot of saliva dripping onto the ground, looking like he was starving. Wonder Woman felt a chill in her heart, as other zombies were imprisoned in prisons all around her. Even Iron Man, the core figure of the Avengers, is working for Lin Fan. Everything inside this evil base. This made Wonder Woman feel extremely uneasy. I couldn't help but yell at Lin Fan. What on earth do you want to do? If anything comes straight at me. If you want to kill me or chop me up, just give me a direct one. I don't want to become a walking corpse like Homelander. Lin Fan, did you hear that? You pervert. Lin Fan came to the front of Wonder Woman. He looked at Wonder Woman with cold eyes. Wonder Woman just felt that Lin Fan's eyes were like those of a little snake, wandering on your body. Wherever he passed, his whole body felt cold. It even stops briefly when passing through special parts. Wonder Woman blushed immediately. What are you looking at? I will never surrender even if you kill me. Snapped. Another crisp slap. Wonder Woman was slapped so hard that she saw stars. Lin Fan looked at him with disdain. Do you really think you are pretty? This is the thing I lack the least in this world. As long as I can think of it. People like you will be automatically sent here in a queue. You're already a 1,000-year-old witch, yet you're still pretending to be innocent in front of me. Such words are extremely humiliating. Wonder Woman was forced to curl up in prison, not even daring to raise her head. I just felt my face turn red, and I felt so ashamed by what Lin Fan said. Queen Maeve beside her smiled and said, when we are under someone's roof, it's better to be obedient for the time being. Lin Fan will keep the two of us. There must be a special purpose. Wonder Woman looked at Queen Maeve with disgust. Queen Maeve's abilities are very similar to Wonder Woman's. After Water Company invented Compound No. 5. I have been devoted to the research of artificial superheroes. Queen Maeve was created based on the blueprint of Wonder Woman. It's just that Queen Maeve is not necessarily much worse than Wonder Woman in some aspects of her abilities. It can even be better than before. So Queen Maeve also hates it when others talk about her and Wonder Woman. He said that he was a copy or knockoff of Wonder Woman. This made Queen Maeve very unbearable. And when he discovered that Wonder Woman hated him, Queen Maeve also found it difficult to hide her dislike for Wonder Woman. Lin Fan smiled knowingly when he saw this scene. I have a proposal. The two goddesses felt a pang in their hearts at the same time. A bad feeling came over me. 037 Lin Fan said calmly. I will take care of the world. Build a trap for the two of you. You two will fight on behalf of all the living beings in the two cities respectively. Maeve City is the hometown of Queen Maeve, and your relatives also live there. You will fight on behalf of Maeve City. Wonder Woman fights on behalf of the Amazon City, including the island of Paradise where you live. Since both of you feel that you are stronger than the other, then let the facts speak for themselves. If the two of you fight to the death and either of you dies, I will destroy the entire city she represents. Lin Fan spoke in a calm and leisurely tone, just like an old friend chatting with each other. But the content of what was said. But it made Queen Maeve and Wonder Woman feel cold all over. They all looked at Lin Fan with great fear. I hope Lin Fan doesn't have to do that. Because Maeve City does not only represent Queen Maeve's hometown. It also represents all of Queen Maeve's precious memories. Her family, relatives, and all the people she loves live there. And the lives and property of tens of millions of residents in Maeve City are at stake. All these things fell on Queen Maeve's shoulders, which was really unbearable for her. And Wonder Woman couldn't stand it even more. The island where she lives is Paradise Island. All the female warriors of the Amazon tribe live there. That is Wonder Woman's hometown. What Lin Fan asked her to represent was not only Paradise Island, but also Amazon City, which was also home to tens of millions of souls. One person's battle affects the lives of his family and tens of millions of people. How could Wonder Woman not feel uneasy? Lin Fan didn't care what the two goddesses were thinking. Okay, deal. After saying that, he turned around and left. Only the two goddesses were left screaming in despair. Lin Fan, you pervert, do you know that there are tens of millions of people in every city? You devil, what good is that to you? Lin Fan was gradually walking away. What is the benefit? There are really a lot of benefits. Not only can you get happiness from watching the game, it also allows people all over the world to go through this battle and let me spread despair. I am sending a signal to all human beings around the world. All humans are ants in my eyes, Lin Fan. Lin Fan held the big iron chain, and the countrymen who had turned into zombies followed him and ran like old dogs. Every time Lin Fan gave him a piece of flesh and blood, the zombies can bite the homelanders quickly and eat them with relish. Isn't this much better than having a dog? Lin Fan went directly to the goddess statue square. Chaos magic is cast. With the ability to create things out of thin air, created a huge cage stage. At the same time, he called in the world news media and said to the camera, "I'm planning on hosting a cage fight, with a fight to the death rule. Wonder Woman and Queen Maeve, respectively. They represent Amazon City and Maeve City respectively. If one of them dies, I will directly destroy the city she represents and all the living beings in the city." Lin Fan's words immediately caused a great uproar in the world. Chapter 58. People all over the world were stunned. What's going on with this Lin Fan? What do you want to do again? Holding a cage fight, is he planning to change his career? From being a great villain who destroyed the world, you want to change your career to become a commentator. Do you know how serious the situation is? Is this a joke? Lin Fan is trying to destroy the world in various ways. It's just that it's much more romantic than those other big bosses who destroy the world. What do you mean? Isn't this a show? What a shit show! Isn't it trampling on the dignity of superheroes to let Wonder Woman and Queen Maeve fight each other? Not only that, but these two superheroes also represent a city. Whoever loses will destroy the city they represent. Which means that no matter who loses, tens of millions of people must die. Is this the ending you want to see? And the scariest thing is, whether Wonder Woman or Queen Maeve, whoever wins will die. The tens of millions of people in these two cities will definitely be completely alienated from these two superheroes. That is to say, although Lin Fan is the culprit, he is still carrying out his plan to destroy the world. But the final direction of public opinion was towards Wonder Woman and Queen Maeve. If those humans were to curse, they would also curse these two superheroes. Don't underestimate this as just a small matter. If one day all superheroes and all human beings stand on the opposite side, maybe there's no need for Lin Fan to do anything. The end of the world is coming. So Lin Fan's actions are truly sinister and malicious. After seeing this analysis and thinking about it carefully, everyone felt that it was true. I couldn't help but feel a chill in my heart. Are all those who want to destroy the world now so scheming? If all humans and superheroes really break apart completely, and Lin Fan reaped the benefits, such consequences are terrifying to think about. Media from all over the world also attached great importance to Lin Fan's event. Reporters from countless media outlets and TV stations continued to risk their lives to come to the square to film. I have to say these reporters are really brave. Several brutal killings have taken place in Statue Square. These journalists still dare to film at the risk of their lives. And Lin Fan also acquiesced to the existence of these people. After all, he is helping himself to spread despair. Of course, the more reporters who can come to the scene to shoot, the better. Lin Fan stretched out his hand and two iron cages were pulled over from the space gate. Imprisoned inside are Wonder Woman and Queen Maeve, who are both stunning in both appearance and figure. These two goddesses are more than just superheroes. She is also the dream goddess of thousands of otakus all over the world. I don't know how many male fans' hearts she has captured all over the world. And this moment, Lin Fan showed no mercy to women at all. The two goddesses were sent to the cage stage where they would fight to the death. All of a sudden, men all over the world who like these two goddesses are completely crazy. Isn't this Lin Fan a man? How could he do such a thing to two goddesses? What a beast! Don't you know how to be gentle with women? Oh, if I were Lin Fan, and if I had the ability to capture the two goddesses, I would definitely create a country. Pay attention to the people above, your words are really evil, be careful that the goddesses' fans will come to your house to check the water meter. By the way, the figures of these two goddesses are amazing. Especially when she wears the Valkyrie armor, she is so beautiful and cool. I have absolutely no resistance to this kind of goddess. It turns out that Lin Fan and I like the same things. Not only do I like to put the goddess in a cage, I also like to use various binding methods. The guy upstairs is a pervert. He has exposed himself. I don't know which of the two goddesses will win. To be honest, I think Queen Maeve is more important. That's nonsense. Queen Maeve was created based on Wonder Woman. How can a copycat version possibly beat the original version? Who told you Queen Maeve is a knockoff? Queen Maeve must win. Queen Maeve and Wonder Woman, the parties involved, were also shocked by the scene before them. Lin Fan actually used his supreme magical power to create a huge platform in the goddess statue square. The height of the platform is even comparable to that of the statue of the goddess. All the materials used are hard stones condensed by chaos magic, which are several points harder than diamond iron. The huge stage seemed to be tailor-made for WWE. There are sturdy iron cages all around, and various design elements are full of violence. The entire platform is 100 meters wide and meters wide, which is enough for 2 people to fight. Queen Maeve looks sad. Is this where we two are going to decide the winner? Although no other restrictions were set. But if you really don't obey, the consequences will be serious. I represent the lives of tens of millions of people. This is how to do. Are we really going to have a bloody battle? Wonder Woman next to him was also in a state of confusion. She not only represents the lives of tens of millions of people in a city. It also represents the Paradise Island where the Amazon tribe lives. If he were defeated, the creatures in both places would suffer severe blows from Lin Fan. So everyone is under a lot of pressure. And the culprit of all this, Lin Fan, was sitting leisurely on the throne at the top. Lin Fan used chaos magic to build the battle stage. He also built a huge throne for himself above the stage. When sitting on it, he could have a clear view of what was happening below. It was the place with the best view. Lin Fan announced that the battle time would be 1 day later. The purpose of this is to spread despair to the maximum extent possible. Believe me, after this battle, no matter which side wins, it will make all human beings on the earth see one fact clearly. That is in Lin Fan's eyes. These tiny humans are really like ants. Lin Fan only needs to wait quietly for this incident to develop. Reporters from major media outlets nearby have already set up their cameras. Broadcast all the situations on the scene at any time. People across the country can watch the live broadcast platform. SHIELD Conference Hall. General Ryan has recently been seriously ill. At this time, he was sitting with the director of SHIELD, looking at the screen in front of him. In the video screen, none other than Queen Maeve and Wonder Woman. The two people were like captured animals, and Lin Fan put them into a cage without any mercy. Seeing this scene, the director of SHIELD was furious. Besides, Wonder Woman was once Lin Fan's teammate. Lin Fan, Batman, Wonder Woman, Flash, Aquaman, and Cyborg, they all fought side by side before. Wonder Woman had been on the battlefield with him. How could he capture Wonder Woman and let his former teammate face such humiliation? General Ryan sneered at the side, the current Justice League no longer exists. After all, it was Batman who attacked Superman Lin Fan first. Wonder Woman at the time never stood up and said a word for Superman. It's basically impossible to expect Superman to remember this friendship as a teammate now. This incident is not simple. Should we send an army or some firepower support? We can't let Lin Fan act recklessly like this. Whether it's Maeve or Amazon City, there are tens of millions of people living in each of these two cities. If even we officials don't care, then who else can? The director of SHIELD hesitated for a moment and said, "If our military threat could cause damage to Lin Fan, I would definitely suggest you launch a military strike. But as things stand, the lives of 20 million people are at stake in these two cities. Lin Fan's condition is that whoever loses will destroy the city they represent. I'm worried that if we anger Lin Fan, it will backfire and we won't be able to save the entire city. General Ryan was furious after hearing this. Are we just going to watch 1.000 million of them die? If this kind of thing really happens, how will the people of the country view our government in the future? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. actually had something unspoken. That is, Lin Fan's current ability basically surpasses the national military power. In fact, the people can also feel Lin Fan's world-destroying actions, and the official status has long been greatly reduced in the minds of the people. However, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. could only think about this in his heart but did not say it out loud. That would undoubtedly expose the country's scars. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. thought for a moment and said, I do have an idea. After all, there is still one day before the duel begins. Why don't we go to those two cities and evacuate the population right now? If we had gone all out to evacuate, I'm sure we could have saved a lot of casualties. Lin Fan only said that he would kill everyone in one of the cities, but he didn't say that the people inside couldn't escape now. General Ryan slapped his thigh and said, although this is a stupid method, it is the only way. Let's count whoever can escape. So, under the intensive official promotion, whether it is Mave City or Amazon City, everyone got the news, and those who had cars rushed to other places one after another. Those without cars try every possible means to leave the city. In an instant, all transportation locations were crowded. The rich left by plane. Those without money left by train or car. But even so, a series of various problems still arise. Traffic jam. People rioted. The port is crowded. A series of events have made the local security situation even more terrifying. In particular, people in these two places have been complaining. He even cursed the two superheroes who were about to duel. The citizens of Mave City had no good feelings towards Queen Mave and started to curse. It's all because our city has such a superhero. He's simply a jinx. Queen Mave didn't do our city any good when she became a superhero. Instead, it has brought us such a huge disaster now. I am really convinced. I want to curse this vicious woman. Yes, it was Queen Mave who offended Lin Fan. Why did she want everyone in our city to be buried with her? Alas, this kind of world is really unbearable to live in. Queen Mave has really put us in a terrible situation this time. If she offended Lin Fan, couldn't she bear the blame alone? Why does it have to affect us? We didn't do anything. 70 to 80% of the people are resentful. Originally, the entire city of Mave was proud of Queen Mave. But in the past few hours, all the pictures and stickers about Queen Mave, various small statues and other handicrafts have been sold. As well as promotional brochures, all were destroyed by angry people. Some people even wrote countless vicious words directly on Queen Mave's portrait, including stinking bitch, jinx, source of evil, etc. The situation in Amazon City is similar to that in Mave City. The people in this city really have no good feelings towards Wonder Woman, an Amazon. And the people of this city feel extremely wronged. After all, Queen Mave was born in Mave City, which is considered Queen Mave's hometown. But the city of Amazon was only once saved by the Amazons. This name was given to express gratitude. I never expected that this name would bring such a disaster to this city. Countless people complained. Wonder Woman's hometown is Paradise Island. Why are you, Lin Fan, targeting our city? If Wonder Woman loses, why don't you just destroy Paradise Island? It's really unlucky that Amazon City has been implicated by poverty. It's really bad luck to be associated with Artifact Lady. As people from both cities fled in large numbers, the authorities could only do their best to maintain traffic order and dispatch various trains, planes, ships, and cars to pick up people. Such an action is no small matter. So much so that when Lin Fan's spiritual power swept across the world, he immediately discovered this little trick of the authorities. There are tens of millions of people in the two cities, and nearly 1 million have escaped through the evacuation in the past few hours. This is already mobilizing all the forces that can be mobilized. Being able to get millions of people out so quickly is already a pretty good achievement. And now the traffic in the whole city has been almost paralyzed. There were so many traffic jams, robberies, and fights. Everyone wants to leave by plane, speedboat, or highway. But the more this phenomenon occurs, the slower the original evacuation speed becomes. Lin Fan knew this very well. The two reporters not far from Lin Fan are the most popular reporters at the TV station. It takes a lot of courage to risk your life to take close-up photos. Seeing Lin Fan suddenly get furious and then suppress his anger, he immediately knew that Lin Fan must have learned about the little trick over there. Lin Fan said to the live camera of the largest platform. "Very good, very good. You officials actually played such a trick behind my back. Are you smart? This is your price." After saying that, Lin Fan soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. All the major media, cameras, and official members broke out in sweat after hearing what Lin Fan said. "My heart is filled with infinite fear." Obviously, the official's small move has angered Lin Fan. It all depends on how Lin Fan vents his anger. The lobby of director of SHIELD. General Ryan and the director of SHIELD both looked unhappy. He never expected that his little action would cause Lin Fan's rage. I quickly called the staff at the front. Satellite video also captured Lin Fan's flight route and the locations of the two cities. It was seen that Lin Fan did not fly towards the two cities, but flew directly to a height of thousands of feet. Two interstellar star-destroying cannons were brewing in Lin Fan's hands. With the previous experience, Lin Fan is now more familiar with the simulated operation of the interstellar star destroyer cannon, constantly absorbing various energies and particles in the universe. The two simulated cannon energy pools were gradually charged. Then with a loud bang, two beams of light fell from the sky. As bright as day and extremely terrifying. Like a divine punishment, it carries with it the mighty power of heaven. Lin Fan's attack direction was exactly half of the two cities. The beam of light gradually approached the two cities. All the people in the city raised their heads and looked towards the sky. The beam of energy slanted down at an incredible speed. Then it turned into tiny beams of light. Ports, railway stations, high-speed rail stations, airports, and various highways and ordinary roads leading to other provinces. All were destroyed by beams of light. Together with the nearby park of 4 to 5 million people. It was completely reduced to ashes under the bombardment of the interstellar star destroyer cannon. The buildings next to it gradually melted away. All vegetation and animals were reduced to ashes. Along with the rivers on the ground and the nearby seas, everything was evaporated. Half of the two city maps were burned into glass by Lin Fan again. Chapter 59. In just a moment, more than half of the map of the two major cities turned into liquid hot glass. All the people, animals, vegetation, and buildings on it were wiped out. Such power, such precise striking capability. It makes all the people who see the scene feel cold in their hearts. It's gone. Half of the city has been wiped out. This power is too terrifying, even more terrifying than nuclear weapons. I remember that Lin Fan once burned the glass in Marvel Woman's hometown like this. This attack must have been done by Lin Fan. What sins did the people of our two cities commit to deserve such a big devil to come and wreak havoc on us? I just looked at the map. All the ports, train stations, bus stations and airports in the two cities have been razed to the ground. Those who were in a hurry to leave the city were all wiped out by Lin Fan's move. It must be our actions that caused Lin Fan's anger. After all, the people of the two cities are hostages. If we leave rashly, then the battle between Wonder Woman and Queen Maeve will be meaningless. Yes, that must be the case. Fortunately, we were a step slower and did not cross that bottom line. If we were at the train station just now, maybe it would be gone now. The people in the remaining two cities did not dare to flee anymore. All went back to their homes obediently. Maybe, just wait and see the outcome of the battle between Queen Maeve and Wonder Woman. It is the only chance to survive. At the same time, inside SHIELD, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and General Ryan were both struck by lightning. The battle reports that kept coming in from the front lines were horrific. Lin Fan's attack directly destroyed half of the lives of tens of millions of people in the two cities. Each city lost about 500 million people. These are living creatures. General Ryan sobbed bitterly. I am a sinner. I have harmed these 1.000 million compatriots. It is all my fault. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s face turned pale. You have done nothing wrong. I was the one who proposed this. I had hoped to rescue more people, but I didn't expect this would be the outcome. This directly caused the loss of tens of millions of lives. I am the real sinner. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. said this and was about to bang his head against the wall. The other men rushed over to stop him, and even General Ryan went up to hug the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I was afraid that he would get so upset that he would crash to death. General Ryan shouted angrily. It's easy to just die on your own. But don't forget there are still 1,000 million people facing threats. As the director of SHIELD, don't you have the same sense of responsibility as 370? Can we just watch the other 1.000 million people die? What if they need you? What if the country needs you? If you die, who will clean up this mess? General Ryan's words left the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. speechless. He was so tired. I really don't want to face such a desperate scene. Tens of millions of lives were taken at will. Humanity has no chance of winning. General Ryan said, no, we humans still have a trump card. We still have that doctor above us who hasn't taken action yet. If he chooses to take action, no one can resist his ability. Even if the doctor doesn't take action, don't we humans still have the cat? Isn't that the last resort? It's just that I have to avoid taking that path as a last resort. Since we have a way out, what are we afraid of? We will not lose this battle. General Rui Ying's words immediately calmed the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. down. Then after thinking it over again, I decided to issue an announcement. However, this announcement can only be heard and seen in Maeve City and Amazon City. Now due to emergency reasons, all those who want to leave the city, please suspend all actions and return to your residence as soon as possible. You must stay where you are and don't move, otherwise there will be terrible consequences. It would have been fine if the official didn't send out any information, but once they did, everyone became even more panicked. Is there nothing the authorities can do? Are you going to be at the mercy of Lin Fan? How could things develop to this point? If I can't leave, I will just wait for death. It really feels bad to be judged. Although countless people were angry. But he decided to obey orders and stay where he was. No one dared to approach the edge of the city anymore. The consequence of this is that the official's position in everyone's mind has become precarious. Lin Fan set the time for 1 day later. Before I knew it, more than 10 hours had passed. Everyone in the world is quietly waiting for the moment of the duel. And in a monastery in the Himalayas, Master Ancient One looked at the magic ball on the table. Know everything that happens outside. Master Ancient One sighed and walked to the basement of the monastery helplessly. Light the candles in the basement. The entire basement was instantly illuminated. Signs of Supreme Mage were hung on the walls. There is a magic crystal ball hanging under each sign. Each magic crystal ball contains the soul imprint and all memories of a supreme wizard. Only the most powerful supreme sorcerer of each era can leave his brand and mark in this place. Among them was Master Ancient Ones. This also includes the ghost magic that belongs to you. There is also Doctor Strange later. However, Doctor Strange was killed by Lin Fan using the Dark Knight blade during the battle. Even the whole body was chopped into dumpling filling by Lin Fan. The death was horrific. Even Doctor Strange's soul. He was also bound by Lin Fan's Dark Knight blade law. Same with Iron Man. The soul of that strange wizard has completely transformed into a slave of darkness. Without Lin Fan's summons, he could only hide in the dark night blade. There will be no more sunlight, no possibility of resurrection. Because the duty of the Supreme Sorcerer is to resist the invasion of various lords in the universe. This includes Dormammu. Also includes various other evil gods. Even the evil god Thulhohezit. These monsters are good at bewitching souls and tempting all kinds of souls to fall. This also led to the Supreme Sorcerer using all kinds of strange defensive methods. Even if the body is destroyed and the soul is taken away, the Supreme Sorcerers still have this last resort. Create the sacrificial power of the Supreme Sorcerer. The Ancient One took off the pendant marked with Doctor Strange. Directly open the soul imprint and all memories sealed in the pendant. Without a soul, it is impossible for anyone to resurrect the other person. But with the soul mark and all the memories, you can cultivate a Doctor Strange with a soul and memory similar to that of Doctor Strange. Master Ancient One cast magic directly. Start to absorb various energies in the universe. Then create a template similar to Doctor Strange's complete soul. After doing all this, directly inject Doctor Strange's soul imprint and memory into this template. Suddenly, a soul state exactly like Doctor Strange gradually woke up. But this Doctor Strange looked confused. Hasn't fully woken up yet. At this moment, the magic door opened. A grey-haired Doctor Strange emerges from it. It was Doctor Strange who plotted to send Lin Fan to a parallel world where he was beaten by giants. Every time he moved his hands and feet, he carried a weightless phantom behind him. Each phantom is a supreme wizard in a parallel world. Doctor Strange from the dimension. An existence that has devoured almost all the soul fragments of Doctor Strange from parallel worlds. Every time he devoured a soul fragment, there would be one more phantom behind him. Until now, the phantoms behind him were stacked up in countless layers, and even he himself had forgotten how many fragments of Doctor Strange's soul he had devoured. Doctor Strange in this dimension. There is no body. It is also a strange state of soul. It's just that his soul state is very powerful. It gathers the soul fragments of other Doctor Strange from countless parallel worlds. It is also a collection of all the fragments of Doctor Strange's soul. He can carry supreme power with just a gesture. And when Doctor Strange from other parallel worlds learns various magical knowledge, you can get feedback from him. Doctor Strange from the dimension bowed respectfully to the Ancient One. Master Guyi nodded. Then Doctor Strange from that dimension sucked the Doctor Strange that had just been created by the Ancient One on the ground directly into his body. His aura continued to grow stronger, and illusions of Doctor Strange from various parallel worlds appeared one by one behind him. Finally, it gradually freezes. The main body is the personality of Doctor Strange created by Ancient One just now. Until now, the grey hair on Doctor Strange's head has all turned thin and black. The whole person's spirit, energy, and soul have reached a terrifying state of harmony. If it was before, he and the illusions in the countless parallel worlds behind him are just on an equal footing. And now, Doctor Strange, who is in a dimension with a perfect soul state, has become the subject of all illusions. If you want to become the master of the universe and the only one in the multiverse, there are two ways to go. The first path is to occupy the complete laws of a universe, burn out your own divine fire, and become one with the laws of the universe to create your own godhood. In this way, it is possible to directly absorb the self from other multiverses and become the only existence. The second way is a stupid way. That is to directly enter into countless other parallel universes, kill all of yourselves in other parallel universes, and devour their soul fragments, so that you can become the only one. Because you in other universes no longer exist, you can enjoy all the energy given to you in the multiverse alone. But the cost of doing so is horrific and extremely difficult. It also requires tremendous perseverance. And Doctor Strange in the dimension before him actually did it. God knows how long it took him. First, know how much he paid on this road. However, at this moment when his soul was complete, countless laws of the multiverse were comprehended in his heart. Countless other Doctor Strange's magical experiences flashed through his mind. Although he was only in soul state at this time, the strength of his soul was comparable to that of a powerful Titan's body. If he were to obtain an extremely strong body, without even igniting the divinity of the universe, one can directly cross over to the realm of the Lord of the Universe and be with the 5 great creation gods. Doctor Strange felt the changes in himself, a happy expression appeared on his face, and he thanked Master Ancient One sincerely. "Thank you, teacher. I was too impulsive in the past and even contradicted you many times. Please forgive me." Master Ancient One laughed and said, "How could I possibly be as knowledgeable as you were before? When I help you, I am helping myself, and I am also helping this universe that has strayed from its main track. What you need to do now is to find a perfect body and then fuse it. After obtaining a physical body, your strength is not much inferior to Lin Fan. Then you have to continue to lie dormant until Lin Fan ignites his own dark universe divine fire. Steal the fruits of his success. In that case, you will be the master of this dark universe." Doctor Strange nodded. From the moment Master Ancient One began to allow himself to exist, he already knew the Ancient One's plan. "I also know my ultimate goal. The reason why Master Guyi allowed Lin Fan to continue causing trouble everywhere, even fanning the flames behind the scenes. The purpose is not to make Lin Fan the true master of the dark universe." He even went so far as to give Lin Fan some pointers, allowing Lin Fan to accelerate the birth of the dark universe. The purpose of it all. It's for the moment when Lin Fan succeeds. Seize all of Lin Fan's efforts. Let one of our own people be the master of the dark universe. Isn't it much better than Lin Fan becoming the master of the dark universe? Even Master Ancient One left himself a backup plan. If even this dimension Doctor Strange is useless, just replace it yourself. Thinking of this, Master Ancient One remained calm and had a kind smile. Even thinking about myself before the ultimate plan was implemented. Do you want to go out and act in a play? Died directly at the hands of a villain. That way, he could completely escape from everyone's attention. It's not even difficult to deceive Doctor Strange from another dimension. Hiding behind the multiverse, watching everything. When the time is right, you can come out and pick the fruits yourself. Just think for yourself. The 5 great creation gods? It's just that they can only look up to their own elite combat power. The super-large cosmic life cord is one's ultimate destination. Thinking of this, Master Ancient One smiled and said, "Back when I was traveling through the multiverse, a strange parallel universe was once discovered. The laws of that parallel universe are based on the physical body. Every strong man is very good at physical attacks. Whether it's defense, strength, or speed, they're all as strong as Kryptonians. There are many ways to rebuild the body in that parallel universe. And the reshaped body is almost tailor-made according to the soul. I suggest you go to that parallel universe and duplicate your body. That way you won't have to worry about anything. When you return, your strength will not be inferior to Lin Fan's current strength." Master Ancient One thought for a moment and took out a cup of Tree of Life essence. "Give the land to Dimension Doctor Strange. The lord of that parallel universe once suffered a serious injury in his physical body. Give this cup of Tree of Life essence to the Lord of the Universe and exchange it for a Heavenly Father-level body." Doctor Strange in the dimension was overjoyed and quickly put away the cup of Tree of Life liquid. The Ancient One opened the parallel universe channel of the flesh body, and Doctor Strange of that dimension entered and disappeared. At the same time, Lin Fan was sitting on the throne above the statue of the goddess. The dark night blade at his waist trembled. Lin Fan frowned and angrily scolded Dark Night Blade, "I know, no need to be long-winded." Only then did the Dark Night Blade stop still. The zombie Homelander next to him was so hungry that his stomach was empty, as if he had been robbed by a wolf. Lin Fan directly threw over 2 pieces of the unknown mutant's flesh, and the zombie Homelander chewed and swallowed them in a few bites. The zombie Homelander devoured a few more pieces, but it still couldn't fill the abyss-like hunger. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Watch the show first. When it's over, there will be a whole parallel universe of powerful bodies for you to feast on." The zombie countryman's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light like a wild beast, and he lay obediently at Lin Fan's feet like an old dog. There was a sound. The gong sounded. On the huge platform, the restraints on the iron cage that held Wonder Woman and Queen Maeve disappeared. Chapter 60. The shackles that Lin Fan had placed on Wonder Woman and Queen Maeve were completely opened. The strength of both people finally recovered. They each clenched their fists, feeling the surging strength in their bodies returning. The two girls looked at Lin Fan, who was sitting on the throne at the same time. The first thing that came to his mind was to rush forward and fight Lin Fan to the death. Lin Fan looked at the two people leisurely. The zombie Homelander next to them roared to the sky and looked at Wonder Woman and Queen Maeve with extremely bloodthirsty eyes. The zombie Homelander has sickly white skin, bloodthirsty eyes, and blood flowing from his mouth. An extremely terrifying aura emanates naturally from the body. Whether it was Wonder Woman or Queen Maeve, both of their pupils contracted at the same time. In the past, the strength of our countrymen could easily surpass both of them. Now that Homelander was in this strange state, the terrifying aura he exuded was more than twice as strong as before. And there was endless hunger in his eyes, which made people feel scared. This forced the two of them to weigh themselves up. What will be the outcome if you resist? No, we can't go head-on with Lin Fan. Not to mention that Lin Fan is incredibly strong, the people from his homeland around him are not something we can deal with. If you fail, not only will you die without a burial place. Tens of millions of people in the two cities were not spared. If that happens, I will really become a great sinner. Queen Maeve and Wonder Woman looked at each other at the same time. Wonder Woman looked disdainful. Facing this knockoff of himself, his eyes were filled with undisguised disgust. If it weren't for the fact that the other party is a superhero. She had been killed in private a long time ago. When Queen Maeve saw Wonder Woman's disdainful expression, she immediately felt annoyed. He rushed out with his sword and pointed it at Wonder Woman. "Since we all have reasons to take action, then let's decide the winner today. So that others won't always say that I'm a copycat of you. Don't regret it when I beat you up and you cry." Wonder Woman licked the corner of her mouth. She was filled with bloodthirsty and aggressive instincts. There is absolutely no reason to refuse being challenged by a copycat version at this time. Wonder Woman draws out the sword of Vulcan. "Use all your strength. Save you from dying under my sword and then regretting not using your full strength." Queen Maeve was stunned for a moment, then her eyes became more tenacious, and she rushed towards Wonder Woman with a sword. The war finally began. All of a sudden, all the reporters around the platform adjusted their cameras at the same time, broadcasting a horrifying live broadcast. Almost everyone in the country temporarily put down their work, watching the duel between the two goddesses. Especially the cities of Maeve and Amazon. Everyone's heart was in their throat. After all, this is the result of the battle between these two goddesses. But it is directly related to the names of all the people in the two cities. The feeling of being judged is really uncomfortable. No one knows what the outcome of the battle will be. If the party representing oneself really fails, Ping Lin Fan's working style, then it's really over. A single energy cannon shot directly burned the entire city into glass. He really doesn't even know how to die. A lot of despair is growing. The despair value spread by Lin Fan is also slowly increasing. I believe it won't be long before it breaks through the 70% limit. Not only the people of the two cities are concerned about each other. The people who watched the event through various platforms were both surprised and terrified. Surprisingly, there has always been a question in the minds of the public. Who is more powerful, Wonder Woman or Queen Maeve? These ordinary people have always guessed it. And today I finally got my wish. Lin Fan specially built a stage for everyone to find the answers. And all citizens can also watch it through live video. This viewing experience is better than WWE. Than those World Cup footballs. The viewing experience is 100 times more powerful. This is an ultimate experience that transcends all variety shows. Believe in this life. Never experience live combat like this again. This is also why people are surprised. And the fear is. The battle between the two goddesses concerns the lives of tens of millions of people. This is just the beginning. What concerns May Clothing and Amazon is everyone's life. Who knows if it will be my turn in the future? If one day this kind of thing happens to you, I guess no one even has the right to escape. How can this not make people afraid? Therefore, most people watch the live broadcast with mixed feelings. Sometimes I laugh, sometimes I feel sad. It's really uncomfortable. I even worried about which of the two goddesses I should cheer for. The battle between Wonder Woman and Captain Maeve begins instantly. The two men each held a sword and slashed at each other. There was a sound. The two swords collided, creating dazzling sparks. Both of them reacted so quickly. They kicked each other in the chest. Both of them were hit hard at the same time and flew backwards at a speed faster than the speed of sound. It crashed into the marble wall behind it, denting the boulder and sending large chunks of rubble crashing down. The probing attacks on each other did no good. Don't forget, this is being broadcast live nationwide. Even if both of them are superheroes, it is inevitable that the desire to win arises at this time. While maintaining a better image of myself. While cursing the other person in his heart. She is such a slut, how dare she do such a cruel thing? You little slut, you're really ruthless. The eyes of both parties gradually became hot and firm. Since the other party did this first, I don't have to worry about staying behind. Wonder Woman pulls out the lasso of truth. Draw a beautiful arc in the air. Ask Queen Maeve for it. The Queen is not jealous in any of the pictures. With one blow, he chopped down the huge stone pillar next to him. He swung the stone pillar to block the lasso of truth. At the same time, approach at an extremely fast speed. A knife slashed towards Wonder Woman's chest. Wonder Woman was shocked and angry. This kind of shame attack is the most taboo in fights between women. After all, they are not men. If the clothes on important parts are torn or destroyed by the opponent, then as a female superhero, she will just cover her face and sweep the floor. Superheroes are human too. I also have my own sense of shame. This is also something that is taboo when fighting female superheroes. Any other villain who even dares to make such an attacking move will directly arouse public anger. Will face siege by female superheroes. So much so that this has gradually become a rule. No attacking female superhero clothing. Whoever dares to offend the public. No one, not even God, can save me. However, the fans who were watching the two goddesses fighting each other on the live broadcast were completely excited. Oh my god, it turns out it's so interesting to watch two female superheroes duel. Ha 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 ha, can we have something more exciting? I have to say, Wonder Woman's figure and appearance are really amazing. I originally liked Wonder Woman, but now I want Queen Maeve to hit harder. Are there any beasts who have the same idea as me? There were hundreds of responses in the barrage. There are indeed many such beasts. Even a die-hard fan of Wonder Woman said in the comment. My grandpa started to like Wonder Woman. My dad loves Wonder Woman, too. Now it's my turn to like Wonder Woman, too. Do you think this is fate? Other netizens complained, your family is really a golden cicada family. Has the whole family adopted the toad-eating swan approach? I love seeing two goddesses tear each other apart. This is no more interesting than any other battle. Come on, Queen Maeve, just keep trying and you'll succeed. There are countless comments like this. She was angrily criticized by other women. What time is it now? You guys are still fanning the flames. It's just like maggots in the toilet. The darkness in these men's hearts is truly terrifying. Everyone, please write down their usernames and search for them one by one later. Let them kneel down in front of the media and apologize. This kind of keyboard warrior should be brought to justice. It's really disgusting. There were countless comments of all kinds, some expressing concern for the two goddesses, and some cheering for them. After Wonder Woman and Queen Maeve used their full strength, the battle became more and more dangerous. Wonder Woman uses her shield to block the attack from the fair-skinned Queen. A sword pointed at Queen Maeve's head. If Queen Maeve hadn't dodged quickly, maybe the entire head was chopped off. A large patch of hair on his forehead was cut off by the sword. Bitch, you really have the guts to do that. Queen Maeve was furious and pulled out an energy whip, directly binding Wonder Woman's legs. With a strong pull, Wonder Woman fell directly to the ground. The entire solid granite was shattered into pieces by the force of this blow. Wonder Woman was knocked unconscious, and just as she came to her senses, a sharp sword came towards her neck. This surprise was no small matter. The feet were bound by the energy whip, which naturally restricted the movement. It was definitely too late to dodge. Wonder Woman stood there with her arms crossed. The two protective silver bracelets on his wrists collided with each other. There was a bang. Centered around two bracelets. Erupts with an extremely powerful defensive stance. Directly knocked Queen Maeve away completely. It smashed heavily into a nearby wall with such force that it shattered a thick corner of the platform. Queen Maeve vomited blood. His face turned extremely pale. There is nothing we can do about it. Wonder Woman has at least 5 magical weapons on her. The lasso of truth was made by Hephaestus, the god of fire, using the golden belt of Gaia, the goddess of the earth. It is unbreakable. The person tied up can only tell the truth. It can even bind lightning and fly for a short time. But the lasso of truth is also Wonder Woman's weakness. Once trapped by the lasso, Diana will lose her power. Vulcan Sword and Force Shield. The Vulcan sword in Wonder Woman's hand is a sharp sword made by Hephaestus, the god of fire, that can cut at the subatomic level. The shield can resist various energy attacks. The silver bracelet is Wonder Woman's personal equipment. It has been dramatic since its birth. When Wonder Woman crosses her hands and puts the bracelet in front of her, it can generate a protective force field like Zeus's shield to resist attacks including Superman's heat vision. Starlight Tiara. Diana's iconic headband has a nice name called Starlight Tiara. In the earliest comics, there were only 2 people on the entire Paradise Island who were qualified to wear the headband, Diana and her mother Hippolyta. The headband is a symbol of the Amazon royal family. Apart from this meaning, Wonder Woman also uses it as a boomerang. Look at Queen Maeve. In addition to a sharp sword, there is an energy whip. Not a single piece of defensive equipment. At this time, Queen Maeve was severely injured. Even standing became extremely difficult. All the people in Maeve City who saw this scene panicked instantly. Water fake, stand up. How can you be so stupid? You knew the other party had defensive equipment, but you still wanted to fight to the death. Hurry up, even the donkeys in the production team don't dare to rest like this. He's just a coward. He looks so arrogant on TV, but how come he becomes such a wimp in battle? It's over. She's still representing our Maeve City in the battle. It's extremely bad luck to let such a rookie represent us in the battle. Bitch, stand up now. Damn, this is just bad luck. Even a tied dog is stronger than her. The people of Maeve City were completely worried. Infinite despair and fear surged in my heart. If Queen Maeve really fails, then what greets this city is Lin Fan's thundering attack. By then, no one will be spared. And in the face of infinite fear, the evil side of human beings gradually emerges. It doesn't matter whether Queen Maeve is a superhero or not. All kinds of insults were heard online. All kinds of ugly remarks were also directed at Queen Maeve. The opposite of Maeve City is All the people in Amazon City gradually went crazy, and their expressions became abnormal. Fuck that bastard! Go ahead, just chop off her head with your sword. Ha 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 ha, we're sure to win. That's right, the knockoff version can never beat the genuine one. Queen Maeve's strength is simply a joke in front of Wonder Woman. Please, hurry up. Just kill Queen Maeve with one sword, and our city will be saved. Why are you panicking? We should stay calm in times of crisis. We will definitely win. After all, Wonder Woman has several magical weapons, so she can handle a battle like this with ease. Ha 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 ha, Maeve City is in a complete panic. They are dead this time. Wonder Woman is a saintly bitch, hurry up and kill her, I'm so anxious. All the Amazon citizens began to become increasingly irritable. All kinds of urging were rampant in the live broadcast room. Wonder Woman slowly stood up and looked coldly at Queen Maeve, who had lost her fighting power. Holding the sword of Vulcan, he slowly approached. Looking down from above, he whispered. Sorry. I really don't like people imitating me. So, please die. After saying that, he slashed at Queen Maeve with his sword. Queen Maeve, who was gasping for breath and waiting to die with her eyes closed, suddenly moved. She just rolled sideways and threw it casually with her right hand. A ball of white powder covered Wonder Woman's eyes. Wonder Woman felt something was wrong. Quickly stepped back. Suddenly, I felt a pain in my back. The tip of a sword protruded from his chest. Wonder Woman felt a crackling sound in her neck. I wanted to breathe hard, I wanted to speak hard. But I felt my strength draining away quickly. Eventually surrounded by endless darkness and coldness. Huan lay on the ground, eventually losing all life. This huge change completely shocked everyone in the live broadcast room. Especially the people of Amazon, who seemed confident of victory just now. At this moment, everyone's face was pale and filled with great fear. The citizens of Maeve City shouted loudly, this surprise came too suddenly. Lin Fan stood up on the throne, looked at Queen Maeve and said. You won, so you are free. Queen Maeve looked at the insults scrolling across the huge screen, and her expression suddenly became resolute. If you still hold this kind of duel and punish people in this way, then I am willing to continue the duel. There was silence. The citizens of Maeve City cursed loudly. Other people also couldn't understand it, and there were countless insults against Queen Maeve. Lin Fan smiled slightly, not surprised at all, and nodded in agreement. Isn't this the result that I want most? Activating the darkness in others' hearts is much more effective than directly spreading despair. Lin Fan turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky, flying towards the sky above Amazon City. The zombie countryman drooled profusely and flew after Lin Fan. Just now Lin Fan told it that there is a powerful body in a parallel world. What exactly is that? The zombies are thirsty. Chapter 61. After Lin Fan flew away, Queen Maeve slowly walked over to Wonder Woman's body. I have to say that the experience just now was really thrilling. Queen Maeve, out of sight of Wonder Woman. Grab a piece of marble granite and crush it into powder. While Wonder Woman is close. Sneak attack on Wonder Woman's eyes. Then he killed Wonder Woman with one sword. Wonder Woman holds 4 or 5 magical weapons and is confident of victory. In normal training, they also adhere to the principle of just duels. But Queen Maeve grew up in a different environment. After all, the Homelanders are her teammates. During his time as a superhero at Vought Corporation, being one thing in front of people and another behind their backs is the basic operation of every superhero. All kinds of despicable and unexpected operations are commonplace among the superhero members within Vought Corporation. Queen Maeve is firmly in the second position after Homelander. Is she a kind person? Under the influence of what he saw and heard, his fighting style and combat IQ were greatly affected. Queen Maeve silently removed Wonder Woman's 4 or 5 magical weapons one by one. Then wear it on yourself. Guardian Silver Bracelet, lasso of truth, sword of Vulcan, divine shield, and starlight crown. Since then, Queen Maeve has changed her tactics. A golden artifact. Queen Maeve knows the reason why Lin Fan didn't take these things away. As a reward for her victory, more duels will be held in the future. Queen Maeve had no objection to this. She fought as a representative of Maeve City, so she remembered clearly how Maeve City abused and insulted her. Why would a superhero want to please humans? Queen Maeve suddenly felt very relieved. This feeling of ease and freedom is something you can't experience even as a superhero at Vought Corporation. Standing under the ruined statue of the goddess, Queen Maeve felt the breath of freedom for the first time. The reporters and cameramen around saw Lin Fan fly away. There was only Queen Maeve left on the scene, and everyone came over to interview her in a panic. In their impression, they really didn't have the courage to interview the big devil Lin Fan. But my impression is that Queen Maeve is very easy to talk to. The female reporter from the largest TV station was the first to rush to Queen Maeve, with a smile on her face, and she passed the microphone to Queen Maeve's lips. "Hello, Queen Maeve, I'm a reporter from the TV station. How do you feel about defeating the artifact girl this time? Can you share it with the TV audience?" Queen Maeve draws the sword of Vulcan. The reporter was cut in half with one sword. From top to bottom, it is neatly divided into two halves. The female reporter stood there in a daze, a thin line of blood gradually spreading down from the top of her head, and then she broke into two pieces of flesh and fell to the ground. The red and white melon pulp, various internal organs, bones and flesh were splattered all over the ground. The other reporters were stunned and then screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Killing. Queen Maeve killed someone. Crazy. Another crazy one. She has become Lin Fan's running dog. Everyone, run! Queen Maeve raised her sword and charged towards the crowd with an expressionless face. The reporters who were farther away did not run away. They were extremely excited and kept shooting with their cameras. With just a little exaggeration and smearing, it will be another shocking news tomorrow. At the same time, Lin Fan has already flown over Amazon City. The zombie Homelander flew behind him. I was drooling and couldn't wait to have a good meal. But without Lin Fan's order, he had to endure it no matter how brave he was. Lin Fan suddenly floated to the ground. Standing on the edge of the island city. Put your hands into the ground. An extremely terrifying power spread all over his body. The rich power of the phoenix unfolds behind him. After such a long period of practice, the power of the phoenix is so concentrated that it can be transformed into substance. This is a manifestation of energy materialization. The power of the phoenix gradually unfolds, extending along Lin Fan's arm, penetrating dozens of kilometers underground. Then a closure is formed along the entire city outline. Lin Fan lifted it up with all his strength. It is fixed and controlled by the power of the phoenix. Rumble. The earth shook violently. A terrible earthquake shook the entire city. For a moment, people were terrified and fled their houses to avoid the earthquake. What happened? Could this kind of vibration be a major earthquake? It shouldn't be. If a big earthquake really happened, the media would definitely report it in advance. Besides, our city is located in a stable zone of the Earth's crust. How could a major earthquake occur? Something's wrong. Look everyone, the sea level is gradually dropping. No, it's the entire island we are on that is gradually rising. How is that possible? Even an earthquake can't cause such drastic changes in the Earth's crust. Could it be that? Oh my God, is it Lin Fan who lifted us up? It must be so powerful to be able to lift a huge city. That Lin Fan must be causing trouble for us. He can even move a huge meteorite, so what's the big deal about moving an island? Oh my God, I don't want to die, why is it coming so soon? The satellite cloud map showed that all our islands were lifted up into the air by someone, and it was none other than Lin Fan. Ah, what should I do? is the only thing I can do but wait to die. Where are the official people? Where are the official troops? Where is SHIELD? Where are the superheroes? A bunch of bastards, where are the people? Why are you shouting? Why are you shouting? Just wait to die. Hurry up and dig a hole and bury yourself. Why are you still counting on the authorities? You might as well count on a dog. SHIELD is so scared that they don't even dare to show up. Everyone in the entire Amazon city, nearly 600 million survivors, fell into panic and despair. But it was of no use. He could only watch the huge island he was on slowly leave the ground. At the same time, official SHIELD. More than a dozen destroyer planes were dispatched. And carrying various advanced missiles, they flew towards the direction of Amazon City. General Ryan looked pale. He hadn't slept much in over a week. His face looked dull, as if he had suffered a serious illness, and he spoke weakly. Alas, these pilots knew that there was no hope of survival. Still resolutely accept the transfer. Nick Fury, Lin Fan lifted up the entire island with this move. What exactly is he going to do? The director of SHIELD looked grim. What is certain is that Lin Fan will find a way to kill all the creatures on this island. It's just that there are many ways to kill. And recently there have been various psychologist analyses. Lin Fan's various acts of destruction are not just to vent his anger, but also to convey a message to the whole world. That is, all human beings are like ants in his eyes. He keeps doing all kinds of tricks but still remains hopeless. Judging from the comprehensive strength Lin Fan has shown now. If he wants to destroy the entire Earth, it would only take a few seconds. Just bring a bigger meteorite, or just use his Star Destroyer-like method to burn the glass. The entire Earth cannot withstand 1 or 2 blows from him. So some experts analyzed that it is because Superman's family's graves are still on Earth. Superman is just a little bit afraid of this and doesn't want to destroy his family's graves. If he didn't have this fear, he would probably do something even more cruel. General Ryan asked. So what is he going to do now? They must be using various tricks to toy with the people above until they die, in order to spread more despair. Are we just going to watch? What else can we do? We have done everything we can now. We also activated the highest authority and sent a distress signal to the Supreme Doctor. It is highly likely that he is on Mars, and there is a certain probability that he has left the Milky Way. If he is too far away, that will be the fate of our Earth. But as long as he can come back, he will definitely be able to defeat Lin Fan. After all, the existence of that doctor is a miracle in itself. After all, he is known as the Quantum God. Any defense is child's play in front of him. General Ryan sighed loudly. As the highest commander of the military, you can only put your hope in others. There is nothing we can do about the current situation. Weakness is indeed the original sin. This will certainly cause many people to lose confidence. At the same time, Lin Fan lifted up the entire Amazon city, gradually accelerating away from the Earth. Because Lin Fan was blessed with the power of the Phoenix. For a while, the environment and air quality in Amazon City were very stable. The people above looked at the Earth getting farther and farther away in despair. Most of them couldn't stand the situation and fainted. The entire Amazon is shrouded in lingering despair. Like an ant on hot pot, there is nothing we can do. It is worth mentioning that the government sent more than a dozen bombers. Lin Fan didn't even have the interest to take action. Gave the zombie homelander a look. The zombie countrymen were suddenly extremely excited and screamed with joy. These days, he was tortured by a deep hunger all the time. But Lin Fan was right beside him, so he had no choice but to obey. Otherwise, he would have rushed towards the crowd and started eating like crazy. Now that I have received Lin Fan's order, I can't tell you how happy I am. Although the zombie homelander is in zombie state at this time, except for the endless hunger, he still maintains his own thinking mind. Moreover, not only did the various abilities not decrease, but they increased by 2 or 3 times. Of course, dealing with a dozen fighter jets is no problem. He flew straight up and crashed the plane brutally. Tear the pilot out. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed half of the pilot's body in one gulp. Chewing with big mouthfuls, so happy. He is not picky about what he eats when it comes to the rest of his lower body. It is still put directly into the mouth, and it is crispy when bitten. Swallow it all, including the bone residue. The remaining fighters bombed the zombie homelanders one after another. They were all killed in no time by the zombie homelanders. All the pilots on board were killed. All were buried in the belly of the zombie motherland. Hungry, hungry. I want more flesh and blood. Lin Fan's order to the zombies was to only attack the pilots who came over. After eating all opponents, there is no one left to eat. The zombie homelander could only roar twice on the spot and came to Lin Fan helplessly. And Lin Fan has lifted up the entire city. Completely fly away from the Earth. Then fly out of the Earth's satellite orbit. Fly towards the Sun. In the vast universe, a huge city is suspended. Such a picture. If you don't know, you might think it's an advanced civilization. However, the people above were so scared that they peed their pants. All kinds of negative emotions such as helplessness and despair reached their extreme. If it weren't for the protection of the Phoenix Force above the city, these people would have been killed by the harsh environment of space long ago. Lin Fan held up the city with an expressionless face. Gradually move the city to halfway between the Earth and Venus. The average temperature of Venus is 460 degrees, just like its dazzling golden appearance, it will burn everyone's eyes. The temperature at the top of Venus's cloud layer is only -40 degrees Celsius, which forms a sharp contrast with the extremely high temperature on the surface. If it were the environment of Venus, then all the people in this city would die within a few minutes. So Lin Fan only pushed the city halfway. Then slowly release some of the power of the Phoenix. Once the energy ball of Phoenix Force weakens, suddenly, the air above the city began to disappear in large quantities. Then there is the temperature difference in the vast universe. And all kinds of terrifying cosmic rays. Just for a moment, the temperature in the entire city was rising at a rate visible to the naked eye. Some people look at the thermometer. 36 degrees, 37 degrees, 38 degrees, 40 degrees. Almost every time I blink, the temperature will rise by 1 degree Celsius. Such a terrifying temperature. Suddenly, it became difficult for everyone to breathe. The searing heat, the difficulty breathing, the brutal cosmic rays. Every condition can kill the lives of people on Earth. Lin Fan and a dog were quietly floating in the outer space, watching everything happening above from a distance. Occasionally, the zombie compatriots around him would roar with envy and reluctance. A lot of drool was flowing down. That's all white meat. The entire city collapsed as Lin Fan withdrew the power of the Phoenix. The environment also became increasingly harsh. All human beings in the entire Amazon city are like ants under a magnifying glass. Started to panic and ran wildly. Then he moved slowly and fell to the ground, his limbs twitching continuously. Gradually becoming hunched, curled up, and finally turned into charcoal. It turned out that the forensic doctor was right. When people face extremely high temperatures, they will involuntarily curl up into a ball. Especially those who were burned to death. It was basically a ball of charcoal, curled up together, and the death was extremely miserable. Lin Fan's mind flashed with his parents. When they were judged, they were also burned to death by flames. Treated like a demon. Suffering from the ravages of fire. Just like the people in the entire city before us. This pain. Let them feel the feelings together. It's just that Lin Fan magnified and slowed down this pain. The entire city has several million people. 1.9 more than 95% of people have voted. Believe that Superman Lin Fan should be tried. I think Lin Fan's family should also be punished. It's just a vote anyway. Who among these humans does not envy, hate and resent Superman's abilities? Who doesn't feel afraid of Superman's abilities? Now there is an opportunity to add insult to injury. And it is a vote of the whole nation. Just move your hands. You can vent your unhappiness. How many people can resist this temptation? Can you? Lin Fan knew. Although Professor X has the ability to suggest spirits to vote. But other big states. Without any hint from Professor X. The number of people who choose trial is still as high as over 95%. It seems that he is venting his own unhappiness by watching others suffer. It's a good deal for these humans. And there are no moral constraints. Lin Fan gradually took back all of the Phoenix power. For an instant. The entire Amazon urban environment has undergone tremendous changes. The temperature directly rises to 100 or 200 degrees Celsius. All kinds of cosmic rays, all kinds of air loss. It only took a few seconds to turn the entire city into ruins. The people above were dried out by the wind and turned into a piece of charcoal. Even various buildings and vegetation were all burned by the heat. It gradually turned into a scorching hell, and all kinds of soil were stripped away by the cosmic storm, turning into dust and gradually dissipating. The zombie Homelander on the side drooled a lot. That's more than 600 million barbecues. Lin Fan slapped the zombie countryman on the head and cursed. For this little bit of talent, there is a whole parallel universe waiting for you to eat. You'll be stuffed to death then. Oh meat! Lin Fan drew out the Dark Knight blade and summoned a familiar figure. This is a real man who could hold out against Lin Fan for 8 seconds. He was killed in 1 second, and it took Lin Fan 7 seconds to chop the corpse into dumpling stuffing. Chapter 62. The Dark Servant summoned by Lin Fan was none other than the tortured and murdered Doctor Strange. Lin Fan doesn't have any favorable impression towards Doctor Strange. Logically speaking, Doctor Strange has the responsibility to protect the stability of the multiverse. But Doctor Strange himself has used taboo repeatedly. Not only did it fail to protect its own universe from being invaded. He even exposed his own universe to the powerful beings in the multiverse many times. He even used various supreme magics to create convenience for himself. Traveling through various timelines will itself cause timeline disorder. Also, Lin Fan's plan to enter the parallel world of Attack on Titan was also planned by another Doctor Strange. That Doctor Strange is most likely one of the 4 people behind humanity. He is fundamentally different from the ordinary Doctor Strange, but they are inextricably linked. It may be the product of certain special circumstances. Lin Fan didn't want to think about it if he couldn't figure it out. Before that, Dark Knight Blade issued a warning. It was sent by Doctor Strange, who was enslaved by the Dark Knight Blade. Lin Fan asked calmly. What happened? This Doctor Strange is already a slave of Dark Knight Blade and regards Lin Fan as his most loyal master. Doctor Strange bowed and said respectfully. I feel like my soul imprint and memory are being exploited. Lin Fan asked in confusion, your soul mark? And memory? Did you leave a backup somewhere else before you died? Doctor Strange nodded and said. The supreme sorcerer of every generation has to face invasions from various dark overlords of the universe. These strong men are very good at soul temptation and soul suggestion. So every supreme sorcerer will place his soul mark and memory in a secret monastery. If the supreme mage dies, we can use the soul imprint and memory of this supreme sorcerer to create a clone. You can even use these things to bring back souls that have been taken away. I felt it not long ago. My soul mark and memory have been used. And it merged into the body of a strange wizard in a very strange state. His strength is unfathomable. In him, I feel the resentment of the infinite number of Doctor Stranges in the multiverse. It should be because Doctor Strange 18 killed all the Doctor Stranges in other parallel universes. After he absorbed my soul mark and memories, he has completely achieved soul perfection. using a tricky method to achieve the only existence in the multiverse. So the cosmic energy and laws he obtained are the sum of all the Doctor Stranges in the multiverse, and they are all enjoyed by him alone. With a perfect soul, there is definitely an urgent need for a body that fits perfectly. Master Ancient One opened up a parallel universe for him. The most important law in that parallel universe is to believe in flesh and blood. The physical body of each strong man is extremely powerful. If Doctor Strange really succeeds, it will definitely be detrimental to the Master. And with his body and soul in perfect condition, the strength of Doctor Strange in that dimension has already caught up with that of the Master of the Universe. Lin Fan finally understood. One cannot help but marvel at the abilities of the Supreme Sorcerer. The energy given to an individual by the entire multiverse is constant. For example, if there are 10,000 parallel universes and 10,000 you, distribute this energy into 10,000 shares. To be the only one in the universe, you must become the master of the universe. Absorb all of your own energy from other parallel universes. In this way, one person can enjoy all the energy and rules of the multiverse. Then it will become the only existence. At this time, you will be completely lost in other parallel universes. Such uniqueness is undoubtedly very powerful. It is also a necessary step to move to a higher level. But the Doctor Strange in that dimension is so cruel that he takes advantage of the ability to travel through parallel universes. Use a stupid method to kill all Doctor Strange in other parallel spaces. In this way, it also becomes the only existence. Monopolize all the energy of the multiverse. Such strength is certainly extraordinary. If he were allowed to gain a physical body, you no longer have to worry about the restrictions of the rules of the universe. Maybe I couldn't do it before due to various conditions. I can only plan silently behind the scenes. Then, once we have a physical body, we can directly intervene in the physical world. That would really be a strong opponent for Lin Fan. You have to know that Lin Fan's current status is not yet the only one. Myself also exists in other major parallel universes. At most, it is just that my own strength is somewhat superior, and I am running a little ahead of others on the road to pursuing the only one. Closer to the Lord of the Universe than anyone else. Lin Fan still has only a vague idea of how to become the Master of the Universe. But it can be felt that the Doctor Strange servant in front of him seems to know some details. So he asked directly. I want to become the Master of the Universe. What are the total requirements? Doctor Strange smiled bitterly and said. I have only seen some records in books. You need to master the core rules of the universe. You don't have to master 100% of the rules, but you must be the one who has the most in this universe. Otherwise, others can compete with you for control of the Lord of the Universe. Secondly, if you want to become the Lord of the Universe, you must use other laws as fuel. The stronger the laws you burn, the more benefits you will gain. And then there's the matter of getting a certain amount of mental influence. It could be believers. They are willing to dedicate their pure faith power to you, which also counts as spiritual influence. You can also create killings and make a name for yourself. When your existence is mentioned, it can have a huge spiritual impact. The core rules of the universe, as the rules of the flame, have a very large range of spiritual influence. With these three things, you can try to advance to the Lord of the Universe. Lin Fan asked a question that he was very concerned about. If I plundered the godhood of the Lord of the Universe in other parallel universes, can it also be used as firewood to burn? Doctor Strange smiled and said, there are many gods with godhood in every universe. But there is only one person who possesses the godhood of the Lord of the Universe, and the godhood of each Lord of the Universe is unique. It would be a waste to use it as a ritual fuel. That's the qualification for the Lord of the Universe. But it can indeed be used for burning. What is certain is that the effect after burning will be very powerful. No one is willing to do this. Lin Fan nodded. Then I understand. Just help me open the passage to that parallel universe of flesh and blood. The purpose of this trip is simple. First, destroy the dimension as much as possible to obtain a powerful body for Doctor Strange. Second, enter this parallel universe and wreak havoc, spreading as much despair as possible. Third, try to seize as much as possible the rules of the gods of this parallel universe as fuel. If you meet the master of this parallel universe, if you can do it. Lin Fan didn't mind taking away his godhead of the Lord of the Universe directly. In that way, his chances of success in becoming the Lord of the Dark Universe would increase a lot. The strength after promotion will become even stronger. Doctor Strange performs supreme magic. Suddenly, a huge parallel universe channel appeared in front of me. The aura of this parallel universe is completely different from the aura of the universe where Lin Fan is. If we say that the atmosphere of the parallel universe where Lin Fan is located is more inclined to darkness, then the aura of this parallel universe in front of us is more inclined towards flesh and blood. The zombie Homelander sniffed hard and immediately howled with excitement. The parallel universe in front of us is simply a piece of fat meat in front of the zombie homeland. The bottomless hunger made the zombie countryman unable to resist the temptation of flesh and blood any longer. Lin Fan and Doctor Strange stepped into the space channel and gradually disappeared. At the same time, Lin Fan's story of pushing the entire city of Amazon towards the sun has spread throughout the earth. The amount of despair spread by this incident is also terrifying. Besides, Queen Maeve completely surrendered to Lin Fan. It has also become another huge focus. A true superhero. Why would someone join Lin Fan after participating in a duel? The massacre in the square left many people puzzled. Some even speculated that Lin Fan could control minds and bewitched Queen Maeve, and various conspiracy theories were widely promoted on the platform. It also brought great anxiety and fear to people. Lin Fan's despair value was also rising silently. Outside the National Assembly Hall, a funeral is taking place. All the top leaders of all countries and other senior special organization leaders including the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. are present. These people were all wearing black suits. Walk to a tombstone and bow. The portrait on the tombstone is General Ryan. General Ryan has worked hard over the years and is already old. Coupled with the recent exhausting worries, his vitality was quickly overdrawn. In the past week, I have only had a few hours of sound sleep. Worrying about the people all the time. I'm always thinking about how to deal with Lin Fan. But as a mortal, he has too few resources at his disposal. He planned to kill Lin Fan again and again. The plans failed again and again. Lin Fan's strength not only did not decline, but became stronger and stronger. Just in Statue Square, the massacre carried out. It's happened 2 or 3 times already. The number of people killed each time was no less than 1. Pick up a meteorite and throw it at Arvada once. Use the solar energy ball to roast the earth once. The Star Destroyer burned glass once in mass estate. The citizens of Maeve City and Amazon fled, but were once again burned by the meteorite cannon. Finally, they were so cruel that they pushed the entire Amazon island into outer space and destroyed it under the blazing sun. These actions are simply evil to the extreme. It's outrageous to the extreme. When General Ryan saw the destruction of the Amazon island, he could no longer control himself and died of rage. This was the time when all the senior officials were mourning General Ryan. After the memorial service, the president called the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. directly to his office. In just a few days, the president's originally grey hair had turned completely white. Has Dr. Manhattan been contacted? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. said honestly. No information has been received. Dr. Manhattan's level of power is far beyond human cognition. It can even be said that his abilities are not inferior to those of gods. From the emotional analysis report before he left, Dr. Manhattan has gradually lost his humanity. It's not that his humanity has become more brutal, but that he has gradually lost all the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness as a human being. In his eyes, the civilization and prosperity on earth are nothing but passing clouds and mist. So whether he is willing to help humans or not is particularly clear at this point. The President sighed. For the four real behind-the-scenes people of humanity, 2 doctors, a captain, and a cat, none of them can be driven by humans. The most common is a cooperative relationship. Even this partnership has become precarious. The 2 doctors are Dr. Manhattan and Dr. Strange. The 2017 people disappeared without a trace. One captain refers to Captain Marvel, who cannot even protect his own Earth, but prefers to maintain peace in the universe. He has died at the hands of Lin Fan. The remaining cat is the UN-devouring beast. The President said sadly. If we can't even count on those 2 doctors, we can only rely on that cat. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. touched his single eye. A wry smile appeared on his face. The secret of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s blindness has always been unknown. That's because he's naughty. I just want to pet a big orange cat. The true identity of that big orange cat is the UN-devouring beast. Metamorphosis is one of the most terrifying creatures in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It looks like an ordinary orange cat, with countless tentacles extending from its mouth to swallow anything. Because its stomach is connected to another parallel universe, no matter how many objects it swallows, it will not affect the body. The damage it has done to others cannot be healed. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had his eyes blinded by the devourer. This resulted in the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. suffering from severe psychological trauma when he saw other cats. Just now, a staff member knocked on the door and came in to report. Found it, the lady named Jenny was found. The President and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. were greatly encouraged. If Dr. Manhattan's only remaining humanity is, that must be Dr. Manhattan's former wife Jenny. Only his wife Jenny has the ability to contact Dr. Manhattan directly. How powerful is Dr. Manhattan? He is almost above gods and is like a god. Dr. Manhattan possesses the power of connection, which means that the things he imagines in his mind can be transformed into concrete objects. He has the power to create matter and laws out of nothing. When something comes to his mind, he can even change the rules and even the logic of this world. Secondly, there are various other bug-like abilities, such as controlling time, creating life, immunity to cause and effect, etc., are all included. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a perfect god. Dr. Manhattan has been called the quantum god. Any substance, any defense, can be disintegrated in front of him. By this calculation, Lin Fan has a body of steel. It can also be decomposed into a bunch of quanta. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. smiled and said, "That's great. As long as we have Jenny as a medium, we can definitely find and convince Dr. Manhattan to take action." In front of Dr. Manhattan, all of Lin Fan's defense and strength are just a joke. At the same time, Lin Fan, who had entered the parallel world of flesh and blood, suddenly received a system reminder. The despair you spread reaches 70%. You can choose the following skills. Choose 1, Supreme Superman's Supreme Demonic Net. Choice 2, Silver Dachao's Unlimited Limit. Option 3, The Freedom of Thinking of a Superhuman Thinker. Chapter 63. Choose 1, Supreme Superman's Supreme Demonic Net. Choice 2, Silver Dachao's Unlimited Limit. Choice 3, Freedom of Thought, a Superhuman Mind. Supreme Demon Net has become the core skill of Supreme Superman. The Supreme Superman who reaches this level can create his own magic system. Then it has its own believers or other users to spread it. Anyone who uses the supreme magic he created, they can all give certain feedback to the Supreme Superman, not only mental power feedback but also magical power feedback, and even provide certain faith power feedback. For a Supreme Superman, as long as there are enough users, the power that is fed back will be terrifying. While Superman Prime fights other enemies, you can also mobilize other people's magic power at will through the Supreme Magic Network. He is the leader of the entire Supreme Demon Network. As long as this system is not broken, he can obtain endless benefits. However, Silver Dachao's unlimited limit seems to have no other combat functions. But it is the most important of all Silver Super's abilities. It is not an exaggeration to even call it the core skill of Silver Super. Why is Silver Dachao so powerful? It's all because there's no upper limit to Silver Dachao's strength. For example, Silver Dachao's physical fitness can be enhanced by sunbathing and absorbing solar energy and other cosmic rays. Perhaps the physical strength of an ordinary Superman reaches its limit when it reaches 10,000 times that of a normal person. Then Silver Super can continue to strengthen through unlimited upper limit and can absorb solar energy to strengthen the body, up to 100 million times, 1.000 million times, or even without an upper limit. The chain activation status will also be affected. In the state of super speed, there will be no upper limit to the speed. In the binary star state, the control over various energies in the universe is more sensitive, and the borrowed energy state is also more powerful. In the state of self-exposure, every move you make has the power to destroy the world, and this state is a bit harmful to yourself, but the good thing is that your body strength can be greatly enhanced after each injury. With the unlimited limit of Silver Dachao, Lin Fan's various status effects can be pushed to a higher level of unlimited strength. The freedom of Thinking Superman is also the core skill of Thinking Superman. The Thinking Superman can transform into various powerful people from various parallel universes on the track of time. The freedom of thought is very strange, and it can be deduced from the source of time. Use your own thoughts to travel through billions of time and space, experience the tempering of countless years of time and space and the baptism of the long river of time, and eventually become Superman in various parallel universes. When fighting with others, he can summon tens of millions of Supermen of different types in a single thought. And every thought, every principle comprehended by a Superman can be fed back to the thinking Superman. The only limitation is that the clone summoned by freedom of thought cannot be stronger than yourself. Even so, it is already a bug-like existence. No one can match the speed at which it accumulates experience and supreme wisdom. Lin Fan thought for a while. Directly exclude Supreme Demon Net. What remains are Silver Dachao's unlimited limit and Thinking Superman's freedom of thinking. There is a fundamental difference between the two skills. One is to strengthen one's own body without limit. One is based on one's own original body, and can create countless powerful clones that are no less powerful than one's original body. Lin Fan finally chose Silver Dachao's unlimited limit. In the real ultimate showdown, the advantage in numbers doesn't make much difference at all. Only when the body is the strongest can it resist any danger. And Lin Fan has the super speed force, double stars and self-destruction states. With the core skill of Silver Super, the impact of the three states on oneself also increases greatly. Especially the extremely powerful self-destruct state, which crushed Hulk, who possessed the Power Stone with one hand. It's a pity that this state can only last for 3 seconds. It will also cause certain damage to your body, and each time it is damaged, it will bring great strengthening to your body. What Lin Fan was interested in was the effect of infinitely enhancing physical strength. No one knows the horror of the self-destruction state better than Lin Fan. Lin Fan's current self-exposure state can only last for 3 seconds at most. If your physical fitness improves. If I could use 5 seconds in the future. Or 10 seconds. Or your body's condition could allow you to keep self-destruction activated. In that case, no matter what strong opponent you meet, Lin Fan remained unafraid. It can be suppressed by force. After gaining new abilities, Lin Fan felt that his entire physical condition had undergone a qualitative change. Various energies hidden in the universe. Various ions hidden in cosmic rays. Constantly being included in it by one's own body. Then strengthen each of these cells. Although the speed of this enhancement is negligible. But it is going on all the time. After a little bit adds up. It will definitely cause huge disease. At this time, Lin Fan had already put Doctor Strange into the Dark Knight Blade. Only the zombies are in the outer space. Because the location of opening the space tunnel is extremely unique. Lin Fan saw a familiar scene in this parallel universe at a glance. A blue planet. And 8 or 9 other planets in our solar system. The orange-red sun is shining. Lin Fan swept over with his extremely powerful mental power. Discovered that countless powerful auras are hidden above the earth. There is even the aura of several gods. The body of each strong man has been tempered to the extreme, exuding wild and ferocious characteristics. Is this the power of the law of the parallel universe of flesh and blood? Continuously strengthen the flesh and blood body to achieve supreme power. The physical training of each strong man is no less than that of an ordinary Kryptonian warrior. It's really too strong. It seems that the law of flesh and blood is not a low-level law. It is likely a higher-level law that is much stronger than the giant law. Then the lord of this universe should be quite powerful. The zombie Homelander on the side was extremely excited. The dimensional zombie virus makes every zombie feel hungry like the abyss. I like all kinds of flesh and blood the most. Coming to this parallel world of flesh and blood is like arriving in heaven for the zombie Homelanders. Lin Fan suddenly felt something. Directly opened his supervision. Millions of kilometers away, peeking at a corner of the earth. I saw a Superman who looked exactly like me, busy in various places in the city. There were fires in some places. Just extinguish it with a breath of icy air. Some places have experienced bank robberies. They just knocked the criminal unconscious and sent him to the police station. A beautiful reporter fell from the building. Wherever this Superman is. They all arrived in the first time and rescued the girl safely. This Superman has a strong body, bulging muscles, and looks very tough. Although the speed is average. But in terms of strength, it is extremely powerful. The moment Lin Fan saw this Superman, a strong feeling of disgust welled up in my heart. It seems that the other party has occupied the cosmic energy that he should have. Just kill the opponent. You can then take the other person's cosmic energy for yourself. Every parallel universe has a self. Killing this kind of self will bring enormous benefits to oneself. I see. I finally understand why Doctor Strange wants to kill himself in all parallel universes. Faced with this huge amount of cosmic energy, it's hard to resist the temptation. Lin Fan flew towards the earth without hesitation. The zombie Homelander followed closely behind, drooling profusely from his mouth. The place Lin Fan went to was exactly where Flesh and Blood Superman was, a large abandoned factory, where several gangsters had been subdued by Flesh and Blood Superman. At this time, the physical Superman was hugging his favorite female reporter and happily showing off his muscles. The female reporter was surprised and delighted, with a look of admiration on her face. Suddenly, the Flesh and Blood Superman felt a huge throbbing in his heart. He quickly tilted his head back and his body fell rapidly. However, Flesh and Blood Superman was still a beat slower. A black knife flashed past him. The Flesh and Blood Superman hugged the female reporter's body. The female reporter's head was already separated from her body. He didn't even close his eyes at the moment of death. A pair of beautiful eyes stared blankly at the Flesh and Blood Superman. Flesh and Blood Superman's eyes widened instantly. He saw the head of the female reporter he liked being held firmly in the hands of a man. Throw it slowly like a ball. In the end, the female reporter's head was thrown to a native of the country tied with a large iron chain. In this parallel universe, there are also people from our motherland. It's just that the condition of the fellow countryman in front of me is a little strange. He threw the female reporter's head into his mouth, bit the bones into pieces 2 or 3 times, swallowed them into his stomach, and licked his tongue, seeming to enjoy the aftertaste. When the Flesh and Blood Superman saw this scene, his eyes instantly became bloodshot. "Ah, you beasts, I want you to die!" As the Flesh and Blood Superman's anger exploded. The huge muscles in his body were suddenly filled with endless blood and energy. This blood and energy are like the source of power. Constantly conquering every muscle and every bit of flesh and blood. The entire fist also became larger. He punched Lin Fan. The punch hasn't arrived yet. The air around it is quickly sucked out. Even the space beneath the fist was wailing and trembling. Lin Fan felt that the space he was in had completely turned into mercury. Even the ability to move was weakened by 20%. Lin Fan was not surprised but happy. It seems that the flesh and blood laws of this parallel world are indeed powerful. It already has a faint implication of being able to break all laws with one force. But let's talk about a competition in terms of strength. I won't lose to anyone yet. Lin Fan strode forward. No state is enabled. Just with his body of steel. He took a punch from the flesh and blood Superman on the opposite side. There was a loud bang. All the glass in the huge abandoned factories around exploded. The shock wave generated by the collision of two fists. All the buildings within a radius of 100 meters were shattered. Even the zombie Homelander who has strong physical fitness. They were all blown back more than 10 meters by the aftermath of the two people. Lin Fan stood still. The flesh and blood Superman was knocked thousands of meters away by Lin Fan's punch. It crashed down countless factory walls. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, this punch might directly attract everyone's attention. Flesh and blood Superman was badly shocked by this punch. He stood up dizzy. Lin Fan nodded. It can be seen that the defense and recovery abilities of this flesh and blood Superman are also extremely strong. Lin Fan already had a rough assessment of the strength of this flesh and blood Superman. The speed is less than 30% of my own. Not even half as strong as mine. You should know that Lin Fan uses skills such as energy penetration and plundering ability. Build your physical fitness to a level that no ordinary Superman can catch up with. If I were to be myself before I got the system. If you fight against this flesh and blood Superman, you may not be able to defeat them. After having a general understanding, Lin Fan completely lost interest in the flesh and blood Superman. At this time, the flesh and blood Superman shook his head and rushed towards him again. Lin Fan Shun enters the self-destruct state. A punch hit the flesh and blood Superman's fist. The power to destroy the world is tilted down. The fist of flesh and blood Superman shattered. The entire arm exploded completely. The entire upper half of his body was turned into a ball of blood mist by Lin Fan's self-destruction punch. Self-destruct state under one punch. The upper half of flesh and blood Superman's body disappeared instantly. Less than a second. Lin Fan cancelled the self-destruct state once again. This is the energy-saving method of self-destruction that Lin Fan has figured out. It is used second by second and will only explode at the most critical moment. Lin Fan only felt the burning of the meridians all over his body. Even if it was only opened for 1 second, it had already put a huge load on the tendons and cell muscles. Lin Fan now possesses extremely powerful self-healing abilities. These self-healing factors continue to repair the burned meridians and cell damage. As long as the repair is completed, the various attributes of your own iron body will be further enhanced. After killing flesh and blood Superman, two strange energies were suspended above his body. A ball of energy was extremely friendly to Lin Fan. It is the fixed energy allocated to the Superman in every parallel universe in the multiverse. This fixed energy can only be possessed by the Superman in the multiverse. Lin Fan directly absorbed this ball of fixed energy. Suddenly I felt every cell in my body trembling with joy. Even the slight damage caused by activating self-destruction just now was completely repaired. Even the attributes of the Man of Steel have been greatly enhanced. Lin Fan was overjoyed as he felt his physical fitness improve. I didn't expect there would be so many benefits to killing a Superman from a parallel universe. The money is a huge temptation. If I have the opportunity to go to other parallel universes in the future, I will definitely kill other Supermen. Lin Fan felt the strength of his iron body grow stronger. It is no exaggeration to say that my physical fitness could withstand the self-destruction state for 3 seconds before. My current physical condition is fully capable of withstanding the self-destruction state for 4 seconds. Don't underestimate it, this is only a 1-second enhancement. It enhanced Lin Fan's physical fitness by 1/3. There is nothing else on the body of the flesh and blood Superman except this fixed ball of energy. There is also a red regular energy ball. It is the main law of this parallel universe, the law of flesh and blood. Flesh and blood Superman is the strong man in this parallel universe. Of course, the body also contains some of the laws of flesh and blood. Lin Fan took this ball of flesh and blood law into his pocket. It's a not so small gain. As soon as Lin Fan arrived, he killed the extremely powerful flesh and blood Superman from this parallel universe. Plus the series of attack waves just now. It finally attracted the attention of other powerful people. I saw 2 people rushing over at an incredibly fast speed. A person is wearing flesh and blood armor, although it is not as textured as nano armor. However, the various properties displayed by this flesh and blood armor are actually more vital than nano armor. It was as if this body of flesh and blood armor was a living being. The 2 people who came were Iron Man and Thor of this world. The 2 looked at Lin Fan with great fear. Lin Fan held the Dark Knight blade in his hand and there came bursts of rumbling sounds. There is an independent Dark Slave space in the Dark Knight blade. The Dark Slave Iron Man was surprised and shouted to Lin Fan. Great Master, you must help me obtain the flesh and blood armor of the Iron Man. With this man's flesh and blood armor as a reference, I am confident that I can create armor that can rival that of a god. Lin Fan's mouth curled up slightly, which made Iron Man and Thor on the opposite side feel uneasy. Sure enough, the benefits of traveling between parallel universes are enormous. Chapter 64. The vision of the Dark Slave Iron Man is very high. The flesh and blood armor that made him so excited must have greatly made up for the shortcomings of his own steel armor to a certain extent. Iron Man has been trying to find a way to establish some kind of connection between his iron armor and his body. But this design concept is too difficult. Steel is steel. How can it interact with the flesh? Ultimately, the emergence of nanorobots greatly increased the possibility of this concept, but it was just a hack. Nanorobots are able to enter human cells and help the human body perform some of its tasks. But I still can't achieve the feeling of doing whatever I want and being connected to my blood. However, Iron Man from the parallel world of flesh and blood turned the impossible into possible. This does not mean that the power of the flesh and blood armor is stronger than that of Iron Man's nano armor. It can only be said to be flesh and blood armor, which is more unique than nano armor in terms of connecting to one's own body. Perfect fusion of flesh and armor. The nerve networks of the flesh and blood armor are connected to Iron Man's own nerve center, achieving a flesh and blood connection that even nanorobots cannot achieve. Even the control of the flesh and blood armor is done by issuing commands directly from the brain. Through various muscles and nerve tissues, he controls the flesh and blood armor just like he controls his own body. Don't say anything else. The research value of this flesh and blood armor is simply a priceless treasure in the eyes of the Dark Slave Iron Man. The laws of this parallel world are based on flesh and blood. Unexpectedly, this kind of law not only affects the cultivation methods of the world's strong people. It also affects the technological style of this world. Don't underestimate it as just a small detail. This is a deviation in the perception of details. This may very likely cause Lin Fan to have a complete deviation from this parallel world. Sure enough, the characteristics of each parallel world are its most valuable assets. There are so many mages and powerful people who go to great lengths to invade other parallel worlds. Even if we only gain a little bit, it is still a huge research direction for them in the original world. Such temptation is simply an irresistible temptation for those mages and doctors who pursue the truth. Even Lin Fan admitted that being able to invade other parallel worlds was simply awesome. At this time, the flesh and blood Thor and Iron Man on the opposite side finally couldn't help but ask. Superman, is that you? What was that battle fluctuation just now? Were you fighting with someone else just now? Where was that person? Suddenly Iron Man discovered the lower body of a familiar person not far away. It was what Lin Fan left behind when he killed the flesh and blood Superman. Iron Man's face changed drastically. No, you are not the flesh and blood Superman, who are you? Did you kill our Superman? Lin Fan laughed heartily. Not because of Iron Man's stupid questioning. But Lin Fan is really too happy now. The entire parallel world is placed in front of you like a delicious cake. And you don't have to worry about anything at all. Just think about how to enjoy it. Isn't it worth being happy about something like this? Take Iron Man and Thor for example. These two people have a strong aura of the laws of flesh and blood. There are countless strong people like this on the entire earth. For Lin Fan, who wanted to collect the power of laws, this place was simply heaven. Lin Fan was too lazy to waste time with the other party and directly turned on his super speed force. Suddenly, Lin Fan's body was filled with red lightning. The speed has soared to the extreme, gradually surpassing the speed of light. Lin Fan, holding the Dark Knight blade, disappeared in an instant, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the Thunder God. This Thunder God also practiced the law of flesh and blood, and reached an impressive level. Thor, with his muscles surging all over his body, held high the hammer of Thor, which was shining brightly in his hand. A large ball of lightning struck Lin Fan. What Lin Fan wanted now was efficiency. He was too lazy to dodge and let a large amount of lightning strike him. At the same time, he held the long sword and slashed at the Thunder God. Blood splattered and lightning raged. Two people were hit at the same time. The difference is that although there was lightning all over Lin Fan's body, it did not cause any damage at all. The strength of the Iron Man's defensive capabilities is undoubtedly evident. The opponent, Thor, was hit by the Dark Knight blade and was thrown away from the stomach to the shoulder. The flesh and blood of Thor was visible to the naked eye, and he was trying his best to heal his body. However, a large number of black tearing laws appeared at the wounded parts of the body, constantly destroying the healing speed. Finally, Thor lost all his blood and fell backwards completely. The Iron Man next to him was horrified. Thor's strength is very powerful. He was severely injured by the opponent in the first encounter and his life or death was unknown. This person's strength is too strong. Although the flesh and blood Iron Man was panicking, his attacks did not slow down at all. The energy in the hands gathers into an extremely powerful ball of energy. Lin Fan stretched out his hand and grabbed in mid-air, using the extremely powerful power of the Phoenix to control Iron Man. Then, the boundless chaos magic began to modify the surrounding reality. Iron Man controlled the flesh and blood armor and tried to escape, but suddenly found that the flesh and blood armor seemed to come alive. A large amount of flesh and blood squirmed, and then all the muscles, meridians, and blood vessels connected by nerves were disconnected one after another. The flesh and blood armor directly spit out the Iron Man inside. Under Iron Man's extremely horrified eyes, Lin Fan directly threw this uncontrolled flesh and blood armor into his own independent space. Iron Man, the dark slave in the independent space, couldn't wait to rush forward to conduct research. The secret of flesh and blood armor will be gradually revealed to Iron Man. Lin Fan fought alone against two powerful men from the flesh and blood world. Within 3 seconds, they were all subdued. The zombie Homelanders came running over happily, under Lin Fan's instructions. He bit off a piece of flesh from Thor, who was seriously injured and dying on the ground, and Iron Man, who had no defense. The terrifying Dimension zombie virus instantly infected the two people. In just a few seconds, Zombie Iron Man and Zombie Thor were born. Their eyes all turned into an eerie white. There are blood vessels and veins all over the body. The skin also becomes sickly white. A lot of saliva flowed from his mouth. Keep roaring. I'm hungry, so hungry. I want flesh and blood. I want endless flesh and blood. Zombie Iron Man and Zombie Thor only felt their stomachs were extremely empty. The irresistible feeling of hunger stimulates the nerves and senses over and over again. This desire for flesh and blood almost drove the two zombies crazy. At Lin Fan's instruction, Zombie Iron Man, Zombie Thor, and Zombie Homelander rushed towards major human cities in 3 directions. I believe it won't be long. The whole world is shrouded in complete despair due to the zombie crisis. Lin Fan smiled. He found that the feeling of changing the world was really great. Unscrupulous. No worries. Like a piece of art. Looking at an intact planet that has evolved over billions of years. In just a few days, it gradually evolved into a terrifying zombie planet. The process is so fascinating. Zombie Homelander flies to North America. Zombie Thor flew to the Asian islands and Oceania along the Pacific coast. Zombie Iron Man took another set of flesh and blood armor and flew to the Eurasian continent. A zombie apocalypse march has begun. Crazy. Raging. Despair. The hellish scene is spreading all over the world. What? Lin Fan sat high above the vast sky. Look down at this magnificent doomsday feast on the earth below. Because these 3 main zombies are all controlled by the origin strain. As a result, all the strong people who were infected by these 3 zombies or indirectly infected, practiced the flesh and blood laws and gathered towards Lin Fan. As the zombies spread, endless despair is also spreading. Lin Fan's system also keeps statistics on these scattered despair. Even Lin Fan's aura gradually changed. Killing 1 person is a crime, killing 10,000 people is a crime, and killing 1 million is a crime among heroes. How many people have died at Lin Fan's hands? Always say less. Countless. How many people are there on Earth in this parallel world at this moment? The number of people is not less than that in the original world. With a large number of zombies rampant. With the arrival of a large number of living creatures. The killings caused by Lin Fan were also increasing wildly. The whole body was filled with an extremely terrifying black flame. Countless skull illusions solidified into substance appeared in the black flames. There were roars of pain. Some have distorted expressions. There are those who wail in pain. Some of them bite each other. All kinds of negative emotions, all kinds of twisted souls, all turned into the darkest origins, nourishing Lin Fan's strength. Lin Fan's understanding of the laws of darkness has become deeper and deeper. At the same time, the zombie Homelanders are heading towards North America. Today, the zombie Homelander finally got his wish. Before, in the main world, the people of zombie country were extremely envious of Lin Fan. I envy Lin Fan for being able to be in a square with tens of thousands of people. Just use your heat rays and sweep left and right like a windshield wiper. That kind of scene. It only exists in the imagination of the zombie people. And now, Zombie Homelander finally made this dream come true. Fly directly to the goddess statue square in this parallel world. It is regrettable for Zombie Homelander. Although this parallel world is 99% similar to one's original world. But the statue of the goddess in the square was replaced by a statue of a muscular man. It should be that the people in this parallel world believe more in the power of flesh and blood. Zombie Homelander doesn't care about that. There are many people coming to the square for walking and sightseeing. The number reached at least 8 or 9,000. The heat in the eyes starts. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The dream scene finally came true. A bloody mess. Like a meat grinder. The zombie Homelander was very happy. Venting out the happiness in my heart. From time to time, he would pounce on a pedestrian. Swallowed half of the body in one bite. Lin Fan's order to him was to spread the zombie virus as much as possible. As a result, when the zombies started to eat people, they also started to be picky. Try not to bite pedestrians to death. Instead, they created zombies with missing limbs. Even if an arm or a thigh is eaten, these zombies are still able to move. It can also spread the zombie virus as quickly as possible. Suddenly a superhero who looks exactly like the zombie Homelander appears. It turned out to be the flesh and blood native of this parallel world. And superheroes like Queen Maeve. The zombie Homelander was suddenly excited. Devoured so many strong people. It has also been completely transformed by the dimensional zombie virus. As a result, the current zombie Homelanders are much stronger than ordinary Homelanders. The whole person let out a hearty roar. Directly kill into the bloody masses of the motherland. Flesh and blood splattered. Various abilities are rampant. The battle was over in just a minute. The zombie Homelander directly absorbed the cosmic energy of this Homelander. It even directly swallowed up the people from this parallel world. Not even a bone was left. With a large amount of multiverse energy entering its body, the zombie Homelander becomes even more powerful. Queen Maeve, who was bitten to death, has turned into a zombie and slowly stands up. Starlight turns into a zombie. The train people turned into zombies. The deep sea becomes zombies. Suins also turned into a zombie. They roared to the sky one by one. Meat. I want more flesh and blood. Hungry, ah. Unbearable hunger. There is no need for the zombie Homelander to take command. The extreme hunger that these zombies could not bear devoured all their thoughts. Only one thought remained. Looking for living people. Looking for flesh and blood. Fill the stomach. Although these zombie heroes are occupied by endless hunger, they retain their wisdom. Meet those tough other superheroes. Even use strategies. Even exploit weaknesses. Even teaming up with other zombie superheroes. In an instant, a large number of places fell. Troops in various places also fell. Despair spread throughout the city. The number of zombies also began to increase rapidly. 1 spreads 2. 2 spreads 4. 4 spread 8. The zombie virus is raging around the world at an incredible speed. And the strong people infected by the zombie virus. The flesh and blood laws in their bodies all floated towards Lin Fan, who was sitting in meditation in the void. Lin Fan has more and more flesh and blood laws in his hands. Joy appeared in his eyes. The speed at which the zombie virus spreads is simply too abnormal. In particular, there are some zombie heroes who can fly, burrow underground, and dive into the sea. It's seamless. No matter where you hide. Can pull out your speed. In addition to the rich power of laws, Lin Fan also collected countless feelings of despair. The black flames on Lin Fan's body became more intense, dark, and deep like the abyss. Lin Fan's understanding of the dark law became deeper and deeper. Except for the zombie Homelander. Zombie Thor and zombie Iron Man are also everywhere. This is like the best salesperson. Suddenly I came to a place full of fat sheep. Reap however you want. Not falling for half a day. Zombie Thor turned the entire Sakura Island into a zombie hell. Then there are the various island countries along the way. Then there is Oceania. Zombie Iron Man is more artistic. First, he selected a dozen powerful mutants and transformed them into zombies. Then let these zombie superheroes descend on various countries in Asia and Europe. Like paratroopers dropping from the air. Wreak havoc everywhere. Although zombie Iron Man has a heavier task. But under the average planning of zombie Iron Man. The speed of spreading the zombie virus. It's actually much faster than zombie Thor. Lin Fan sat in the void. A large amount of laws of flesh and blood gathered towards him. A lot of despair spread out. My understanding of the laws of darkness is also getting deeper and deeper. Looking at the whole world, the number of people alive is less than 20%. At this time, the spread speed of the zombies gradually began to decline. The fundamental reason is that humans at this time have not been infected and turned into zombies. Most of them have found relatively secluded places and refuse to come out no matter what. Lin Fan looked at it and felt that the time was almost right. We must find a way to lure out all the surviving humans and capture them all in one fell swoop. Lin Fan ordered all the zombies to slow down their attack speed. Lin Fan flew directly to America. Many superheroes gathered outside the official Parliament Hall. There are those from SHIELD, X-Men, the Avengers, and other lesser-known superheroes. These superheroes are assisting the elite forces in the final defense. Countless ordinary zombies swarmed in. They were all killed one by the powerful firepower. Occasionally, there were a few powerful zombies with superpowers, but they were also killed by the superheroes present. A figure fell from the sky. It was Lin Fan. All the superheroes were shocked, and then suddenly overjoyed. Start reporting to the highest official inside. Great, Superman is back. It's great that Flesh and Blood Superman was not infected. Chapter 65. Wow, with Superman joining us, our superhero force has grown. Superman is so handsome, I want to give Superman a baby. Artifact Lady, you're an info. Superman belongs to me, Maeve. Queen Maeve, I challenge you to a duel. Tisk, if you have the guts, take off all your magical tools. Don't you know that equipment is also a form of your strength? You are shameless. How dare you say that? No need for your teeth. Look, my tongue is very flexible. I guarantee that Superman will not be able to hold out for more than a few minutes. You are obscene. How do you know? Although facing attacks from countless zombies. But there was Lin Fan's previous order. The powerful zombie superheroes have all retreated. The superheroes in charge of defense on the scene were in good spirits. Open up jokes with each other. And they all welcome Superman's arrival. After all, Superman is also a top-level powerful being in this parallel world. With the addition of such a strong person, it will be much easier to continue defending later. At this time, every superhero infected is a huge loss to humanity. The fact that the powerful Superman was not infected was enough to boost everyone's confidence. Lin Fan went directly to the highest conference room. The official top brass also expressed great welcome and joy for Superman's return. Lin Fan asked knowingly. How many humans are still safe from the murder? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. said with a cold face. According to the latest statistics, after this zombie crisis broke out, 80% of the entire human race has been infected. The remaining 20% will be gradually uncovered over time. But most of these people have found shelter. There won't be dramatic casualties in the short term. Alas, this disaster is truly an unprovoked one. How could there be such a powerful virus? Lin Fan asked. Is there no way to crack this virus? The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. said helplessly. This zombie virus is simply too outrageous. The infection is direct from the ionic side and is irreversible. It seems that there is a powerful cosmic rule that is protecting this zombie virus. Once infected, one can retain basic sanity, but will be overwhelmed by endless hunger. There's simply no way to rescue it at the cellular level. Perhaps those powerful gods will have a way to exorcise it, who knows? Lin Fan said worriedly. Are we just going to watch all our fellow human beings being devoured like this? We can send some powerful superheroes out. Choose to save as many humans as possible. With the ability of the government and the help of various superheroes, it is still necessary to create a safe paradise for humans. Although it's very risky to do so. But it is also to preserve the last bit of hope for humanity. The president, who was resting with his eyes closed, opened his bloodshot eyes and said tiredly. Every superhero alive today is a treasure to humanity. Asking you superheroes to go out now is like sending you to your death, isn't it? I want to do my best to create a final paradise for mankind. Collect as much knowledge as possible from human scientists, or knowledge that is effective for human inheritance. Only in this way can we develop medicine to resist the zombie virus. Or let these remaining humans migrate, even if it's just interstellar migration. At least we can preserve some of the essence of humanity. Superman, are you willing to risk the survival of mankind? If you wish, I will make a proclamation to all mankind. Send appropriate superheroes to set up transfer points around the world. As long as the humans nearby can reach the transfer point through their own efforts, then you superheroes will escort all the surviving humans on Earth together. Especially those scientists, we must bring them back. If we really can't stay on Earth, let's just start the interstellar migration. This is what Lin Fan was waiting for. Even in the discussion just now. Use mental power and words to subconsciously hypnotize Mr. President. Let the other person say this sentence naturally. It will not cause any abnormality to the people around you. Lin Fan's purpose. The natural thing is to want all of humanity to gather in one place. Then when you catch them all in one fell swoop, wouldn't it save a lot of trouble? Lin Fan quickly expressed his opinion. I am willing to take risks for the final survival of mankind. I am also willing to guide people from all over the world. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the president were both delighted after hearing this. With the help of Superman, and the help of other superheroes, those zombie superheroes are naturally nothing to be afraid of. If nothing else, just be careful. It is still possible to guide waves of humans. And everyone knows Superman's strength. It can directly lift a huge state. Even if it's such a stupid method, it can save millions of people at a time. The authorities did not hesitate to divide the world into 5 major transfer points, distributed in various states, and issued an announcement. Humanity is facing a terrifying zombie threat. In order to better continue the future of mankind, the authorities have decided to launch the Noah's Ark spacecraft and embark on an interstellar journey. Surviving humans, please rush to the 5 marked transfer points. Our military and superheroes are there to assist in the defense. As long as we get there, we'll be safe. When the time comes, we will transfer everyone to Noah's Ark and leave together. May we humans get through this crisis together. As the official report. Reactions from all those who got the news around the world were mixed. The authorities are crazy, right? There are so many zombies outside, who can reach the transfer point? Even if we really get there, if there's no one to protect us, won't we just be feeding the zombies meat? Even the authorities are giving up on Earth. It seems there is really no hope. We must find a way to reach the transfer point no matter what. This is the only hope for survival. Are the authorities really willing to send superheroes to protect the transfer point? That's really great. Although this plan is ridiculous and has a very high mortality rate, we have to give it a try. All of a sudden, people from all over the world began to evacuate. Although many countries have been attacked by zombies. However, some powerful countries still retain some military and superhero forces. With these forces acting as a mediator, some survivors actually gathered together. Plus, Lin Fan benefited behind the scenes. Let those zombies be quiet for a while. Especially for large-scale migration. At most, they would send some weak zombies to harass. The other zombie superheroes are just putting on an act, and they must ensure that this human migration is safe and successful. Lin Fan's orders were like imperial decrees to these zombies. It has an absolute effect. For a while, the human migration process was very difficult. There were also some zombie sieges. Fortunately, the superheroes are very powerful. Under the leadership of Superman, difficulties can always be resolved without any danger. The number of injured people is also within an acceptable range. Humanity is becoming more and more confident. The transfer plan began to be carried out in an orderly manner. And the official finally unveiled the Noah's Ark spacecraft. It turns out that Noah's Ark spacecraft is an alien product. After being defeated by humans, it has been placed in a warehouse for research. After all these years, I finally figured out how to use the Noah's Ark spacecraft. The above technology is tens of thousands of years ahead of humans. It can not only carry hundreds of millions of people directly. It is also capable of zone curvature space navigation. After seeing the spacecraft, humans finally saw hope. All the voices of doubt came to an abrupt end. waiting for the great moment to launch the spacecraft and leave the Earth. And the human transfer plan is gradually coming to an end. Although in the process of transfer, there were also large numbers of human casualties. But the casualties were worth it. In the end, nearly 5% of human beings reached the location of Noah's Ark. All existing armies of various countries are also here. Superheroes from various countries are also here. Temporary shelters were built locally. All the troops and superheroes were patrolling and defending in an orderly manner. Everything seems so well organized. Lin Fan stood on a hilltop, quietly looking at the ants below. Next to Lin Fan stood the dark servant Doctor Strange and the zombie Homelander. The zombie Homelander has changed drastically at this time. He's devoured a lot of superheroes in recent days. For example, Hatred. For example, Quicksilver. And various other mutants. The zombie Homelander also absorbed a variety of abilities. Among them, Hatred is the main one. The zombie Homelander's body is now brown-green in color, and the bone joints are almost forked out from the flesh, forming an extremely terrifying skeleton armor. The defense has increased several times compared to before, the strength has increased several times, and the size has become stronger. The zombie countryman drools. Looking at the large base with hundreds of millions of people below, the hunger in his heart made him extremely painful. But there was no Lin Fan issuing the order. The zombie countryman dared not act rashly. Even his subordinates must be strictly disciplined. The feast can only begin after Lin Fan gives the order. It's exciting to think about. The last few 100 million people of human survival. If you are faced with an endless tide of zombies and organized and premeditated attacks by zombie superheroes, how desperate these humans must be. What a huge feast it is. Lin Fan called the dark servant Doctor Strange to him. Almost all humans have gathered here. Yes, sir. Can you sense the location of Doctor Strange in the dimension now? Doctor Strange, the dark servant, closed his eyes and searched carefully. My lord, since entering this world, I have completely lost the information about Doctor Strange in the dimension. Lin Fan nodded. Can you find the location of the master of this universe? The dark servant Doctor Strange shook his head. This is even more impossible. Generally, as the master of a universe, they are the most powerful beings in this universe. The tiny Earth is too small for them. They may be hiding in a corner of the vast universe. He has his own huge palace and his own followers. They may even directly occupy a super-large planet or super-large galaxy with excellent resources and transform it. The Lord of the Universe will be there, living the endlessly pleasant life that he loves best. Lin Fan asked, if you use the power of the Infinity Stones, can we find the location of the Lord of the Universe? Doctor Strange was shocked. Of course you can. We can do this by utilizing the power of the laws of the Time Stone. At the same time, on a giant planet, tens of thousands times the size of Earth, there live all kinds of muscular monsters on it. In a huge palace full of violence, power, and beauty. Doctor Strange from the dimension looked at the Kryptonian monster in front of him and saluted respectfully. Sitting on the throne is the Lord of this flesh and blood universe. A Kryptonian monster who has obtained the most flesh and blood laws, Flesh Doomsday. On the day of flesh and blood destruction, it killed billions of lives and grew into a complete form. Countless cosmic gods have died at his hands. Even the head of Odin, the father of the gods, was polished into a wine cup by him. In addition to possessing unparalleled power, he is also a terrifying being with mechanical intelligence. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to sit on the position of the Lord of this parallel universe. The day of flesh and blood doom has the power to destroy the world. Unlimited energy that will never make you tired. And super fast healing and regeneration ability. You can evolve and restrain your opponent according to his abilities and characteristics during battle. He has an ability similar to Silver Super Saiyan Ultimate Resistance, which allows him to adapt to all environments and all enemies. After being killed, it will revive and evolve its own countermeasures. Flesh Doomsday cannot be killed the same way twice. And after using the rules of flesh and blood, he became the master of the flesh and blood parallel universe. It also gave Flesh and Blood Destruction Day an extremely terrifying ultimate ability. No one knows what this ability is specifically, because all those who knew the secret were killed by blood and flesh. And Flesh Doomsday seems to be the darling of this parallel universe. From the moment he was born, endless rules of flesh and blood naturally moved towards him. After Flesh and Blood Destruction Day obtained these rules, his understanding of these rules improved by leaps and bounds. There is no way, God is chasing us to feed us, and it is the day of bloody destruction. In essence, Blood Destruction Day and the rules of flesh and blood fit perfectly. The supreme power of the rules of flesh and blood can be unleashed with just a gesture. This enabled him to overcome all obstacles and eventually become the master of the universe. At this time, the son of flesh and blood destruction was sitting high on the throne. There was a huge hole at the position of the heart. There was no heart inside. Instead, there was a ball of supreme rule power that hindered the growth of flesh and blood here. Even if he had ultimate resistance, he was unable to do anything about this supreme power. But even so, even without a heart, he was still breathtakingly powerful. Flesh Doomsday looked at Doctor Strange in the dimension with disdain. Another bug that stowed away from a parallel universe. Tell me why you're here. If I hadn't received a favor from Master Ancient One, it would be a blasphemy to stand here. Doctor Strange from the dimension respectfully said. I have something here to heal you. If it were someone else, Doctor Strange from the dimension would definitely have to negotiate terms. But facing this existence, he simply skipped the process and took out the bottle of Tree of Life essence from Master Ancient One. Flesh and Blood Destruction Day's pupils shrank slightly, and he said in a muffled voice. Say your terms. Doctor Strange in the dimension threw the Tree of Life liquid to Doomsday and said bluntly. I beg you to use the essence of the rules of blood and flesh to tailor a perfect body for me. Also, I can sense that when I came to this parallel universe, I accidentally brought a stowaway with me, and he is now running rampant in your territory. I promise you. Flesh and Blood Doomsday directly swallowed the Tree of Life essence. The power of the rules of the Tree of Life erupted from the huge hole in the chest, gradually fighting against the nothingness. Finally, it cancelled out the nothingness. Flesh and Blood Destruction Day's self-recovery ability was activated, and a huge and strong giant heart gradually took shape. The Flesh and Blood Destruction Day's chest returned to its original state, and the momentum of the whole body rose steadily, even the whole universe was shaking.